December 8th. This marks the final round of the group stage. With AC Milan already confirmed as the group leaders, the significance of this match somewhat diminishes. However, the San Siro Stadium has been meticulously prepared in advance. Prior to the warm-up, AC Milan organized an award ceremony. The enchanting Shakira, renowned for her performance of Waka Waka during the South African World Cup, graced the event. While her influence was primarily rooted in Spain and South America, her fame has undoubtedly expanded. Indeed, just yesterday, I heard that very song resonating beneath my apartment. Massive banners adorned the stands, most notably one that proclaimed in English "Forever the World #1", a testament to the adoration AC Milan fans hold for Huang Kaiwen. After performing 2 songs, Shakira stepped down as the temporary stage was set. Huang Kaiwen placed the trophies upon the table, and it became evident that, apart from AC Milan, no other current players could boast such an impressive collection of Ballon d'Or awards. Galliani stood beside Huang in the players' tunnel. "Kaiwen, it's almost time for your entrance," he reminded. "I understand," Huang Kaiwen nodded. "And what about that jeans sponsor? Have you considered their offer?" Galliani inquired cautiously. "Declined their proposal," Huang replied, though the financial compensation was substantial. The king of the yellow ball felt that such endorsements were not befitting at this time. "But they have already sent gifts," Galliani pointed out. "It's fine. Accepting gifts does not imply agreement," Huang casually remarked. If accepting gifts equated to consent, Calderon would have secured 200 endorsement contracts for Real Madrid in a single season. "Well, it's time to make your entrance, Kaiwen," Galliani urged. Huang Kaiwen sprinted onto the field, greeted by thunderous applause from the San Siro crowd. "Kaiwen, Kaiwen, Kaiwen." Today, only the esteemed lady stood on the stage. Previously, she had wished to invite a popular football program host, but Huang had declined. Upon his arrival, Huang embraced the lady before taking the microphone from her hands. Looking out at the fervent fans, Huang raised his voice. "How are you, champions?" In an instant, the San Siro transformed into a bustling marketplace, with over 80,000 voices clamoring to respond. Holding the microphone, Huang patiently waited. It took nearly 3 minutes for the stadium to quiet down. Huang continued, "Football is ultimately a team sport, and I am immensely grateful to my teammates, the coaching staff, and all of you. Those who fear solitude cannot thrive alone. Fortunately, each of you is my friend. With millions of friends, one shall never be lonely." Barbara stood with misty eyes, gazing at Huang Kaiwen. Her man was perpetually exceptional, always managing to utter words that captivated the fans, plunging them into a frenzy. Even before the match, AC Milan had reached such heights. It seemed today's game would pose a formidable challenge for Ajax. Indeed, no prestigious European club dares to underestimate AC Milan, as De Boer expressed in a prior interview, indicating that a defensive strategy would be prudent when playing away. It is true that AC Milan, devoid of ambition, may not field their strongest lineup today. In fact, they have already finalized their starting roster. Yet they still aim to cultivate a sense of anticipation among their supporters. Huang Kaiwen once again made his way to the players' tunnel, neglecting to warm up alongside his teammates. In a match of little significance, Guardiola was somewhat reluctant to grant Huang Kaiwen playing time. At 7:45 p.m., the referee, Klaus Larsen, blew the whistle to commence the match. It was at that moment Huang Kaiwen recalled that he had intercepted Messi. Upon checking the system, he confirmed this to be true. Ding successfully intercepted the Mihai Arten Tupuska Award. Ding successfully intercepted Lionel Messi's Ballon d'Or. Skill activated, characteristics successfully replicated. He had intercepted the king of football yet again. Huang Kaiwen quickly continued to observe. Characteristic. Under God, Lionel Messi possesses this trait, enhancing your balance, reaction speed, close-range dribbling ability, and cutting-in proficiency from the right wing. When playing as a winger, your breakthrough capabilities are elevated. When playing as a second striker, your overall abilities are improved. Astonishing. Having intercepted the king of football so many times, he finally acquired such an extraordinary characteristic. No wonder it bears such a name. This bestowed upon Huang Kaiwen a sense of conquering a formidable boss, as previous attempts yielded minimal results before finally revealing something worthwhile. Originally, his left-wing characteristics were significantly stronger than those on the right. However, this single characteristic from the king of football could potentially bridge that considerable gap. It was undeniably powerful. Bestowing such a trait upon any winger would instantly elevate them to world-class status. Huang Kaiwen was immensely satisfied with his acquisition of the Ballon d'Or. It seemed necessary to intercept Cristiano Ronaldo a few more times to garner a commendable trait for the King of Yellow. However, the unfolding events of the match doused Huang Kaiwen and his teammate spirits. Just before halftime, Van der Wiel unleashed a long-range shot that breached Milan's goal. Shortly after the second half commenced, Suarez assisted Alderweireld from a corner, further altering the scoreline. Huang Kaiwen winced in frustration. Although this match bore little significance, the King of Yellow had just showcased his trophy, only to witness Ajax, a once mighty club now in decline, score against his home team. What of his dignity as captain? As Huang Kaiwen gazed upon the full anticipation meter, he opted to draw a prize. Ding! Obtained a 24-hour experience card for the first round of the 1966 to 1967 European Champions Cup, Ajax vs Besiktas, Johan Cruyff. Astonishing. The great Cruyff's significance transcends his footballing prowess. It lies in his contributions to the evolution of the sport. The system established by Barcelona is a testament to his influence. Interestingly, Ajax was Cruyff's former club. He was not like other players who were scouted from smaller teams by prestigious clubs. Instead, he was discovered by an Ajax youth coach while playing on the streets during his childhood. On his birthday, he received an invitation to join the Ajax junior team. The frail Cruyff was not initially regarded highly, yet he astonished the entire Dutch football scene by scoring 74 goals in his debut season with the youth team. Even gifted players often score many goals during this stage, but Cruyff's tally was remarkably high. His subsequent development soared to unprecedented heights. Huang Kaiwen was determined to utilize Cruyff's experience card today. Ding! Cruyff experience card successfully used. After preparing himself, Huang Kaiwen approached the sidelines directly. Kevin? Guardiola discerned Huang Kaiwen's intentions and explained, "Today's match is not of great importance, so it would be best for you to rest well. I will expedite the resolution." Huang Kaiwen replied, "All right then." Guardiola hesitated momentarily but ultimately nodded. He too wished to avoid witnessing AC Milan's defeat on such a day. Messi, watching from the television, finally revealed a smile. Although feeling somewhat unwell and with Barcelona already assured of progression, Enrique had not insisted on his presence. Messi deliberately stayed home to watch Huang Kaiwen's match. After observing for such a lengthy period, he felt profoundly disappointed by Milan's performance. Not only was Huang Kaiwen not on the field, but AC Milan had also conceded 2 goals to Ajax through swift counterattacks. Hope finally emerged. Ambrosini descended from the pitch, handing the captain's armband to Huang Kaiwen, saying, "Do not allow your record to become mere history." "Scoundrel," Huang Kaiwen jested. "The team's victory will always take precedence over my record." Ambrosini gave a thumbs up in response. Nevertheless, Huang Kaiwen's remark implied that as long as the team remained undefeated, his record would persist. De Boer also took note of the situation and shouted on the field, "Milan, you need not engage in the attack. Focus solely on marking Kevin." Miralem Sulijmani rubbed his temples vigorously with his hands, incredulous at the coach's directive. In his entire career, he had never heard of anyone being able to completely contain Huang Kaiwen. Moreover, he was a genuine winger, a player who thrived in the attacking third. Sulijmani even suspected that Huang Kaiwen could surpass him without employing any feints, relying solely on his explosive speed to create significant challenges. Nevertheless, with the coach's orders, he had no choice but to brace himself. Rakitic initiated the play from the back, and upon receiving the ball, Pirlo lifted his head to survey the field, simultaneously swinging his right foot. Rakitic, standing not far away, couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. The Ajax players were all concentrated in midfield, yet Pirlo opted for a direct pass. Rakitic felt a sense of unreliability regarding this decision. However, reality delivered a harsh slap to his face as Huang Kaiwen unequivocally showcased to the world what it meant to be a football superstar. He was closely marked by Diminishes on the left flank, who aimed to contest every aerial duel with Huang Kaiwen, ensuring that even if he couldn't seize the ball, he would not allow Huang Kaiwen to receive it. However, after Huang Kaiwen accurately calculated the trajectory, he deliberately took a step forward, leading Diminishes. By the time Diminishes realized something was amiss, it was too late for him to adjust. The ball struck Huang Kaiwen's back forcefully, yet it did not rebound. Instead, it settled behind him. With a deft flick of his foot, Huang successfully maneuvered the ball in front of him. Splendid. Huang Kaiwen's control of the ball was simply exquisite, leaving one speechless. Even under unmarked circumstances, to halt the ball so close while facing away is no trivial feat. Huang effortlessly allowed the ball to rest behind him. rendering Dizu completely incapable of responding. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen swiftly distanced himself from Dizu, and lo and behold, Eriksson had returned to assist in defense. Eriksson, rushing back to the backfield, wasted no time and executed a slide tackle without hesitation. As Huang feigned a pass with the outside of his left foot, Eriksson, fully committed, attempted to change direction. However, before his body could respond to his command, Huang's footwork shifted, this time with the inside of his left foot. Huang expertly transitioned the ball to his right foot and burst past Eriksson with explosive agility. Just as he maneuvered past Eriksson, Huang deftly cut into the penalty area once more. Dizu was in hot pursuit, but Huang had no intention of waiting for him. With another exquisite nutmeg, he slipped past Dizu's teammate effortlessly. Alderweireld found himself utterly helpless. Watching from the screen, Messi clenched his fist in excitement. As Vertonghen prepared to advance, Huang executed yet another nutmeg. 3 consecutive nutmegs, all in tight quarters. Messi himself possesses this technique and performs it remarkably well. Yet Huang executed it in a manner that left even Messi in awe. Huang was clearly biding his time, waiting for the opponent to reach out before employing the nutmeg. Such maneuvers in confined spaces are perilous. Although Messi felt he was closing in, he could never quite match Huang Kaiwen's pace. Despite having surpassed Vertonghen, Huang was unable to adjust his shot before being unceremoniously pushed to the ground by Emanuelson. Both sets of players were momentarily stunned, especially Stekelenburg, who was at a loss for words. Huang Kaiwen's penalty conversion rate is even more remarkable than that of free kicks. Even if Emanuelson could not prevent him, he might still attempt to make a save in front of the goal. This was indeed a predicament. I didn't mean to. It was unintentional. Emanuelson attempted to explain to the referee. Van der Waal stepped in, pushing him aside and saying, "Shut up, idiot. If this continues, you won't even know what hit you." If a brawl were to ensue, Van der Waal would find himself in a difficult position, should he dare to strike. His return to the national team would likely be fraught with challenges. Stekelenburg, standing near the goal, offered a bittersweet smile and remarked, "Kevin, you wouldn't attempt a backflip penalty, would you?" Of course, he need not worry. Huang Kaiwen positioned himself at the penalty spot, his gaze fixated intently on the right side of the goal. Beep. The whistle blew, and Huang stepped forward with his left foot, executing a delicate touch with his right foot beneath the ball, accompanied by a lifting motion. Meanwhile, Stekelenburg had already leaped to the side, and in that moment, he realized the dire situation. Oh no, a Panenka penalty. The ball soared over him and nestled into the net. My word, the women's team has truly outshone Mongolia. 160 is indeed a bit exaggerated. I humbly request monthly votes and recommendations. 0473 Kevin, the pilot Kevin, rejoicing. Although Milan had scored a goal, they still trailed behind. Yet, San Siro had transformed into a sea of joy. The fans in the stands appeared to have clinched the championship, raising various posters and waving team flags. One could not find a sorrowful soul within San Siro. Happiness spread like an infectious virus, swiftly overcoming any sadness in the air. Cruyff continued to faithfully fulfill his responsibilities. Goal. Kevin scores. A rather unremarkable Panenka penalty. I even suspect Kevin exerted little effort. The essence of a Panenka lies in deceiving the opponent's center of gravity. The ball's speed is inconsequential unless one foolishly strikes a weak shot, granting the opponent a second chance to save. After tricking the opponent's center of gravity, a goal is practically guaranteed. Kevin's shot had a notably slow speed, showcasing his immense confidence. However, even if Stekelenburg were replaced by Buffon, the outcome would remain unchanged. Throughout their years of competition, Buffon had never once anticipated Kevin's intentions. The same could be said for other goalkeepers. Before Kevin, all were treated equally. Regardless of being a third-rate or first-rate goalkeeper, none would fare differently. Thus, I propose that Kevin should be appointed the highest executive of the earth. He wouldn't look down on others, nor would he elevate anyone above himself. Under Kevin's reign, we could eradicate discrimination and achieve genuine peace. Stekelenburg lay on the grass, envisioning that this penalty would undoubtedly feature on the midnight football program. The most disheartening aspect was that he had misjudged the direction of the penalty. Stekelenburg sighed softly. After all, he had seldom faced off against Huang Kaiwen, frequently hearing Huntelaar and others praise Huang Kaiwen in the national team. Stekelenburg had forgotten that Huang Kaiwen was the smartest player in the world. He had been completely deceived by Huang Kaiwen's gaze. Stekelenburg merely hoped that the host of the football program would utter some kind words. After all, he was up against Huang Kaiwen. Yet, it was clear that wouldn't happen. Those rascals would likely bring up his failure to save the penalty. After scoring such a beautiful panenka, Huang Kaiwen didn't even celebrate, which wounded Stekelenburg further. The greatest insult is the disregard for an individual. Though he knew Huang Kaiwen meant no harm, it still stung. Observing the opponent's fervent celebrations, though somewhat overwhelming, could be seen as a recognition of his own abilities, hence the exhilaration in scoring. Such a mundane description seems scarcely different from merely breaking through your goal or participating in a training match. Stekelenburg, invigorated, rose to his feet, clapping his hands and shouting to the field, "We're still in the lead. Let's not lose our fighting spirit." The demeanor of this Ajax team appeared quite commendable, with many players exhibiting an indomitable spirit. Captain Suarez on the pitch was also reminding his teammates to be vigilant in defense. After all, securing a victory was still feasible as long as they refrained from conceding any more goals. Sim de Jong initiated the play with a backward pass. Eriksen deftly touched the ball with his right foot and began to move towards the left flank. The young Eriksen displayed remarkable prowess in attack. Just a few strides revealed that he was consistently aware of his teammates' positions, always ready to make a pass rather than hastily attempting to break through. Huang Kaiwen noticed this as he chased back, thus refraining from rushing to closely mark Soleimani. To act hastily would only serve to ensnare himself and signal Eriksen not to pass in that direction. Ajax's pace of advancement was not rapid. Both teams were engaged in constant movement. The current scene was not particularly intense, yet the players' positioning indicated they were preparing for the unfolding situation. Even with AC Milan's rotational defense, they were not lacking, especially with Huang Kaiwen dropping so deep, effectively liberating the left flank. Ajax was now focusing its efforts on the right side of AC Milan. Indeed, despite Ramos's brash tendencies and penchant for offense, his defensive capabilities, positioning, tackling, physicality, and aerial duels were quite exceptional in the football world. He was a remarkably well-rounded defender, complemented by impressive attacking skills, a rarity to find. The contrast became glaring when compared to Papastathopoulos, whose only notable asset was his speed. He fell short in several other aspects, prompting Ajax to exploit that flank. Thiago Silva noticed Huang Kaiwen's gesture and immediately called out to Papastathopoulos, "Press him, force him towards the center." Papastathopoulos instinctively charged forward, deliberately positioning himself closer to the sideline, complying with Thiago Silva's directive. Rakitic, displaying keen awareness, surged forward as well. Eriksen spun around, intending to pass back, but Seedorf, playing as an attacking midfielder, was already waiting behind him. There was no choice. He faced pressure from three defenders. Eriksen could only carry the ball towards the sideline, attempting to shield it. Papastathopoulos discerned his intention and quickly slid down to tackle. Although he failed to make contact with the ball, Eriksen inadvertently collided with his nearby leg, causing the ball to slip from his control. Seedorf swiftly hooked the ball with his foot, pivoting to see De Zeu charging towards him. He immediately turned back towards his own goal and unleashed a decisive strike. Suarez lunged toward Pirlo with fervor. Pirlo, unable to contain a shiver of apprehension, did not dare to stop the ball, sending it directly to Gattuso. Gattuso surged forward like a small tank, awaiting an opportunity. Observing the swiftly vanishing silhouette of the number 10, Gattuso understood that he would not have to wait long. This time, Eriksen found himself besieged in the attacking zone. As the entire Ajax squad pressed forward with remarkable depth, still fundamentally influenced by the philosophy of total football. This resulted in a mere two players lingering near the center line, serving as their last line of defense. Upon noticing Huang Kaiwen approaching the halfway line, Gattuso immediately executed a delicate lofted pass. While his delivery was not impeccably precise, it sufficed. As Huang Kaiwen surveyed the field, he did not relent in his pace. The ball sailed past his left side, landing ahead of him, bouncing before continuing to roll forward. A contest of speed ensued between Huang Kaiwen and Vertonghen. Huang Kaiwen's velocity was evidently superior. However, excessive speed can sometimes be a double-edged sword. As he received the ball, he failed to maintain his balance, leaning towards Vertonghen. In a flash of inspiration, Huang Kaiwen devised a countermeasure. He deftly controlled the ball with his left foot, slightly decelerating, allowing Vertonghen to surge ahead, while he maneuvered the ball behind the defender. As Vertonghen turned to confront him, Huang Kaiwen promptly nudged the ball forward with his right foot, propelling it behind Vertonghen and accelerating past him. Within 2 strides, Huang Kaiwen surged into the penalty area. Stekelenburg, caught off guard, stood at the edge of the small box, awaiting an opportunity. This was the singular chance. While he knew it was not Vertonghen's fault, he could not suppress a muttered curse, wishing that the defender could have intercepted the ball, sparing him this predicament. As Huang Kaiwen prepared to strike, Stekelenburg instinctively lowered himself, extending his hands. However, he misjudged the direction once more, anticipating a shot to the left side of the goal, while the ball veered decisively towards the right. Although he managed to stabilize himself, Stekelenburg could only feebly reach out as he watched the ball roll into the net. Following the goal, Huang Kaiwen raced towards the stands, executing an exuberant slide on his knees. The AC Milan players quickly followed suit, sliding in celebration towards the audience. This exuberance oddly relieved Stekelenburg at a critical moment. Huang Kaiwen had risen to the occasion, making an immediate impact upon his introduction, and although the match was not yet concluded, it felt as though it had already reached its conclusion. Indeed, Ajax appeared commendable, with their players' talents, such as Suarez and Eriksson, promising future stars for top clubs. However, they were still too inexperienced. AC Milan had regained their composure, and Ajax was about to face the consequences. The players of AC Milan possessed abundant European competition experience, making it easy for the youngsters to fall into their traps. True, Ajax frequently participated in the Champions League, but their roster was often in flux, making it difficult to compare. AC Milan had players who had competed in multiple Champions League finals, showcasing their seasoned prowess. Like Buffon, who remains composed in the face of adversity. The close-up on Stekelenburg reveals that Huang Kaiwen, even before equalizing the score with his first goal, was already feeling the pressure. This exemplifies the disparity between the two teams. Guardiola, smiling on the sidelines, has become more serene through experience. Huang Kaiwen's decisive run was remarkably composed, particularly his solo effort after receiving the ball in midfield. Had it been Boyan in that situation, he likely would have lost possession in the confrontation. Only a few players in Barcelona excel in long-distance sprints. This is a universal truth within football. Few possess the ability to carry the ball over long distances. And when conditions are further restricted by central positioning and physical challenges, that number dwindles even more. Although Barcelona once dominated, numerous opportunities for counterattacks arose against them from other La Liga teams. With Barcelona's high positioning, a counterattack often results in a one-on-one situation. But Puyol could handle the opposition himself. If Puyol were to replace Vertonghen today, the scenario would remain unchanged. During his time coaching the youth team, he witnessed similar situations. Whether it was the Barcelona captain defending Huang Kaiwen or the entire defensive line, Huang Kaiwen consistently found chances to breach the Barcelona goal. Such players are indeed a rare treasure. Guardiola pondered whether it was feasible to merge ball control with counterattacking strategies. Yet, the terrifying prospect of losing possession while playing from the back led him to reconsider. He had previously expressed dissatisfaction with certain Barcelona defenders who preferred to carry the ball out of the box rather than pass it quickly. Although the tactical approach was still unclear, Guardiola felt a sense of confidence in not being able to lose. At that moment, he suddenly brought his right hand down onto his left palm. Oh no! With Huang Kaiwen in such exceptional form, trouble was likely on the horizon. He wondered if placing Jose's photo into the alchemical box could remedy the situation. Perhaps a more drastic measure was in order. Allowing Jose to command from a wheelchair in the future, Guardiola hastily turned and extended his right hand. Cruz, delightfully removing his training jacket, approached the sidelines. Even during team rotations, the coach ensured that he found his rhythm in the match. As the game resumed, Ajax players appeared somewhat bewildered. Even in the attack-focused Eredivisie, goals do not typically come this swiftly. As Torres sprinted forward, he signaled to Huang Kaiwen, creating an opportunity for a pass. Huang Kaiwen chuckled and waved his hand. Are they truly disregarding Ajax? The game had just commenced, and they were already strategizing for Huang the King's assist. Such matters could only be addressed when the opportunity arose. Suarez was relentless on the left flank. After Ambrosini left the field, Pirlo and Gattuso could only focus on defense on that side. Huang Kaiwen, too, had a track back. Suarez's performance today was commendable, and Seedorf frequently returned to defend. Interestingly, Huang Kaiwen, originally a winger, was himself backtracking, while Seedorf and Gattuso managed one side. With Pirlo providing additional cover, and Rakitic roamed nearby. Today, AC Milan's midfield displayed a remarkable agility. Although they were labeled as three defensive midfielders, Rakitic predominantly functioned as a free agent throughout the match. While his performance may not have been particularly flamboyant, he contributed significantly on both offensive and defensive fronts, diligently supporting his teammates and retreating to defend without disrupting their positions. Suarez found himself besieged and had no options left. De Jong moved to the left flank to provide support, while Thiago Silva merely shadowed him, leaving Suarez with no recourse but to attempt a forced cross. The ball slid past the near post, evading the reach of both teams' players. Antonini seized an opportunity to claim the ball, preparing to pass to Huang Kaiwen, only for Suleimani to push him down with his hands. "Hey!" Huang Kaiwen rushed in, seeking an explanation. "Calm down, Kevin," Sim De Jong interjected, having just received his first call-up to the national team after the World Cup. However, this had little bearing on whether he knew Huang Kaiwen. It was nearly impossible for any player not to be acquainted with him. "I'm fine," Antonini replied, getting back on his feet. "Be more careful next time," Huang Kaiwen warned, pointing at Suleimani. A sudden push while turning can easily lead to injury. The referee did not overlook Suleimani's foul, issuing him a yellow card. This transgression granted Ajax an opportunity to regroup defensively. Fouls in the attacking third are often employed to disrupt the opponent's counterattack, even as Antonini waved for Pirlo to advance. Several Ajax players managed to return to their half. Surrounding Huang Kaiwen were multiple adversaries, yet, undeterred, Pirlo swung his arm and launched the ball towards the left flank of the front line. Enoch's sense of positioning was nowhere near that of Huang Kaiwen's. Anticipating the ball's descent, Huang Kaiwen deftly controlled it with ease. Enoch positioned himself deliberately in front of Huang Kaiwen's right side, aiming to monitor the flank and prevent Huang Kaiwen from advancing. In their one-on-one encounter on the wing, Huang Kaiwen exhibited no arrogance, maintaining a constant shift in his center of gravity while dribbling. Enoch, wary of committing too soon, could do little but follow Huang Kaiwen's movements. After bending down twice, Huang Kaiwen unexpectedly executed a half-bicycle kick with his left foot, drawing Enoch closer. Allowing Huang Kaiwen to slip past him along the wing would have been disastrous. Yet, as Huang Kaiwen continued to run, he skillfully utilized the outside of his right foot to nudge the ball. Following a second deft touch, he positioned his right foot behind the ball, pushing it forward with his instep, no longer needing to rely on his body for movement. He effortlessly outmaneuvered Enoch with just one foot. Another push with his instep forced Enoch to adjust his positioning. At this moment, Huang Kaiwen once again used the outside of his right foot to flick the ball outward, but this time, he proceeded to advance towards the center. Alderweireld rushed in to defend, just as Torres suddenly made a forward run from behind him. With a flick of his ankle, Huang Kaiwen delivered a precise through ball. As Vertonghen awaited in the penalty area, he launched a sliding tackle, while Torres, with a deft lift of his right foot, struck a half-high ball. Standing at the goal, Stekelenburg arched backward, desperately extending his arm. Alas, he was unable to intercept Torres' shot. Goal. Kevin scores. Kevin, drawing considerable defensive attention down the left flank, left Torres unmarked. Although Torres is undeniably one of the finest strikers in contemporary football, the chasm between him and Kevin remains vast. The opponent's performance spoke volumes. Within just 7 minutes of his introduction, Kevin orchestrated the team's comeback. Guardiola, perhaps concerned about Kevin's well-being, opted to substitute him with Cruz. Kevin, now striding towards the sidelines, bore no dissent regarding his exit, especially with the scoreline in their favor. Time to head home. Guardiola gently patted Kevin's arm, remarking, given the recent chill in Italy, it's prudent not to take risks at this juncture. The outcome of this match is not of paramount importance. We have already secured our place at the top of the group, and even the youth team could manage just fine. Had the match not been so lackluster, I would have vehemently opposed your substitution. Now, with the comeback achieved, I still worry about any potential issues for you. Coach, I wish to visit Spain tomorrow for some tax matters, Kevin replied. Is it regarding your tax issues? Guardiola inquired, having read reports in Spanish newspapers about the matter. Indeed. You are aware of the troubles with the Spanish tax authorities. I refuse to allow them to slander my name. I intend to bring documentation to an attorney in Madrid, seeking the opportunity to bring those bureaucrats to court, Kevin asserted. The Spanish tax agency is no better than beggars. They always find reasons to demand money from you. Not one to be easily intimidated, Kevin had endured their incessant chatter in Italy. Such matters necessitate a face-to-face discussion with a lawyer. And appearing in Madrid would demonstrate that the Yellow King would not shy away. Let us see what the Spanish tax authorities have to say. Take Sergio with you, Guardiola suggested, a note of concern in his voice. Yes, that's what I was thinking, Kevin replied with a smile. In the match, Milan triumphed 4-2 against Ajax, with Pirlo decisively extinguishing Ajax's hopes of securing points at San Siro with a direct free kick. The following morning, Kevin and Ramos boarded a flight to Madrid. Those bureaucrats are insufferable, Ramos exclaimed, visibly frustrated. Perhaps, but we have no say in such matters, Kevin chuckled. This short flight posed little inconvenience. Rather, it was the Spanish tax authorities that represented the true dilemma. Foreign players in La Liga, particularly high-profile stars, often find themselves entangled with them. Kevin was determined to prevent them from tarnishing the Yellow King's reputation, which is why he chose to proactively travel to Madrid. The service provided by Emirates was commendable. Even without a private jet, the comfort was quite satisfactory. Barely 10 minutes into the flight, a striking flight attendant hurriedly approached Huang Kaiwen and leaned in to whisper, "Kaiwen, could you please visit the cockpit?" "What is the matter?" Huang Kaiwen inquired, perplexed. "Isn't the cockpit off limits to outsiders?" The flight attendant glanced awkwardly at the other passengers in first class. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Huang Kaiwen nodded, fearing it might not bode well. He unbuckled his seatbelt and stood up, with Ramos quickly following suit. Upon entering the cockpit, they were met with the sight of the captain lying flat on the floor. Huang Kaiwen's expression darkened as he demanded, "What on earth is happening?" "There's a problem with the aircraft. One of the engines has failed, and the captain has suffered a heart attack," the first officer replied swiftly from the right side. "Then why summon me? You should be looking for a doctor," Huang Kaiwen retorted, his frustration evident. The flight attendant, visibly distressed, explained, "The situation is dire, and we would like you to leave the aircraft." "Leave?" Huang Kaiwen nearly laughed in disbelief. "What kind of passenger aircraft has parachutes? Even if there were, there's no way I could jump from this altitude," he added. "And with this pressure, opening the hatch isn't a trivial matter." The flight attendant clarified, "Previously, a prince wanted his entourage to parachute from a passenger plane. So we do have parachutes on board." "Impressive," Huang Kaiwen remarked. "But even if we open the hatch, wouldn't we be sucked into the engine?" "Not a problem. The engine next to the hatch is inoperable," the first officer stated. "I will try to descend to a reasonable altitude before the aircraft spirals out of control, allowing you a chance to jump." "Indeed," the flight attendant urged. "If it weren't for the fear of chaos on board, I could use special tools to shatter the windows for an easier exit. However, there are passengers seated by the windows." Huang Kaiwen began to comprehend the plan. They were preparing to abandon the hope of a safe landing by having him parachute from the aircraft. "Kaiwen, Emirates cannot afford to have you involved in a disaster. We implore you," the flight attendant said, her voice trembling. The first officer had already contacted the company via satellite phone. As long as nothing happened to Huang Kaiwen, their families would be assured a comfortable life. "Kaiwen," Ramos said, his voice tinged with urgency. He did not want Huang Kaiwen to perish here. "I cannot ask hundreds of people to forsake their hope of survival," Huang Kaiwen declared as he took a seat in the first officer's position. Turning to the captain's seat and addressing the first officer, "Let us attempt an emergency landing." After all, it was only early in the month, and Huang Kaiwen possessed an immunity card. Based on prior experiences, even if the aircraft encountered problems, the prince would likely remain unharmed. "Have you ever piloted a plane?" the first officer asked. "No, but I've played flight simulators on the computer," Huang Kaiwen replied. The first officer rolled his eyes, realizing that his wife was destined for servitude should anything happen to Huang Kaiwen, as those princes would not let him off easily. "Kaiwen," Ramos exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. Huang Kaiwen chuckled, "If all else fails, I will instruct him to lower the altitude. You must jump when the time comes." "Absolutely not," Ramos firmly protested. "You are about to start your graduate studies, while I have merely completed my undergraduate degree." Huang Kaiwen encouraged, "Trust me." Ramos, he despised his educational background for the first time. If given the choice, he would trade his inability to graduate high school for the chance for Huang Kaiwen to survive today. Ramos looked at Huang Kaiwen and said, "You jump, I jump." The flight attendant rolled her eyes. Although both men were quite handsome, the dialogue felt awkward. Observing the silent Ramos, Huang Kaiwen realized that any words would be futile. This time, for his dear friend and the other passengers, he had to muster his strength. After returning, if he hadn't team-mastered flying, Huang the King of Soccer would damn well enroll in a training course. Damn it, There was no way to communicate with the ground. The communication system had malfunctioned. The co-pilot slammed his fist against the edge of the console, cursing. Despite his foul mood, he managed to restrain himself from striking the console directly. Is there a way for us to return to Marseille Airport? Huang Kaiwen inquired. I doubt we can last that long, the co-pilot replied, his expression grim. All right. What is your name? Huang Kaiwen asked. Steven Schmidt, the co-pilot responded. Okay, German fellow. Now tell me what I should do, Huang Kaiwen pressed. Just communicate simply to ease the other person's emotions. That way, the mind won't be so chaotic. Damn it. How would I know what to do? Before Schmidt could finish, he was struck fiercely in the head. Huang Kaiwen raised his hands in exasperation. If he knocked out the co-pilot, they would all likely meet their end here. The flight attendant clearly understood this as well and scolded angrily. Who do you think you are? Ramos, with his hands in his pockets, replied, Sergio Ramos, a player. Huang Kaiwen thought to himself, how had he never realized his dear friend's humor before? Did the threat of death turn people into comedic geniuses? If they could survive this ordeal, Huang Kaiwen was certain he would accompany Ramos to watch the conclusion of Conan. Surprisingly, after being struck, Steven Schmidt became calm. He had taken the job with Emirates Airlines for the money. Even if not for himself, he had to think of his wife and children. Schmidt stated, given the current situation, we cannot make it back to Milan Airport. We must find a nearby place to make an emergency landing. How about the sea? Ramos suggested casually. Sergio, we absolutely cannot land on the sea unless there's no other option, Huang Kaiwen quickly explained. The surface of the sea, at high speeds, is akin to an even more uneven terrain, making it easy for the aircraft to disintegrate. This has been discussed in disaster films. Yes, at least Hollywood wasn't lying about that, Schmidt remarked. I didn't expect you to be such a humorous German. Huang Kaiwen chuckled. That's a good start. But it's not as promising as you think. Schmidt replied with a wry smile. The engine is on fire. We must make an emergency landing nearby. And there's no time left. Where are we? Huang Kaiwen inquired. Near Kamoli. I didn't anticipate it would become this dire and was still attempting to return. Co-pilot Schmidt said with a bitter smile. Huang Kaiwen soon realized the gravity of the situation. Kamoli is a quaint town near Genoa. Yet such locations seldom provide suitable grounds for emergency landings. Can we make it to Genoa? Huang inquired. Schmidt shook his head, mustering a smile as he replied. I never anticipated working alongside such a football star. Now, we must circle in the air, hoping to release more fuel. Is this to prevent an explosion, Schmidt? Huang quickly questioned. Indeed, you have hit the nail on the head. However, I regret to inform you that our fuel release will not be swift. This merely gives us a semblance of hope for survival. Kaiwen, if you weren't a footballer, you might consider flying. If we make it back alive. Huang chuckled, hoping to lift Schmidt's spirits and ease his own anxiety. Despite having an immunity card, his close friend Ramos was still on board and with numerous passengers present. Huang found it challenging to remain calm. The thought of Ramos perishing before him was unbearable. Schmidt gave a thumbs up. Kaiwen, a flight attendant said with a grim expression. There's turmoil in the cabin. The passengers have seen the engine on fire. How do we adjust the frequency? Huang asked. Aside from the service area where the flight attendant was located, the cockpit should also be equipped for direct announcements. Schmidt pointed to the instrument panel. To the left, yes. Press it and speak downwards. Hey, the flight attendant nodded at Huang. Huang continued. Hello everyone. I am Kevin, the number 10 player for AC Milan. I believe you are all aware of the situation. I must inform you that not only is the aircraft in distress, but the captain has also suffered a heart attack. We are facing a moment of life and death. However, I implore you to return to your seats. It is my request, please. The co-pilot and I are making every effort. Return to your seats, fasten your seatbelts, and pray quietly. The rest is in God's hands. In such a dire circumstance, Huang could not say much more. Yet, his words proved impactful. In this perilous moment, his calm demeanor instilled considerable confidence in the passengers. Fans instinctively chose to trust Huang, given his history of triumphs. Even in this transition from the football pitch to the airplane, their faith in him remained unwavering. They did not even ponder what a player could do in such a scenario. The remaining flight attendants swiftly cleared the cabin of any hazardous items. Even a pen could inflict fatal injuries during a forced landing, and writing farewell notes was out of the question. On the beach, chaos had already erupted. If they were merely circling, tourists might have speculated, but with the engine ablaze on the wing, the situation was clear to all. Inzaghi grumbled as he rose from his sun lounger. Who would encounter such events while on holiday at the beach? He wondered who the unfortunate souls were. Inzaghi decided to return and inquire whether Huang Kaiwen would accept donations for his foundation. Inside the cockpit, Schmidt solemnly declared, "We can't hold on any longer. We must initiate an emergency landing. When I say pull, you must pull the control stick." And then, Huang Kaiwen inquired, "Then we leave it to fate?" Schmidt responded, echoing Huang Kaiwen's words. In a sudden realization, Huang Kaiwen exclaimed, "Wait. He has a characteristic. Good karma. When people harbor goodwill towards the king of Huang, fortunate events are likely to occur." Within the cockpit, Ramos was the one who treated the king of Huang the best, which meant that his luck was significantly heightened. "Sergio," Huang Kaiwen addressed him. "Kaiwen," Ramos replied softly, his tone calm, betraying none of the fear he had anticipated. Ramos was eager to hear what Huang Kaiwen would say in such a dire situation. "You pull," Huang Kaiwen urged. As soon as his words left his mouth, Schmidt bellowed, "Lift up, pull the control stick." Huang Kaiwen insisted. Despite his confusion, Ramos chose to trust Huang Kaiwen, reaching for the control stick and pulling it vigorously upwards. Schmidt fixated on the front, murmuring under his breath, "Do not disintegrate, do not disintegrate, do not disintegrate." The aircraft plunged violently over the ocean, causing Ramos to nearly hit the ceiling. Huang Kaiwen reached out and yanked him back, firmly pressing him into his seat. It felt as if a century had passed before the plane finally stabilized. With wide eyes, Schmidt turned to Huang Kaiwen and Ramos, exclaiming, "We survived. This is nothing short of a miracle." Ramos, looking disheveled, spat out a bloodied mouthful. His gums had been cut by his teeth. Yet he still managed to tilt his head and declare, "In Italy, Kaiwen is the only deity." The efficiency of the Italian government officials remained abysmally low. Fortunately, nearby boat owners and tourists voluntarily came to their aid. Once aboard a speedboat, Schmidt cast a complex glance back at the aircraft, stating, "I don't know. Perhaps you truly are a god. Otherwise, I cannot explain why the plane remained so intact and the engine fire extinguished, allowing us to escape the explosion. Who knows?" Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Unlike moments ago when he had sought to bolster Schmidt's spirits, he now felt exceedingly content. The successful emergency landing and the survival of Ramos and the other passengers filled him with satisfaction. On the shore, Inzaghi felt a peculiar familiarity with the figures on the boat. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he confirmed he wasn't mistaken. Just moments ago, he had been pondering their fate, and now he saw them so swiftly. He waved energetically at the boat. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Damn it, Huang Kaiwen was on that plane. With a loud thud, Inzaghi's mind reeled, and he fell backward, unconscious. There had always been a desire for Old Yi to advance the update by an hour. Old Yi felt it was worth a try. After pondering for several days, he finally pinned today as content, feeling it turned out reasonably well. He planned to continue writing a bit more, hoping to eventually catch up on the overdue updates, but today he had no chance, as he had no drafts at hand. Please support with monthly votes and recommendations. In the realm of football, the formidable Ramos rebuffed all attempts at interviews, brusquely declaring, "Step aside. I have nothing to say. I do not accept interviews." Journalists flocked to the scene, yet they were still a step behind the Genoa authorities. With a scowl, Ramos dismissed their inquiries, while Huang Kaiwen displayed no inclination to engage. He was not a celebrity seeking to fabricate headlines at such a moment. The passengers and crew could recount the events adequately, rendering an interview unnecessary. Get lost. Upon exiting the vehicle, Neo forcefully pushed past the reporters alongside his fellow bodyguards. The young lady and Lily remained seated in the back, having no intention of disembarking, yet even through the car window, one could discern their reddened eyes. As Ramos approached the front passenger seat, Huang Kaiwen hesitated momentarily while preparing to take a seat in the rear, turning back to state, "The primary reason for my flight to Madrid is the Spanish tax authorities pursuing my image rights revenue from my 2 years at Real Madrid. However, I have already fulfilled my tax obligations according to the law. Their claims are unfounded. Following this ordeal, I have resolved to gather evidence and sue the Spanish tax authorities. This incident has inflicted considerable harm on my mental state and reputation. They must be held accountable." With that, Huang Kaiwen opened the door and entered the vehicle. Lily, seated to the left of the young lady, immediately leaned into Huang Kaiwen's embrace. The young lady, somewhat irked, tapped her on the back and inquired, "Are you really going to litigate against those paupers?" "Perhaps, or perhaps not," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Real Madrid had previously triumphed in a lawsuit against the Spanish tax agency, recovering over 90 million euros. Whether to pursue legal action depended chiefly on their stance. In truth, litigation could be quite cumbersome. Huang Kaiwen shared this information with the journalists to exert public pressure on the Spanish bureaucrats, warning them not to expect any funds from the King of Yellow Ball, whose wealth was earned painstakingly alongside Inzaghi. Moreover, the King of Yellow Ball could sue them at any moment. If it came to that, it would not be as straightforward as Real Madrid's domestic resolution. He could directly file a complaint in the EU courts, demonstrating to the Spanish tax authorities the power of collective support. Originally, Huang Kaiwen intended to resolve the matter in Madrid, but now, contemplating the near mishap on the plane, he recognized that not just the wealthy, but all must compensate the King of Yellow Ball. As 3 vehicles departed slowly, the journalists were undeterred. Huang Kaiwen had provided them with a new focus. Although the subsequent developments remained uncertain, they understood that trouble was brewing in Spain. Correspondents from various nations stationed in Italy relayed the news back home, with the situation escalating more rapidly and intensely than anticipated. Upon returning home, Huang Kaiwen saw an interview on Canale 5 featuring the flight attendant, who remarked, "At that moment, I wished Kaiwen would parachute. There happened to be a parachute on board. I am his fan, as is the captain, which led us to make that decision." However, he declined, choosing instead to confront the challenges alongside the captain, ultimately saving everyone on the plane, including myself and the other crew members. She did not state that it was the airline's decision. How did it transform into their choice? Ramos inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. This incident did not significantly impact him, as she sought to gain more. Huang Kaiwen remarked with a smile. If she claims it was the decision of Emirates Airlines, then the airline would face an immense public relations crisis. After all, the conditions for parachuting from a passenger aircraft are exceedingly severe, essentially trading the lives of hundreds for one. Such an occurrence would further tarnish the already beleaguered image of wealthy individuals from the Middle East. The flight attendant was evidently aware of this. Perhaps she had received the company's endorsement, or perhaps she was simply astute. Regardless, she stood to gain significantly. The affluent are not short on money, and they are acutely aware of the principle that wealth begets influence. They strive to project to the world that collaboration with them yields substantial rewards. In such circumstances, it is certain that they would incentivize the crew members, ensuring that employees recognize the benefits of their dedication. If the flight attendant were shrewd, she might very well achieve financial independence, securing her future without the need for further employment. Over the years, these affluent individuals have donated hundreds of billions of dirhams for image enhancement and external aid, amounting to tens of billions in dollars. Their public relations expenditures are similarly substantial. In contrast, the image of Emirates, and indeed the entire Middle East, has suffered, with Western media highlighting their disregard for human life amidst a human rights crisis. Various organizations have been sent to investigate by American entities. The funds allocated to reward the crew are utterly negligible in comparison. Next to be interviewed was First Officer Schmidt. This elderly German gentleman addressed the camera, stating, "At that moment, I felt as though I was about to return to the embrace of God. I only wished for Kevin's safety, as my children are quite fond of him." However, Kevin declined our proposal. He wished to conduct the emergency landing alongside me. I initially believed it was impossible to succeed, as we were over Camoli, an area devoid of suitable landing spots. The coastline was lined with low-rise buildings, rendering an emergency landing infeasible. My thoughts were consumed with the notion that I would perish, yet it was Kevin who persuaded me. God knows why he maintained such composure, considering he had only ever piloted a plane in a computer game. Yet, instinctively, I trusted him. Amidst the cabin's turmoil, he also convinced the passengers to return to their seats and wait. He possessed a compelling charm. When we decided to attempt a landing on the water, I thought I must have lost my mind to make such a choice, but it was the only option left. As you can see, we survived. The aircraft did not disintegrate, nor did it explode, and not a single passenger or crew member perished. Although I recognize that some may deem it inappropriate, I must still describe this incident as extraordinary. It was nothing short of a miracle. The passengers exhibited a range of reactions. Some, animated, sought out reporters, eagerly expressing their thoughts. "Mom, do you see me? I'm all right. I met Kevin earlier. It was incredible. I got his autograph, and I'll bring it back for you. I hope you can prepare some fruit ice cream for me. I feel as though I need a little sweetness. Damn it. I nearly perished. This was a grave incident, and they must provide compensation." At that moment, I felt faint, glimpsed a light, and heard Kevin's voice. By the time I regained consciousness, we had safely landed. I am convinced that Kevin is an embodiment of the divine, and I resolve to establish a new faith. Come, join me in venerating Kevin. Huang Kaiwen turned off the television. Damn, I never expected such individuals existed. Do you think you are Huang Kaiwen? Ramos inquired, puzzled. Why stop watching? I believe what he said is quite valid. I wish to know how to join. Huang Kaiwen remarked. Fortunately, Ramos was not born in the United States. Otherwise, he would not have grown up unscathed. After returning, both Lily and the young lady's spirits improved significantly. Meanwhile, Huang Kaiwen became quite busy. As soon as he powered on his phone, it rang incessantly. Reluctantly, Huang Kaiwen resorted to sending a mass text before shutting it off again. I have returned home safely. Thank you for your concern. Guardiola gazed at the message on his phone. Indeed, was it not the case that he had previously allowed Huang Kaiwen to play without paying the requisite price? Guardiola contemplated the alchemy box resting on the table. Next time, regardless of whether Huang Kaiwen is a starter, preparations must be made in advance. This time was merely an emergency landing. What about the next? If Huang Kaiwen were to be suddenly lost, how could he progress? The thought sent chills down Guardiola's spine. It was his error that nearly led to an irreparable tragedy. With that in mind, Guardiola opened the drawer of his desk, filled with photographs, one of which featured a rebellious face. Jose, it is time to witness our friendship. You wouldn't want to see Kevin in trouble, would you? The following day, Huang Kaiwen awoke, stretched his body, freshened up, and descended the stairs. Albert had already prepared breakfast. Just as Huang Kaiwen sat down, a mountain of newspapers was placed before him. So many? Huang Kaiwen inquired. Indeed, some were specifically purchased, Albert replied. By the way, we have visitors from the UAE scheduled to arrive this afternoon. Understood, Huang Kaiwen nodded. This was certain, for after the incident, King Huang had yet to speak on the matter. It was indeed understandable that the affluent were anxious, despite the current favorable winds. Should King Huang utter any unflattering remarks or question why a parachute appeared on the aircraft, they would undoubtedly find themselves in a heap of trouble. The front page of the Gazzetta dello Sport shockingly did not feature King Huang. Instead, it read, the Airbus A380 nearly jeopardized the life of the world's finest football star. The greatest athlete in history. This is utterly unforgivable. They suggested that Kevin should choose to fly with Boeing next time, as the 777 significantly outperforms the Airbus A380 in safety. With superior design and technology, and being derived from military aircraft, Boeing planes are inherently safer, smaller, and more secure than the A380. Huang Kaiwen confirmed once more. Indeed, this was the Gazzetta dello Sport. Good grief. It was clear that this was either sponsored or a task assigned by the American overlords. Before the dog magnate encountered a public relations crisis, Boeing was the first to strike. Even the king of yellow balls did not foresee such an outcome. However, this is the nature of commerce. Hence, the young lady's work is incessantly demanding. In a world where profitable ventures abound, competition is fierce. A single misstep invites immediate retaliation from rivals. The Tuttosport published an interview with a traveler from the United Kingdom, who was on a business trip to Milan with subsequent plans to travel to Madrid. This traveler, named Wayne Thomas, recounted, I heard the explosion because my seat was by the window, and I witnessed flames erupting from the aircraft's engine. Others realized the gravity of the situation as well. Chaos enveloped the cabin, with many crying out in distress, and some even succumbing to sudden ailments. It felt like a descent into hell, and the only laughter came from an innocent child, which made it all the more tragic, for he had yet to experience life and faced such a departure. At that moment, Kevin's voice crackled over the intercom. Chelsea? No, I'm a fan of Leyton Orient. Do you know Oxfordshire? We oppose the Glazer family. They are nothing but despicable vampires. This, however, was of little consequence. What mattered was that I had heard Kevin's words during the interview, and the mere thought of him being on the plane brought me solace, as if he possessed omnipotent abilities. Moreover, the potential of dying alongside a billionaire felt somewhat acceptable, did it not? Yet, to my astonishment, he truly succeeded. I was uncertain what this emergency landing signified, but while resting in my hotel room, I researched online and realized the immense difficulty of a water landing. I can only declare myself fortunate, or rather, it seems Kevin is the one favored by divine providence. Not long ago, my wife revealed that she was certain she was expecting a son. Though I wished for the child to be named Kevin, the name is far too common. So I decided on the middle name Kevin's son. Kevin Huang shook his head in bemusement. The middle name signifies son of Kevin. Later, Harry's son bore the middle name Harrison. This fan indeed possesses a grand spirit. A perfectly good son now has an additional father. However, reflecting on the children of his teammates, Kevin Huang found it rather normal. The group that adores the king of yellow balls most may very well be the children. Kevin Huang mused that perhaps establishing a Milan-affiliated kindergarten should be on the agenda, where he could serve as the principal after retirement. La Gazzetta dello Sport published the Pope's address, in which he stated, "With the advent of Advent, we are summoned to meet Jesus, who awaits us among all those in need of assistance. We must extend our help through acts of mercy. Today, I nearly succumbed to sorrow." Italians understand well what this entails, as we remember the Superga air disaster of 1949. Such tragedies are profoundly lamentable, yet we are grateful that this calamity did not occur. Kevin is not omniscient. He cannot pilot an aircraft. God often emphasizes our willingness to seek miracles. In the 5th chapter of the Gospel of John, it is recounted how the Lord Jesus approached the pool of Bethesda and encountered a man who had been infirm for 38 years, lying helplessly. The Lord inquired, "Do you wish to be made whole?" Before God, there must be a desire to heal. Do we harbor such needs? Do we yearn for the divine, seeking miracles to manifest in our lives? Unless we desire such experiences, we may never witness the extraordinary. Yet Kevin achieved this. And therein lies the miracle. His heart was in the right place. In a moment of crisis, he calmed the crew and fellow passengers, thus creating favorable conditions for this wondrous event. If one wishes to advance swiftly, one may choose to proceed alone. However, if stability is sought, companionship is essential. Kevin walked alongside us, and thus the Lord bestowed his blessings upon him, granting Kevin unparalleled leadership, saving his followers through his actions. I extend my deepest respect to Kevin for his valor and composure, which preserved countless lives in a critical moment. Indeed, it has come to pass. Huang Kaiwen knew that the Vatican would not let this opportunity slip away. Yet, it is inevitable. Huang, the football king, wields considerable influence and maintains a connection with the Vatican. It is said that he boasts a fervent following in Glasgow. Football itself is exhilarating, but when intertwined with matters of faith, it becomes unfathomable. The collision of these two passions transcends the description of ordinary fervent fans, which is why the Glasgow Derby is so fearsome. It is a war of faith, merely played out on the field. Sir Ferguson, having witnessed such scenes, possesses remarkable fortitude. Once the young lady awakens, Huang Kaiwen intends to inquire about the staff of Gregory, perhaps choosing an opportune moment to make a donation to the Vatican. The front page of the Times features a photograph of Huang's recent school bus incident, declaring, "Is there truly a person unafraid in this world?" Kevin has provided the answer. In times of peril, he consistently prioritizes others over himself. He is deserving of all that he has, for he is a genuinely noble individual. He embodies the essence of a superhero from comic books. The Sun reports new evidence regarding Wenger's alleged infidelity, with Winter's friend claiming they have been in a relationship for over 2 years. Huang Kaiwen shakes his head, feeling sympathy for the professor. Previously scrutinized in England for his orientation, he now faces invasions of privacy. While infidelity is common among the French, the photographs suggest Wenger's girlfriend, Anne, has not removed her ring, and their brief embrace is hardly excessive, especially for Europeans, let alone the French. Huang Kaiwen distinctly remembers this matter eliciting little uproar, indicating a lack of evidence or its fictitious nature. Many so-called details appear to be leaked by the female party. Otherwise, who would know how much you spend on a hotel room? Huang Kaiwen suspects that the 39-year-old female rapper is seeking to capitalize on her association with Wenger, especially at her age. What surprised Huang Kaiwen was not only that Zhou Shuyi loves rappers, but also that the professor could not evade this scrutiny. He contemplated calling the professor to offer comfort, but reconsidered, realizing it might induce embarrassment for Mr. Wenger. The troubles with the tax system have emerged, as the mayor has publicly expressed his support for Kaiwen's decision. Mayor Galliani stated that Kaiwen has made remarkable contributions to Spain's development during his 2 years in Madrid, and his participation in the Bilbao Holy Week reflects his acknowledgement and endorsement of Spanish culture. It is utterly incomprehensible that the tax authority would harm a friend of Spain, affecting the heroes of Madrid and Bilbao. Numerous Real Madrid legends, including Calderon, have voiced their support for Kaiwen. The royal spokesperson has also indicated their belief in Kaiwen's innocence, asserting that the tax issue is solely a problem within the tax system, which perpetually seeks to extract more money from star players. The football world nearly faced its darkest day, but fortunately, Kaiwen remained unscathed. Huang Kaiwen was astonished by Albert's ability to gather such extensive media coverage. Observing the prevailing sentiment among European media, Huang Kaiwen realized the Spanish tax authority was in deep trouble. They faced only two paths: to exhaustively attempt to prove that the tax affairs of King Huang were questionable, ultimately leading to no loss for him, and they could easily be shown to have manipulated tax laws. Otherwise, King Huang has consistently paid his taxes in full, making any retroactive claims impossible. The alternative would be to concede defeat, contingent upon King Huang's agreement. Once they sought trouble with King Huang, the initiative had already shifted to Huang Kaiwen's hands. Before leaving his home, he received a call from Guardiola. "Coach," Huang Kaiwen inquired. "Kaiwen, you need not come to the team today. Take a few days to rest at home," Guardiola replied from the other end of the line. "All right, thank you, coach. What about Sergio?" Huang Kaiwen asked. Guardiola paused for a few seconds before responding. "I forgot. I will notify him now." Had it not been for Huang Kaiwen's reminder, Guardiola would have indeed overlooked informing Ramos. Huang Kaiwen hung up, somewhat speechless. If he hadn't reminded him, Ramos would have certainly gone to the team. Since there was nothing pressing, he decided to rest at home for a couple of days, allowing time for the situation to simmer. Feeling somewhat bored, Huang Kaiwen opened his computer to browse the internet. European fans were fervently discussing the matter on social media, and their perspectives were rather amusing. For instance, some speculated why the plane didn't disintegrate, questioning whether aliens were involved or if divine intervention existed, alongside a myriad of other bizarre theories. One fan commented, "I refuse to believe that because when I was young, I asked the Lord for a bicycle, and he did not grant my wish." Below, another replied, "Bro, you should steal a bicycle and then go to church to repent." Huang Kaiwen nearly burst into laughter. Even more amusing were some netizens confessing their sins. Huang Kaiwen also discovered other functionalities of the goat phenomenon. He could only be grateful for reproductive isolation. Upon checking the Belgian national team forum, he realized something was amiss. The little black ones had inexplicably vanished. After searching for a while, Huang Kaiwen finally found their presence in the Courtois forum. Huang Kaiwen nearly met his demise. "We cannot afford to lose such a figure." Akin to how Europe cannot exist without Jerusalem. By the way, dear friends, could someone provide an address? Recently, I have sensed that misfortune is imminent. Let me share that since childhood, I have possessed the ability to foresee the future through dreams. Huang Kaiwen, indeed, is a man of remarkable fortune. Perhaps a sage could offer him some insight. Huang Kaiwen, indeed, it is the familiar presence of the little black one. Moreover, those who promote books and forums are quite amusing. In the early days, authors would engage in discussions with readers who pirated their works in these forums. Many esteemed writers have participated in similar endeavors within their book-related forums. These days, supernatural stories are immensely popular, and Huang Kaiwen has a penchant for such tales. After casually responding to a few posts, Huang Kaiwen felt it necessary to curb the arrogance of the little black ones. He decided to use a forum account previously captured by Cassano to post, "Greetings, everyone. I am your good friend Huang Kaiwen. I possess several signed jerseys from various stars, which I wish to gift to you, but I cannot decide to whom they should go. My good friend Inzaghi has devised a method. Write about the impact I have had on you, and the best submission shall earn a signed jersey." Responses flowed in swiftly. "Wow, the living Huang Kaiwen. Get lost? I have no interest in your signed jersey." Huang Kaiwen chuckled at their replies. Indeed, within a minute, a traitor emerged. "Brother Kaiwen, give it to me. I am caught in a dilemma. Having never aided them with a single scheme, I have quietly collected evidence of their slander against you. Should you wish to pursue legal action, I will share the evidence." Huang Kaiwen mused. This effect is rather remarkable. Numerous private messages flooded in, prompting Huang Kaiwen to deactivate the forum. He resolved to check back later with a different account to reward those who pen the finest tributes. The method employed by his brother was indeed effective. Simple enticement had caused the little black ones to fracture. After indulging in a game for a while, Huang Kaiwen, post-lunch, encountered an unexpected yet anticipated visitor. Albert entered with Mansour and his entourage. Huang Kaiwen rose to shake hands with Mansour, who spoke in a distinct London accent. "When we acquired Manchester City, you had already moved to Chelsea. We reached out to Miss Berlusconi, but regrettably, you declined. Otherwise, we would have presented a very sincere offer. The Middle East traditionally holds sway in Britain, with many sheiks sending their children to study there. The same holds true for the high castes of India. I do not favor playing for two clubs in the same league, as it is difficult for fans to accept. Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. I am immensely grateful for all you have done. You have saved many families, Mansour acknowledged. It is my duty, Huang Kaiwen replied warmly. Awaiting further dialogue. These are representatives from other emirates. The UAE comprises 7 emirates, Mansour elaborated. Huang Kaiwen nodded, sensing that this gathering was centered around him. Please wait. Barbara will return shortly, Huang Kaiwen stated. Indeed, we should take a moment to rest, Mansour remarked. Huang Kaiwen held a favorable impression of Mansour. After approximately 10 minutes, the young lady hurriedly returned home. We deeply apologize for the incident, which placed you in such peril. Hence, we come with utmost sincerity, Mansour stated. Sincerity? The young lady scoffed. What sum do you believe constitutes adequate sincerity, enough to compensate for the life of the world's finest player, especially when Kevin is a billionaire? Huang Kaiwen silently commended the young lady, thinking, exactly. Wealthy patrons should be compelled to contribute significantly. I sincerely apologize. I understand that life is invaluable, Mansour gestured, prompting his associates to unveil a box placed upon the table. This painting depicts a scene from Montmartre by Van Gogh, acquired from a private collector. It is our gift to Kevin as a token of our meeting. I am aware that Kevin appreciates art, and his works have graced auction houses. In truth, I favor Van Gogh's Starry Night and Starry Night over the Rhone, Huang Kaiwen replied. Mansour nearly faltered. Both pieces were housed in museums. The latter was relatively accessible, residing in the Louvre in Paris, yet the former was in the possession of American collectors. The young lady closed the box and remarked, Kevin is correct. There is a disparity among Van Gogh's works. Although I have not seen this piece, in terms of color, it does not appear particularly remarkable, and its value is unlikely to be exorbitant. $8 million, Mansour nodded. There exists a difference in price compared to Van Gogh's other works. Do you believe that $8 million could erase all that Kevin has endured and compel him to publicly commend you? The young lady retorted angrily. You misunderstand, Miss Berlusconi. This painting is merely a gesture of goodwill, Mansour interjected, producing a check from his pocket and placing it on the table. This $500 million is compensation from the shareholders of Emirates Airlines for Kevin. The young lady was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a substantial sum from the wealthy patrons. Huang Kaiwen, however, felt indifferent, recognizing that Qatar could expend over $200 billion on a single World Cup. Even if the Emirates were not as affluent as Qatar, they were not far behind. Huang Kaiwen spoke up. In addition to myself, there is my good friend Ramos. Along with many other passengers, this matter transcends mere financial compensation. If you are willing to acknowledge divine providence, we are prepared to offer tenfold the amount. Mansour coaxed. Huang Kaiwen was startled. He had toiled for many years to amass his wealth. Now, merely by betraying his principles, he could receive a reward amounting to half of his fortune. Yet, within a heartbeat, he discerned the gravity of the situation, although it appeared enticing. Accepting this money would be untenable for the king of football, given his profound entanglement with the Vatican. The repercussions of accepting such a sum would likely be severe. Never mind. The young lady shook her head, resolutely declining on Huang Kaiwen's behalf. It appeared she had reached the same conclusion. The Mansour team's members were somewhat disheartened. They had anticipated that this maneuver would leave Huang Kaiwen utterly bewildered. The funds in question were not solely from the UAE. Numerous nations were willing to contribute collaboratively. Compared to the substantial sum of $5 billion, persuading Huang Kaiwen to switch allegiances felt far more gratifying. If there is nothing else, let us conclude for today, Huang Kaiwen stated directly. He was already quite content with the $500 million designated for emotional damages. However, he believed that the affluent benefactors could offer more. Indeed, Mansour's entourage opened another case, revealing documents within. As Huang Kaiwen perused them, he discovered promotional materials for the UAE's iconic Burj Al Arab Hotel, along with various other items. He inquired, what does this signify? Are you preparing to arrange a VIP stay for me at the hotel? No. We are also prepared to gratuitously transfer 30 of the hotel's shares as compensation, Mansour replied. Without waiting for the young lady to respond, Huang Kaiwen nodded affirmatively, saying, Deal. That's splendid. Mansour extended his hand, expressing his delight at their mutual agreement. Of course, Emirates Airlines is a company of great responsibility, and its aircraft are among the safest modes of transportation in the world, Huang Kaiwen remarked with a smile. Upon hearing his words, the group finally displayed smiles. They had been eagerly awaiting such acknowledgement. They were indifferent to the reputation of Emirates Airlines, but the airline bore the name of their nation, representing their dignity and international image. With Huang Kaiwen's concession, the final hurdle was overcome, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. After their departure, the young lady exclaimed in astonishment, "I never anticipated they would be so generous. That's because they invest quite a significant amount annually to uphold their image. This expenditure is negligible in comparison," Huang Kaiwen chuckled. "By the way, you mentioned Ramos's compensation, correct?" The young lady inquired curiously. "Indeed," Huang Kaiwen affirmed. "Sergio also faced peril. He deserves compensation. How much do you intend to allocate to him?" she asked. "Half. That's quite a substantial sum," the young lady replied. Huang Kaiwen smiled, saying, "Money can always be earned again, but true friends are limited. No amount of wealth can purchase companions willing to face life and death alongside you." He lamented the inability to update at 11 o'clock today, acknowledging the delay caused by returning late from work. Please support with monthly votes and recommendations. In a subsequent event, Huang Kaiwen and Ramos, impeccably attired in tailored suits, stood on stage giving a thumbs up. The flashes of cameras below created a dazzling spectacle. Journalists frantically competed to capture images, barely pausing to change memory cards, seizing backup cameras from assistants to continue photographing. Each image represented a considerable monetary value. If well composed, the photographs could be republished, earning substantial copyright fees, provided no unscrupulous entities preemptively registered the image rights. Huang Kaiwen's smile began to feel somewhat strained. He had smiled for too long. After only a day's respite, he found himself in a position where he had to make an appearance. The rumors circulating outside were overwhelming. In a lighter scenario, the organ injury could have resulted in immediate demise, or he could have been rendered a vegetable. Further speculation suggests this might be a conspiracy orchestrated by individuals from the Middle East, who allegedly replaced the star player with a robot to follow their directives during the flight. On a more serious note, he might have expended all his divine energy to safeguard the aircraft from disintegration, now transformed into a French sycamore tree planted in his family's yard, an assertion that, astonishingly, some people actually believe. Earlier in the morning, Albert even apprehended a fan attempting to scale the wall to pluck leaves for a talisman. Kevin Huang found himself at a loss for words. With a press conference scheduled, he decided to make an appearance. "Kevin, it is rumored that Hollywood is already working on a screenplay adaptation, but they intend to replace Emirates Airlines with Southwest Airlines. And the co-pilot will be switched from a German to an American. What are your thoughts on this?" they asked. They are also considering substituting the A380 with a Boeing aircraft. Do you believe the Airbus A380 is safe? Will you continue to choose air travel in the future? How has Emirates Airlines performed during this incident? Why did you not opt for parachuting? Can you share with us why you often choose to confront danger head-on? What led to the collaboration with Capcom, and what type of game are you developing? Are you fond of Capcom's games? Which game company is your favorite? The journalists unleashed a barrage of inquiries, all entirely unrelated to football. Kevin Huang stood patiently on stage, awaiting the journalists' questions, while Ramos quietly positioned himself half a step behind. Once the reporters settled, Kevin began. "Firstly, Capcom is an exceptional game company. I am a fan of Street Fighter and Resident Evil. I thoroughly enjoy fighting games, yet my favorite remains League of Legends by Riot Games. That game is remarkable, honing one's strategic awareness and teaching collaboration and communication with teammates." Sergio's improvement is attributed to the alternative thought process he acquired while gaming, which he then translated onto the pitch. "Indeed, that is precisely it." Ramos nodded in agreement, flashing a smile that revealed his pearly whites. The journalists rolled their eyes in exasperation. Sugimoto Kenzo, president of Capcom, nearly suffered a heart attack. After investing a substantial amount, he found himself inadvertently promoting his own game company. Sugimoto Kenzo, a bold entrepreneur who transitioned from the candy industry to gaming, sought to expand rapidly after achieving success, thus landing himself in a crisis. Capcom's games had performed admirably on the Nintendo FC. A solid friendship blossomed between Nintendo president Yamauchi Hiroshi and Sugimoto Kenzo, with Nintendo providing significant financial support to help Capcom weather the storm. Sugimoto's decision to collaborate with the star player was largely influenced by Yamauchi's persuasive counsel. Fortunately, Kevin Huang refrained from elaborating further and redirected the conversation back to Capcom. He remarked, "I, too, eagerly anticipate the new game. Capcom's action games are renowned worldwide. I often play Monster Hunter while flying because I am well aware of Capcom's prowess, which is why I agreed to this collaboration. I believe they will deliver a delightful surprise. Kenzo Sugimoto finally revealed a smile as he stood beside Kevin Huang, allowing the reporters to capture the moment. Growing impatient with Sugimoto's reluctance to move aside, a reporter inquired, "Kevin, could you address some other matters?" "Matters? Oh, certainly." Huang replied with a smile. "You mean regarding Airbus and Boeing, as well as Emirates Airlines, correct? This incident does not instill fear in me. Airplanes remain the safest mode of transportation in the world. However, even the safest means of transit can encounter mishaps, and I simply had a stroke of bad luck this time. Of course, my survival signifies that my fortune was not entirely dire. As for which manufacturer produces superior aircraft, that is a judgment best left to the experts." "And what of Emirates Airlines' performance?" the reporter pressed. "They demonstrated a commendable sense of responsibility, and I am quite satisfied with their handling of the situation. One should not overly emphasize Emirates. They are but one of many airlines, and their service is commendable. They offer a selection of fine beverages on board, and the toiletries provided in their amenity kits are quite luxurious. Traveling with them is always a delightful experience. As for the cause of the incident, that remains to be investigated. I do not possess extensive knowledge on the matter, but I trust that Airbus and Emirates will manage it appropriately," Huang stated with a smile. Even if Mansour hadn't offered financial support, Emirates Airlines remains a commendable choice. Their service is thorough in every aspect. In contrast, the Southwest Airlines mentioned earlier, the American low-cost carrier, does not provide the best flying experience. If time were not of the essence, I would certainly avoid choosing Southwest. Do you now feel apprehensive? If danger were to arise again, would you still be willing to step forward?" a reporter queried. Huang raised a finger, smiling, and said, "This is the last question. Fear is inevitable. I even had nightmares. Yet, as I mentioned before, in such moments, I do not dwell on my fears. I hope for the survival of others, and I work towards that end, ultimately succeeding. As for the next time, I cannot predict. Words are less significant than actions, and you may observe how I proceed." As Ramos and Huang walked backstage, Huang remarked, "The Emirates representatives compensated us. Indeed, I received a check for an astonishing 20 million. Ramos exclaimed, thrilled. This would allow him to pay off his mortgage for a house in Milan ahead of schedule. "No, the Emirates representatives provided me with $1.5 billion. Huang corrected him. "The cost of the Burj Al Arab is approximately $1.5 billion, but his valuation exceeds that significantly. That 30% stake is worth nearly $1 billion. That is only fitting," Ramos chuckled. Huang is one of the greatest individuals in human history. Nearly losing his life for a compensation of 15 billion seems a tad insufficient. I have decided to divide the 15,200 million into two parts, with half going to you," Huang continued. Ramos nodded thoughtfully and suddenly turned to exclaim, "Kevin, have you lost your mind?" "No," Kevin replied. "I simply believe you should not have to endure this peril. That was my own choice, and I am not worth that much," Ramos advised. "I could never earn such a sum in my lifetime. That is their compensation for you." Ramos did not disdain wealth, but it felt as though he was partaking in Kevin's fortune. "If you refuse it, I shall donate it in your name to the Catalonia Independence Organization." Kevin jested. "Very well, I shall accept it, and you can manage it for me, Kevin," Ramos said with resignation. He resolved to present a grand gift when Kevin welcomed his child. Upon reflection, he recalled his financial worries during his time at Real Madrid. However, since befriending Kevin, he had never experienced a shortage of funds. Whenever financial troubles arose, a benefactor would miraculously appear to offer assistance. Ramos was no fool and understood the nature of sponsorships. He now felt uncertain about how to repay Kevin for his generosity. He had previously regretted leaving Sevilla, tarnished by the president's accusations that he had sought an exit without allowing time for reinforcements, an issue that lingered in his mind. Yet, upon reconsideration, transferring to Real Madrid seemed a stroke of fortune. After both boarded Neo's car, Ramos remarked, "I hear Hollywood is considering Tom Hanks for the role of Captain Schmidt. But I wonder who they will cast for you." "I do not know, but I certainly have my own expectations for the actor," Kevin replied. He could not tolerate a pretentious visage. If they cannot accept that, then they should not use King Huang and this incident for publicity. After visiting Inzaghi at the hospital, the two returned home, pondering how he ended up there. Their appearance had once again ignited public discourse, with 8 out of 10 television stations deliberating on the matter. Huang Kaiwen answered several inquiries, providing them with ample topics for further discussion. Upon returning home, Huang Kaiwen received a call from Mansour, who appeared to be under considerable strain. In this world, one could be accused of possessing weapons of mass destruction even without cause. No one could guarantee that the Americans would not set their sights on him. On December 12th, Milan faced Ballon away, while Huang Kaiwen and Ramos had yet to rejoin the team. Milan triumphed 3-0, but the reporters showed no interest in football-related inquiries. Guardiola, exasperated, stated, "I understand your concern for Kaiwen, but he has experienced a horrific air disaster. He saved many lives, yet this will undoubtedly affect him." The Spanish tax agency? That is not for me to comment on. I merely hope they can conduct a swift investigation. When will Kaiwen return? Ideally, I would prefer him to come back after the winter break, but we will need to discuss the specifics further. After the match, Kaka visited Huang Kaiwen's home and, seeing Ramos seated there, approached him. "You played well today," Huang Kaiwen remarked with a smile. "Bologna's strength is rather feeble, and the midday kickoff poses a significant challenge for them," Kaka humbly remarked. "The scheduling adjustments in Serie A have had an impact on certain teams. For those with already low attendance, the numbers are likely to dwindle further. Some office workers are still occupied with their duties at this hour. Fortunately, the increase in broadcasting revenue has assuaged the team's concerns, though the players remain somewhat unaccustomed to the changes." Bologna's performance today was far from impressive. "As I watched the match, the Greek players' display was quite lacking," Ramos casually commented. "Had it not been for the remarkable performance of the recovering Nesta, Papastathopoulos' blunder would surely have led to a goal against their team." Indeed, Kaka nodded in agreement. Ramos still possesses considerable prowess on the right flank. "Recently, Gennaro and the others have been planning a celebration for you upon your return to training, Kaiwen," Kaka said, while seated beside Huang Kaiwen. "That sounds delightful," Huang Kaiwen chuckled. "I never expected to see myself on television for such a reason. Of course, it's utterly surreal," Kaka remarked, still in disbelief. "I never thought such a thing would transpire, and I'm astonished that you spoke favorably of Emirates Airlines, Kaiwen. Ahem, we must be pragmatic, after all. There are individuals who have died from consuming fish. Should we then persuade the entire world to abstain from eating fish?" Huang Kaiwen replied. "We certainly can't disclose to Kaka that King Huang received compensation. In truth, I don't see any issue with it," Ramos stated. "Recently, I joined a flying club and am preparing to obtain a pilot's license, though it seems quite different from commercial aviation." Kaka felt that after getting married, he had missed numerous opportunities to partake in Huang Kaiwen's life. Pondering this, Kaka stroked his chin. Perhaps divorce would be a solution? On December 14th, Huang Kaiwen finally resolved to return to the team. While driving to Milanello, Ramos inquired, "Is your choice to return at this time aimed at the match against Roma, Kaiwen?" "I suppose so," Huang Kaiwen nodded. Roma is indeed a formidable opponent, and Huang Kaiwen fears that Milan might unexpectedly lose to them before the winter break. The fervor at the Olympic Stadium in Rome is unparalleled in Italy. Any team could suffer defeat there, and Milan is no exception. Losing a match just before Christmas would cast a shadow over the festivities for both the team and fans alike. As the captain, Huang Kaiwen felt it was crucial to return to the team at this juncture. Upon arriving at the gates of Milanello, they were met with a throng of journalists. However, Ramos showed no intention of stopping, accelerating past them. The reporters instinctively made way, knowing Ramos would not hesitate to confront them. Had it been Kaka, they would have undoubtedly rushed to block the vehicle, demanding an interview. As the two entered Milanello, the gatekeeper had already sent a text message. Guardiola clapped his hands and said, "Hurry up and prepare, let us surprise Kaiwen." If Kaiwen is already aware, can it still be considered a surprise? Gattuso awaited Kaka's arrival. Regardless of the circumstances, such events ought to be celebrated, Ambrosini remarked with a smile. He could hardly fathom the repercussions had Huang Kaiwen encountered a tragic accident. Perhaps he would reclaim the captaincy and lead the entire team in fulfilling the solemn vow of the living to the deceased, triumphantly hoisting the Champions League trophy aloft after their victory. The thought was indeed exhilarating. However, Ambrosini soon recognized the flaw in his musings, as he had subconsciously invoked the tale of Manchester United. It must be said that this narrative stands as one of the most exquisite chapters in the annals of football. Though the Munich air disaster was heart-wrenching, the survivors spent a decade reviving Manchester United to the pinnacle of European football, honoring their fallen comrades and bringing solace to their spirits above. This moment was undoubtedly among the most romantic in the realm of football. Ambrosini quickly shook his head. fearful that others might perceive his thoughts as treacherous towards the captain. "Here they come," Inzaghi exclaimed as he dashed in. "Come on, hide over there." "Ronaldo, you've hidden in the wrong place." "Fine, just stay in the restroom." The Milan players concealed themselves, watching as Huang Kaiwen and Ramos entered the locker room. When Huang Kaiwen emerged, the entire Milan squad suddenly burst forth, brandishing sparklers. "Welcome back, Captain." Both Huang Kaiwen and Ramos were taken aback. But soon Huang Kaiwen's face broke into a smile. "I am equally delighted to be back," he replied cheerfully. Guardiola swept a few grapefruit leaves near Huang Kaiwen and pointed to the fire pit on the ground, stating, "Step over it." Filippo says there is a tradition in China. Huang Kaiwen mused. "If I recall correctly, such scenes are typically found in crime films." Nonetheless, he conceded that ancient brides did indeed step over fire pits as part of their wedding rites. The King of Yellow, however, chose to tolerate it, hoping they would not dampen the festive mood. Inzaghi rushed over with a cake, exclaiming, "Come on, blow out the candles and make a wish." "It's not even my birthday," Huang Kaiwen responded with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "What else with all this fuss? You returning alive is akin to a birthday. It's like being reborn." Inzaghi insisted. This time, I believe Filippo is correct. Gattuso chimed in. "All right then," Huang Kaiwen said, turning to Ramos. "Let us do this together, Sergio." The two stood before the cake and blew out the candles in unison. Huang Kaiwen's wish was simple, for both his career and love to flourish. Surrounded by teammates, he made his way to the cafeteria. Puzzled, he asked, "Aren't we training?" The coach said there would be no training today. "We are celebrating your safe return," Ambrosini exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Occasionally skipping training felt reminiscent of his youthful days of truancy. As they stepped inside, applause erupted from the staff. Galliani jogged over, shoving a gift into Huang Kaiwen's arms, saying, "This is a small token from me." Huang Kaiwen unwrapped it to reveal a large golden longevity lock. The symbolism was commendable, although the occasion felt somewhat mismatched. Yet, recognizing its value, the King of Yellow reluctantly accepted it. "What about Sergio's gift?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. Galliani, with a somber expression, replied, "Of course, I have prepared something for him. It will be delivered later." Originally, he had not contemplated such matters. It now appears that additional expenditures are inevitable. The chefs at Milanello had long since prepared their offerings and even adorned the dining hall with a simple embellishment. Inzaghi seized a bottle of champagne, exuberantly spraying it around while exclaiming, "What are you all doing? Get excited, Kevin has returned." Guardiola smiled and shook his head, departing with his coaching staff. Their presence would only render the players uneasy in such an environment. Huang Kaiwen welcomed every toast from his teammates, drinking heartily, which oddly instilled a sense of trepidation among others. This was not the usual demeanor of Huang Kaiwen. "Kevin, say a few words. Everyone is eager to hear your thoughts," urged Ibrahimovic, who had been restless and sleep-deprived in recent days. "Indeed, Kevin, share something with us," shouted Rakitic. All right, Huang Kaiwen replied, raising his glass and surveying the entire dining hall. "I am neither inherently brave nor a superhero. However, when your choices affect the lives of hundreds, I believe you would act similarly to me. You might find it amusing, but from a young age, I have been enamored with tales of heroism in films. And I was certain I wanted to be a hero, so I pursued that aspiration." The Milan players responded with warm laughter. Childhood dreams often mirrored one another. "I pondered much during those times, including thoughts of you, Milan. Some have referred to me as the last knight, and Milan represents my chivalric code. I will always remember that I am not alone. I am the captain of Milan, embodying the spirit of the club. And my every action will ripple positively or negatively across the team. I hope you take pride in me, which is why I chose to stay. I succeeded. And I aspire to one day take pride in you, for we rise and fall together. Ronaldo is Milan, Paolo is Milan, and each of you is Milan. Together, we uphold the red and black skies." With that, Huang Kaiwen raised his glass and proclaimed, "To Milan, to us." Standing discreetly at the door, Paolo Maldini wiped a tear from the corner of his eye and turned away with a smile. He constantly reminisced about his playing days. Witnessing this moment brought him relief, but also a sense of regret. The current locker room atmosphere surpassed what he experienced. It was no longer dominated by the authoritative presence of a patriarch, but rather unified under a captain capable of fostering camaraderie. This was something he could not achieve, as Weah had been isolated in his time. Reflecting now, he realized how naive that was. What saddened Maldini was that he was no longer a Milan player. unable to share in the pursuit of further honors. Thankfully, he remained eternally a part of Milan. It seems that for the foreseeable future, Milan will continue to be the most revered name in football. On December 18th, the Olympic Stadium in Rome transformed into yet another battlefield. Huang Kaiwen's first match upon his return was graced by the Pope's presence. The convergence of these two events was akin to detonating a nuclear bomb in the city of Rome. The most inferior tickets for this match have surged from €20 to over €1,800. The official authorities of Rome have been compelled to announce that entry will be meticulously scrutinized, with season ticket holders on loan having their tickets temporarily withheld. The club has also established stringent security checks outside the stadium. The police of Rome, alongside national officers and military personnel, have taken to the streets to conduct thorough inspections, anxious that Lazio fans might act impulsively and incite disturbances today. The Olympic Stadium of Rome has deployed over 4,000 police officers to collaborate with the club in ensuring security. Any incident involving figures such as Huang Kaiwen or the Pope here would undoubtedly lead to considerable complications. Not only would the club be liable, but even the mayor of Rome would be unable to bear such responsibility. Has there been some unrest? Inzaghi remarked. Be cautious, lest you be taken to the tribunal. Huang Kaiwen retorted, rolling his eyes and gesturing towards the Vatican guards nearby. He had not anticipated that the Pope intended to attend the Olympic Stadium. Inzaghi quickly covered his mouth and hurried after Huang Kaiwen towards the locker room. Upon arrival, Huang Kaiwen produced a scratch card from his pocket. As the coin glided across the surface, a smile broke across Huang Kaiwen's face upon revealing the design. Fortune smiled upon him. He had won the grand prize. He chose to enter the lottery. Ding! You have received a 24-hour experience card for the match between Atalanta and Roma from the 14th round of the 1989-1990 Serie A season, featuring Claudio Caniggia, the Wind's son. Caniggia is one of Roma's legendary figures. In truth, his time at Roma was not particularly splendid. Nevertheless, his prowess was undeniable. Huang Kaiwen was intrigued and wondered how swiftly he could utilize the Caniggia experience card. He had drawn this card previously, but now, with the enhancement of Huang's talent, his speed would surely surpass that of the past. He opted to use it. Ding! The Caniggia experience card has been successfully used, and the injury immunity card has also been successfully activated. After the previous emergency landing incident, Huang Kaiwen had initially intended to save an immunity card for contingencies. However, today, with the use of Caniggia, he was certain he would have to be carried off the field. He would not need an opponent to impede him. He could run himself into exhaustion. Once he donned his gear, Huang Kaiwen exited the tunnel alongside his teammates. As Huang Kaiwen emerged, a deafening cheer erupted from the Olympic Stadium of Rome. St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! Even with the stringent checks in place, a significant number of tickets had still circulated outside, and the Roma fans were particularly vibrant today, joining in the chorus of support for Huang Kaiwen. Totti, with a complex expression, gazed at Huang Kaiwen waving to the stands, remarking, I never envisioned that here, Kevin would be more popular than I. Yet, I also believe his popularity is well-deserved. You should indeed feel fortunate that Kevin is not a player for Roma, quipped goalkeeper Doni. If Kevin were with Roma, there would likely be a considerable number of fans advocating for him to become captain. Upon hearing this, De Rossi's eyes lit up, wishing he could transform into Huang Kaiwen. During the warm-up, Huang Kaiwen exhibited a measure of restraint. No matter how swift he may be, there are always defensive strategies to counter him. Thus, he intends to catch Roma off guard in the opening phase. The players from both teams have commenced their warm-ups, and we have acquired the official lineup, revealing that Huang Kaiwen is among the starters. Indeed, Huang has recently navigated through a perilous incident, yet his composure and courage have garnered global admiration. The phrase calm as a placid lake amidst a storm aptly encapsulates his demeanor. It is precisely in moments of crisis that true heroism is revealed. Today, the Pope is present at the venue, presumably to honor Huang Kaiwen. Although we had not received prior notice, we have observed the presence of the Swiss Guard at the sidelines. The Swiss Guard, composed of Swiss nationals, was established in 1527 during the conflict between Charles V, who represented both the German Emperor and the Spanish King, and the King of France, as they vied for control over Italy. The Battle of Pavia resulted in an unexpected victory for the German-Spanish coalition, yet the soldiers who triumphed were denied their rightful wages, leading to a mutiny among 34,000 imperial troops. The soldiers compelled their commander to lead them towards the Roman papacy, which was perceived as a place of plentiful resources and fewer inhabitants, with the intent to seize what they were owed. Under duress, Commander Charles III led his band of brigands to the gates of Rome. Amidst this chaos, 189 Swiss guards vowed to resist to the death. Ultimately, only 42 survived, successfully escorting the Pope to safety through secret passages. This historical context elucidates why the Vatican employs Swiss nationals as guards. However, due to Switzerland's current robust economy and the stringent regulations governing the guard, recruitment has become increasingly challenging. Today's warm-up session was notably shorter than usual. Soon, staff indicated for both teams to return to the tunnel and await further instructions. Personnel from Roma and some clergy from the Vatican swiftly arranged the field for the upcoming event. The atmosphere in the stands grew more fervent. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Swiss Guard entered the arena in a swift procession, dividing themselves to either side. The Stadio Olimpico resonated with solemn music as the elegantly attired Pope and clergy ascended the stage and took their seats. Once all was prepared, Huang Kaiwen, prompted by the Vatican clergy, stepped onto the stage. After nodding in acknowledgement, the Pope rose and addressed Huang, stating, "Previously, I honored Kevin for saving dozens of families. Today, he has saved hundreds. Perhaps the quantity is not the sole measure of worth. For I believe Kevin never contemplated whether to save one person or 100. All who call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. This serves as a profound example of divine righteousness, granted through faith in Jesus Christ to all who believe." The audience, all fans present, removed their hats and stood in rapt attention. Fortunately, the Pope's remarks were succinct. He swiftly shifted his tone, pondering aloud, "What kind of medal should we bestow that is worthy of Kevin's extraordinary deeds? The medal of St. Januarius or the medal of the Annunciation? Both of these medals possess a rich history. The St. Januarius medal originates from the Bourbon II Sicilies dynasty, while the Angelus medal commemorates the Virgin Mary, although it is awarded by the House of Savoy. Following our discussions, I have resolved to establish a brand new medal." A clergyman approached the Pope, bearing a tray upon which rested an exquisite, intricately designed box that had already been opened, revealing a delicate yet complex medal alongside a sash composed of the colors yellow, red, and black. The Pope lifted the medal and approached Huang Kaiwen, declaring, "In recognition of your loyalty and integrity, compassion and courage, humility and sacrifice, honor and spirit, I now bestow upon you the Grand Cross of the St. Kevin Medal." As the thunder rumbled and dark clouds swirled ominously, the first drop of rain loomed over the city of Rome. Even in the afternoon, the Olympic Stadium was illuminated, and a canopy had been specially arranged for the Pope. Yet, at the moment he adorned Huang Kaiwen with the medal, a ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds and illuminated the center of the stadium. The atmosphere was electric. Fans in the Olympic Stadium were animated, gesturing and making the sign of the cross. Even those who typically lacked fervent faith found themselves silently invoking that name. Some devout fans were moved to tears, never anticipating they would witness such a moment in their lifetime. The light seemed to penetrate the heavens, extending across the stadium, dispelling the shadows in the sky as if the oppressive clouds had never existed. It was merely a bright and beautiful afternoon. The Pope looked at Huang Kaiwen and remarked, "Perhaps God is indeed watching over you. Heaven helps those who help themselves." Huang Kaiwen smiled and replied, "Indeed." The Pope nodded in agreement. With arms raised high, Huang Kaiwen was met with a resounding cheer from the Olympic Stadium. "St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin!" Totti, witnessing the radiant Huang Kaiwen, recalled his title as the Prince of Rome and felt a twinge of shame. De Rossi clenched his fists, feeling that his aspirations seemed rather modest. He had always focused solely on the team of Rome. Could merely being the captain of Roma in his lifetime ever grant him the honor of receiving a medal from the Pope? If he could stand before the Pope and be honored, he believed his life would have been worth it. The players continued to prepare for the match. With the weather mirroring the forecast, there was no rain in Rome today. "What a coincidence." Jean, the coach, laughed. "It's as if Courtois has granted us a favor. Damn, this is too generous. If they say it won't rain, it won't rain? Just a coincidence, surely." "It must be a coincidence," he insisted. "Of course. I've been criticizing Huang Kaiwen for so long, yet nothing has happened to me. This shows that Huang Kaiwen is quite magnanimous. He hasn't truly held a grudge against anyone." Wait. Have you all secretly betrayed me? Even this guy is off the list?" "One cannot express it in such a manner, my friend. The current circumstances are markedly different. Do you not comprehend? What if Huang Kaiwen possesses some hidden talent? Should I find myself in peril within my dreams tonight, would I not be aggrieved? It has been stated that this is merely a coincidence. How can you not believe it? If you were to deliver a more forceful message, I would confront you tomorrow and see if you remain. It is not fear that constrains me, but rather the recognition that Huang Kaiwen's actions do not warrant such severity. Therefore, it is best to let it be. Foolish one. Still engaging in discussion with him? I previously observed that individual upstairs extolling Huang Kaiwen, specifically requesting the match-worn jersey from the game where Jui shattered the single-match scoring record in the Champions League. Goodness, after all this time, you are the infiltrator? To all my esteemed brothers, please remain calm and allow me to share a few words. I lost my father at a tender age and my mother soon after. I am responsible for 3 younger siblings. Our family once possessed a modest plot of land, but it was seized by relatives, leaving me to toil to support them. If I could acquire that match-worn jersey, I envisioned selling it in the county to purchase a small home for my siblings, escaping the village to avoid bullying. Is such a thing possible? You should report them. Report what? In rural areas, there are far too many who suffer from such injustices. The village head and their accomplices will bully you, leaving you with nowhere to seek justice. Not long ago, a family in our vicinity faced tragedy. Their relatives seized their belongings, leaving the children in the care of their grandparents. Despite such occurrences, this individual is deceitful. Do you not see him still playing DNF? Seeking 13 for the dance of the snow? How can one endure such hardship, yet still spend money on games? Goodness, Red Dog. Just a moment ago, I intended to donate money to him. Why did he ask me for QB? Did you give it? Indeed, I did. I purchased a 30 QB card for him. Alas. It was as if feeding a dog. Brother, at the very least, your intentions are commendable. You are gallant. Huang Kaiwen triumphed in the coin toss. Choosing to return to the half, Inzaghi, intrigued, inquired, "Does this mean you shall become a saint henceforth?" Torres also perked up, eager for the answer. Huang Kaiwen turned to Kaka and said, "Ricardo, please elucidate for him." Typically, the canonization of a saint occurs posthumously, not before the 5th anniversary of their passing. Following the application, an inquiry and evaluation must ensue. Should the individual exhibit exceptional character, they may be deemed worthy of veneration. If they suffered due to their faith, the beatification process may be expedited. Beatification represents the Church's formal acknowledgement of a deceased believer. Candidates must not only possess valorous virtues during their lifetime, but also have a verified miracle attributed to their intercession by a faithful individual. Subsequently, the Pope presides over the beatification ceremony, officially recognizing the individual as blessed. Following beatification, another miracle must occur for the Pope to formally declare the deceased believer worthy of public veneration within the Universal Church, thus entering their name in the canon of saints. Kaka explained, endeavoring to simplify the profound nature of the subject, yet the gravity of the matter inevitably renders it complex. Thus, is it impossible for the living to attain sainthood? Torres inquired, curious. Indeed, that is correct. Huang Kaiwen affirmed. As for miracles, the King of Yellow has experienced countless. For instance, after being elbowed by Puyol and losing his hearing, he has now regained normalcy. After regaining consciousness following a coma post-match against Werder Bremen. The most absurd aspect remains the last incident where the King of Yellow Balls miraculously saved a school bus without sustaining any injuries, all documented in medical records. No matter how thoroughly the Vatican investigation team delves into the matter, they are unlikely to uncover any different conclusions. Furthermore, when tracing back the reasons for the King of Yellow Ball's injuries, one might argue that they stemmed from persecution by sorcerers due to matters of faith. In this context, the King of Yellow Balls has ostensibly fulfilled the majority of the criteria. The sole predicament lies in the fact that he is still very much alive. The existence of a living individual poses the greatest challenge. Thus, the Pope and the Vatican engaged in a semantic game. The King of Yellow Balls has not submitted a canonization request. Hence, they need not break tradition to sanctify a living person. However, they have introduced a new and significant accolade known as the St. Kevin Medal. The name itself is rather misleading, clearly indicating an acknowledgement of the King of Yellow Ball's status within the Christian realm. Yet it cannot genuinely elevate him to the status of a saint. This situation mirrors that of Sir Ferguson. Everyone recognizes him as the master of Manchester United. Yet in official documents, he is merely listed as an assistant coach. Consequently, the Vatican retains the ultimate authority for interpretation. Should the King of Yellow Balls eventually err gravely, such as delivering a speech at a pub, they would not find themselves in a precarious position. With a dismissive wave, Inzaghi expressed his disappointment, stating, "I had planned to celebrate with you tonight, but it appears to be for naught." Kaka gazed at Inzaghi with an incredulous expression, questioning the latter's comprehension. Kevin's current situation is such that, aside from not being officially recognized by the Vatican, he is doing remarkably well in all other respects. Regardless, Kaka felt elated and resolved to select a gift for Kevin during his day off tomorrow. Discussions were also unfolding in Rome regarding this matter. Would there be repercussions for confronting Kevin today? As the match drew near, let us review the starting lineups for both teams. Roma's 4-4-2 formation includes goalkeeper, Doni, defenders, Riss, Mexes, Juan, Berdisso, midfielders, Matteo Brigi, De Rossi, Menez, Fabio Simplicio, forwards, Adriano, Borriello. AC Milan's 4-4-2 diamond formation consists of goalkeeper, Buffon, defenders, Antonini, Godin, Nesta, Ramos. Midfielders, Kevin Huang, Rakitic, Kaka, Gattuso, forwards, Torres, Inzaghi. After warming up, Totti returned to the bench. The Roma captain is nursing a minor injury. During an interview, Ranieri confirmed that Totti is unlikely to play today, with vice-captain De Rossi donning the captain's armband. Adriano has returned to Serie A from Brazil. Although his appearances for Roma have been limited, last season at Flamengo, he scored 21 goals in 31 matches, still hinting at the genius striker he once was. Yes. As for Torres, he is still quite young. Yet, in the past, Adriano's fame in Serie A far surpassed that of Ibrahimovic, despite their comparable ages. However, the trajectories of their careers have diverged significantly, with one soaring and the other plummeting. In the realm of AC Milan, Ibrahimovic occupies the bench while Torres partners with Inzaghi as dual forwards. Kaka has returned to his familiar central position, with Huang Kaiwen taking the role of left winger and Gattuso assuming the right midfield. This formation closely resembles that when Huang initially joined AC Milan. Indeed, the lineup has transformed significantly, with more than half of the original starters no longer donning the Milan jersey. Interestingly, since Guardiola's arrival at AC Milan, he has never fielded the same starting 11 in consecutive matches, which naturally piques the media's curiosity regarding his preferred squad. At precisely 3 o'clock in the afternoon, referee Antonio D'Amato sounded the whistle to commence the match. Guardiola stood by the sidelines, arms crossed, yet his mind wandered far from the pitch, overwhelmed with thoughts. The last time Huang Kaiwen unleashed his prowess, 2 players were injured, and Guardiola believed that substituting Huang would suffice. However, the following day, Huang faced an aircraft mishap. This could be attributed to an incomplete exchange of equivalents. Yet, the repercussions are far too grave. Should the cost exceed what is bearable, Huang receives some recompense. Nevertheless, the honor bestowed upon Huang today, alongside the sun dispersing the clouds, has surpassed Guardiola's wildest imaginings. Should more be sacrificed to ensure Huang completes the match unscathed? Contemplating this, Guardiola approached the sidelines. With a subtle motion, he opened his backpack and selected a few photographs to discreetly place into his alchemical box. He then retrieved a small mirror. Gripping the front end of the scissors, he shattered the mirror, depositing the shards into his alchemical box as well. In Western belief, a broken mirror is often associated with misfortune. Guardiola murmured, "O Themis, goddess of justice, may you punish these fallen souls, compelling them to endure suffering to atone for their sins, that they may bear the repercussions on behalf of Kaiwen. Your scales can weigh right from wrong. Thus such a person as Kaiwen should not suffer any ill fate." The match on the field has grown increasingly fierce. The Roma team has never been a pushover. Even without their star striker, the Giallorossi maintain a formidable aggression. From the outset, they have pressed with great intensity. With Fabio Simplicio and Brigi in the mix, De Rossi frequently makes forward runs. Wearing the captain's armband, De Rossi plays with fervor, inspiring Menez to join in the pressing efforts. Before De Rossi could advance, Rakitic already felt the pressure. The Roma vice-captain's presence in defense exudes a formidable intensity. Observing his teammates' positioning, Rakitic quickly pivoted and delivered a lateral pass. Upon receiving the ball, Antonini advanced, glancing up to see Huang Kaiwen directing play towards the left flank. Unmarked, Huang Kaiwen moved away from the left, allowing Antonini to find Torres with a well-placed pass. Berdisso, however, remained vigilant. Torres' pace was striking, and just as he prepared to pounce, he suddenly executed a deft left-footed touch, disrupting Roma's defensive line. Juan opted for a direct approach, yet Torres, in motion, deftly passed the ball back to Kaka. De Rossi, defending, swiftly executed a sliding tackle from the side. Kaka, evading the challenge with some difficulty, immediately sent a return pass. Rakitic, near the halfway line, received the ball, took a step forward, and, once it settled at his feet, delivered a precise through ball. Simplicio closely shadowed Huang Kaiwen, but this time, Huang merely turned his head without pivoting his body. While on the move, Huang used the heel of his right foot to block the ball, lifting his left heel to let the ball rest at his feet. Then, with a swift motion of his left foot, he nudged the ball forward. Simplicio was left utterly astonished. Was this magic? The ball, seemingly behind him, had suddenly appeared in front. He was momentarily baffled by Huang's execution. The movement was too rapid, too fluid. By the time Simplicio attempted to chase back, Huang was already charging towards the Roman defense. Mexes, pressed in the center, retreated continuously, while De Rossi, desperate, reached out, attempting to push Huang down. He believed this was the only way to halt Huang's advance. However, though his hand made contact with Huang's back, it grasped nothing but air. Curse it! De Rossi realized he had misjudged Huang's speed. Pass it to me, shouted Inzaghi, who had surged into the penalty area. Doni hurriedly adjusted his steps. Despite Huang's outrageous long-range shooting ability, he was also known for his passing. The entire Roman defensive line was focused on preventing Huang from delivering a pass, which at least spared them from confronting him directly. Press him, Ranieri shouted from the sidelines. Yet at that moment, Huang had already caressed the ball with the underside of his right foot. The sound was barely audible, but the ball sped away quickly, soaring over Mexes' head. Doni initially thought it was a pass, but in the next instant, he realized he was gravely mistaken. The ball was heading straight for the goal. Doni had no time to reposition himself, and could only leap into the air, trying desperately to extend his right arm to block it. However, the ball was too high, soaring over his head before plummeting rapidly. As Doni descended, he could only watch as the ball plunged into the net. Goal! 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 Kevin scores. Kevin netted a magnificent world-class goal, yet for him, it was merely a routine, signature strike. Beyond this unstoppable shot that left the goalkeeper helpless, I must commend Kevin's intelligent positioning on the field and his keen ability to seize opportunities. Upon realizing he was being closely marked, Kevin led Simplicio away from the left flank, creating space for Torres. After repositioning, Torres found the Roman defense well organized and opted for a backward pass. I noted that Kevin was then guiding Simplicio towards the left front of the arc. As Kaka executed a pass, Kevin, positioned centrally, retreated to a more defensive position on the left flank. With a swift acceleration, he adeptly evaded Simplicio. Upon receiving the ball, Kevin did not hastily attempt to dribble past his opponents. Instead, he steadily advanced, only opting for his signature lob shot, just as Inzaghi called for the ball, successfully diverting the attention of the Roma defenders. This goal was executed with precision and grace, akin to a flawless three-point shot. I am quite certain that during Kevin's initial run, a mental rehearsal of this attack was already unfolding in his mind. The evidence lies in the fact that every time Kevin exchanged positions with Simplicio, he never obstructed the Milan players' passing lanes, a truly astonishing revelation. I even ponder whether Kevin possesses a premonitory ability, as his command over the game is simply extraordinary. Were Kevin to engage in Go or chess, he would undoubtedly emerge as the world's finest player. Should he delve into the sciences, he would become one of history's greatest scientists. While some marvel at Kevin's ball control and physical prowess, I argue that these two attributes are merely the most unassuming facets of his many talents. Upon scoring, Kevin elegantly pivoted and sprinted towards the corner flag. Inzaghi, filled with excitement, turned and dashed away, eager to leap onto Kevin's back in celebration. However, as he ran, Inzaghi sensed something amiss. Ramos surged past him, followed closely by Torres, and then Kaka and Rakitic. Inzaghi found himself doubting, despite his age and diminished speed. He was right there in the penalty area, yet repeatedly surpassed by his teammates just a few steps away from Kevin. Observing the throng of teammates surrounding Kevin at the corner flag, Inzaghi stood with hands on hips, resigned. As he glanced back, he caught sight of the unexpected. Gigi had already dashed to the midfield. Inzaghi tugged at his hair, questioning his very existence. In the VIP box, the Pope clapped enthusiastically. While the smile on the young lady's face was uncontainable, Rosella Cinci sighed. She too inherited this team from her father. Previously, the relationship between her father and the fans had been somewhat strained, yet his love for the club was genuine. Back in 2004, he had sold numerous possessions to amass €1.5 billion to save Roma. His financial commitment to the club over the years had been substantial. Rosella and her brother were cultivated into devoted Roma supporters. The owners of these Serie A teams pour their hearts into their hometown clubs, often departing only when the business becomes untenable. Although Rosella Sensi had been preparing to sell Roma, her investment in the club had not waned. Observing the situation at AC Milan, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. While Roma's roster undoubtedly pales in comparison to that of AC Milan, surely with one more player like Kevin, they could contend for the league title, if not the Champions League. If Kevin were part of the squad, Roma would not face consistent financial deficits. The players from both teams returned to the center of the field. Adriano, however, found himself fixated on Huang Kaiwen. While the media often compared him to other strikers, the self-important Adriano preferred to measure himself against the finest players in the world. At this moment, he harbored a sense of regret for his past indulgences. The sudden demise of his father had profoundly impacted him, leading to a complete abandonment of self-restraint. Now, as he observed Huang Kaiwen, Torres, and Kaka, reflecting on his own circumstances, his heart brimmed with remorse. He possessed talent and opportunities, yet he failed to cherish them. Adriano vowed that if given another chance, he would dedicate himself wholeheartedly. Once the ball was back in play, Adriano seized it, assessing his teammates' positions before charging forward. His physique, now somewhat bloated, still bore a faint resemblance to his peak form, his body moving like a bulldozer. Kaka was brushed aside with ease. It seemed that Kaka had shed considerable weight recently, likely to alleviate the strain on his joints while running. However, this had evidently diminished his ability to withstand physical challenges. Adriano then encountered Gattuso, who proved far more formidable than Kaka. Attempting to maneuver past him, Adriano was thwarted. "Pass the ball," Min urged. Reluctantly, Adriano opted for a backward pass. In his prime, he would have boldly charged through Gattuso, but now he lacked the confidence. Some things are only valued after they have been lost. Adriano decided to drown his sorrows in alcohol that evening, reminiscing about his lost youth. Rakitic darted towards Min, closely followed by the vigilant Ramos. Min sought to deliver the ball to the right, but upon noticing Antonini's position, he hesitated. At that moment, De Rossi surged forward. Min quickly returned the ball to De Rossi, who advanced with it. The addition of a player in Roma's attack applied pressure on the Milan defense. Just as Gattuso prepared to pass the defensive duties to a teammate and press forward, De Rossi executed a precise lateral pass, successfully finding Riss. Riss controlled the ball deftly, lifting his gaze to survey the field, and almost simultaneously sent a cross with his left foot. "Danger!" Nesta shouted, realizing the predicament. The prolonged tussle in the center had left significant gaps in their defensive line. Riss's pass sailed directly into the penalty area, and even as Nesta attempted to retreat, it was too late. "Get out of the way," Buffon thundered, charging out of his goal. As he witnessed Borriello advancing, Buffon did not hesitate. Instead, he accelerated, delivering a powerful punch to the ball, sending it away from Borriello's head. Impressive. Buffon's reflexes were astonishingly swift. Interestingly, Borriello, who faced Buffon, had emerged from AC Milan's youth academy, but at that time, Milan's forward line was brimming with talent, leading to his subsequent loan spells. Indeed, it was only that summer that he made a permanent transfer to Roma. Borriello's footwork lacked finesse, prompting Antonini to swiftly press him. Borriello pivoted and passed back, then charged into the penalty area. Min immediately attempted a cross into the box, but this time, Godin decisively headed the ball away. The Roman front line is intriguing, composed of cast-offs from both Inter Milan and AC Milan. Indeed, Borriello's situation is slightly better than Aide's. Previously, AC Milan spent €10 million to acquire half of his rights from Genoa, indicating his undeniable talent, yet he failed to shine at AC Milan. "Jean, look at Huang Kaiwen." Rakitic turned and distributed the ball to the flank. Huang Kaiwen stunned the entire Olympic Stadium in Rome. Today was the first time he unleashed his full potential. Upon receiving the ball, he accelerated effortlessly, evading the closely following Simplicio. De Rossi desperately chased back through the center, but despair washed over him as Huang Kaiwen's speed exceeded anything he had previously encountered. 10 meters per second? Perhaps even faster. De Rossi could see no hope of catching up, the diagonal distance between him and Huang Kaiwen only widening. "Press him," Go straight for it, Ranieri urged from the sidelines. Genuinely alarmed. By using the advertising boards as a reference, Huang Kaiwen's speed was utterly astonishing. Ranieri suspected Huang Kaiwen might be running at a 100-meter pace. For the first time, he realized that someone could achieve such feats on the grass. Berdisso, steeling himself, pushed forward. However, charging was not entirely accurate. As he failed to increase his speed, Huang Kaiwen's ability to change direction at high speed was evident. If he sprinted at full throttle, Berdisso would likely be left in the dust. Yet, even with utmost caution, Berdisso watched as Huang Kaiwen fiercely struck the ball ahead, then squeezed past him and the sideline. The Roman fans fell into silence, questioning if any player could possibly thwart Huang Kaiwen. The Roman players could not even manage to slow him down. Huang Kaiwen alone drew two central defenders, Juan and Mexes, to the left flank, and it seemed they were on the brink of conceding another goal. Juan stood in the penalty area, observing Huang Kaiwen as he dribbled toward the byline, feeling powerless. After all, he could not match Huang Kaiwen's turning speed and had to deliberately lag behind to avoid being caught off guard by a sudden stop. But at that moment, Huang Kaiwen slipped on the grass at the edge of the pitch, his body flying out of control, nearly colliding with the advertising boards before he managed to ease his momentum and finally come to a halt. It must be that the turf was poorly laid. He chuckled, acknowledging that the best defense against Huang Kaiwen thus far had been the home pitch. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen's speed was exceptional. It felt as though he had reached his maximum velocity today. Were he on a track, one could only wonder if he could outpace Bolt in his current form. The entire Roman team breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Huang Kaiwen was unable to cut into the penalty area. Otherwise, a simple back pass would have easily set up Torres for a shot on goal. Torres stood just outside the penalty area, his eyes wide with anticipation. Damn, he had always known that Huang Kaiwen was faster than him, but today he realized just how much faster. Just moments ago, he had positioned himself closer, eagerly waiting to assist Huang Kaiwen. To his surprise, in the blink of an eye, Huang Kaiwen had surged ahead with the ball, leaving Torres anxiously sprinting forward. Yet unable to keep pace, he could only console himself that, aside from Huang Kaiwen, there weren't many players who could outstrip him by such a margin. Kaiwen. Guardiola shouted anxiously from the sidelines. The coach is calling you, Kaka pointed out. Yes, I know, Huang Kaiwen replied, nodding as he jogged towards the edge of the field. Guardiola quickly handed him a water bottle. After rinsing his mouth, Huang Kaiwen spat the water out onto the sideline. It was then that Guardiola spoke. Kaiwen, I acknowledge your speed, but I hope you can temper it a bit. As Jean and I mentioned, excessive speed can place a significant strain on your body. Had you sustained an injury just now, it would have been unfortunate. Understood, coach. Huang Kaiwen nodded. With his immunity card, he was fearless of injuries. But such matters were not easily explained to Guardiola. With Huang Kaiwen's promise, Guardiola finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ranieri rolled his eyes from the sidelines. Finding Guardiola's voice rather loud, he had witnessed the unfolding events. A head coach advising his player to temper their speed on the ball felt somewhat ostentatious. Although he did not regret declining AC Milan to continue coaching his beloved Roma, he felt a twinge of regret at never having had the opportunity to work with Huang Kaiwen. He understood that coaching Huang Kaiwen might only come once in a lifetime, representing the best chance to secure the Champions League title. With such speed, what player could possibly withstand it? Ranieri lacked the inclination to remind his Roma players. Even if he did, they would be unable to defend against it. It was akin to playing against light. No matter how fast a person could run, could they ever surpass the speed of light? The entire Roma team was considerably intimidated by Huang Kaiwen, yet upon the kickoff, they maintained their attacking posture. This was the Red Wolves. They often played high-scoring matches, both winning and losing by large margins. As one of the legendary four little swans of '87, Menezes' talent was indisputable. He remains the youngest hat-trick record holder in League One to this day. Menezes was not slow, possessing commendable technique and agility, with the added advantage of decent physicality and being ambidextrous. The only setback was that injuries had hindered his development. After Menezes proactively drifted to the wing, Gattuso immediately closed in on him. Bruges responded promptly, and Menezes quickly executed a back pass before dashing forward. After receiving the ball, Bruges intended to continue the play with Menezes, attempting a 1-2, but Ramos's rapid marking thwarted his target. Brigi advanced with the ball into the attacking zone, closely pursued by Gattuso. As a player more adept at defense, Brigi soon realized the tenacity of Gattuso. His agility was remarkable. Gattuso maintained a low center of gravity. Despite appearing somewhat clumsy at times, it was merely a tactic on his part. He engaged in upper body challenges while deftly tracking the ball carrier with his feet, which often made him seem on the verge of falling. Brigi attempted twice to pass the ball, but was unsuccessful. He had no choice but to turn and face his own half, ultimately opting to pass back to a teammate. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted De Rossi. Brigi decided to make the pass. At that moment, Huang Kaiwen suddenly darted forward, stealing the ball right in front of De Rossi. Magnificent. As Huang Kaiwen retreated, he recognized that the attack on his right side was crucial, so he deftly hovered around the midfield area, waiting for an opportunity, which indeed arose. He received the ball and slanted it forward, charging past De Rossi. De Rossi instinctively reached for Huang Kaiwen's left arm, but Huang swiftly evaded him. Riss opted to sprint back, eager to return to the penalty area. Mexes rushed towards Huang, hoping to collaborate with Juan to intercept De Rossi. Huang Kaiwen maneuvered through the midfield, with Mexes, Juan, and De Rossi positioned to his right, while Berdisso stood to his left. The Roman defense was pressing up aggressively, with several defenders operating near the midfield line. Before Berdisso could react, Huang Kaiwen surged past him with remarkable speed. A few quick accelerations allowed him to effortlessly breach the entire Roman defense. Realizing the situation, Mexes circumvented Juan and lunged towards Huang Kaiwen. However, the speed differential rendered him unable to commit a foul. He could only trail behind Huang in pursuit. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not close the gap between them as Huang Kaiwen drew closer to the penalty area. In his desperation, Mexes considered making a tackle. Yet he knew that if he relinquished his relentless chase for just a moment, Huang would leave him far behind. Under such circumstances, Mexes gritted his teeth and continued to pursue. Fortunately, he noticed Doni advancing. This was a piece of good news. However, when Doni reached the edge of the small box, he ceased his forward movement. Mexes wondered what Doni was doing. Did he not realize how outrageous Huang's shooting was within the box? Indeed, as Huang Kaiwen's right foot landed on the penalty area line, his left foot was already poised to strike. Doni quickly dove and extended his hands. But in the next instant, he realized he had misjudged the situation. Bang! A half-high shot. Huang Kaiwen had no intention of shooting low. The ball flew past Doni and struck the back of the net with tremendous force. Chelsea's performance felt so lackluster that I might as well take up coaching. The chapter concludes here. The impact of a defensive line pursuing an individual is far more compelling than any other approach. It is both intuitive and forceful, instantly conveying the dynamics of the game. The sole source of discontent among the Roma supporters is the fact that their beloved team is being toyed with. The sight of half the squad standing idly, with De Rossi's hands firmly on his hips and his chest heaving, while Juan appears despondent, and Mexes spreads his arms in a gesture of helplessness, is disheartening. Even the resilient giallorossi cannot escape a sense of discouragement in such moments. With unparalleled speed and a lethal strike rate, it is unrealistic to expect flawless play. Even the most celebrated teams in football history cannot avoid mistakes for a full 90 minutes. Yet, once an error occurs, Huang Kaiwen's counterattacking goal swiftly follows. Totti, seated on the bench, empathizes deeply with his teammates, acutely aware of their movements despite the limited view from the sidelines. Berdisso and Simplicio have made the right choices. Yet making the correct decision does not guarantee that one can thwart an opponent. Good awareness is futile if execution fails. Otherwise, why do so many esports coaches speak so eloquently without stepping onto the field themselves? Totti considers rising to offer encouragement, but ultimately refrains. Hey, De Rossi exclaims, clapping his hands. I know it's hard to accept, but this is football. We've conceded, but we absolutely cannot allow them to keep us scoreless. We can't let Buffon be pleased. Indeed, we must at least show Buffon our prowess. Juan nods in agreement. They all choose to disregard Huang Kaiwen, pretending he does not exist, which lightens the mood considerably. Yes, let us score at least 2 goals to show them we are not to be trifled with. Riss enthusiastically shouts. All right, let us go? De Rossi urges, a smile finally breaking across his face. During his analysis of Huang Kaiwen's post-match conference, De Rossi astutely realizes that Huang often employs one tactic to obscure another, effectively steering journalists away from their initial focus. Huang's ability to extricate his foul-prone teammates from public scrutiny astonishes De Rossi. To his surprise, this method proves remarkably effective on its first application. Look at him. He has become a competent captain, De Rossi muses, convinced that continued study of Huang Kaiwen will yield insights into a more successful player, one who could potentially eclipse Totti as a greater captain. In the years to come, De Rossi envisions himself as the greatest captain in Roma's storied history, without question. As Roma prepares to attack again, the team's spirited nature makes their matches a spectacle of excitement. Indeed, Roma is a uniquely distinctive team. This exemplifies the significance of team culture, as many teams, much like individuals, possess their own distinct character. Indeed, while we may not fully comprehend, the culture and history of a team hold immense significance. These elements give each team its unique characteristics, preventing a monotonous existence. The two goals did not undermine Roma. Rather, they intensified their offensive vigor. Menez was exceptionally lively today. Observing his performance, one could see he is undoubtedly of elite caliber. The talent of the French Little Swans from '87 is indisputable. However, their character and injuries have been pivotal factors. Trailing in the match alleviated Menez's tension, emboldening him to take risks. In the attacking third, Menez executed consecutive step-overs. Facing the pressing Gattuso, he deftly flicked the ball with his right foot. As Gattuso pursued, he swiftly returned the ball to his right foot with his left. Remarkable. Menez's display was commendable. De Rossi also made an entrance, delivering a through ball to Borriello in a one-on-one against Godin. Nesta had no intention of providing assistance, and Borriello was inevitably forced to the flanks. Nesta, familiar with his former teammate, knew Borriello lacked the ability to bypass Godin. Borriello crossed into the box for Ramos. Adriano, in a face-off, could not best Ramos, indicating that he has yet to regain his former prowess. Ramos dominated, heading the ball high. Huang Kaiwen positioned himself near the arc, gauging the trajectory, and swung his right foot. The ball soared swiftly towards Roma's half. At that moment, both sets of fans were astonished to witness Huang Kaiwen spring into action. Initially, the players presumed Huang Kaiwen was merely clearing the ball, yet he intended to chase after it. Anyone who has played knows this to be quite ludicrous, as one cannot outrun the ball. Even Huang Kaiwen could not achieve a speed of 160 km per hour. Torres and Kaká showed no intention of advancing. De Rossi, too, opted not to pursue, conserving his energy. However, Roma's captain on the field soon recognized the predicament and shouted, "Watch your back." Mex, who had been leisurely returning while fixated on the ball, turned around and was struck with fear. Huang Kaiwen, who had just cleared the ball at the top of the Milan penalty area, had remarkably closed the distance to less than 10 meters. Seeing the ball descend, Mex rushed in to deliver a kick, returning it to Doni in the penalty area. As Huang Kaiwen slowed down, relinquishing his pursuit, the Stadio Olimpico erupted in applause. This was a celebration of Huang Kaiwen's splendid display. Although it did not threaten the goal, nearly catching up to his own clearance was a rare sight on the pitch. This moment granted the world a newfound appreciation for Huang Kaiwen's speed. Tokyo TV headlined the event as the fastest legend. The publishing house is already preparing to release a new photo collection featuring Huang Kaiwen. Who knows how long he can continue playing? It's wise to capitalize on the interest of those housewives sooner rather than later. If not for fears of Vatican disapproval, they might have even contemplated producing a theme centered on priests and nuns. Be cautious, and do not let your guard down. Never let your guard down, Ranieri exclaimed, clutching his heart. He was utterly terrified. Even with a mental preparation, witnessing Huang Kaiwen wreak havoc in Roma's half still made his heart race uncontrollably. Fortunately, they only met a maximum of 6 times a year, usually just twice. If there were more encounters with Milan, Ranieri felt his years would be numbered. To be honest, he hadn't expected Huang Kaiwen to surge forward this time. Alas, Ranieri sighed. It can only be said that he truly deserves the title of the best player at present. Doni initiated the play from the back, and Riss immediately surged forward with the ball. Their sole intention today was to breach the goal guarded by Buffon. Riss's speed was not what it once was, yet he dribbled the ball with remarkable agility. Roma's formation was pressing forward. Simplicio continued to shadow Huang Kaiwen. He had identified a crucial issue. Whenever Huang Kaiwen received the ball, he would be left behind, no longer needing to face him directly. This realization made Simplicio feel that trailing Huang Kaiwen was not as intolerable as he had imagined. The ball found its way to Menez once more, and Huang Kaiwen dashed towards him instantly. Rakitic saw this and made a forward run, blocking Simplicio's path, allowing Huang Kaiwen to momentarily shake off his persistent shadow. Menez intended to feint slightly before threading a pass, But Huang Kaiwen's speed surpassed his expectations, arriving at his side in the blink of an eye. In a fluster, Menez simply extended his foot to pass. Huang Kaiwen deftly intercepted the ball with his right foot. Before Menez could reclaim the ball, Huang Kaiwen had already sent it down the right flank. Nesta received the ball and glanced at Huang Kaiwen, who discreetly indicated forward. Nesta took 2 steps ahead and delivered a precise pass to Ramos. Ramos, upon receiving the ball, forcefully challenged Riss. In their brief physical encounter, Riss felt Ramos's tenacity. As he turned, his balance faltered, and he stumbled. Experienced, Riss decided to take the initiative. With his unstable center of gravity, he fell and executed a sliding tackle. However, this sudden maneuver was anticipated by Ramos. He nudged the ball forward, evading Riss with ease. Torres, witnessing this, dashed forward. It was a 2-on-2 situation in the attacking front. Torres was positioned furthest back in the center. Mexes and Juan, the 2 defenders, trailed behind Ramos. Positioned on the flank, Ramos needed to cut inside, thereby somewhat mitigating the positional disadvantage. Yet, the disparity in attack and defense was insurmountable. As Ramos dribbled, his left foot flicked the ball, altering his trajectory from linear to diagonal, clearly moving closer to the penalty area. Upon breaking through the flank, he noticed Huang Kaiwen had not advanced, and with some regret, he delivered a pass with his left foot. Mexes, anticipating Ramos's favored foot, was caught off guard, his response too slow. Juan, who was making a central run, fell yet still failed to intercept the ball. Torres, charging down the left flank, instinctively pushed the ball forward with his left foot. Doni, diving to the side, could not prevent the rapidly approaching ball. It was another goal. 30. AC Milan's whirlwind offensive is truly overwhelming for most teams. Indeed, while Guardiola favors an attacking formation, Huang Kaiwen's frequent defensive contributions today were remarkable, showcasing his prowess on both ends of the pitch. His latest goal originated from a successful interception, demonstrating his relentless energy and speed, making it feel as if AC Milan had an additional player on the field. Jean, do you think Ramos's left foot resembles Huang Kaiwen's? It is quite possible. Ramos's left-footed execution during this attack was exceptional. If he truly hones his left foot, he could become one of the most challenging fullbacks to defend against in the world. Laughingly, one could note that modern fullbacks possess formidable offensive capabilities, making them difficult to counter. For instance, players like Maicon from Inter Milan, Alves from Barcelona, and Ramos from AC Milan exhibit outstanding attacking prowess. Indeed, despite Ramos's frequent transfers, his performance has only improved. He previously mentioned that gaming has enhanced his on-field skills, though one wonders how true that is. I recall my father catching me at an internet cafe last time. I made a similar excuse. What happened next? I ended up getting a beating as he scoffed at my claims of improved performance, given that I don't actually play football. League of Legends is quite enjoyable. I found the international servers to be significantly easier than Dota. Dota, on the other hand, is quite cumbersome. I struggled to find my hero during a match with classmates and ended up controlling just the hero's mount. Haha, my friend. You seem to be the type who controls the chickens in a match. Encountering such novices is truly exasperating. On my first day, after a few games, I thought I had grasped the mechanics. I asked a teammate where to purchase the Eagle Bow, and they pointed it out. I foolishly chased after the opposing Roshan, thinking I could buy something, only to be defeated. That was hilarious. However, Dota is indeed not easy to master. A classmate of mine excels at 3C games, yet struggles with Dota. It took me about a week of learning before I understood the basics. But once I got the hang of it, it became quite enjoyable. Huang Kaiwen's game is set for public testing. Will you participate? I wouldn't play even for money. I doubt Huang Kaiwen can procure any good games. While he excels at football, that doesn't guarantee a refined taste in gaming. Torres was preparing to celebrate a goal with Ramos when he noticed that Ramos had already dashed back to defense. Torres chuckled and hurried back. Reflecting on his time at Atletico Madrid, Huang Kaiwen had once asked him about a potential transfer, and Torres had envisioned this day would come. Now that they play on the same team, Torres feels a tremendous sense of relief. Although his former club is quite strong, as a youth captain, he bore immense pressure. Now, he can finally enjoy football without that burden. Kevin, Inzaghi lamented. Cough. What is the matter, Filippo? Huang Kaiwen asked, suppressing a laugh. Don't you think I should score a goal? Inzaghi replied. Then go ahead and score. I'm not stopping you. Huang Kaiwen retorted. You scoundrel, pretending to be oblivious. Inzaghi lunged towards Huang Kaiwen, exclaiming, I saw you on the boat, worried sick. yet you couldn't spare a single pass for me. All right. I'll pass to you when the opportunity arises. Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile, taken aback by Inzaghi's intense reaction. It can be said that the revered Huang in the hearts of his friends still holds some stature. Upon the resumption of play, Roma became utterly frenetic. Their offensive thrust was unprecedented in vigor, with their formation pressing forward aggressively, and their passing speed remarkably swift. They frequently played one-touch balls without losing possession. Guardiola, standing on the sidelines, shook his head. Such adrenaline-fueled attacks, if ineffective, could provoke an even worse response. Ferguson's Manchester United excelled in counterattacking during adversity. Yet Guardiola was acutely aware of United's core strengths. The synergy of their wing and midfield was exceptional, a system meticulously crafted by Ferguson over a decade. More critically, when United's offensive pressure failed, Ferdinand and Vidic were capable of covering for their teammates. However, Roma's defenders lacked such prowess. Once in the attacking third, as Guardiola had surmised, they found themselves utterly unable to penetrate the dense defense. The striking duo of Ade and Borriello fell significantly short in capability. Menez could only receive passes from his teammates in a bid to breach Milan's backline. Rakitic seized the moment and directed the ball to the left flank. Antonini received it and promptly passed forward, as Huang Kaiwen once again showcased his explosive speed. In the initial phase, Huang Kaiwen effortlessly evaded the nearby Simplicio, while Berdisso lingered near the center circle, awaiting his chance. With a sudden flick, Huang Kaiwen propelled the ball forward by several meters. As Berdisso turned, Huang Kaiwen had already slipped past him. Kaiwen! Over 50,000 spectators erupted, yet a significant portion fell silent. The Roma fans felt as if they were witnessing not a football match, but an athletics championship. Huang Kaiwen nudged the ball from midfield into the penalty area, then sprinted ahead, with Roma players becoming mere props in the backdrop. Berdisso couldn't afford to waste a moment on Huang Kaiwen. The trailing one quickly closed in on Huang Kaiwen, yet neither managed to gain possession of the ball. Nevertheless, Juan, racing furiously towards the left flank, knew that the first to touch the ball would undoubtedly be Huang Kaiwen. He pushed himself to the limit, his footing precarious, teetering on the brink of falling. Yet Huang Kaiwen remained composed and agile. Damn it! At that moment, one realized that opponents of Huang Kaiwen's caliber were not found on the football pitch. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen was the first to make contact with the ball, prompting Juan to decelerate slightly in preparation for the ensuing defense. After taking 2 strides, Huang Kaiwen delivered a low cross with his left foot. Prepared, Juan threw himself to the ground to block, but he was still a moment too late. The ball rolled from beneath him towards the goal, and Inzaghi, following closely, deftly tapped it with his foot, sending the ball effortlessly into the net. Goal! Filippo scores. Kevin once again provided an assist for Inzaghi. Positioned in the opponent's half, Inzaghi began his run the moment he saw Kevin with the ball, and indeed, he was rewarded with a goal. The sequence leading to this goal was remarkably straightforward. After receiving the ball in the backfield, Kevin sprinted a staggering 85 meters before executing a curving ground pass to Inzaghi, who essentially collided with the ball, propelling it into the goal. This exemplifies why no one can thwart Milan. As long as Kevin is in possession, the scorer could be Inzaghi, Borriello, or even Jose Mari. Whether one is a flop or a golden boot contender entirely depends on the caliber of one's teammates. Jose Mari stands as yet another disappointment in Milan's history. The club invested $15 million to bring him to San Siro in 1999, yet this forward managed only 5 goals in 45 appearances. Atletico Madrid was not solely a producer of top strikers. During his time there, he recorded his best career statistics with 20 goals in 82 matches. An exuberant Inzaghi spun around and leapt onto Huang Kaiwen's back, charging towards the away fans' stands, pumping his fist in excitement. "We are undoubtedly the 2 most handsome men on the Apennine Peninsula," Inzaghi exclaimed, pointing at the stands. "Look, the ladies are going wild for us. Aren't we the 3 musketeers?" Huang Kaiwen humorously inquired. "Married men are not eligible to join us as musketeers. Perhaps we could consider having Sergio substitute for Ricardo," Inzaghi teased. "How about the 3 of us go out tonight?" he suggested. Imagine the attire of the Roman Empire, with beautiful women draped in sheer fabrics, and the consul freely choosing his favorites. "I happen to know of a party happening in Rome tonight." "Not going," Huang Kaiwen firmly replied. "This is the last match before the winter break, and I have numerous commitments ahead." He had no intention of joining Inzaghi for a party. "Hey, you're missing out on one of life's most exhilarating experiences. Inzaghi urged anxiously. Leave me alone, Kaka interjected, pushing Inzaghi aside with a hint of disdain. Inzaghi mockingly pulled down his lower eyelid and made a face at Kaka, saying, married men are no longer part of our crew. Coconut. Kaka retorted in Italian, the term denoting a foolish person, marking the extent of his insult. Don't pay attention to that guy. Christmas is approaching, and he must be feeling a bit lonely. Huang Kaiwen remarked with a smile. I feel the same, Kaka nodded in agreement. It was indeed somewhat pitiable that Inzaghi, at his age, remained single. Kaka mused that if he were to have twins, he could allow his brother to call Filippo. Guardiola turned to call Cruz. Coach. Cruz removed his jacket and approached the sidelines. Have you discerned anything? Guardiola inquired. What? Cruz, somewhat perplexed, inquired. Guardiola sighed, placing his arm around Cruz's shoulders, and said, I often choose to bench you to allow you to observe the issues on both sides. Do you understand? By discerning the weaknesses of the opponent, one can easily capitalize on them. Solskjaer developed this habit during his injury. He always made an impression whenever he stepped onto the field. I believe you possess greater intelligence than he did, thus I hope to see a more remarkable performance from you. My apologies, coach. I shall certainly observe more closely next time, Cruz replied, touched by Guardiola's high expectations of him. Go now, prepare to warm up. I envision you becoming the new core of Milan, so ponder how to play, how to assist your teammates, and how to exploit the gaps in the opposition's defense. Guardiola encouraged as he patted Cruz on the shoulder. With excitement, Cruz sprinted to the sidelines to begin his warm-up, radiating an invigorating spirit. Clement shook his head slightly, reflecting on how Pep had led such a promising young talent astray. He finally recognized the greatest disparity between himself and Guardiola. He lacked Guardiola's audacity to speak boldly. Even when fabricating tales. On the field, Milan intercepted the ball once more. Kaka, in possession, spotted Huang Kaiwen on the right flank and, without a moment's hesitation, delivered a precise through ball. Huang accelerated, easily outpacing Brigitte, while the entire Roman defense retreated. Don't fall back, prepare to press, De Rossi shouted in pursuit, only to clutch his abdomen immediately after, having overexerted himself while calling out. Riss, Mexes, and one all focused on Huang near the top corner of the right penalty area. Yet none seemed inclined to advance for the challenge. Huang had slowed down, maneuvering the ball laterally with deliberate ease. This scene filled Ranieri with exasperation. Yet he found himself powerless, simply hoping his players would thwart the impending attack. In that moment, Huang unexpectedly swung his left foot, unleashing a shot without warning. The ball soared with tremendous force, whistling past Mexes and Juan, who felt their eardrums throb from the velocity. As the two defenders instinctively turned, they caught sight of Donny leaping in a futile attempt to save, but the ball's speed rendered his effort tragically inadequate before he could reach his apex. The ball had already thundered into the net. 50. Another goal. The first half had not yet concluded, and the score had escalated to this. Indeed, Huang's exuberance was palpable today. He was omnipresent in both attack and defense, displaying remarkable agility in his positioning. While Kaka's performance may not have shone as brightly, his movements consistently complemented Huang, who had received this assist from Kaka. The synergy between Huang and Kaka was truly remarkable. Guardiola made a substitution, calling Huang off the field. The entire crowd rose in applause for him, with even the Roman players joining in the ovation. This marked the second occasion Huang had earned the appreciation of opposing players. The first was during the Champions League final against Manchester United, when he deliberately sent a wrongly awarded penalty kick soaring over the bar. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen's sportsmanship is beyond reproach. This marks the 7th year of his professional career, and to my recollection, he has never resorted to theatrics on the field, a rarity among swift players. At times, players themselves may struggle to discern whether they have been fouled. A chance encounter with the ball can easily be mistaken for contact with an opponent's foot. Without reviewing the footage, they may remain oblivious to the actual circumstances. This further underscores the acuteness of Huang Kaiwen's perception, despite his rapid pace. He possesses a remarkable ability to ascertain whether a foul has occurred or if he has merely made contact with the ball first. Guardiola presented Huang Kaiwen with a towel and a water bottle, encouraging him to take a moment to rest. The team's performance today has been exceptional, and he feels a twinge of concern. It is imperative to intensify efforts during halftime and assist Jose with certain commitments. It is commendable that Jose takes it upon himself to safeguard Kaiwen's well-being, thereby benefiting the entire Milan squad. a rather advantageous arrangement. Roma was left reeling from a 5-goal deficit, and the second half yielded little improvement. Ultimately, Milan secured a resounding 6-0 victory on the road. Let us proceed to acknowledge the supporters. Huang Kaiwen stood and made his way onto the pitch, gesturing for his teammates to gather. The Milan players formed a line, each placing a hand on the shoulder of the teammate beside them. As the countdown reached 3, 2, 1, the entire team charged towards the away supporters section, sliding to their knees in celebration. Milan! Milan! The visiting fans erupted into thunderous cheers, transforming the Stadio Olimpico into a sea of joy. Remaining unbeaten at the halfway point with a flawless 6-goal finish, they clinched the title of first-half champions before Christmas. Such performance instills hope in the fans for what lies ahead. In the post-match press conference, Guardiola, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, "This has been a successful first half of the season. Milan is a highly adaptable team, and we have weathered a challenging period, which is vital for us. The players will relish their time off, as will I, and upon the resumption of play after the winter break, we shall continue to strive for our objectives." The following day, upon rising, Guardiola promptly retrieved a newspaper from the doorstep. The Gazzetta dello Sport reported on Inzaghi's situation. Upon seeing the cover photo, Guardiola could not help but shake his head in disbelief. He struggled to comprehend why a team with such a formidable roster would extend a lengthy contract to Inzaghi. The Corriere dello Sport noted that tensions erupted in the dressing room post-match. Totti expressed dissatisfaction with the tactics employed during the game, attributing the significant loss to Ranieri. The deteriorating relationship between the two has raised considerable concern. Totti's temperament is indeed rather challenging. In comparison, Huang Kaiwen's disposition is far more agreeable. Guardiola felt a sense of relief at having accepted this position. The Milan dressing room is considerably less complicated than that of Barcelona, allowing him to focus on strategies for improvement. As Guardiola perused various societal news stories, he noted a decline in public safety in Italy. When he reached the corner of the page, he discovered the information he sought. Mourinho had been inadvertently injured by an opposing player while directing from the sidelines yesterday. With confidence, Guardiola read the entire article, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Since Jose has paid the price and completed the equivalent exchange, Kevin should be unharmed, right? "Is there any good news, my dear?" Sarah inquired as she presented breakfast. She could instantly discern that Guardiola was in high spirits. "Nothing much. We won yesterday," Guardiola replied. Surely he wouldn't admit that his good mood stemmed from seeing Mourinho injured. "I think your happiness might soon dwindle," Sarah remarked. "What do you mean?" Guardiola asked, taking a sip of his coffee, puzzled. "While I was cooking, I noticed Ramos lingering outside for a while. Perhaps he is unsure if you are awake." Sarah chuckled. "I didn't expect him to be so polite, quite unlike his demeanor on the field. One must not judge by appearances." Guardiola responded as he stood up to fetch his phone. Ramos must have something important to discuss, and given the chilly Milan weather, it was best to let him in promptly. In about 3 minutes, Ramos appeared at the door, carrying a gift. Guardiola teased, "You brought a delicacy from Catalonia. Are you hoping to play as a winger by delivering gifts?" "I merely came to see you," Ramos replied, slightly embarrassed. "Please, take a seat," Sarah kindly offered. "The children are still asleep. I will check on them. You two catch up. Aren't you returning to Spain for the holidays?" Guardiola inquired, though curious about Ramos's visit. He patiently engaged in small talk. "I don't go back. I spend Christmas with Kevin every year," Ramos replied, beaming. "That sounds delightful. You and Kevin share a strong bond, I presume?" Guardiola asked. "Absolutely. I am Kevin's best friend," Ramos declared proudly. "I believe that. Is your visit today related to Kevin?" Guardiola probed. "That seems to be the case," Ramos nodded. "Did Kevin ask you to come because there is something he cannot say to me directly?" Guardiola questioned. Just then, Marius burst into the room, excitedly exclaiming, "Wow, Sergio! I am so happy to see you. Hello, do you play as a fullback too?" Ramos smiled and replied, "I play as a winger, but I sometimes defend. I think we are quite alike." Marius exclaimed, "I often watch your matches to learn, though my primary focus is on Kevin. You have a discerning eye." Ramos complimented. "Go away, stop bothering him. He is talking to my dad," Maria interjected, pulling Marius by the ear. This girl had even put on makeup at home. "I am also part of the conversation," Marius protested. "Hurry up and disappear," Maria said, somewhat irritated. Upon seeing his sister's expression, Marius scurried back to his room. Once the brother had left, Maria quickly turned to Ramos, saying, "I am not usually like this, but he is quite disobedient. I understand. I have a sister too," Ramos replied gently, reflecting on his own good relationship with his sister. Could you help me deliver this to Kevin? Maria hurried back into the house, presenting a gift box to Ramos. Ramos turned to Guardiola, who shrugged and remarked, "She is still quite young, merely expressing admiration for her idol, and I prefer not to intervene too much." Only then did Ramos accept the box and place it on the coffee table. To his surprise, Guardiola was rather open-minded about his children. Maria shyly said, "Dad, you lost a bet to me earlier. You promised to listen to me." All right, I admit my mistake." Guardiola raised his hands in surrender. "Do you enjoy gambling, coach?" Ramos inquired. "Not at all. I prefer matters I can control," Guardiola replied, as he was not fond of leaving everything to chance. "Indeed, I feel the same way." Ramos nodded in agreement. "So, can you share what brings you here today?" Guardiola asked. "Well," Ramos began, "I heard that Kevin promised to give a signed jersey to a fan on a forum. Coincidentally, there are a few fans who support Barcelona, but as you know, Kevin has a strained relationship with the Barcelona players and might not want to trouble Messi. Therefore, he has been unable to fulfill his promise, which is quite serious for him. You understand, coach, Kevin is a man of his word. So, you wish for me to assist in contacting the Barcelona players for the jersey signatures?" Guardiola inquired, finally feeling relieved. Ramos had come for this matter. Now, he could accept the gifts with peace of mind. "No, I believe your signature would suffice as well, considering you were the former captain of Barcelona," Ramos suggested. "That works too. I shall accompany you to retrieve it." "You drove here, didn't you?" Guardiola smiled. "Yes," Ramos nodded. "Then I'll go get it. You can drive home directly," Guardiola stated. "No, coach, I'll help you carry it." Ramos quickly shook his head. "It's fine. You can head home," Guardiola urged. "All right then," Ramos conceded with a nod. The two donned their coats and stood up, with Guardiola following behind Ramos. Ramos pressed the key fob, swiftly opening the trunk. He retrieved a box of jerseys, causing Guardiola's smile to falter. It seemed his wrists would endure some strain. However, Ramos pulled out another box. This was not the end. Watching the busy Ramos, Guardiola felt numb. Behind the trunk lay the back seat. By the time Ramos finished, 6 large boxes were arranged on the ground. Ramos opened the driver's door and turned back to wave, saying, "Coach, since you don't need my assistance, I shall take my leave." Before Guardiola could finish his sentence, Ramos's Mercedes roared to life and sped away, leaving a cloud of exhaust in its wake. Guardiola stood there, dumbfounded, murmuring, "Why? Why must this happen? Jose has already paid the price. Why must I endure such trials?" Today, Milan had made significant rotations against Cagliari, who had yet to win a match this season. Everything should be fine today. This chapter concludes. Guardiola's new objective. Serie A is the first league to go on holiday, while the Premier League, naturally, remains active without a break. At this juncture, audiences worldwide gravitate towards Premier League matches, for other high-caliber leagues have taken their recess, resulting in a significant surge in viewership for the Premier League. Consequently, the FA does not prioritize the players' welfare by instituting a winter break during the coldest months. Rather, it schedules key matches to captivate fans globally. The clash between Chelsea and Manchester United was originally set before Christmas, but it was rescheduled due to Chelsea's participation in the Club World Cup. Nevertheless, Chelsea could not evade the holiday fixtures, as they are slated to engage in a London derby against Arsenal post-Christmas. Terry specifically called Huang Kaiwen to vent his frustrations regarding this matter. This year's Club World Cup is not held in the opulent Middle East, where players are treated like royalty. Instead, the hosting rights have been handed to Japan. The entire Chelsea squad endured the rigors of travel to Asia, where they also participated in a Japanese variety show. Cech was particularly exhausted, as he was paired with Ashley Cole, standing on either side of a tube filled with jelly. Were they Japanese, the jelly would have been replaced by cockroaches. Even so, Cech found the experience quite unpleasant, especially with Ashley Cole's excessive drooling making the jelly resemble some form of oral secretion. Following the match against Santos in the Club World Cup final, Cech was not even a starter. Another noteworthy incident occurred post-match when a Brazilian youth from Santos inquired about Huang's situation. Huang Kaiwen took a moment to check a photo of Neymar online. It must be said, this individual has consistently embodied the essence of nonconformity throughout his life, leaving Huang somewhat troubled. In a few years, when he transitions into coaching, he is uncertain about whom to field as a starter. Perhaps he could secure Messi for the right flank while rotating players on the left. He is unsure whether he could partake in the financial extravagance of Real Madrid and Barcelona. On December 21st, Huang Kaiwen descended the stairs and encountered Galliani. Adriano, what brings you here? Huang inquired with curiosity, recalling that Galliani had attended a Milan commercial event the previous day. I plan to leave Milan for the holidays, so I have prepared gifts for you, Miss Berlusconi and Miss Collins in advance, Galliani replied with a smile. Perfect timing. Let us have breakfast together. You must not have eaten yet at this hour, Huang suggested as he took a seat. I have already eaten, but I would love a cup of coffee. Galliani responded cheerfully. Alberto nodded and departed to prepare. As the butler, he memorized the preferences of every guest, eliminating the need to inquire about their tastes. Galliani retrieved documents from his briefcase, stating, "We have been monitoring the transfer activities of other teams, including that young Manchester United player you asked me to keep an eye on. How is Paul Pogba faring?" Huang suddenly remembered that Pogba shares the same first name. If he could bring Pogba to Milan, he could easily address him as Paul, just as he would with Maldini. Juventus has presented more favorable terms. Should we consider sweetening the deal? Galliani inquired cautiously. The opposing agent is Raiola, and any increase in the offer is likely to be significant. Granting such benefits to a young player could potentially trigger considerable repercussions. When one player's salary exceeds the norm, it inevitably stirs reactions throughout the team. The collapse of wages at Manchester United post-Ferguson era primarily stemmed from two contracts, one with Sanchez and the other with De Gea. No matter how exceptional a goalkeeper may be, it is inconceivable for him to earn 350,000, while his peers at rival clubs receive 150,000. Such a contract was unimaginable before its announcement. We may enhance our offer, but we must proceed with caution to avoid inadvertently signing the player, Huang Kaiwen remarked. I understand. Galliani replied with a smile, well aware of the intricacies involved. Furthermore, there is Andy Carroll, who is preparing to join Liverpool, along with Suarez. Liverpool has numerous targets for the winter. Should we pursue them? Galliani questioned. Huang Kaiwen responded, given Milan's current attacking lineup, attempting to court forwards would likely be met with skepticism. Even if they were convinced, players may hesitate to join, as a guaranteed starting position cannot be promised. Moreover, should we successfully acquire Carroll, Liverpool fans might express their gratitude to Milan during every festive occasion. 35 million is indeed Liverpool's transfer record. Huang Kaiwen quickly added, we could explore Suarez, but let's pass on Carroll. We certainly do not want to see Carroll in the Apennines. Ironically, despite knowing better, Carroll's attributes would suit Milan quite well. Although Ibrahimovic possesses height and acts as a pivot during matches, he is fundamentally a second striker, not a traditional frontman. A target man is precisely what Milan currently lacks. Introducing one occasionally could yield surprising results. Huang Kaiwen pondered, suggesting, you should discuss with the coach about bringing in a tall striker as a backup. Such players shouldn't command exorbitant fees. I will confer with Pep. Galliani promptly noted in his notebook. Despite having previously discussed the winter transfer window with Guardiola, he must first report back to Huang Kaiwen. If Huang Kaiwen does not approve, Guardiola will not be able to sign anyone. Galliani is acutely aware of who truly holds the reins at Milan. Moratti has numerous targets for the winter as well. Galliani specifically handed a list to Huang Kaiwen. Upon scanning it, Huang Kaiwen noted names such as Manini, Pizzini, and Nagatomo. Only one or two appear to be of any use. Let's disregard it, he gestured dismissively. Moratti has invested several million into his endeavors, yet his judgment seems lacking. This is an absurd pursuit. Milan's operations are indeed extensive. Anyone wishing to acquire players seems to have a say. The Financial Times has analyzed that for every transfer Milan intervenes in, but ultimately does not finalize, buyers, on average, end up spending an additional 18 million in transfer fees. This does not only pertain to high-profile transfers. Even deals worth millions are included in the tally. Thus, the burden primarily falls upon a few affluent clubs. Teams selling players ought to express their gratitude to Milan. The signing of Lindegaard by Manchester United was, indeed, anticipated by Huang Kaiwen. Sir Ferguson had been deeply concerned about finding a successor to Van der Sar during his most successful coaching periods. The goalkeepers for Manchester United were Schmeichel and Van der Sar. A reliable goalkeeper is of utmost importance. Huang Kaiwen perused the transfer market once more, noting that apart from a few operations in the Premier League, there were not many significant moves. After all, many teams are reluctant to part with key players mid-season. Manchester City's acquisition of Dzeko was solely due to their extravagant offer. Isn't this Asselin touted as the tenfold Messi? Haven't you had any dealings with him? Huang Kaiwen inquired with curiosity. No, Manchester City is quite earnest, and there must be a reason why Barcelona has let him go, Galliani replied. Huang Kaiwen gave a thumbs up, acknowledging Galliani's insight. As for the so-called tenfold Messi, even half a Messi would suffice. The two continued their conversation for a while when Huang Kaiwen stumbled upon an intriguing piece of news. Van Bommel wishes to play for Milan. Is he willing to take a pay cut? Huang Kaiwen set down his coffee. He has agreed, Galliani chuckled. Currently, players joining Milan receive contracts that are somewhat inferior to those offered by other clubs. Yet, this does entice players to consider Milan. Then you might want to consult the coach. If he consents, I have no objections, Huang Kaiwen remarked, having a good rapport with Van Bommel. However, with Guardiola as the head coach, the decision ultimately lies with him. After exchanging pleasantries, Huang Kaiwen accompanied Galliani to the door. As they reached the threshold, Huang Kaiwen recalled an important detail and asked, "What is the agenda for today?" In the afternoon, Jean Nalu and the others will celebrate with the youth team, followed by the first team's Christmas dinner in the evening, Galliani explained. Although Christmas was still a few days away, the players would be spending the holiday with their families, prompting the club to celebrate in advance. This not only fosters camaraderie among players, but also reflects the club's humanistic values. During Inter's Christmas dinner, the esteemed brother had a bit too much to drink, even giving a speech. Italian clubs place significant importance on such matters. Just be prepared, Huang Kaiwen advised. Galliani is indeed efficient in his dealings. After bidding farewell to Galliani, Huang Kaiwen began his own preparations. With several teammates' birthdays falling during the winter break, he seized the opportunity to celebrate in advance. While selecting gifts, Huang Kaiwen couldn't help but chuckle. The number of birthdays he celebrated for his teammates surpassed the number of appearances made by King Huang. At this rate, he might become Milan's birthday commissioner. Later that evening, the entire team gathered at the new theater in San Babila Square to watch the musical Christmas show. This Broadway production, themed around football, was on tour in Milan. Galliani had arranged for a private viewing, allowing the Milan squad to enjoy the performance before proceeding to their celebration. It feels quite pleasant, Inzaghi remarked, leaning on his crutch as they prepared to head to the banquet. He had injured himself while jumping off a balcony a few days prior. Even if the Americans present you with a pile of dung, you still find it quite agreeable, Pirlo teased. Today, neither he nor Nesta brought their families along, and there was no need to be overly concerned during their conversation. Hey, I speak nothing but the truth, he asserted. Inzaghi turned to Huang Kaiwen and said, Kevin, offer an impartial opinion. Indeed, it is quite delightful. The musical is an accessible form of performance, filled with song and dance, boasting impressive visual and auditory effects. Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. See, you tasteless scoundrel. Inzaghi mocked. Pirlo playfully kicked Inzaghi's cane, nearly causing him to stumble. By the time he regained his balance, Pirlo had already dashed away. The Italian players were indeed lively, showing no signs of their age despite being in their 30s. They really are spirited, Sarah remarked. Guardiola chuckled. Indeed, he never expected Inzaghi to be injured again. It seems we might need to swap out the photographs next time, replacing the duo of Mourinho and Inzaghi with Mourinho and someone else. We can't keep putting one person in a bind. Otherwise, Inzaghi would be quite unfortunate. This time, Milan invited over 800 guests, including the first team and their families, club staff, significant members, as well as some legends and social figures closely associated with Milan. Crudeli was among the invitees. The elderly gentleman spotted Huang Kaiwen from a distance and, exhibiting a speed rivaling that of the youth, rushed over to embrace him, exclaiming, When you visited me in the hospital, I awaited this day, the Milan Christmas party, with Milan's captain Kevin. This is simply the most splendid Christmas. Christmas isn't here yet. Huang Kaiwen replied, bemused. Every day is Christmas when I see you, Crudeli exaggeratedly declared. Huang Kaiwen contemplated asking if Crudeli knew Wu Keqiuan, as his speech resembled lyrics. All right, Tiziano, are you the only one here today? Huang Kaiwen inquired. Yes, the children have their own commitments. They can only return home together during Christmas as they grow older, Crudeli lamented. The Italians share a familial longing similar to that of the Chinese, cherishing family reunions. At least if you can't see them, you won't worry, smiled Maldini, offering solace. He had caught the eldest son skipping class to play computer games several times. Yet Huang Kaiwen always defended him, leaving Maldini feeling quite helpless. Come on, let us head over, Huang Kaiwen suggested, pointing ahead. The first-team players and significant guests would pose for photographs in front of the Milan emblem backdrop before entering. Even without a special invitation from Milan, quite a few reporters had gathered at the venue. Ibrahimovic was posing with his girlfriend, Helena, who wore strikingly high heels to match his height, yet she still fell short. Interestingly, while Ibrahimovic wished to marry, Helena opposed the idea, embodying a philosophy against marriage, quite the opposite of other players whose girlfriends urged them to tie the knot. As Huang Kaiwen prepared to take a photo, the young lady and Lily stepped forward, while Kaká and Ramos rushed ahead, along with a bouncing Inzaghi squeezing through. Miss and Lily exchanged a glance, shaking their heads in resignation. Huang Kaiwen stood in the middle, embracing Kaká and Ramos, while Inzaghi poked his head out from behind Huang, transforming the originally dashing scene into a somewhat comical one. Journalists, who had promised not to conduct interviews, willingly broke their vows. Kevin, Chelsea has secured the Club World Cup. Do you consider this your achievement? One inquired. Some assert that AC Milan has become a disruptor of Italian football, suggesting that an overly dominant team hampers the league's development. What are your thoughts? Another asked. Jordan claims she once dated you. Is that true? A reporter probed. Stephen King mentioned that your experiences inspired him. Would you be willing to feature in his works? Huang Kaiwen chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, glancing at his watch as he said, I will speak for just 1 minute. If you interrupt me, kindly be silent. Noticing the journalist's silence, he continued, even though I am at Chelsea, the team's triumph is a collective achievement. After my transfer, how could their victory be attributed to me? It is the merit of the Chelsea players and Mr. Ancelotti. They have performed splendidly, and I must congratulate them on yet another championship this season. As for the claim that Milan's strength hinders other teams' growth, that is utterly false. Milan seldom recruits players from Serie A, and we do not prevent other teams from making signings. How could that impact the league's development? Regarding Jordan, I hope you are not referring to the basketball player, just a jest. I do not know her, although she has a good relationship with J. Cole. Perhaps you can inquire with him when you have the chance. As for the last question, I would prefer not to feature in his works. No one wishes to be the terrifying protagonist. With that, Huang Kaiwen turned and walked away. The Milan players were seated in the front, with clear distinctions between those accompanied by family and those without. To Huang Kaiwen's surprise, Seedorf had not brought his wife. However, such matters are delicate. A player's private life is often rife with betrayal and being betrayed. Regardless of the situation, inquiring would inevitably cause discomfort, except for Felix, whose peculiar preferences could always be forgiven. At Huang Kaiwen's table sat him, Lily, the Maldinis, the Kakas, the Guardiolas, and the Ambrosinis, while Gattuso was absent due to a family matter. The presence of the young lady made Paolo Maldini somewhat uneasy, as she was his superior. Huang Kaiwen found amusement in witnessing Paolo Maldini's discomfort. Uncle Kevin, over here, called the eldest son. Apologies, I must return to the young people's section. Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. He approached the youngsters, with Maria and the eldest son flanking him. Uncle Kevin, I've reached diamond. The eldest son exclaimed. After losing 2 matches in the qualifiers last night, I still advanced successfully. The eye-roll kick you taught me is truly amazing. Boring, Maria scoffed. Huang Kaiwen put his arm around the eldest son's shoulders and said, Is that so? You are quite impressive. Let us find some time to play together during the holidays. All right, I'll take the mid lane, and you can head to the jungle, Uncle Kevin, the young master exclaimed with enthusiasm. Huang Kaiwen, known for his tendency to grant kills, chuckled in agreement. Just then, Galliani took the stage, casting a glance at the young master to silence him. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit and adorned with a bow tie, he stood before the microphone, raising an eyebrow as he proclaimed, The atmosphere is simply magnificent. We are the league leaders, having advanced to the round of 16 in the Champions League. What emotions can I feel but satisfaction and joy? We remain unbeaten across all competitions. This is a remarkable achievement. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause, all being Milan affiliates, naturally elated in such a moment. The young master remarked, That new coach isn't impressive. It's only thanks to you that we don't lose, Uncle Kevin. Silence. Do not speak of my father that way. Maria retorted sharply. Before the young master could respond, she continued, However, it is indeed true that my father owes this success to Kevin. Huang Kaiwen turned his gaze towards Guardiola, who likely never expected to be viewed in such a light by his daughter. Noticing Huang Kaiwen's attention, Guardiola raised his glass in acknowledgement, and Huang Kaiwen reciprocated the gesture. Galliani, ever the provocateur, seized the moment to jab at their city rivals, stating, "Go on, Inter. On the domestic front, we are adversaries, but on the international stage, we are friends." I recall a few years back when their coach Mancini claimed the Club World Cup was merely a friendly match, yet they have yet to participate in such a friendly. Laughter erupted from the crowd, for the city's rivals always provided the best humor, especially when they faltered. Who would have thought that the noisy neighbors would completely overshadow the Red Devils? Galliani continued, "The European competition points for Serie A are declining. But this is not our issue. Our Champions League spots will diminish. Every Serie A team bears responsibility. Juventus has been eliminated prematurely, failing to uphold their duty. And the same goes for Sampdoria and Palermo. Now, only Napoli holds a glimmer of hope. Last year, Roma and Lazio faced similar fates. These teams perform well in Italy, yet cannot even reach the round of 16 in Europe, which places a greater burden on us. Nevertheless, Milan has never shied away from responsibility. As long as we secure the championship, we can preserve Serie A's Champions League positions. Thus, this year, let us unite to rescue Italian football. Forza Milan." Many in the audience raised their glasses in solidarity, and Huang Kaiwen applauded with a smile. Galliani's speech today was truly commendable, rather than merely stating championship aspirations. Addressing the plight of Italian football was paramount, highlighting Milan's significance. After returning home, Galliani's address would undoubtedly circulate, prompting reflection among those Serie A teams that failed to advance from the group stages. Not long after, Huang Kaiwen became the center of attention, inundated with discussions. By the time they departed the banquet that evening, he had indulged a bit too much. Ramos and Kaká intended to lift Huang Kaiwen, but Huang insisted that Paolo Maldini support him. As soon as they stepped outside, Huang Kaiwen vomited. Although it did not land on Maldini, the splatter was inevitable. Maldini gazed at his expensive leather shoes, on the verge of tears. Morit, the brand, freshly purchased. Upon seeing Huang Kaiwen depart in a vehicle, Maldini could only turn to Adriana for napkins, hoping to salvage his shoes. "Daddy, Kevin gave me a birthday gift," Maria exclaimed, shaking the gift box with excitement. "Yes, dear. But your birthday is at the end of the month, and you've mentioned it 5 times already," Guardiola replied with exasperation. He had been buying birthday gifts for his daughter every year, yet had never witnessed such joy from Maria. "Aren't you going to open it and take a look?" Sarah inquired. "No, I want to open it by myself at home," Maria declared enthusiastically. Guardiola and Sarah led several bouncing children away, leaving Tony Cruz, who stood at the doorway, feeling a pang of homesickness. Looking down at the rectangular gift box, a smile crept across his face. His birthday was on January 5th, and Huang Kaiwen had promised to give him a gift in advance, with plans to celebrate together later. This gesture made Cruz feel valued. Noticing that no one was paying attention to him, he quickly departed with the gift box in hand. After walking a short distance, an uncontrollable urge to run surged within him, and he dashed off. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the apartment building he was renting. "I'm just exercising." Cruz panted to the building's doorman. "All right, Tony," the elderly guard chuckled. As soon as he was out of the guard's sight, Cruz hurried up the stairs, taking 3 steps at a time, reaching his floor in about 20 seconds. At his door, he struggled to insert the key. After several attempts, he finally succeeded. Upon entering, he quickly poured himself a glass of water and gulped it down. He then prepared to unwrap the gift. As he tore open the wrapping paper, Cruz jumped up to wash his hands in the bathroom. After drying them thoroughly, he finally unwrapped the gift from Huang Kaiwen. It was a tennis racket. Cruz was quite fond of tennis, and receiving such a gift delighted him. He picked up the card inside, which bore an elegant handwritten note in German. "Happy birthday, 21-year-old Tony. This racket was used during my private match with Federer. He didn't give his all, yet I still lost. However, I believe you can triumph over any opponent who goes all out and become the best organizer in the world. Your friend, Kevin." The young Cruz lowered his head, tightly gripping the racket, with a hint of moisture gathering in his eyes. Yet, he felt that in Italy, he was not truly alone. Huang Kaiwen had celebrated a lively Christmas. Throughout the holiday, the young master had been lounging at his home, playing duo matches with him. Huang had already discussed with Fist about releasing a special skin for Maldini's character, envisioning a scene where the young master controlled his father, who would be shouting 100, 100, a delightful image indeed. The speech regarding Galliani indeed stirred considerable waves. The Gazzetta dello Sport specifically compiled transfer data from Serie A over the years, revealing a stark decline in investment in Italian football. The deterioration of Italian football is glaringly evident. It is astonishing that a mere decade sufficed for its descent from glory to obscurity. Numerous professionals and scholars have proffered their insights. Huang Kaiwen received an invitation from a television station, which he graciously declined. Enhancing the standard of football cannot merely be accomplished through empty rhetoric. The crux of the matter lies in Italy's current lack of sufficient funds for the advancement of the sport, with soaring unemployment rates and numerous aging public facilities. Expenses are ever mounting. Currently, the aspiration for revival among Serie A clubs appears to hinge on the hope for a few benefactors from the oil industry. In contrast to other leagues, transfer rumors regarding Serie A are sparse. Many players circulate within Italy, and foreign acquisitions are often plucked from lower leagues, lacking the former grandeur reminiscent of a miniature World Cup. In January, Huang Kaiwen once again encountered a refreshing update in the store. Special template, Vegeta 1000. Fate points. Template, Maradona 10,000 points. Insignia 7, 300 points. Hamsik 6, 900 points. Skills, Young Player Communication Master 10,000 points. Rebound Proficiency 800 points. Aviation Mastery 100 points. Items, 24-hour immunity card 20 points. Special item, Ramos's Ledger 500 points. Astoundingly, the templates from Dragon Ball are of exceptional caliber, not to mention Vegeta. Even Yamcha would be considered noteworthy in other contexts. However, Vegeta's somewhat dubious reputation does not bode well. Goku has even confronted him about Bulma, and upon reflection, there are also Master Roshi and the Oracle, a confusing array of matters. This is not an auspicious special template. The upcoming trio from Naples, while seemingly close in points, owes this to the 10,000 point cap. Although Insignia is commendable, the disparity in strength compared to Maradona is far more significant than it appears. Huang Kaiwen is well aware of the contents of Ramos's Ledger. Ultimately, he expended 120 points to acquire the Immunity Card and Aviation Mastery. The skill of Aviation Mastery grants him a fundamental command over all types of aircraft, whether passenger planes, fighter jets, or helicopters, allowing for effortless control. Finally, Huang Kaiwen exhaled in relief. This skill had been his fervent desire, and thankfully, he did not have to wait long. At least he need not worry about those detractors having the opportunity to resurrect him in their trivial games. Reflecting on this matter brought a smile to Huang Kaiwen's face. Under the onslaught of his jersey's prowess, those detractors had been shattered. Yet, a final faction of obstinate individuals remained. It remains uncertain when he will fully sway their hearts. Content and satisfied, Huang Kaiwen drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Guardiola sat in his study, engrossed in his research. His desk was adorned with numerous tomes pertaining to alchemy, yet they resembled early chemistry more than true alchemical practices. Guardiola lit a cigar, resting it between his lips, as he gazed intently at his alchemical box. During that fateful flight, Huang Kaiwen not only evaded danger, but also emerged with immense glory. However, Guardiola found it perplexing, for the rewards seemed disproportionately large compared to the sacrifices made. Mourinho was injured, and so was Inzaghi. The price paid was minimal, yet it ensured Huang Kaiwen's safety, who even managed to clock an astonishing momentary speed of over 9 seconds during the match against Roma. Guardiola harbored a hypothesis. As the practitioner, perhaps by incurring a greater cost, one could achieve more significant outcomes. The jersey Ramos had previously brought was a manifestation of this backlash. What if he were to expend a bit more? Could it potentially absolve Inzaghi and Mourinho from their tribulations? Guardiola scribbled several names on paper, arranged in a hierarchy with greater than symbols. It became evident that ensuring Huang Kaiwen's well-being required him to pay a certain price, or for others to bear an even heavier burden. After merely a moment's hesitation, Guardiola resolved to allow Mourinho to continue shouldering the consequences. Glancing at the photograph of himself and Mourinho displayed on the desk, he murmured, "Jose, as a 7-time champion, you too must bear a greater cost." This thought lightened Guardiola's spirits considerably. Mourinho's injuries were not due to his actions. Rather, it was because Mourinho had reaped too many benefits without sufficient sacrifice. By employing alchemy to make Mourinho shoulder a portion of the burden, Guardiola was, in essence, assisting him. Alas, it was only through such measures that he could honor the friendship they once shared in Barcelona. Taking another puff from his cigar, Guardiola felt he was indeed Mourinho's closest ally. Yet, should this matter come to light, Mourinho might struggle to comprehend his rationale. Thus, Guardiola resolved to keep this secret locked within his heart. Having made his decision, he set about exploring ways to impose a greater cost on Mourinho. Guardiola believed he should delve into the realm of sorcery. Although he was not well versed in this area, he had recently acquired a wealth of materials related to mysticism, including some ancient texts. He was confident he would eventually discover a form of sorcery suitable for José's constitution. It must be said, some aspects of mysticism were undeniably captivating. Guardiola became wholly engrossed in his studies. By the time fatigue set in, dawn had already broken. Having gleaned considerable insights throughout the night, Guardiola closed his notebook, stretched lazily, and slowly exited his study. "I noticed you were working, so I didn't disturb you. Are you ready for a meal now?" Sarah inquired. "No, I have no appetite." "Could you fetch me a cup of coffee?" Guardiola replied, massaging his temples as he sank into the sofa. "You really ought to avoid staying up late. It's detrimental to your health," Sarah complained, her hands deftly preparing the coffee. Guardiola switched on the television with the remote, mechanically pressing the channel button while contemplating who might replace Inzaghi. Inzaghi, having sustained an injury, should not be burdened with the repercussions of such circumstances. At that moment, he heard a familiar voice. The young German lad from AC Milan, while facing reporters, remarked that no other team in Italy could rival Milan. "Our true adversaries lie beyond Italy's borders. Kevin has never tasted defeat on the field. Indeed, he may have lost to Federer, a fact I am aware of. However, tennis is merely a pastime for Kevin, who possesses a myriad of athletic pursuits, perhaps 100 or even 1,000. Any sport he has not specialized in could still allow him to compete at a level akin to Federer's when both stand on the clay court. For in that scenario, Federer would already be at a disadvantage. Yesterday's match indeed confirmed my suspicions. Milan emerged victorious. I humbly request your support for monthly tickets, esteemed patrons. Thank you for your generosity." During an interview, Bolt stated, "I watched the match between AC Milan and Roma, and I felt Kevin's speed had noticeably increased. If the opportunity arises, we could engage in another contest." Huang Kaiwen chuckled as he turned off the television. "Bolt, there's no need to rush. London is so close to Manchester. Perhaps we can have our rematch during the Olympics." Glimpsing at the time, Huang Kaiwen retrieved his car keys, preparing to depart his home. Ramos had developed wisdom teeth during the Christmas period, and due to the discomfort they caused, he had to have them extracted. After such a procedure, especially concerning wisdom teeth, one must refrain from vigorous activities for some time. Thus, Huang Kaiwen could only venture to Milanello alone. As for Kaka, he tends to arrive at the training ground later than anyone else these days, as Beatrice's fluctuating emotions during her pregnancy require Kaka to manage matters at home before he can leave. As he was about to depart, Huang Kaiwen paused and turned back to say, "Make sure to check on Sergio. He probably can't eat much right now. Prepare some food for him." "Understood, sir." Alberto nodded in acknowledgement. Huang Kaiwen then entered his Mercedes, slowly making his way towards Linate Airport. Following the highway, he traveled through Varese, Como, and finally onto the highway to Chiasso, exiting at Carnego to continue his journey to Milanello. This route is significantly farther than the distance he used to cover when playing for Chelsea and Cobham. The initial location of Milanello was chosen with grand aspirations, as the municipal authorities could not approve the construction of such a large project near the city. The previous owner of Milan intended to create a multifunctional training and leisure complex, ensuring that players' needs were met while not engaged in matches. After Berlusconi took over, he continued to invest in the facility, transforming Milanello into the largest training ground in Europe. The Italian national team frequently utilized Milanello for training until the new millennium, when its use diminished. However, due to significant investments in recent years, Milanello has once again become the preferred choice for the Italian national team. "Good morning, Kevin," called an elderly man, sitting by the roadside, who was happily waving as he carved wood. Huang Kaiwen lowered his car window, greeting with a smile, "Good morning, Nicola. Are you coming to the next home match? I can get you a few tickets." "No, thank you. I will be heading to Germany in the middle of the month. You know my sister is over there. Her granddaughter is getting married, and I hear he is a young coach," old Nicola replied with a grin. "That is wonderful. Who knows? One day you might be related to the Milan coach," Huang Kaiwen jested. This old man was quite amusing. Previously, he had insisted Huang Kaiwen come to his home for dinner. "God, if my granddaughter's husband could coach a Bundesliga team, I would die without regrets. He hardly qualifies to manage a prestigious club like Milan, old Nicola remarked. That's uncertain. Huang Kaiwen shook his head, saying, a famous writer in our country once said, if you lived in a slum 30 years ago, you might be residing in a grand villa 30 years later. Youth is the greatest asset. You certainly have a way with words. I should have had my sister bring her granddaughter to introduce you, old Nicola said, pulling out a cigarette to place between his lips. Huang Kaiwen chuckled, shaking his head as he lit it. I must be on my way. I might miss training. This old fellow was quite the character, even wanting to introduce a girlfriend to Huang the King. Was he lacking in that department? Along the way, many greeted Huang Kaiwen. Even without rolling down the window, he acknowledged them with nods. In Italy, small towns often have a sparse population. Few reach even the low 3-digit numbers. And only a handful boast 5-digit populations. Such limited demographics struggle to support a football team, leading most to be fans of Milan or Inter. When the home team wins, they can mock others. When they lose, they stay indoors. Football has truly woven itself into the fabric of their lives. Upon arriving at the entrance of Milanello, Huang Kaiwen noticed a throng of reporters gathered there and promptly pressed the accelerator. Calling Huang the King? Apologies. But Huang the King has impaired hearing and cannot make out what you say. Whenever Huang Kaiwen was in a foul mood, this matter seemed to resurface. You all better pray Huang the King remains in good spirits. Otherwise, he might need to construct a few defensive towers at home. Entering the locker room, Huang Kaiwen found Torres seated in his gear, lost in thought. He inquired, Fernando, are you facing any difficulties? Ah, Kaiwen. Torres looked up and immediately forced a smile. Nora has been unwell lately, and I'm quite worried about her. Nora is Torres's daughter, born 2 months after his marriage to Olala in July 2009. Children often fall ill when they are young. Huang Kaiwen placed an arm around Torres's shoulder, saying, when I was a child, I frequently visited hospitals. I had recurrent keratitis, along with fevers and colds, yet it did not hinder my healthy growth. I understand. Torres nodded. It's just that seeing her so small and constantly crying is something I find hard to bear. Indeed, such feelings are common among parents. Huang Kaiwen encouraged. During times like this, Olala feels the same. She must be relying on you. If you feel the same way, what will happen? Cheer up. You are the only man in the family. You are right. Torres nodded in agreement. Huang Kaiwen patted his arm twice and began to change his clothes. Recently, his sneakers had been updated once more. Since the establishment of the Kaiwen brand, it has ventured beyond merely producing football shoes. After all, unlike basketball shoes, which can be worn in everyday life, casual footwear constitutes the bulk of the market. In an effort to enhance sales, they have endeavored to design the football shoes with a more fashionable aesthetic. Naturally, Huang Kaiwen became the ideal model for this endeavor. As he changed his shoes, Huang Kaiwen mused that they should sign a few other players. Otherwise, given the frequency of his appearances, the impact might not be as profound as anticipated. After some persuasion from Huang Kaiwen, Torres appeared to shed some of his worries. However, Buffon was in a less than cheerful mood. He had not expected to encounter Huang Kaiwen and Torres practicing shooting so early in the morning. Buffon began to question whether his recent life of comfort had led God to arrange a trial for him. Kaiwen, just a reminder, don't hit too hard. Buffon expressed his concern. This season in Serie A, Huang Kaiwen had already damaged 5 footballs. Considering his playing time, this was rather excessive. Buffon certainly did not wish to find himself in the hospital due to training. That would surely elicit laughter from his teammates. Huang Kaiwen chuckled and waved his hand, assuring Buffon he meant no harm. Torres initiated a forward run, and instead of passing the ball while remaining stationary, Huang Kaiwen pretended as if he were being pursued, delivering a half-high ball while in motion. Unprepared, Torres laughed and said, I'll try again, and then it's your turn, Kaiwen. All right, make sure to receive it well this time. Huang Kaiwen replied. Torres gave a thumbs up and became fully focused. Buffon looked on, bemused by their interactions. Who would have guessed that training could be more perilous than a Champions League final? Torres launched forward once again, and this time Huang Kaiwen remained still. But from a side angle, he effortlessly flicked the ball with his left foot, sending a precise cross. The ball was slightly lower than before, but placed perfectly. Torres leaned back, using his chest to gently control the ball, and then, with a swift motion, he unleashed a volley with his right foot. Thud! By the time Buffon leapt, the ball had already nestled in the net. At such close range, with no defenders to interfere, the shooter had myriad options. Even if defenders manage to avoid contact, their mere presence can obstruct certain angles. This is the crux of a goalkeeper's success. Even if Yashin were in goal, he would struggle to cover such a vast area. Following this, Huang Kaiwen received a rather ordinary ground pass from Torres, and although he did not exert much force, Buffon, evidently a bit apprehensive, allowed Huang Kaiwen's gentle lob to glide effortlessly into the net. Gradually, teammates arrived at the training ground. Inzaghi mysteriously approached Huang Kaiwen and said, "I have some good news to share with you shortly. Is it true that you have a 10-year-old illegitimate child?" Huang Kaiwen laughed. "Impossible. It's something serious." Inzaghi insisted with a grave expression. Huang Kaiwen was unsure whether Inzaghi was playing with him, which only piqued his curiosity further. When lunchtime finally arrived, Inzaghi still seemed reluctant to divulge the news. Until the conclusion of their training, Huang Kaiwen and Kaka drove home alongside Inzaghi. As they approached the entrance, Huang Kaiwen noticed that the flag hanging outside was neither the Italian national flag nor that of AC Milan. Once inside, Inzaghi could no longer contain his exuberance. He spread his arms wide and proclaimed, "You have now entered my empire. This is my Olympus." "What has gotten into him?" Kaka inquired, puzzled. "Who knows?" Huang Kaiwen replied, shaking his head. Who can fathom Inzaghi's whims? Observing the expressions of the two, Inzaghi elaborated, "Kaiwen, did you not once mention a piece of land between Egypt and Sudan that no one desired? You even suggested that if someone were to claim it, they could become a king." "Indeed, I did mention that," Huang Kaiwen recalled, having seen a news story long ago about a parent who, to fulfill his daughter's dream of being a princess, established a nation in that desolate land. "Now you should understand," Inzaghi continued. "You are currently standing in the embassy of the Kingdom of Filippo in Italy, and everything on this land belongs to me, including you." "What on earth is happening?" Kaka asked, bewildered. Huang Kaiwen gestured with his chin for Kaka to let Inzaghi explain. This fellow was reveling in his triumph, and interrupting him would only lead to trouble. "My agent has secured recognition from both Egypt and Sudan, and they have agreed to cede that land to me, allowing me to establish my own nation." Inzaghi exclaimed with delight. Though it was merely an unclaimed desert, the significance was entirely different. "Is that true, Kaiwen?" Kaka asked, his mind racing with confusion. He was unaware that such unclaimed territories still existed. "Yes, it seems so. However, Filippo must have bribed officials from both countries," Huang Kaiwen clarified. "Otherwise, even if it were unwanted, it would never be given away." "Do not speak so harshly. I merely made a small contribution to the development of both nations," Inzaghi laughed. "Soon, I shall no longer be an Italian. When you see me, you must pay your respects." "Humph," Kaka scoffed, dismissively waving his hand, showing no inclination to indulge Inzaghi's whimsical fantasies. "Hey, Ricardo, if you show a bit more respect, the great Filippo, I might grant you a fief of your own. Elevating you to nobility," Inzaghi jested, glancing at Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen quickly waved his hand in protest, saying, "Apologies, but I have little interest. I already possess enough honors. And all of them hold significant value." Kaka chimed in. "Perhaps my kingdom will one day become the most powerful nation in the world," Inzaghi declared with enthusiasm. "That is utterly impossible. You can accomplish nothing in the desert," Huang Kaiwen countered. "Americans have poured vast sums into Las Vegas. Not only Inzaghi, but even Egypt lacks the capacity to develop such barren land. Perhaps there is oil there. Then I would become one of the wealthiest individuals in the world," Inzaghi said, brimming with excitement. "Let us hope that is not the case," Huang Kaiwen cautioned. Without a doubt, if not for this, Inzaghi's whimsical kingdom would continue to thrive. Once oil is discovered, his two neighbors, Egypt and Sudan, would find themselves powerless, as a few unscrupulous English speakers would soon take action. Italy might also wish to stake its claim through Inzaghi, yet they would find themselves utterly humiliated in the presence of the Americans. "Do not be so ruthless. I have summoned you here today to assist me in bestowing a fitting name upon my realm," Inzaghi declared. "By the way, what about the flags outside?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "Ah, you noticed. That was designed specifically for me at a cost of $50,000, Inzaghi replied with enthusiasm. Huang Kaiwen remarked, "Had I known of this splendid endeavor, I would have invited the king of Huang to partake. It seems he possesses quite the artistic flair." Huang Kaiwen recognized that Inzaghi, the prodigal spender, was always inclined to disperse his wealth. It would perhaps be wiser to allow the king of Huang to profit from him, should Inzaghi face ruin. The king would not abandon him in his downfall. Kaka, intrigued, suggested, "Why not simply name it Rome? You are Italian and have dark hair, so calling it Rome would not be amiss." Huang Kaiwen responded, Is the authentic Rome truly in Africa? This is indeed a conundrum. I think you could consult Antonio Cassano. That fellow has a plethora of ingenious ideas, Huang Kaiwen proposed. Cassano's suggestions might indeed satisfy Inzaghi's desires. Inzaghi clapped his hands together, exclaiming, "Of course. How did I not think of this sooner? I shall call him right away. You may return home." Kaka gazed at Inzaghi in disbelief, wishing to partake in the matter, for it was rather intriguing. Huang Kaiwen pulled Kaka away, as his interest in such affairs was minimal. "What can I say? You can only engage in small-scale play acting by yourself." Inzaghi must have expended considerable funds for this desert venture, yet witnessing his joy rendered the expenditure not a waste. "I had some good suggestions as well," Kaka sighed as he drove on their way back. Huang Kaiwen jested, "Shall we return so you can offer him some advice?" "Really?" Kaka turned back excitedly, only to reconsider upon seeing Huang Kaiwen's expression. "Perhaps not. I lack interest." Huang Kaiwen smiled and shook his head, surprised by Kaka's concern. The next day, after Huang Kaiwen arrived at the team, he discovered that the entire squad had heard the news. Not only that, but Cassano had also invested money into the venture. Observing the excitement on the faces of those old fellows, Huang Kaiwen suspected that Inzaghi had likely roped in Gattuso and the others. What was originally a money-losing endeavor might suddenly turn profitable, yet with so many stakeholders. Who would be king and who would be prince? "Kaiwen, Antonio and I have decided. We shall name it the Holy Roman Empire." Inzaghi chimed in. Huang Kaiwen raised his thumb in approval. "Well done. You have now become one of the leaders of the Fourth Empire." In his mind's eye, Huang Kaiwen envisioned Inzaghi adorned in regal attire, looking quite splendid. Guardiola lifted his gaze to Clement and inquired with a smile. "It seems quite lively over at the training ground. What is transpiring?" "Pep, I have some monumental news to share," Clement exclaimed dramatically. "What is it?" Guardiola asked, intrigued. "We have welcomed a king into our team," Clement declared. "Kevin, he has always been the king of San Siro, hasn't he?" "No, it is Filippo Inzaghi." Clement closed the door and quickly recounted the news he had just heard. Satisfied by the dazed expression on Guardiola's face, he relished the impact of his revelation. To be honest, he was equally startled upon first learning of the matter. Once Clement departed, Guardiola vigorously rubbed the scant remaining strands of hair on his head. "This cannot be right. Inzaghi was supposed to pay a price. How has he suddenly acquired his own nation?" He pondered. "At this rate, will Jose be running for president of the United States?" Guardiola sensed that something was amiss. When a price was due, one should not receive greater benefits. This was perplexing. On January 6th, Milan triumphed over Cagliari with a score of 3-0. Yet, Guardiola found little joy in the victory. His alchemical box had gone missing during the away match. He had no idea who had pilfered it. While the Milan players were elated with their victory, they became cautious upon noticing Guardiola's somber demeanor, uncertain of what had displeased their coach. Upon returning home, Guardiola retreated to his study, seeking an alternative solution. January 9th. In the San Siro press room, Guardiola and Udinese manager Guidolin sat on stage. The journalists eagerly began to pose their inquiries. "Pep, the Bender brothers have been performing admirably at Udinese. Why hasn't Milan activated the avoidance clause? Will the Bender brothers return to Milan? Will there be positions for them next season? What is your assessment of Udinese's performance? Francesco, who do you believe is Udinese's most pivotal player? Mourinho has enlisted a wizard as an advisor. Would you consider seeking the counsel of a wizard, Pep?" Guardiola graciously gestured for Guidolin to speak first. Guidolin adjusted his collar before leaning in to respond. "Our position in third place is significant for us. Every player is crucial. If I must highlight someone, our front line is exceptional. Alexis is quite inspired, and Antonio is outstanding." He referred to Sanchez and Di Natale. Sanchez was signed by Udinese at the tender age of 18, but due to his youth, he was subsequently loaned out. Guardiola nodded in agreement. "I have observed Udinese play, and they possess several players with remarkable potential. They are not an easy adversary." "And what of the Bender brothers, Pep?" a journalist pressed. Guardiola replied, "Both have performed commendably. However, they are currently Udinese players. I am aware that they still belong to Milan despite being on loan, but out of respect for Udinese, I prefer not to discuss them further at this time. I can only affirm that they have showcased impressive performances." "And what about Udinese?" another journalist inquired. Guardiola smiled as he remarked, "Udinese's performance has exceeded my expectations. There is no disrespect intended, but last season they were fighting relegation. And this season, they have suddenly become our title contenders. Such a transformation has surprised everyone." There have been positive developments here, and there are lessons to be learned. Guido Lin's face lit up with a smile, astonished that Guardiola would speak favorably of him. He had assumed that such a celebrated young coach would be somewhat aloof. The final question came from a reporter. Pep, will you seek help from a wizard? Guardiola's smile broadened as he responded. I hold great respect for others and appreciate the methods of different coaches. Everyone has their own freedom. However, for me, I prefer to let my tactics speak for themselves. The most equitable principle in this world is that of equivalent exchange. The effort I invest in tactics is reflected in the team's performance on the pitch. And that is my philosophy. Now, we conclude the pre-match press conference. Back in the dressing room, Guardiola happened upon the players engaged in conversation. He turned to Kevin Huang and inquired, Kevin, are you able to play in the center today? Of course, no problem. Huang nodded, acknowledging that while Bailey was better suited for the flanks, playing centrally was also feasible. This is primarily due to the evolution of football. Recently, Kaka has not been as active in the central role either. The defense in the center has become increasingly rigorous. Breaking through the middle is no longer as straightforward as it once was. Since Guardiola had spoken, Huang decided to see what card he would draw today. Ding. You have received the 1997 to 1998 Serie A Round 13, Udinese versus Fiorentina, Oliver Bierhoff, 24-hour experience card. Wow, it's him. Huang exclaimed. Bierhoff, known for his late blooming, became famous at the age of 28 during the European Championship. With Voller and Klinsmann firmly holding the starting positions in the national team, Bierhoff could only watch from home. It was only after Voller's retirement that he received his opportunity. Interestingly, after his tenure at Udinese, he transferred to Milan. Although his goal-scoring efficiency at Milan was not high, he proved to be a useful pivot. With this dual legendary status, Huang, the King of Yellow, had no choice but to utilize it. Ding. Successfully used the Bierhoff experience card. Coincidentally, Bierhoff was at San Siro to watch the match today, marking a tribute to the predecessor. Let us go? It's time for warm-up, Kevin Huang announced, rising as the Milan players gradually departed. Once everyone had left the dressing room, Guardiola retrieved a stack of photographs from an envelope he carried. Upon seeing a photo of Mourinho, he decided to skip it, allowing Jose a rare reprieve. Ultimately, he selected photos of Cruz and Inzaghi. Inzaghi had ascended to the status of a king. Surely, he could bear a little more responsibility. He lit an aromatic candle and placed 2 photographs above the flickering flame, murmuring, O flame of fertility, goddess Bridget of inspiration and healing, I beseech you to bestow your blessings upon the most inspired player on the pitch, safeguarding him from injury. For this, I am willing to sacrifice Cruz's romantic pursuits and Inzaghi's fertility, hoping you will forever watch over Kevin. San Siro has become the most formidable fortress in Europe. Following Kevin's return, the Rossoneri have displayed an unparalleled fervor for football. On every match day, the stands are adorned with a myriad of banners. Today, they formed the word champion with flipboards, sending a clear message to Udinese to respect their stature. One should not presume that improved results grant them the audacity to challenge Milan. Lars and Sven Bender exchanged glances, both yearning to return to Milan, making today's match of utmost significance for them. Sven even postponed his recovery to avoid playing before this crucial encounter, wishing to present himself favorably before Guardiola. The players have returned to the tunnel, as this match pits the top and third teams of the standings against each other. Indeed, Udinese has performed commendably this season. Yet AC Milan retains an undeniable advantage in strength. Intriguingly, the Bender brothers, currently on loan from AC Milan to Udinese, both find themselves in the starting lineup today. Let us examine the starting list. AC Milan adopts a 4-3-3 formation with a single defensive midfielder and 2 attacking midfielders, goalkeeper, Buffon, defenders, Zambrotta, Godin, Thiago Silva, Ramos. Midfielders, Gattuso, Cruz, Rakitic. Forwards, Torres, Kevin, Kaka. Udinese in a 3-5-2 parallel formation, goalkeeper, Handanovic, defenders, Maurizio Domizzi, Sven Bender, Zapata. Midfielders, Giovanni Pasquale, Gekken Inler, Quadro Asamoah, Abdi. Lars Bender. Forwards, Alexis Sanchez, Di Natale. Among Udinese players are the Bender brothers on loan from AC Milan, as well as Pasquale, who hails from Inter Milan. Notably, Inler's jersey bears his name, resembling the abbreviation of Inter Milan, leading many to mistakenly assume it at first glance. Indeed, Sanchez has been impressive this season, reportedly attracting attention from several prestigious clubs, including Barcelona and Arsenal, who are keen on acquiring the Chilean forward. Moreover, Sanchez and Di Natale have formed a formidable attacking partnership, contributing significantly to Udinese's remarkable success. At precisely 2 p.m., referee Paolo Valeri signaled the commencement of the match. Udinese initiated the kickoff. After Di Natale's backward pass, Abdi promptly advanced the ball forward. As Sanchez received the ball, Pasquale began his run up the pitch. Within the 3-5-2 formation, whether as wingbacks or wide midfielders, playing on the flanks is crucial. Pasquale must support Sanchez's offensive endeavors. Huang Kaiwen glanced ahead and sprinted forward. Since he was assigned the role of a lone striker, it was imperative for the king of the yellow ball to serve as a pivotal point today. Pressing from the back, when teammates launched long balls, it was counterproductive to have no one contesting in the front. Seeing Huang Kaiwen dash into the penalty area, Lars Bender let out a sigh of relief. If Huang Kaiwen were to play on the wing, it would mean a direct confrontation with him, which was not something Bender wished to encounter. Draxler and Abdi also surged forward, forming an attacking structure capable of supporting their teammates. Sanchez was visibly exhilarated after exchanging passes with his teammates. He once again seized the ball and proactively sought out Rakitic. As Rakitic was still adjusting his position, Sanchez deftly interchanged his feet, suddenly nudging the ball forward with his right foot, utilizing his speed to outpace Rakitic. Unexpectedly, Rakitic turned only to find himself outmaneuvered. Thiago Silva was decisive in his challenge, rushing in with an outstretched foot. Although he failed to dispossess Sanchez, the latter attempted to dribble towards the flank, only to be met with a sliding tackle from Ramos, sending Sanchez crashing heavily onto the grass. That was quite a fall. Indeed, Ramos had made contact with the ball first. The intensity of the pressing from both sides was palpable. Udinese's five-man midfield system aimed to exert pressure on their opponents through numerical superiority. As Rakitic sought the ball, Asamoah was already lunging towards him. Rakitic, attempting to turn and pass to Ramos, noticed Sanchez still in play and opted to return the ball to Godin. Godin received the ball and promptly distributed it to the flanks. Zambrata lifted his head to survey the field and unleashed a powerful kick forward. Thousands of eyes at San Siro were fixated on the trajectory of the ball. This kick was filled with force, crossing half the pitch with relentless momentum. Heading straight into Udinese's penalty area, Bender was sprinting back alongside Huang Kaiwen. Although Huang Kaiwen's speed today was slightly slower than he had anticipated, it remained relative. Bender vowed that even at this pace, Huang Kaiwen could still easily run within 10 seconds. Such speed would not only pressure defensive players, but also pose a significant challenge to even the most agile attacking players. Despite his desperate efforts to retreat, Bender found himself outpaced by Huang Kaiwen as he approached the penalty area, where only Huang Kaiwen awaited. The ball began to descend, and despair was evident in Bender's eyes. Upon entering the penalty area, Huang Kaiwen executed a flick with his head, and at that critical moment, Handanovic dove to the side, using both hands to deflect the ball out of bounds. Magnificent! Bender exclaimed with excitement. Handanovic gave a thumbs up, exuding confidence. As Bender turned his head, Handanovic quickly concealed his hands behind his back and rubbed them vigorously. Even a single header had made him acutely aware of Huang Kaiwen's formidable strength. "Kevin, shall we take the corner?" Cruz jogged over to inquire. "I won't. You take it," Huang Kaiwen replied. Cruz nodded enthusiastically, having anticipated this outcome. "Look, Kevin truly values him." Cruz then sprinted towards the corner flag. Within the penalty area, a fierce contest ensued between the players of both teams. At such a moment, even a slight concession could bestow the opportunity for a decisive strike upon the adversary. Stembend deliberately refrained from approaching Huang Kaiwen, fully aware that in set-piece situations, engaging in a confrontation with Huang offered him scant advantage. Tasked with marking Huang was Christian Zapata, who, upon standing before Huang, struck him as somewhat familiar. Numerous Udinese players were poised to serve illustrious clubs in the future. The Pozzo family indeed possessed a remarkable acumen for football business. As Cruz initiated his run and delivered the ball, Zapata immediately grasped Huang's arm, causing a momentary delay in Huang's movement. In the center, Bender leapt and headed the ball away. Just as Gattuso outside the penalty area gained possession, he was unceremoniously brought down from behind by Inler. "You looking for trouble?" Gattuso erupted, resembling an enraged bull as he sought out Inler. Huang hastily intervened to restrain Gattuso. Despite his height advantage over Gattuso, Huang found it challenging to fully contain his fury. "Calm down, mate. If you receive a red card, we'll be left short-handed," Huang implored. With Ambrosini injured since Christmas and Pirlo currently out of form, Milan's midfield was indeed lacking in numbers. Gattuso shot a menacing glance at Inler, pointing at him while declaring, "You better watch yourself." "Kevin, do you want to play?" Ramos inquired. "Never mind. I'll just contest in the penalty area today," Huang replied. Ramos glanced at Cruz, gesturing for him to take over the penalty duty, which left Cruz astonished, but he nodded vigorously in agreement. He had not anticipated Ramos would relinquish the opportunity to him. Standing at the foul spot, Cruz adjusted his breathing as he focused on the penalty area. Scoring directly was of little consequence. He was determined to assist Huang. With the referee's whistle piercing the air, Cruz swung his arms and struck the ball with his right foot, curving it unexpectedly to the far post. The Udinese defense concentrated on the center, leaving only Zapata to confront Huang on the left side of the penalty area. Unprepared for Huang's leap, Zapata was a beat too slow and could only watch as Huang directed the ball into the right side of the net. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, dear readers. We have traversed a year together. Lastly, I humbly request your monthly support, as the end of the month brings double rewards. 0480 AC Milan has no villains. Huang Kaiwen. The match commenced with a goal, a header soaring majestically into the right corner of the net, leaving the goalkeeper utterly helpless. Indeed, Huang and Ibrahimovic share a similar style, both preferring not to rely heavily on headers. Throughout his matches, one often witnesses Huang opting for alternative methods at the height suitable for a header, such as chesting the ball down or suddenly raising his leg high. Yet, his aerial prowess is beyond reproach. Indeed, Huang's physical attributes are quite remarkable. The Milan medical staff has noted that Huang frequently sustains injuries due to his exceptional physical condition, explosive power, and remarkable speed, an instance where his body struggles to keep pace with his velocity. In just over a minute into the match, Udinese conceded a goal, leaving one to ponder their ability to endure. Guardiola, hands tucked in his pockets, observed the field intently. Recently, he had shifted his focus from the Greek mythos to Celtic mythology, which offered a far more captivating narrative, emphasizing various adventures rather than the convoluted tales of Greece. However, that was not the crux of the matter. Guardiola was eager to discern whether the Celtic deities could exert their influence in Italy. "Pep, where's your little box?" Clement inquired curiously. "Don't even mention it. It's lost," Guardiola replied with a hint of resignation. The loss of the alchemical box had left him somewhat lacking in confidence. Clement promptly fell silent, aware of how much that box meant to Guardiola. He considered the possibility of assisting Guardiola in procuring another one, having often seen Guardiola place Mourinho's photograph within. This was a testament to their friendship, and if circumstances permitted, he too wished to be a friend whose photograph could be housed within that cherished box. In the Udinese penalty area, Handanovic raised his hands in exasperation, questioning how they allowed an unchallenged header. "Are you all compasses or scarecrows?" Stumple remained silent, having just noted Huang Kaiwen's formidable presence on the field. Zapata, visibly frustrated, retorted, "What am I supposed to do? Why don't you mark Kaiwen while I tend to the goal? It won't he make a difference anyway? You fool. Is your brain filled with nonsense?" Handanovic exclaimed, his anger palpable. While Zapata's point held some merit, he could not concede it. "Let it go, mate," Pasquale advised upon returning to the penalty area, while Inler joined in to restrain Handanovic. Lars Stumple shook his head. Although Udinese's performance had been commendable, the team lacked unity. The players were acutely aware that as long as the money was right, they would be transferred, viewing the team merely as a stepping stone, even contemplating their next destination mid-season. Achieving solidarity in a small team requires an owner who is committed to the team's development and a leader with sufficient charisma to foster unity. Conversely, for larger clubs, the process is considerably simpler. As long as the results are satisfactory, players are less inclined to seek transfers, resulting in a more stable environment. As both teams returned to the midfield, play resumed with the ball being passed to Lars Stumple, positioned as a fullback and defensive midfielder. He was indifferent to his role as a winger. Young players in Germany often find themselves playing unfamiliar positions. Stumple performed admirably on both offensive and defensive fronts, his stamina abundant. Upon receiving the ball and facing Torres, he opted for a direct breakthrough. Torres, displaying vigorous defense, pursued relentlessly. Realizing he could not match the speed, Stumple swiftly executed a sudden halt and turned to pass back to his teammate. Abdi, a Swiss player, was essentially a budget version of Xhaka. As soon as he received the ball, Gattuso was on him. Without waiting for Gattuso to press, he promptly played a lateral pass to Inler. Upon receiving the pass, Inler was immediately contained by Kaka and Rakitic, compelling Sanchez to retreat for the ball. Huang Kaiwen, observing the situation, hastily returned to defend. Once the ball reached Sanchez, his agility became apparent. Despite being surrounded by multiple defenders, he skillfully maneuvered the ball, evading their grasp. Ultimately, it was Rakitic's sliding tackle that brought Sanchez down. Huang Kaiwen promptly assisted Sanchez to his feet, who appeared somewhat taken aback. It is noteworthy that in the past 2 seasons at Udinese, he had only managed to score 8 goals, leaving him perplexed as to why Huang Kaiwen displayed such kindness. "We should play the piano together sometime," Huang Kaiwen remarked, patting Sanchez on the shoulder. Sanchez nodded, albeit confused about Huang Kaiwen's intentions, particularly regarding the piano. Huang Kaiwen stifled a laugh, recalling how splendidly Sanchez's transfer promotional video was crafted. Nevertheless, his tenure at Manchester United remained a convoluted tale, for a player reputed to earn a staggering 500,000 weekly. If his only commendable trait on the pitch was diligence, it surely indicated an underlying issue. Curiously, upon returning to the national team, he appeared vibrant. Unlike the player who struggled to dribble at Manchester United, Huang Kaiwen hesitated to invite such a player to Milan, aside from Huang the King and the Gambling King. No one was permitted to be a wage thief at Milan. "Seize this opportunity," Guido Lin exclaimed animatedly from the sidelines. "Increase our offensive efforts. We must avoid letting them mark everyone and aim to equalize." Milan's defense proved formidable, compelling Guido Lin to urge his players to capitalize on set pieces, recognizing them as prime scoring opportunities. With this thought, he glanced towards the Milan bench. Guardiola, ever the learner, noted that Italian coaches were also studying his tactics. Even when deploying for defenders, Guardiola often assigned entirely different roles to them. Guido Lin found it perplexing that with such an outstanding squad, there was a need for constant experimentation. Sanchez positioned himself at the foul spot, while Huang Kaiwen decided to hover near midfield, awaiting a counterattack opportunity. Sanchez's free kick was blasted directly into the penalty area, aiming to exploit their numerical advantage. However, Milan's defenders boasted significant height, negating any such advantage. Ramos, Thiago Silva, and Godin were all adept in aerial duels. As the ball entered the box, the 2 players with the highest jump and advantageous positioning were both Milan defenders. Thiago Silva, sensing the play, allowed Ramos to clear the ball. Outside the penalty area, Cruz extended his foot, deftly turning and launching a long pass. Huang Kaiwen took a step forward before decelerating, relaxing his arms. He realized it would be futile to attempt to retrieve the ball. Indeed, the pass soared straight to the edge of the penalty area, where the advancing Handanovic collected it. Huang Kaiwen turned back, giving a thumbs up. Did Cruz truly believe that Huang the King could sprint within 5 seconds? Receiving such a pass within 10 seconds seemed implausible. On the sidelines, Guardiola also shook his head. Though he expressed confidence in Cruz, he did not truly believe in him. Nevertheless, a flicker of hope lingered within him. Today, Cruz was positioned as the linchpin of the midfield, yet he failed to deliver a remarkable performance. The ideal midfielder he envisioned was a fusion of Xavi and Iniesta, capable of orchestrating play, evading tight defenses, advancing with the ball, and delivering incisive through balls just outside the penalty area. While exceptional defensive skills were not paramount, the ability to disrupt the opponent's counterattacks by drawing fouls in the attacking third was essential. Guardiola sighed, lamenting the difficulty of finding a competent playmaker. As the match progressed, Huang Kaiwen observed a pressing issue. Udinese displayed remarkable mobility, trading their stamina for space. Whenever a Milan player received the ball, at least 2 or 3 defenders surrounded them. Udinese's defensive organization was exemplary, which explained their impressive standings. In light of this, Huang Kaiwen opted to drop back, aiding his teammates in the midfield tussle. When Kaka received the ball on the right flank, he was immediately confronted by the duo of Sparacale and Inler. After a deft turn, Kaka swiftly laid the ball back and surged forward. Huang Kaiwen, noticing Ramos's movement, darted ahead. This maneuver startled the Udinese players, who abandoned their midfield duties to chase Huang Kaiwen back. Huang Kaiwen's efficiency was remarkable. Ramos approached and swung his right foot, preparing to loft a pass to Kaka. Sparacale lifted his foot to block, but Ramos deftly redirected the ball with a gentle touch to Rakitic. Unmarked, Rakitic flicked the ball with his right foot, executing a delicate lob. Both teams lifted their heads, anticipating the ball's descent. Huang Kaiwen astutely noted that the ball's spin was greater than usual, indicating it might not land centrally. Thus, he deliberately slowed his pace, refraining from rushing into the middle, while Torres moved into the center to draw the defender's attention. In just a second, the ball descended near the top corner of the small box's left side. At that moment, Huang Kaiwen launched himself into the air, tilting his body to maintain balance while raising his left leg. Zapata, positioned in front of him, finally noticed Huang Kaiwen's leap, but it was too late for him to react. Nevertheless, he attempted to jump, trying to interfere with Huang Kaiwen. The impact of the header was formidable, leaving Zapata momentarily disoriented. Meanwhile, Handanovic, stationed at the near post, lunged forward, but merely half a second later, regret flooded his mind. The ball not only carried immense power and speed, but also veered away from a direct path to the goal. The ball rebounded off the goal line, and Handanovic could only watch helplessly as it slipped through his grasp and into the net. Boom! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! The San Siro erupted with their fervent cheers. The fan organization deliberated on celebrating passionately only when Huang Kaiwen achieved his hat trick, aiming to demonstrate their distinction from the average supporters, reflecting a mindset reminiscent of the superiority often exhibited by the Milanese. However, upon witnessing Huang Kaiwen overpower the opposing defender with a forceful header, the flames of excitement ignited within the hearts of the Rossoneri. The afternoon in Milan became increasingly fervent. Goal! Goal, goal, goal! Kaiwen scores. In the 30th minute of the first half, Kaiwen netted his second goal. Notably, both of today's goals were scored with his head. And considering the presence of Bierhoff in the stands, it is difficult to dismiss the connection between Kaiwen's goals and the German legend. A live demonstration? Unthinkable. Kaiwen's character does not lend itself to such aggressiveness. Perhaps we might interpret his manner of scoring as a tribute. Bierhoff likely never anticipated that after his retirement, he would witness the pinnacle of a professional career through Kaiwen's headed goals, akin to Maradona imitating my celebration. In comparison, Ibrahimovic and Torres would do well to observe how Kaiwen plays as a forward. Although both have scored numerous goals, football is ultimately about more than just finding the net. Today, Kaiwen's positioning evidently aimed to provide ample support for his teammates within the penalty area, embodying a role akin to that of Drogba or Huntelaar during their time at Chelsea. Yet, Kaiwen's pivotal contributions are markedly superior. As a commentator, I am often asked about my dream team, to which I have but one answer. Kaiwen. Is football a game of 11 players? I beg to differ. Let us field 11 Kaiwens. Following his goal, Huang Kaiwen rushed towards the corner flag, executing an aerial somersault while raising his arms triumphantly. Soon joined by Torres and Kaká, with Ramos trailing behind. The distance posed a disadvantage here. The intensity of the match had caused Kaiwen's shirt collar to flip halfway up, an old-fashioned design that appeared rather appealing to the fans. Milan, much like this turned-up collar, exuded vitality. The supporters near the corner flag responded fervently to the players' passion, eager to surge onto the pitch. Coach Zhang remarked with a smile, "The Italian football market has begun to warm up recently, primarily due to Huang Kaiwen's return." Indeed, other teams' fans are also keen to witness matches against AC Milan, as Huang Kaiwen has amassed the most individual and collective honors in recent football history, akin to how Pelé once ignited a passion for soccer in the United States. Moreover, there is another noteworthy aspect. Huang Kaiwen's transfer back to Serie A has generally increased the sponsorship fees for Italian teams, providing them with more financial resources to recruit high-caliber players, thereby heightening fan expectations. A virtuous cycle, indeed. Speaking of which, I recollect that several players who recently transferred to Serie A expressed their desire to play alongside Huang Kaiwen in the same league. Yes, while losing to Huang Kaiwen and AC Milan may be disappointing for them, the opportunity to challenge AC Milan is indeed a thrilling prospect. Courtois, perhaps? I recall that several forwards are admirers of Huang Kaiwen, notably Ibrahimovic. Furthermore, Benzema has expressed that he spends his days analyzing Huang Kaiwen's footage to learn. It is astonishing that Huang Kaiwen has become an idol in the footballing world. In terms of playing ability, Huang Kaiwen indeed possesses considerable skill. Yes, Huang Kaiwen excels on the pitch. However, Cruz tends to boast excessively, even claiming that Huang Kaiwen is adept in 1,000 sports, leaving one to wonder how much Huang Kaiwen has compensated him. The rivalry between Rakitic and Cruz is palpable, as their positions are similar yet their characteristics differ. and it seems they both have begun to extol Huang Kaiwen. I suspect that when AC Milan negotiates contracts with players, there is an implicit requirement to praise Huang Kaiwen. Indeed, this could very well be the case. Although previously, players from Real Madrid and Chelsea spoke favorably of him, none have been as extravagant in their adulation as Rakitic and Cruz. Honestly, if I were to join AC Milan, I would gladly sing Huang Kaiwen's praises, even if it meant polishing his boots. Competing alongside him for championships would yield substantial rewards and numerous accolades. Alas, I have waited for over 6 years, and Huang Kaiwen remains undefeated. I wonder who could emerge as the hero to challenge him. Handanovic silently retrieves the ball, his frustration evident as he slaps the grass vehemently. He joined Serie A in the same year as Huang Kaiwen, yet he had limited opportunities at that time. By the time he became a starter, Huang Kaiwen had already departed. This marked their first encounter. Despite being aware of Huang Kaiwen's prowess, Handanovic felt a sense of indignation at conceding 2 goals that he had no chance of saving. The first goal was a perfectly placed shot into the top corner, and given the proximity, it bounced in a manner that no goalkeeper could have thwarted. He yearned to face Huang Kaiwen's shot directly to gauge his capabilities. Udinise's morale visibly waned, and Guidolin found himself at a loss for effective strategies. The Pozzo family's constant selling of star players has left the team devoid of long-term talent capable of stepping up. Surely, the coach cannot rush onto the field to communicate with the players. They must exercise caution and avoid conceding immediately after scoring. The goal is to maintain a clean sheet through halftime. Huang Kaiwen clapped and shouted. This period is when complacency is most likely to set in. Buffon, in the backfield, waved his arms and called out, "You all heard what Kaiwen said. Let us get our act together." Although in his time at Juventus, Del Piero would do something similar, Buffon sensed a stark difference. Perhaps it was due to Del Piero's lack of prowess or his less than appealing personality. Regardless, Buffon believed that Del Piero's words lacked the impact of Huang Kaiwen's. "Got it, old man." Gattuso feigned impatience, waving his hand in jest. Huang Kaiwen responded with a playful middle finger. This fellow, as he aged, seemed to have lost the sternness of his youth. The events unfolding in Milan's half further dampened the spirits of Udinese players. Does skill in football truly dictate the worth of one's fighting spirit? The players of Udinese were increasingly disheartened, feeling overshadowed even in spirit by AC Milan. "Do not despair," urged the veteran Di Natale. "I understand that victory is a formidable challenge, yet we must exert every ounce of effort. This is the essence of professionalism. We must demonstrate to the world that we shall not yield." Sanchez glanced at the elder statesman but remained silent, as none of his teammates responded. With a sigh, Di Natale initiated the play with a horizontal pass, resigning himself to whatever fate awaited. As Sanchez received the ball, Kaká pressed forward. Having been outmaneuvered by Sanchez several times today, Kaká felt a tinge of embarrassment. Though not a defender by trade, Huang Kaiwen's tenacity had shifted Kaká's mindset. Sanchez, unhurried, placed his right foot on the ball, awaiting his teammates' advance. Even a breakthrough would be futile without support. Sanchez's demeanor irked Kaká, who perceived it as a slight. Kaká charged ahead, only for Sanchez to deftly nudge the ball forward before attempting a feint. In that moment, Kaká extended his foot, eliciting a smile from Sanchez, who had intended to toy with him but quickly altered his approach. Sanchez redirected the ball to his left foot, but Kaká's swift footwork thwarted his attempt. In a moment of desperation, Sanchez grasped Kaká, who opted not to engage further and simply executed a back pass. Thus, Udinese relinquished possession. Indeed, Sanchez had been somewhat careless. Although Kaká hailed from an attacking background, elite offensive players possess an acute ability to anticipate their opponent's next move. The art of pressuring an attacking player largely relies on such foresight. In contrast, defenders depend on experience. Expecting a defender to think like an attacker is unrealistic. Upon gaining possession, Gattuso surged forward, and the ball transitioned to Milan, whose formation pressed forward. Torres, observing Huang Kaiwen's position, willingly vacated the left flank. Pasquale advanced toward Ramos, who abruptly halted before executing a lateral pass. Toni Kroos delivered a long ball into the penalty area. This time, the pass was swift yet not as distant as before. Splendid. Torres, positioned centrally, effortlessly controlled the ball, pivoting to advance toward the right. After a few strides, he encountered a multitude of defenders. Prompting a swift horizontal pass with his right foot, Huang Kaiwen swiftly turned to seize the ball. Zapata moved in to challenge Huang Kaiwen from behind. while the retreating Lars Bender awaited an opportunity nearby. Neither player intended to allow Huang Kaiwen to turn. However, Huang Kaiwen did not turn. Instead, he deftly controlled the ball at his feet and executed a quick back pass. As Asamoah rushed forward, Kaka managed to outpace him and secured the ball successfully. Kaka, with a deft touch, maneuvered laterally and, with a swift twist of his body, unleashed a powerful strike. Though it was a long-range effort with his left foot, it carried tremendous force. Handanovic, caught slightly off guard, could only prepare to dive as the ball approached the goal, rendering him incapable of thwarting Kaka's shot. The ball found the net once more. 3-0. Kaka's strike was indeed a world-class goal, ranking among the finest of his long-range efforts. What rendered this attack particularly captivating was not only its speed, but also the way it showcased the player's individual strengths. Let us not overlook Cruz's long pass, a skill he has consistently demonstrated. When Torres received the ball, he exhibited commendable technical prowess. However, the pass's power forced him to veer to the right. A pivotal factor lay in the presence of a defender, as Torres, being right-footed, found the ball positioned ahead of him and would need to sprint to effectively maneuver around it. Thus, he feigned a breakthrough, only to make a lateral pass that deceived the Udinese players. Huang Kaiwen, in possession, adeptly attracted defensive attention while maintaining sufficient pressure on his back, allowing Kaka to receive the ball and strike from distance. AC Milan's offensive display was nothing short of exquisite. While every player, apart from Huang Kaiwen, possesses their own vulnerabilities, their status as elite athletes stems from their ability to conceal these weaknesses during the match. Following the goal, Kaka immediately embraced Huang Kaiwen, standing right before him. "Come on, you've scored before," Huang Kaiwen chuckled, patting Kaka on the back. "It's not the same," Kaka retorted. "A goal is a goal, but the assister's role is entirely different." Since Huang Kaiwen's return, Kaka noticed a marked improvement in his spirits. "Pep, shall we make substitutions?" Clement inquired, rising from his seat. "Today's match shouldn't present too many complications. Let us wait a moment longer," Guardiola replied hesitantly, considering that Inzaghi had endured significant sacrifice. "Huang Kaiwen should be fine now." "All right, I'll prepare some towels," Clement said, as the first half drew to a close. The referee blew the whistle shortly after Udinese resumed play. Guardiola handed a towel and water bottle to Huang Kaiwen before approaching Cruz, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. "You played well today, but I need you to play smarter. Understand? Being the core of a top club is no easy task." "I understand, coach." Cruz nodded, feeling optimistic about the future. Once Cruz entered the players' tunnel, Guardiola sought out Rakitic, stating, "Ivan, I've placed you in various positions because I have great faith in you." Rakitic looked at Guardiola, puzzled. "Are you joking? Players without a fixed position typically lack status within the team." Guardiola, with an arm around Rakitic's shoulder, remarked, "Look at Kevin. He can play in various positions. Beyond his innate talent, he accumulates experience in different roles, which aids in his personal growth. Thus, I wish for you to embrace a similar journey, aspiring to be a better player, not merely confined to a single position." Rakitic nodded in agreement. Yet a sense of unease lingered as he watched Guardiola walk away. The atmosphere in the home locker room was buoyant. With a 3-goal lead and no conceding in the first half, spirits were high. Ramos commented, "Aren't all Chinese people given Chinese names? I recently noticed an actress named Angela Baby." "Indeed, but it's a tricky subject to explain," Huang Kaiwen replied. "She seems to possess a touch of European flair," Ramos continued. "Perhaps, but I'm not particularly fond of her," Huang Kaiwen retorted. "That woman has everything but substance. Beauty is commonplace nowadays, especially post-cosmetic surgery." Huang Kaiwen recalled the infamous celebrity, who, during her time in SA, led the trend of idolizing Korean culture, conveniently traveling to Japan while the nuclear water situation unfolded. Later, this independent single mother attended the Crazy Horse show when the infamous monkey character made headlines. Huang Kaiwen even suspected the occurrences were a deliberate ploy, given the sheer number of coincidences. With no acting skills, and even uncertain of her own nationality, she managed to rake in 80 million from a single film. "In comparison, it's considerably more challenging for me to earn a living," he mused. Noticing Huang Kaiwen's disinterest, Ramos shifted away from that topic. "You all performed admirably," Guardiola announced as he entered the locker room. "Of course, we aim to secure the championship for the second half," Buffon exclaimed with a smile. "Excellent. I am delighted to witness your fervor," Guardiola replied, as he approached the tactical board, scribbling notes before continuing. "However, I believe you must not become complacent. Today, Sanchez performed impressively. In the second half, I need you to impose greater limitations on him. I do not wish for any Udinese player to exhibit high-level performance today, as that would signify your failure to contain the opposition. Understood, coach. Huang Kaiwen promptly responded. At such moments, Guardiola's caution dampened the mood, and Huang Kaiwen felt compelled to offer his support. As the halftime break concluded, both teams returned to the tunnel. Buffon spotted Di Natale beside him and approached him in a playful manner. As national team compatriots of similar age, they shared a mutual respect. Stepping out of line, Buffon faced Di Natale, who, despite needing to look up at him, held his own with unwavering determination. Hey, you're not scoring today, Buffon declared fiercely. Curious glances from both teams awaited the ensuing exchange. With a mock-serious expression, Di Natale nodded. All right, then I won T-score. Both players struggled to suppress their laughter, and the tension between them eased considerably due to this light-hearted moment. The players from both teams have returned to the field, and currently, there are no players warming up on the sidelines, alleviating any concerns about Huang Kaiwen being substituted imminently. Indeed, Udinese appears to have no intention of making adjustments, suggesting that Guidolin is quite satisfied with his tactics. The ball is now in Milan's possession. Shortly after Huang Kaiwen's return pass, Torres swiftly delivered the ball back to him. Huang Kaiwen continues to favor his movements along the left flank, a fact that etched a bitter expression on Lars Binder's face. He is merely on loan to Udinese, not a permanent transfer. When he moved from Munich 1860 to Milan, he never anticipated facing Huang Kaiwen as an opponent. This time, Binder opted to forego a direct confrontation, ceding space for Huang Kaiwen to advance down the wing. As Huang Kaiwen sprinted forward, Binder stepped right, attempting to impede Huang's progress with his body. With remarkable agility, Huang Kaiwen skillfully maneuvered the ball through Binder's legs and surged ahead. Nearby, Zapata seized the opportunity, rushing in to prevent Huang Kaiwen from maintaining possession. However, Huang's footwork proved quicker than Zapata had anticipated. Even in this scenario, he deftly shifted his weight, using his left foot to delicately chip the ball past. The sphere glided past Zapata and soared towards the edge of the penalty area. Both teams were taken aback by Huang Kaiwen's unexpected pass, leaving Torres and Binder inside the box unable to react in time, as the ball continued its trajectory toward the right side. Kaka was also a step behind, and Diminishes cleared the ball with a powerful kick. After Pasquale received the ball in the attacking zone, and, finding no opportunities, decisively sent a back pass to Sanchez, who, upon noticing the congestion near the penalty area, skillfully turned and delivered a delicate lob with his right foot. Di Natale, positioned too far forward, inadvertently directed his header onto Ramos. Rushing back, Ramos had no time to adjust his footing, and his right foot inadvertently nudged the ball into his own net. Buffon stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Guardiola clasped his head on the sidelines, having previously displayed such gestures in response to brilliant goals. This time, however, the brilliance was overshadowed by an own goal. Finally, a goal had been scored, and Udinese players erupted with excitement. Abdi's disdainful gaze thoroughly infuriated Ramos, who charged forward, extending his right hand, ready to grasp his opponent's neck. Lars Binder quickly intervened, blocking Ramos and urging him to calm down. Observing the escalating conflict, Huang Kaiwen hastened back to the defense. By the time he arrived, the altercation had intensified considerably. The Milan players appeared more united and emboldened. Huang Kaiwen assessed the situation, preparing to separate Abdi, fearing that if this individual continued to provoke, several Milan players might face suspensions. Just as Huang extended his hand, Abdi shoved him in the face, catching him off guard and sending him tumbling to the ground. The two sides could no longer contain their tempers. In a remarkable display of fervor, Ramos sprang into action with a powerful punch, while AC Milan's players exhibited an unyielding resolve. Udinese's efforts to assist were thwarted by the sheer chaos. Huang Kaiwen attempted to intervene but was unsuccessful. The escalating conflict between the two sides promised to be exceedingly troublesome. It was quite astonishing to see Lars Binder, clad in Udinese colors, as Asamoah attempted to confront Ramos only to be unceremoniously kicked aside by Binder. It seemed they hadn't anticipated that their own teammate would be the first to betray them in the fray. Guardiola, covering his face, was left in disbelief, as he had hoped to retain the Binder brothers at Udinese until the season's end. Now, it appeared that an early termination of the loan was inevitable. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, followed closely by National Day, the festive spirit enveloped everyone. The chapter concluded with a note of urgency. As Guido Lin pointed out the underlying issues stemming from an undercover presence, Huang Kaiwen, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly rose to his feet. The spectators in the stands were left astounded. After half a season, they had yet to witness such determination from Buffon. Had the team truly traded for a Sicilian powerhouse in exchange for Courtois? Ramos, amidst the fray, found himself momentarily intimidated. Who was this Buffon, commanding such presence? With broad shoulders and imposing height, Buffon's every movement deterred his teammates from approaching him, wary of unintentional injury. The head referee, Valeri, stood anxiously beside Huang Kaiwen, urging him to mediate. Huang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the need for a measured response to the day's events. It was critical that any penalties imposed were equitable. Should Milan's sanctions prove less severe than those faced by Udinese, it would undoubtedly provoke discontent among the fans. Milan aspired to be the de facto leaders of Italian football while simultaneously directing animosity towards Inter and Juventus. They often proclaimed themselves the strongest among the northern triumvirate of Serie A, despite the reality that those two rivals seldom claimed the championship. Silent accumulation of success was the ideal strategy. Mere bravado served little purpose. Observing Huang, the king of the yellow cards, it was evident he preferred action over empty words. Huang Kaiwen, alongside Gattuso, managed to pull Buffon away from the turmoil. Referee Paolo Valeri appeared beleaguered, confronted with a challenging situation. Given Huang's insistence on disregarding the home crowd sentiments, the referee was compelled to take decisive action. In a shocking turn of events, Buffon and Ramos received red cards, while Zambrotta followed suit. Those who failed to enter the fray, Rakitic, Cruz, Torres, and Kaká, each received yellow cards. On the Udinese side, Lars Bender was sent off, while Abdi and Inler were cautioned with yellow cards. Inler felt aggrieved, having merely attempted to de-escalate the situation. Sensing that the referee was compensating for the penalties imposed on AC Milan. Although Abdi avoided a red card, he too would be leaving the field, evidently suffering from an injury. AC Milan's accumulation of cards was staggering, with a significant portion of their squad penalized, ensuring that the referee would become a focal point post-match. The AC Milan supporters, voicing their discontent through jeers, made their displeasure known. Huang Kaiwen grasped Buffon's arm, guiding him to the sidelines amidst the unfolding chaos. Guardiola addressed the trio, instructing them to take a respite while he managed the situation, assuring them not to fret over their circumstances. Buffon, with a grim expression, made his way back. At that moment, a twinge of apprehension crept over him. Should he face a lengthy suspension, Abbiati might usurp his position as the first-choice keeper. Moreover, Guardiola's inscrutable demeanor left him anxious. What if the coach was infuriated? Zambrotta's predicament mirrored his own. After all, their previous coaches had been Lippi and Capello. If such an incident occurred under Capello's reign, none of them would escape unscathed. Ramos picked up a water bottle, rinsed his mouth, and leisurely strolled into the players' tunnel. With experience came a different perspective. Guardiola, with a hint of exasperation, turned to Huang Kaiwen, saying, "Kevin, you should take your position in goal, at the very least. Allow him to warm up before making a substitution." "All right, no problem, coach," Huang Kaiwen replied with a nod. It was noteworthy that Bravo had been Guardiola's personal choice. Today, the King of Yellow would temporarily don the mantle of regent. Huang Kaiwen set himself a modest goal, to concede no more than one goal. In truth, Bravo was not entirely inadequate, and with the inherent talent of the King of Yellow, his abilities would be significantly bolstered, provided the defenders did not undermine him. There should be no issues. Huang Kaiwen donned his gloves, marveling at the fact that AC Milan had specifically prepared a goalkeeper's kit for him, noticing that the gloves bore the number 10. Indeed, he was not mistaken. There were also a series of names embroidered on them, among which he recognized Xabi Alonso, presumably the player whose penalty Huang Kaiwen had saved on that fateful night in Istanbul. Courtois, perhaps? He mused, astonished. He realized that even Xabi Alonso might shed a tear. How many years had passed since the memory of missing 2 penalties was still recalled? AC Milan's antics were somewhat amusing. Embroidering names onto gloves was quite the spectacle. Perhaps next time, they should simply inscribe the names of the goalkeepers he had scored against onto the soles of Huang Kaiwen's boots. That would be excessive, as the list would likely be too lengthy, considering the goalkeepers who had conceded 3 or more goals to him. If they wished to target Casillas and Buffon, they should be direct. Aside from them, Valdez had conceded the most goals. In Huang Kaiwen's saga against AC Milan, he had faced Barcelona, transitioned to Real Madrid, yet continued to confront Barcelona, and eventually joined Chelsea while still battling Barcelona. The encounters had become commonplace, primarily due to Barcelona's formidable prowess. Indeed, one remarked, "It seems Huang Kaiwen has truly excelled, being a formidable obstacle in Xavi's path to Champions League glory since his debut." Messi, too, might find himself challenged. Perhaps he should have joined AC Milan sooner. "No rush," another interjected. "Messi is currently quite expensive. His price will inevitably decline." With 3 players from AC Milan sent off, Udinese was only down 1 man, presenting a seemingly significant advantage. Yet the Udinese players on the pitch felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. The pivotal factor was that the red card for Ben was due to a violent altercation with a teammate. The betrayal of a fellow player inevitably dampened morale. Additionally, there remained a striking resemblance between Steamben and his brother, who still lingered on the field. What if little Bender also makes a return? Guido realized this and chose to substitute the unprepared Andre Corda for little Bender. Huang Kaiwen then remembered and rushed to the sidelines, saying, "Coach, it would be quite awkward for the Bender brothers to remain at Udinese, especially with the team's numerous injuries. Let's terminate their loan contracts and call them back." Guardiola nodded in agreement, stating, "I share the same sentiment. Let Mr. Clement escort them back to the locker room. Otherwise, they will endure a challenging time." Huang Kaiwen reiterated this. Guardiola smacked his forehead, promptly instructing Clement. He had indeed overlooked this detail. Guardiola quickly turned to communicate with Clement, who swiftly entered the players' tunnel. Huang Kaiwen returned to the pitch. The situation had devolved to 8 players against 10, while his teammates continued their warm-up. Gattuso had no choice but to temporarily fill in as a defender, feigning a 3-man backline. Milan had just conceded an own goal, and as the game resumed, Torres made a lateral pass. Kaka, upon receiving the ball, glanced back at the formation and felt disheartened. Behind him stood only Kroos and Rakitic, and such a lack of midfield depth could easily lead to being overwhelmed. As Kroos received the ball, he awaited the opponent's advance and quickly passed to Rakitic. In this situation, he dared not hold on to the ball for too long. With 3 players sent off, Milan's formation exhibited significant gaps. After receiving the ball, Rakitic promptly advanced it, while Kaka began to dribble down the flanks. They all gravitated towards the left, temporarily neglecting the right side. Huang Kaiwen shouted from the goal line, suggesting that it was better to concentrate their defense on one flank rather than leave both sides vulnerable. As for the right side, they would have to rely on Gattuso, who would take on the role of a sweeper, transitioning from midfield to defense today. If that proved insufficient, it would test Huang Kaiwen's goalkeeping prowess. Soon, Kaka was dispossessed in the front line. The numerical disadvantage was glaringly evident. Asamoah delivered a powerful clearance from the back, sending the ball forward. This kick was aimed deep, with Godin and Thiago Silva spreading their arms to expand their defensive coverage, preventing the opponent's advance. Huang Kaiwen confidently gathered the ball in the penalty area, appearing quite composed. Huang Kaiwen truly excelled. Few players could rival his goalkeeping skills. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen had famously seized a Champions League title from Liverpool during the Istanbul night, an event many still regard as the greatest Champions League final. After securing the ball, Huang Kaiwen executed a throw-in, launching the ball to Kroos. This throw nearly covered half the pitch. Thiago Silva couldn't help but glance back, aware of Huang Kaiwen's strength, but surprised by the distance he could achieve with a throw. Milan was outnumbered, and Asamoah abandoned his position to press aggressively. Kroos quickly sent a long ball forward. This kick was relatively accurate, but Torres was unable to outjump Zapata. Udinese swiftly organized an offensive, with Domic directly advancing the ball forward to Pasquale and Sanchez, who surged ahead in unison. Although Pasquale occupied the position of a wing-back, his primary responsibility was to shield Sanchez. At last, the duo could confront Rakitic without the incessant concern of Ramos's interference. Sanchez, possessing the ball, refrained from hastily attempting to dribble past his opponent, opting instead for a direct lateral pass. Pasquale maneuvered towards the center, while Sanchez proactively drifted wide to exchange positions with him. Once more, Pasquale delivered the ball to Sanchez, receiving it on the left flank. Sanchez showed no inclination to find Gattuso, instead deftly cutting in with his left foot towards the center. The movements of Pasquale and Di Natale provided crucial cover, causing Rakitic to falter. In that moment, Sanchez unexpectedly unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot. Kevin Huang, adjusting his stance, had already anticipated the ball's trajectory and lowered his center of gravity, hands poised before his chest. The ball struck his gloves with a resounding thud, yet he was unable to secure it. It rebounded into the small box, where Thiago Silva decisively executed an acrobatic clearance. "Well done," Kevin Huang exclaimed, reaching out to help Silva up. "It was nothing," Silva replied with a smile. Despite Huang's positional change, he suddenly realized that he could still rely on Huang for ample confidence, perhaps even more so than when Buffon stood behind him. Silva felt no apprehension regarding any potential mistakes from Huang. At such times, it was best to focus on performing one's own duties with assurance. The assault from Udinese was far from over. After regaining possession, they surged forward once more, but Inler's sudden through ball was excessively ambitious, intercepted directly by Thiago Silva. As both teams raced towards the midfield, Huang ventured out of the penalty area to receive the ball. Without a moment's hesitation, Silva executed a lateral pass. Guardiola's eyes lit up. This style of goalkeeper stepping out of the box to control the ball was precisely what he desired. His tactics had never revolved around a traditional goalkeeper, but rather on the ability of all 11 players to engage in passing and receiving. While Buffon was undeniably exceptional, he still fell short of Guardiola's ideals. Consequently, Guardiola considered Huang as a promising option for the goalkeeper position. In the backfield, Huang controlled the ball with his right foot, then unleashed a powerful strike, sending the ball soaring from the right flank of the backfield to the left flank of the forward line, accurately finding the advancing Cruz. Kaká lingered nearby, ready to assist, but Cruz suddenly accelerated, shaking off Zapata, and promptly delivered a long pass that found Torres at the edge of the arc. Torres, with his back to Coda, struggled to settle the ball, but managed to turn and shoot amidst the encirclement of 3 defenders. Handanovic, despite diving to the ground, was a fraction too late, as the ball slipped beneath his arm and rolled into the net. Fernando! The San Siro erupted in jubilation. The sight of 7 players receiving cards led the Rossoneri to feel targeted, yet amidst such circumstances, the fans united in solidarity. The sensation of standing against the world fosters a profound unity among them. This goal arrived at a most opportune moment, allowing the repressed San Siro to release its pent-up emotions. An exuberant Torres sprinted back, merely gesturing towards his assisting teammate Cruz before dashing towards Huang Kaiwen. Goal! The jubilant Crudeli raced through the broadcast studio in sheer delight. Goal! 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 Fernando Torres executed a graceful turn and shot, proving that even with only 8 players on the field, Milan remains mightier than any other team in Italy, fielding 10. This goal stemmed from Kevin's precise long pass. To trace back further, one must acknowledge Kevin's remarkable performance after Buffon's departure. He deftly intercepted and thwarted numerous attempts from Udinese, pushing their formation further up the pitch and thus creating this opportunity. Do not underestimate Kevin's distance from the goal, should he desire. He could breach the opponent's defenses directly within the penalty area. Guardiola cradled his forehead, mouth agape. Even after half a season of coaching Milan, he often found himself astonished by the team's prowess and Huang Kaiwen's performance. In the realm of football, anything is possible. However, such possibilities are seldom concentrated and rarely manifest in top-tier leagues. Yet, this dilemma appears non-existent within Milan. Their matches unfold in fantastical manners, employing an array of miraculous combinations to penetrate the opponent's goal. Despite Guardiola's illustrious tenure as Barcelona's captain, he perceives Milan as extraordinarily formidable, surpassing any other elite club he faced during his playing days. Even if his former Barcelona squad were in the same situation, merely avoiding defeat would be considered a significant achievement. Astonishingly, despite being under such offensive pressure, Milan still found the net. Guardiola suddenly sensed that should this team acquire a new coach, it might not falter significantly. He quickly shook his head. Such self-doubt is unwarranted. Without him, Josep Guardiola, how could Milan have progressed? No matter how powerful a dynasty may be, stagnation ultimately leads to its downfall. And he, Josep Guardiola, is the reformer of this dynasty, the architect of a new era. On the stands, Bierhoff chuckled and shook his head. Previously, he felt that Huang Kaiwen's play today resembled his own during his playing days, perhaps just slightly more skilled. However, after witnessing Huang Kaiwen's presence on the goal line, Bierhoff realized there was no comparison to be made. Whether as a forward or a goalkeeper, neither position suited Huang Kaiwen's preferences, yet he delivered exceptional performances in both. This achievement far surpassed that of his peers. When one's proudest attributes can be effortlessly replicated by others, further comparisons only lead to self-embarrassment. Bierhoff applauded with a smile. It is better to simply enjoy the match and refrain from overthinking. The Udinese players erupted into yet another dispute, for Torres's goal bore shared responsibility among several defenders. Even though Torres possesses remarkable prowess, it is quite unexpected for him to score under such circumstances. Ordinarily, he should scarcely have had the opportunity to strike. With 4 defenders present, allowing him a shot near the edge of the arc is akin to merely placing a few training cones. It is no wonder that Handanovic feels aggrieved. The Udinese team, upon resuming play, appears to be in a state of despondency. Guardiola, standing with his arms crossed on the sidelines, senses that today's match is unlikely to present any challenges. After a lengthy warm-up, Abbiati suddenly inquires, "Coach, will I actually be coming onto the pitch?" "Oh," Guardiola exclaims, slapping his forehead in embarrassment. "I was so preoccupied with celebrating the goal that I completely overlooked this matter. I will ensure you get your chance shortly." Abbiati nods and continues his warm-up on the sidelines. The arrival of Dida has rendered him displaced, leading to a tumultuous journey since then. Let bygones be bygones. It is not as though he is barred from participation. After all these years, the initial fervor has long dissipated. Players' temperaments inevitably evolve alongside their personal experiences. Even someone as temperamental as Anelka has mellowed considerably in his 30s. Having faced the harsh realities of life, one quickly comes to the realization that they are not destined for greatness. Yet, some individuals remain oblivious throughout their lives, opting for high-paying roles without stepping onto the field, driven instead by sheer testosterone. Once more, Udinese resumes play on the field. They are evidently flustered. Their numerical advantage fails to translate into dominance, and the specter of internal discord begins to materialize. Sanchez passes the ball to Di Natale and makes a forward run. Di Natale, clearly agitated, forces a pass forward while contending with Cruz, resulting in an absurdly wayward ball. Godin, seizing the opportunity, positions himself to intercept, allowing Huang Kaiwen to take possession. This approach is unsustainable for Udinese. Indeed, they are struggling to maintain composure, primarily due to the myriad of unforeseen events that have unfolded in today's match. The crux of the issue lies in AC Milan's inability to defend effectively, yet Udinese remains incapable of capitalizing on this, leading to a shift in their mindset. Huang Kaiwen has encountered several precarious situations as goalkeeper, but fortunately, he and his teammates have managed to avert crisis. Have you noticed, Coach Zhang, that Huang Kaiwen seems somewhat jittery in goal today? It is indeed the case. He has mishandled the ball on several occasions, possibly due to the sudden change in position. Sanchez continues to pursue the ball, but it is clear that it will roll directly to Huang Kaiwen's feet. Positioned in the small penalty area, Huang Kaiwen glances up and swiftly unleashes a powerful kick with his right foot. Sanchez, slowing down, shakes his head in disappointment at his inability to apply pressure. Huang Kaiwen's kick is evidently aimed at clearing the ball. However, when Sanchez turns back, he realizes that the force of the ball exceeds his expectations. Bierhoff, inherently a powerful player, coupled with Huang Kaiwen's innate talents, ensures that even a casual strike possesses greater force than that of an average player. The ball traverses the halfway line with relentless momentum, prompting the Milan players to abandon their pursuit. The ball evidently approached the defensive line, essentially relinquishing possession to the opposing team. Thousands of eyes in San Siro were fixated on that sphere. Even Handanovic, positioned forward, took it lightly. As anticipated, the ball descended behind the defensive line. However, in the next moment, Handanovic was thrown into disarray. Neither Kota nor Domic managed to make contact. The ball fell heavily onto the turf behind Kota. To Handanovic's utter horror, the bounce was far higher than he had anticipated. In less than a second, the ball soared over his head, and a dreadful suspicion loomed in his mind as he scrambled to turn around, only to witness the ball nestling into the net. St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! The atmosphere in San Siro grew increasingly fervent. Numerous fans rose to their feet in jubilant celebration. They had believed victory would slip through their fingers at the referee's discretion. However, against all odds, after 3 players were sent off, Milan scored 2 more goals. Standing in the penalty area, Huang Kaiwen was equally astounded to find himself scoring directly. Given the distance, any attempt seemed merely an exercise in futility. It appeared fortune was on his side today. With a smile, Huang Kaiwen raised his left arm, proudly elevating his thumb. Such a display ignited even more excitement in San Siro, with many fans bouncing on the stands, singing "I came here to see Kevin score." Fan songs typically follow a few familiar melodies. Merely changing the name can transform it into a new anthem. The Song of Yao and the Song of Wu Lei share the same tune, representing a basketball player and a footballer, respectively. Thus, one should not expect much creativity from the fans. Generally, the finest songs are penned by composers specifically to profit clubs. Guardiola chuckled, shaking his head, as he nudged Abbiati to the sidelines, saying, "We are fortunate to have both Kevin and Buffon, two outstanding goalkeepers. Yet you are the one who has served Milan the longest. I have witnessed your training performance. When you take the field, let the world see that your lack of opportunity is due to our formidable keepers, not your own shortcomings." Abbiati nodded. The new coach's words were at least pleasing to the ear, and he found them quite agreeable. Huang Kaiwen, upon seeing the substitution board, made his way to the sidelines. Abbiati, smiling, extended his left hand, accommodating Huang Kaiwen's dominant hand. Huang Kaiwen placed his left hand on Abbiati's, removing the captain's armband to assist Abbiati in donning it, saying, "Go on, mate, this is quite a mess. Don't feel pressured even if you concede. I'm no longer a young man." Abbiati chuckled, giving his arm a pat as he jogged onto the pitch. Guardiola handed Huang Kaiwen a water bottle and towel, inquiring, "Are you feeling any discomfort, Kevin?" "None, coach. I feel great," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Now, even without the immunity card, opponents would not engage in excessively harsh fouls. Coupled with his injury mastery, he was unlikely to suffer serious harm. The chances of opponents injuring the king of Huang were still less than Huang Kaiwen injuring himself. Ultimately, this physique proves inadequate to encompass his vast potential. Upon the completion of the first volume of his autobiography, titled My Struggle, the subsequent installment shall bear the name Embrace the Sorrows of the World. The first volume now possesses a title, and it remains only to pen some content. Huang Kaiwen repeatedly rinses his mouth on the sidelines, yet he continues to engage in physical activity rather than taking a seat. For him, running is not a concern. However, the continuous saves he has made today have taken a toll, and with his blood circulation accelerating, he dares not sit down directly. As the match nears its conclusion, it is evident that the Milan players are significantly fatigued. Di Natale unleashes a stunning shot from just outside the penalty area, breaching the goal defended by Abbiati, which merely serves to restore a modicum of pride for Udinese. With the referee's whistle signaling the end, Rakitic and Cruz, the beleaguered duo, collapse onto the grass. Neither are specialized defenders, yet they have undertaken a considerable defensive burden today, running approximately 2,000 meters more than usual, which has greatly drained their energy. Huang Kaiwen approaches the two, urging, "Come on, get up. You can rest later. Do not let your bodies bear such a burden." He assists them in walking towards the stands to acknowledge the audience. "Well done, lads. You played with great spirit today. You truly deserve the Milan jersey." "Kaiwen, look at me. Hurry, look at me. Why haven't you called me?" Huang Kaiwen swiftly leads the two towards another section of the stands. The Rossoneri fans are lavish with their applause. Beyond the victory, the players' indomitable spirit has deeply moved them. Centered around San Siro, the renowned team anthem once again echoes through the air of Milan. In the San Siro press room, the post-match conference unfolds. Huang Kaiwen and Guardiola attend the briefing together, while Guidolin sulks in silence. Huang Kaiwen silently shakes his head, hoping that Guidolin refrains from making any disparaging remarks, lest he find himself facing an early dismissal. The Pozzo family, entrenched in football business, is unlikely to sever ties with Milan over such matters, as Milan remains one of the most financially potent clubs in the sport, and their camaraderie has endured for many years. As Guardiola and Huang Kaiwen take their seats on the platform, journalists eagerly begin to pose their inquiries. "Pep, today Milan's players engaged in a brawl against the opponents. Is this behavior not quite deplorable?" "Kaiwen, some experts assert that Ramos exhibits violent tendencies and should be restricted from the pitch. What is your opinion?" "Mr. Guidolin, what is the status of Abdi?" "Mr. Guardiola, do you believe Lars Bender acted correctly in betraying his teammates?" "Pep, this marks Ramos's fourth red card this season, and his accumulating suspensions are escalating rapidly. Will you offer any advice regarding his style of play?" Unable to contain himself, Guidolin interjects. The turning point of this match was undoubtedly Lars Bender's aggression towards his teammate. Such conduct is utterly intolerable. His journey with Udinese has concluded, he will have no opportunities within my team. Mr. Guidolin, will Udinese terminate the loan agreement prematurely? A reporter presses further. I am uncertain, yet I would advise the club to proceed with such actions, for he does not align with my team's needs, Guidolin remarked. And what of Lars Stindl? Will he be affected? A journalist inquired. I wish to inform you that this issue pertains to Lars Bender and bears no relation to Stindl. However, given their striking resemblance, what do you expect me to say? I wish for him to remain, though the players may hold a differing perspective, Guidolin continued. Guardiola interjected, stating, I express my regret regarding today's events. The club is currently negotiating the loan agreements for both players, and I can responsibly assert that they will return directly to Milan. Whether they will be loaned out again depends on the coach's assessment of the players. Do you believe there is an issue with Lars Bender's conduct? The reporter pressed. Guardiola shook his head and replied, regardless of the circumstances. One should never resort to violence against teammates. However, I believe Lars's intentions may not have been as they appeared. There could be some misunderstandings at play. Will the players who received red cards face punishment, particularly Ramos? The journalist persisted. I will discuss this matter with the players. I have never condoned violence. Yet, football has never been a genteel sport. During my time with the Barcelona youth team, after the Copa del Rey final, there was a significant altercation between Maradona and Athletic Bilbao, resulting in numerous injuries, including fans. Such incidents are profoundly disheartening, but if one investigates thoroughly, one would discover that Maradona's outburst stemmed from an incident a year prior when he was tackled severely by a player from Athletic Bilbao, Guardiola articulated. Are you suggesting that several players are without fault? The reporter queried. After shaking his head once more, Guardiola replied, I would not assert that. Yet, everything that transpires on the field has its reasoning. I will advise them to manage the situation with composure, and I concur that they should face some consequences. And what of Ramos? Is he unfit for the field? The journalist asked. Without hesitation, Guardiola pounded the table and exclaimed, Silence. What are you implying? He has secured 4 Champions League titles, along with the World Cup and the European Championship. If such a player is deemed unfit to play, then there would be no one left suitable for the sport. Guardiola possesses a keen awareness of the dynamics within his team. Kevin Huang is an integral component of his strategy. Thus, Ramos must not be a point of contention, even disregarding Ramos's frequent assists to Huang. The bond between the two forbids Guardiola from allowing the journalist to continue. Within AC Milan, it is a choice between the coach and Ramos. Even if Guardiola hesitates to acknowledge it, he understands that Ramos holds greater significance. Both coaches prefer to limit their comments. The journalist then turned his focus to Huang. Kevin, what are your thoughts on today's match? He asked. Huang, smiling as he adjusted the microphone, responded. The events that transpired during the match are not what anyone wishes to witness. It was merely a misunderstanding. Just as Abdi did not intentionally wish to harm me. The Milan players had no intent to inflict injury upon others. I believe this matter does not warrant further scrutiny. Do you think there is no fault in the actions of several Milan players? A reporter pressed, eager to hear Huang Kaiwen's perspective. Gianluca and Gigi are both celebrated heroes of Italy's World Cup triumph, having devoted many years to the sport, with Gianluca even gracing Spain with his presence. They have each contributed significantly to the promotion of Italian football. At their age, a prolonged suspension would almost equate to an immediate retirement, which would be unjust. They are not malevolent individuals. As two of the finest players in Italy, they deserve a more dignified conclusion, and the disciplinary committee ought to take this into account. Huang Kaiwen remarked with a smile. And what of Ramos? The journalist inquired. Huang Kaiwen responded. Sergio is not a bad person. He is about to commence his master's program, which is quite rare in the world of football. I believe a highly educated athlete deserves greater leniency. External appearances do not reflect Sergio's inner character. He is fundamentally a kind-hearted individual. The absence of tattoos on Sergio is indicative of his social responsibility, as he refrains from tattooing to ensure he can donate blood. I consider Sergio to be a better role model for children. Gratitude is extended to Wang Zhongwang for the generous donations from book friends. The mention of tattoos reminds me of news regarding Cristiano Ronaldo. I merely hope there will be no backlash. To prevent any discord, I have refrained from writing even a single description of a determined gaze, fearing it might provoke a playful mockery from you. Athletes, or people in general, share commonalities. Whatever I write will inevitably relate back to the dual stars, so perhaps it is best to avoid any disputes. I seek your support for monthly votes. This chapter concludes. Since Kevin has spoken, there must be merit in his reasoning. If you cannot discern the rationale, perhaps you should reflect further rather than inquire of me. Each individual's capacity for understanding varies. I find merit in his words, while you find none. Shouldn't you contemplate your own perspective? On television, Rakitic impatiently brushed aside a reporter and entered a restaurant. The intense match between Milan and Udinese has captured headlines across Europe. Following this transfer period, Serie A appears to be on the rise, much to the delight of other European nations, particularly the English, who relish the spectacle of Italian football. During their breaks, Milan players faced media harassment. The only player able to overshadow that match was one who did not even take the field. What am I to do? Inzaghi slumped on Huang Kaiwen's sofa, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling. His Holy Roman Empire had been exposed. The Italians did not react strongly, as dual citizenship is permissible here. However, fans and reporters have shown considerable interest in Inzaghi's nationality, with some even demanding he declare war on Ethiopia soon. Moreover, certain Milan fans from 20 years ago hope he could secure a territory for them, insisting it must not be in Africa, but in Italy. Inzaghi is thoroughly exasperated. Kaka chuckled and remarked, "Did you never foresee this outcome? Why not announce the Holy Roman Empire as surrender to Egypt or Sudan?" Ramos suggested. "How could that be possible?" Inzaghi exclaimed, striking the armrest with frustration. "Even if it comes down to the last man, we shall never surrender. Of course, we are not prepared for war yet. I believe we should disregard others' opinions. Weren't you once in the same position?" Huang Kaiwen stated. Although Inzaghi sometimes sought the spotlight, it was always in relation to his performance on the pitch. He never divulged personal matters, so despite his playful demeanor, there was little information regarding his private life. Moreover, Inzaghi generally handled situations adeptly. He was a seasoned player, and no one had ever leaked news akin to that of Rooney. It was unexpected that Inzaghi would be troubled by such matters. "You do not understand. I am no longer alone," Inzaghi said, resting his hands on his forehead. His irritation palpable. "Have you found a girlfriend? Or perhaps a boyfriend?" Ramos probed. "Get lost," Inzaghi retorted sharply. "What I mean is that my actions represent the Holy Roman Empire, do you understand? And that fellow Antonio is the vice-emperor. I am not acting alone." "Do not overthink it," Huang Kaiwen said, patting Inzaghi on the shoulder. "As a public figure, you should indeed consider your image. But given that you have no image to speak of, it is even less of a concern now. You need not be defined by others. Understand that you should live for yourself, not for the opinions of others. Is that so? Then why do you always pay attention to your image in front of the camera?" Inzaghi inquired suspiciously. Huang Kaiwen explained, "People are different. I relish the admiration of youth and aspire to earn more money. Therefore, beyond performance, I must have more standout qualities." "So, you mean that as long as it creates a trend, whether good or bad, it can be profitable?" Inzaghi asked. "You are correct," Ramos interjected, emphasizing individuality. "Anything from punk to dark chaos will find an audience. However, as an athlete, it ultimately comes down to personal skill and achievements. Without results, any hype will only last for a brief period." Huang Kaiwen gave a thumbs up. "Good brother Ramos, soon to be a master, has hit the nail on the head. Individuality and preferences are merely embellishments for public figures like stars and athletes. Your core competency is what truly matters. When the King of Yellow strikes an opponent's face in a match, the media can interpret it as encouragement. If Bebe were to do the same, the opponent would likely retaliate with a punch. The reason Ibrahimovic's boasts have become increasingly endearing is that he consistently delivers in critical moments during the league. At his age, he can still score vigorously. If it were Morata in the same period, the outcome would be entirely different. So I should continue to be myself without considering the opinions of others?" Inzaghi queried. "Absolutely," Huang Kaiwen nodded. "What you do does not harm others. You have no desire to gain anything from the media, so there is no need to satisfy their curiosity. Inzaghi, that old fellow, usually carries himself with such nonchalance. Yet, when faced with the media's adulation, he seems to struggle a bit. That's good. I was beginning to think there was an issue." Inzaghi sighed in relief. "Rest assured, there won't be any problems, as long as you and Antonio refrain from stirring up any trouble," Huang Kaiwen remarked. "That guy is rather unpredictable," Ramos commented. "Whenever he meets Cassano, they turn everything into a competition, even racing to see who can eat faster. By the way, Antonio mentioned that he has prepared a script to commemorate the birth of the Holy Roman Empire," Inzaghi added. "What kind of film is it? Is it historical?" Kaka inquired with curiosity, as he has always held a keen interest in history. I'm not entirely sure. It seems to delve into interpretations of why our nation is considered the legitimate Holy Roman Empire. I hear he intends to consult some experts, Inzaghi replied with a chuckle. Huang Kaiwen remarked, I suspect it won't be long before someone seeks to trouble Inzaghi. During a prior event, Huang Kaiwen had encountered Archduke of Austria and Prince Edward von Habsburg of Hungary, Bohemia, and Croatia. Though he belongs to a collateral line and holds little power, he is quite active, constantly talking about restoration. Interestingly, Prince Otto, the leader of the Order of the Golden Fleece, has remained relatively low-key during World War II. He declined assistance from Hitler for a restoration attempt and subsequently went into exile. Currently, his granddaughter Eleanor and grandson Ferdinand represent the new generation of the Habsburg family. Eleanor has a keen interest in fashion design, while Ferdinand has taken to karting, preparing himself to become an F1 driver. If all goes as expected, Ferdinand will be the successor of the Habsburg legacy. Edward, on the other hand, relentlessly promotes his theories on social media. If Inzaghi and Cassano's film comes to fruition, he will undoubtedly leap at the chance to oppose it. Inzaghi sighed and suggested, since we have some time off, let us go fishing. Forget it, it's already afternoon. And the time for a round trip is simply too short. Ramos decisively shook his head, unable to grasp the joy of fishing. Inzaghi, somewhat disappointed, watched as the three opened their computers and idly sat down to watch television. On RAI1, the program Talk About Football was airing. Antonella Mozetti, though still charming, appeared slightly aged. This television presenter has had a rich romantic history, having previously been linked to Lippi's son, as well as Montella, Tony, and the Inzaghi brothers after her breakup. Seeing an old flame on television made Inzaghi feel a tad awkward, yet he refrained from changing the channel, for he would otherwise never be able to watch TV again. Antonella pointed at the footage from a previous match with a pointer, stating, Gigi seems to have lost his mind, but we ought to understand. After all, Kevin might be injured. Everyone knows how pivotal Kevin is for Milan. See, the whole world is singing your praises, Inzaghi remarked with a hint of acidity. Huang Kaiwen glanced over and teased, with so many old flames. How can you still feel jealous? Although Inzaghi's romantic history may not be as flamboyant as that of Cassano, the caliber of his dating partners is notably superior. While Cassano's romantic encounters often involve fans, university students, and chance meetings at bars, Inzaghi seems to favor models and television hosts of some renown. This preference is not to imply that models and hosts are inherently superior, but their profession allows them greater access to players, making it less likely for ordinary fans to invite them out. Thus, Inzaghi's striking visage has undoubtedly afforded him significant advantages in this regard. I harbor no jealousy. I merely feel that in this instance, it appears everyone believes we are in the right, Inzaghi remarked. It is certain that Milan has erred, but should not the fans extend us a measure of leniency? Kaka inquired with a smile. Huang Kaiwen, having fallen silent, thought it was entirely normal for such events to transpire. Who knows? It all depends on the Federation's decision regarding penalties, Inzaghi stated. It dawned on Huang Kaiwen that the Italian Football Federation had yet to announce any sanctions. Gianluca Abet stood before the long table, observing his close aides. As the president of the Italian Football Federation following the Calciopoli scandal, he bore an extraordinary weight of pressure. Gentlemen, let us discuss how we shall proceed. The world is awaiting our resolution, Abet declared, tapping the mahogany table with his knuckles. The Secretary of State from the Prime Minister's office, Creamy, raised his hand. Allow me to express our viewpoint. AC Milan is currently the finest team in Italy, and they deserve some protection, particularly in Kevin's case. You must consider his feelings when addressing Ramos's suspension. Italian football cannot afford to lose Kevin, nor can Italy. The Secretary General of the Olympic Committee, Panici, nodded in agreement. We share this sentiment. The Federation must exhibit a mature response in handling Milan's suspension. Abet silently cursed under his breath. Damn it. None of you wish for the Federation to take severe action, yet they must uphold discipline in Serie A. This situation is indeed difficult to navigate. I believe we could approach this matter separately, suggested Abet's secretary, Oliveira. Do elaborate, Abet prompted. Oliveira continued. The conflict can be delineated into two phases. The first phase stemmed from Abdu's taunt regarding Ramos's own goal, which we can classify as provocation towards the opponent. The second phase involved Abdu pushing Kevin, leading to a heightened emotional response from AC Milan's players, with Buffon being particularly prominent in this furor. Therefore, We could assign primary responsibility to Abdu while issuing a penalty to Buffon, thus sparing the other Milan players from punishment. This proposal is commendable. Creamy nodded. Football in Italy has never been a singular industry. Following Huang Kaiwen's return, the languishing Italian economy has seen some resurgence. It is crucial to maintain this momentum. That will not suffice. Abet shook his head. While we can penalize Buffon, it must not be excessive, as Kevin rightly pointed out. A lengthy suspension at Buffon's age would equate to an early retirement. We cannot bear that responsibility. The press officer Padula remarked. Let us continue to assign primary responsibility to Udinese, imposing severe penalties on both clubs, while softening the sanctions on the players. Additionally, let us silence that Abdi. Kevin has forgiven him, and he too should forgive the 7 who struck him. Very well, I leave this matter in your hands. Inform Gianpaolo Pozzo and his son to manage their players and coach accordingly. Udinese will receive compensation, but do not expect any trouble regarding this issue. Abet responded, however, with Milan facing such significant penalties for their players, might they harbor any thoughts? Padula hesitated, stating, it is evident to any discerning observer that Milan is the current flagship of Serie A. In terms of European competition performance and appeal to fans, Milan represents the most vital aspect of Serie A. We shall first issue the penalty announcement, followed by a video on the official website showcasing Kevin's saves. Someone should compose an engaging article analyzing Kevin's performances in various positions, highlighting his merits. That should suffice. Abet concluded decisively. The Secretary-General of the Olympic Committee, Paniaggi, nodded in agreement, while the Undersecretary of the Prime Minister's office, Creamy, affirmed, let it be so. Excellent. Now proceed with the arrangements, Abet urged, waving his hand to dismiss everyone as if swatting away flies. Since the match, he had endured considerable pressure. Particularly after the morning edition of La Gazzetta dello Sport featured a piece on Ramos's emotional impact in Italy, detailing his charitable deeds toward university professors. At precisely 7 o'clock in the evening, the Italian Football Federation's official website finally announced the penalties for both parties, stating, during the match between AC Milan and Udinese at the former's home ground, a serious conflict occurred, and both clubs failed to adequately manage player emotions. We hereby impose a fine of 120,000 on AC Milan, along with the closure of one home stand, while Udinese will be fined 50,000. Udinese player Abdi has been fined 2,000 for provoking the opponent. He will not face a suspension this time, with hopes that he learns to maintain sportsmanship on the field. Lars Bender has been suspended for 1 match, with an additional 3-match suspension. AC Milan player Gianluigi Buffon faces a 1-match suspension, with an additional 3-match suspension. Gianluca Zambrotta has been suspended for 1 match, with an additional 2-match suspension. Sergio Ramos is suspended for 1 match, with an additional 2-match suspension. Almost simultaneously, Milan's official website released a statement, following friendly negotiations with Udinese. We have decided to terminate the loan contracts of Lars Bender and Stendhal early. We are also thrilled to announce to all Rossoneri fans that former Bayern captain and Dutch national team leader Mark van Bommel has transferred to Milan on a free transfer, significantly strengthening our midfield. The following morning, Huang Kaiwen awoke to find the penalty decisions splashed across the newspapers. He felt satisfaction in the Italian Football Federation's classification of Lars Bender as a Udinese player. Oranges from the south are sweet, while those from the north are bitter. He mused. How could such a fine boy as Lars Bender resort to violence against teammates upon joining Udinese? This surely warrants some self-reflection from Abdi. Once he returns, he shall be a better man. At the very least, Ramos should be considered for a substitute role, where he could function as a versatile midfielder without any issue. Bender has the ability to play in numerous positions, and such players typically secure a spot on the bench at any prestigious club. While the Bender brothers may not be lacking in skill, their performances are often hindered by injuries. Indeed, remaining injury-free is a talent in itself. To secure a starting position at a top club, this talent becomes paramount. The ascension of Casillas serves as a testament to the fact that sometimes a young player merely requires one opportunity to usurp your place. To maintain one's position in a prestigious club, one must strive to avoid injuries at all costs. According to Tuttosport, this was a match filled with fervor yet marred by distortion. Although Abdi's situation is unfortunate, it underscores a crucial truth. When provoking an opponent on the field, one must take responsibility for their actions. He should be grateful that Kevin characterized the incident as a misunderstanding, Otherwise, he would find himself departing Serie A during the winter break. Huang Kaiwen shook his head with a smile. It was never intentional, and naturally, he would not pursue the matter further. It is imperative to distinguish between intentional and unintentional actions. Otherwise, who would dare to play alongside King Huang in the future? As Huang Kaiwen continued to peruse, he noted the criticisms directed at Guardiola. This was primarily due to Huang Kaiwen playing in two positions during a single match, neither of which are his accustomed roles. Although his headers were exquisite, the fans were less than pleased. Huang Kaiwen delved further into the article. Bierhoff, in an interview with Il Romanista, stated, "Having played for both teams, I hope for commendable performances from both Milan and Udinese. However, the outcome of the match does not surprise me in the slightest. I have conversed with the Udinese players, and they hardly mentioned Kaiwen before the match, as it would only instill fear in them, given the caliber of the opponent. Udinese's performance was commendable. As for me, Kaiwen and I belong to different echelons of players. There is little to compare between us. We do share commonalities, such as scoring headers, playing for Milan, and being men, but beyond that, there is not much else." Huang Kaiwen chuckled, surprised by Bierhoff's unexpected humor. Upon flipping through the tabloid Il Messaggero, Huang Kaiwen discovered the front page featured 4 players, adorned with the grandiose title The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Conquering Knight Buffon, or perhaps it could be said that he was conquered, is certainly a fitting description. After suffering several defeats at the hands of Kaiwen, Buffon has become a staunch supporter. And through years of perseverance, he has finally become Kaiwen's teammate. In the match against Udinese, Buffon demonstrated his prowess with a show of strength. The warring knight Ramos, whose red horse symbolizes the red card, has long been notorious for accumulating red cards. He frequently engages in battles on the field. And what is most astonishing is that he invariably emerges victorious in the end, rather than pondering when Kaiwen might face defeat. Our curiosity leans more towards when Ramos might lose a fight. The famine knight Van Bommel, although he is set to become Kaiwen's teammate for the first time, has always displayed a rather rough defensive style. It is foreseeable that he too will become a frequent recipient of cards. Despite lacking significant honors in both the Dutch national team and his club, it is believed that he will soon earn his first UEFA Champions League medal. Death Knight Rakitic, who has only been teammates with Kaiwen for half a year, has made a striking impression with his evaluation of Kaiwen. In a recent interview, he stated that he would be willing to die for Kaiwen. The young Rakitic has proven himself worthy, earning his place among the 4 knights. Upon hearing this, Huang Kaiwen was left in a state of bewilderment. These 4 knights do not seem to embody virtuous roles. Could they not be likened to the Knights of the Round Table instead? Many literary works feature these 4 knights, with their origins traceable back to the Bible. However, the Bible explicitly mentions only the title of the Death Knight, leaving the other 3 unnamed. Huang Kaiwen raised the newspaper and remarked, "Albert, have them revise it. I wish to see a more positive portrayal." "Understood, sir," Albert replied as he took the newspaper. After a brief moment, Ramos arrived at the door. Once in the car, Huang Kaiwen scrutinized Ramos and, with a hint of surprise, inquired, "Are you going out on a date? What prompted you to switch to cologne?" "Not at all," Ramos chuckled, shaking his head. "You mentioned before that the previous scent was too strong, so I opted for something lighter." "It does indeed smell much better," Huang Kaiwen acknowledged. Ramos flashed a grin and pressed the accelerator, his mood evidently buoyant as indicated by the way he shifted gears. Although an automatic vehicle is easier to drive, Ramos still prefers the sensation of a manual transmission. Huang Kaiwen was well aware of this preference, having developed a fondness for manual cars during his childhood, influenced by animated series that made driving seem thrilling. Once again, the reporters at Milanello were unable to intercept Ramos. As the two approached the locker room, Huang Kaiwen cheerfully extended his hand. "Mark, it's a pleasure to see you here." "Good morning, Captain." Van Bommel responded with a smile after exchanging a high five with Huang Kaiwen. "You, my friend," Huang Kaiwen teased. "I hadn't even started playing when you were the captain." "Well, here you are the captain," Van Bommel laughed. After changing, Huang Kaiwen suggested, "Let us go meet the teammates." The Bender brothers had already begun their warm-up on the training field. Huang Kaiwen greeted them. "Lars, Sven, good morning." "Good morning, Kaiwen." The Bender brothers chimed in unison, both displaying excitement. They had assumed that the senior members of the first team would be rather imposing, yet they were pleasantly surprised by Huang Kaiwen's friendly approach. Van Bommel added in German, "I followed your news while in Germany. You play quite well." Lars Bender rubbed the back of his head, grinning foolishly, while his brother Sven responded, "That is wonderful to hear. We hope to learn and grow more. In just a few simple exchanges, Huang Kaiwen gained insight into the brothers' personalities. After inviting a few more to join in the warm-up, Huang Kaiwen initiated a playful game of ball stealing while awaiting the arrival of their teammates. The single men, including Inzaghi, had just finished breakfast in the cafeteria and made their way to the training field, with Guardiola, dressed in training gear, holding a clipboard. Clement remarked with a smile. It seems the players' spirits remain high, undeterred by recent events. Guardiola nodded with a forced smile. The players were not affected, and the penalties were not overly severe. Such realities were what troubled him. Both Inzaghi and Kroos appeared vibrant and full of life. Guardiola resolved to call Mourinho later from his office to inquire about his well-being. If no one bore the consequences, would that not mean he had to? Unable to contain his eagerness to make the call, he still stood at the sidelines, lightly tapping the clipboard and stating, "It brings me joy to see some new faces. Though the Binder brothers were previously signed by the club, this is my first opportunity to see you on the training ground. And Marco, while we have met before, this is our first encounter here. First and foremost, I extend my warmest welcome to you. Secondly, I must convey an important message. Perform well, and you shall be granted opportunities. You stand on equal footing with the existing players. Your contributions will be rewarded proportionately. I will not grant a starting position solely based on tenure. I prioritize training performance. That is my principle." After delivering his address, Guardiola nodded at Clement and swiftly made his way toward the office. Upon a closer examination of Kroos and Inzaghi's conditions, his unease deepened. It was imperative to inquire about Mourinho's situation at the earliest. As training concluded at noon, Kevin Huang remarked, "Marco and Ricardo share their birthday on April 22nd, while Lars and Sven celebrate on April 27th. Since the dates are so close, let us celebrate together." "That sounds delightful," Kaka chimed in, knowing he would receive gifts from Kevin Huang every year. Van Bommel and the Binder brothers exchanged surprised glances, not anticipating Kevin's familiarity with their personal details. Inzaghi interjected, "You'll get used to it. Kevin delights in celebrating others' birthdays. I suspect he spends millions on gifts annually. It's not a matter of money, but of sentiment." Ramos retorted with a hint of annoyance. How could Kevin's gifts be quantified by currency? All right. You make a fair point," Inzaghi conceded with a shrug. "Let South celebrate at my place tonight. We have new teammates joining us." Kevin Huang continued, "That sounds splendid." Inzaghi then playfully wrapped his arm around Kevin's shoulders, saying, "You know my expenses have been quite high lately. I haven't savored fine wine in ages. Are you planning to purchase an aircraft carrier?" Kevin humorously inquired. "A mere barren desert, yet it can still yield blossoms? How did you know?" Inzaghi exclaimed in surprise. Kevin responded, "Now it seems the tables have turned on me." Inzaghi continued, "Antonio and I met someone online who claims his father is a general in Ukraine and can procure anything." "And did he ask you for a deposit?" Kevin questioned. "Indeed. Each of us contributed 100,000, and he even inquired whether we desired a nuclear bomb, suggesting an additional 500,000 as a deposit. We decided to contemplate this matter further, as we must prioritize harmonious relations with our neighbors," Inzaghi exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Fool," Gattuso rolled his eyes and retorted. Previously, he had nearly invested in Inzaghi's venture, contemplating joining the elder council with him. Now, the prospect of associating with Inzaghi seemed likely to diminish his intellect. "What does he mean?" Inzaghi asked. "What he implies is that you may have been deceived," Huang Kaiwen remarked. "Impossible. I have seen photographs of him aboard a warship, alongside various individuals," Inzaghi insisted. "There are numerous methods to fabricate such evidence," Huang Kaiwen replied curtly. "Beyond mere photo editing, deception exists. Ronaldo serves as a prime example." "Really? I refuse to believe it," Inzaghi exclaimed, visibly distressed. He had envisioned himself fishing on the deck of an aircraft carrier, only to have his dreams shattered within a day. Huang Kaiwen shrugged and remained silent. During the evening gathering, Inzaghi chose not to attend, opting instead to strategize with Cassano. The absence of Inzaghi indeed rendered the atmosphere less lively, yet the new teammates expressed their satisfaction. A few days later, in the match against Lecce, Guardiola rotated the team, resulting in a draw for Milan. However, shortly after, in the Italian Cup match against Bari, the team emerged victorious with a resounding 4-0 win. Yet Guardiola's demeanor remained unyieldingly grim. This cast a shadow over the Milan locker room, leaving everyone puzzled about the coach's underlying issues. Following a win against Cesena, Guardiola's expression remained unchanged, and Huang Kaiwen could have sworn he saw Capello's likeness. Before the game against Catania, Huang Kaiwen approached Guardiola. "Kevin, please have a seat," Guardiola said as he looked up. "Coach, is something troubling you?" Huang Kaiwen inquired, settling onto the sofa. "Not at all. Everything is splendid. I feel fantastic," Guardiola responded. "That's reassuring. If anything arises, feel free to confide in me. We are a team," Huang Kaiwen offered. "I assure you, I'm fine. There's no need for concern," Guardiola chuckled. Huang Kaiwen rose to depart, realizing there was little he could do if Guardiola was unwilling to share. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and he hoped Guardiola could navigate his challenges effectively. As the month concluded, Milan secured another victory against Catania, wrapping up all their matches for January. Huang Kaiwen once again anticipated a refresh in the store. Special template, Kachiki Byakuya, 100,000 points. Template, Harvey, 800 points. Iniesta, 800 points. Busquets, 200 points. Skills, shooting training guidance, 5,000 points. Long-distance free kick mastery, 800 points. Aircraft repair mastery, 100 points. Items, 24-hour immunity card, 20 points. Upon examining this special template, one finds that aside from his striking appearance, Byakuya truly possesses no notable merits. Within the realm of Bleach, the disparity in combat prowess among these captains is quite pronounced. Yamamoto claims to be the strongest ice user, a so-called prodigy, yet when it comes to actual combat, none can surpass him. The midfielders in Dream 3 are commendable, though regrettably, the Yellow Ball King has little to offer. Observing the skills, Kevin Huang could hardly contain his anticipation. Last month featured Aircraft Mastery, and this month showcases Aircraft Repair Mastery. If this trend continues, one wonders what next month will bring. Ultimately, Kevin Huang expended 120 points to acquire Aircraft Repair Mastery, an immunity card. The skill, Aircraft Repair Mastery, elevates your aircraft repair capabilities to a certain level. It is as simple as that. Kevin Huang felt a tinge of disappointment. However, he noticed a line of small text. Ding, successfully altered the fate of player Lars Bender. Gained 500 fate points. Upon clicking to reveal the fate, a scene promptly unfolded. Lars Bender returned to the team early. Discovering that you knew both his and his brother's birthdays, he was profoundly touched, and upon learning that you had approached the coach to terminate their loan early, he transformed into your devoted supporter. Noticing that Tony Kroos had a good relationship with you, Lars Bender proactively engaged with this fellow East German. Together with Stindl, the three quickly became inseparable. By a stroke of chance, Lars Bender discovered the Bykevin Church in Italy. While he held no particular interest in this matter, he nonetheless took note of it. Lars Bender began to delve into your past, annotating his findings. His research, especially in terms of video analysis, significantly enhanced his match-reading abilities on the field, which in turn deepened his commitment. In 2015, after winning the Champions League for several consecutive years, Lars Bender decided to retire, dedicating himself to becoming a Kevin scholar, seeking to disseminate his teachings worldwide. He was convinced that you were no ordinary individual, as an ordinary person could not maintain such peak performance after enduring numerous injuries. This theory garnered considerable recognition. In 2018, after 5 years of diligent effort, Lars Bender finally published his first work, The Divine Journey Through the World. In this book, he proposed a theory that divinity might be sealed for certain reasons, compelling them to remain among mortals. It is evident that Lars Bender believes you to be a deity. However, during his exploration of related topics, he discovered numerous similar works originating from China, predominantly found on Qidian Chinese network. To validate his theories, he resolved to learn the Chinese language and subsequently pen a popular book on Qidian, denouncing the absurdity of Western fantasy authors who depict the notion that a mere slumber could vanquish a god as blasphemous. Regrettably, he failed to grasp the rules of the platform, and after being rejected by the editor Kagaya a staggering 37 times, Lars Bender finally began to delve into the writing techniques of others. Following a year of diligent study, he successfully secured a publishing contract. Ben's inaugural online novel, The Supreme Deity, commenced serialization, yet he soon encountered a dilemma. Despite writing 800 words daily, he could not even attain full attendance, let alone garner recommendations. During an interview, he voiced his grievances regarding this predicament, asserting that his prose was exceptionally concise and that it was implausible to generate tens of thousands of words in a single day. Unfortunately, this interview did not attract the attention he had hoped for. Realizing he could not alter the rules, he resolved to transform himself. Lars Bend committed to improving his writing speed and even enrolled in a shorthand training course. However, upon graduation, he discovered a significant issue. His mind could not keep pace with his hands. Without dialogue, no matter how swiftly he typed, he could not fully express himself. At this juncture, he became aware of the global phenomenon of Royal Madrid Ninja. Consequently, he reached out to the eldest son of the Raoul family. And after conversing for some time, Ben finally grasped the essence of effective storytelling. Before long, his second novel, The Supreme God, surged into the top 10 of the sales chart and consistently dominated the monthly voting leaderboard. His daily output of 30,000 words maintained its quality, leaving many in awe of his inherent talent for this craft. Upon realizing that his brother earned millions of euros within a year, he ceased any further persuasion. Lars Bend swiftly acquired a platinum contract and was recognized as one of the top 10 authors of the year, with his fantasy works enjoying widespread acclaim. By 2041, Bend had completed his 13th book, The Mysterious God, accumulating over 100 million words in total. During an interview, a reporter inquired, "Many authors lose their creative drive after attaining wealth. How do you maintain such high quality and quantity over the years?" Bend merely smiled and remained silent. After all, one could still perform on the field even after becoming a coach. His accomplishments were trivial in comparison. In 2089, at the age of 90, Lars Bend finally felt he possessed sufficient literary prowess to undertake writing another book about you. However, after several sleepless days, he succumbed to slumber at his desk and never awoke again. On his hastily scribbled notes, there remained but a single line: "How can one describe a god?" Upon reading this, Huang Kaiwen found himself at a loss for words. His teammates were truly skilled in their craft. Huang Kaiwen pondered whether they were inherently remarkable, merely awaiting the inspiration of the Yellow King to unlock their latent talents. This indeed seemed plausible. The role of the Yellow King could be likened to that of a cosmic Rubik's Cube, serving essentially as a key. Indeed, the illustrious king of the yellow ball has the ability to inspire greater performances from his peers. Were it not for Milan being his home club, he would undoubtedly demand a contract enhancement alongside a performance bonus. Even without such discussions, the resurgence in the careers of players like Terry and Cassano has undeniably been influenced positively by the king of the yellow ball. While Terry is amiable in his interactions, certain actions remain anathema to the team's ethos. Had the scandal involving his wife not transpired, Terry's career trajectory would have been considerably smoother. Huang Kaiwen then pondered upon De Bruyne. Having departed Belgium too early, he never encountered that unremarkable yet unfaithful woman. Nor is it certain whether he could have evaded the pitfalls set by Courtois. Without that incident, De Bruyne and Courtois might still have maintained their friendship. The king of the yellow ball could not simply approach De Bruyne and advise him against associating with Courtois, for the latter harbored intentions to undermine him. After a flurry of chaotic thoughts, Huang Kaiwen finally succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon awakening the next morning, Huang Kaiwen made his way directly to San Siro. Due to adjustments made by the Italian Football Federation, numerous matches were scheduled for midday and afternoon. In this context, there was no need to make a special trip to Milanello. The entire team commenced adaptive training at the stadium, patiently awaiting the arrival of their opponents. Unexpectedly, this situation afforded him another opportunity to play. Antonini smiled at Huang Kaiwen, noting that with Serie A and the Coppa Italia, he had already participated in 4 matches. However, considering the opposition was Lazio, Guardiola opted to rest Buffon and Zambrotta. Lazio harbors a number of extreme right-wing supporters, known for their actions that include, but are not limited to, supporting far-right ideologies, singing anti-Semitic songs, self-identifying as fascists, and discriminating against various minority genders. Although Huang Kaiwen does not fully endorse the multitude of gender identities, aligning oneself with Lazio fans in Europe places one squarely against the tenets of political correctness. Some players from Lazio, in a bid to garner fan support, have been known to engage in similarly reckless behavior. Such precedents exist. Despite the extreme fans of Lazio publicly supporting sanctions against Abdou Diaby by several Milan players, Guardiola chose to keep them on the bench to mitigate potential conflicts. It must be said that neither of the two teams from Rome can be deemed virtuous. After all, to confront these zealous fans, one must possess a certain degree of madness oneself. While one might argue that Roma's fans are merely overly passionate, Lazio supporters have a rather infamous reputation across Europe. The discord stemming from Nesta's transfer saga left a bitter taste between him and Lazio's fans. Even though the circumstances were rooted in the club owner's inability to sustain financial support, necessitating a substantial influx of revenue, the fans lacked the rationality to comprehend this. Prior to Nesta's transfer, they had already targeted the team captain multiple times, and following his departure, he frequently faced jeers at the Stadio Olimpico in Rome. Due to Nesta's steadfastness, Guardiola refrained from omitting him from the starting lineup. Nevertheless, Huang Kaiwen was not convinced that the away fans would refrain from booing Nesta. After lunch, the pre-match warm-up commenced, and a dissonant atmosphere began to permeate San Siro. Huang Kaiwen approached Lazio's captain, Ledesma, and urged him to persuade the fans. Ledesma wore a pained expression. With an abundance of talent in Argentina, he had recently acquired Italian citizenship and was selected for the national team this year. Playing in Italy, he was well aware of Huang Kaiwen's esteemed status within the country. However, if he were to advocate for the fans, he would inevitably be branded a traitor. The forthcoming period would likely be arduous for him. Huang Kaiwen understood this dilemma and said, "Let it be. It is what it is." He did not wish to put Ledesma in a difficult position, especially as he still had to continue playing for Lazio. Huang glanced at the away fan stand and decided to participate in the lottery. Ding! You have won a 24-hour experience card for the Chelsea vs. Liverpool match from the 2003 to 2004 Premier League season featuring Juan Sebastián Veron. Seeing the card brought a smile to Huang's face. Without hesitation, he chose to use it. Ding! Veron experience card successfully activated. Although Veron had not excelled in the Premier League, he had enjoyed a period of brilliance upon his transfer to Chelsea. Under Ranieri's management, he had performed commendably. Most importantly, Veron was among the finest midfielders in Lazio's history. He played a pivotal role in Eriksen's tactics and helped secure the Serie A championship, marking one of Lazio's most glorious eras. It was only natural that his familiar playing style would bring joy to the team. Huang felt he was indeed a remarkable person. As for Veron's struggle to adapt to the wing position at Manchester United, such an issue would be inconceivable for Huang. Setting aside Huang's innate talents on the left flank, his wealth of experience in battles on that side was more than sufficient. Regardless of which card Huang used, few defenders could completely stifle him on the left. Veron, overlapping with Keane's position, was compelled to play on the wing. His discomfort with the Premier League's rugged style, coupled with the lack of a central role, made his performance less than satisfactory. This exemplified the disparity between Veron and Huang. Even without drawing a card, Huang could seamlessly transition from the left flank to the center and then to the right, never losing his sense of self with a mere positional change. Before the match even commenced, there was palpable tension in the stadium. Indeed, the Lazio fans were exuberantly spirited, even while playing away. They dared to provoke the AC Milan supporters. There had already been disturbances near the away section, prompting security personnel to intervene. They confiscated the fans' fireworks, likely to prevent any potential exchanges of pyrotechnics, a situation that had arisen in various leagues and could even lead to temporary match suspensions. Yes, Serie A fans were notorious for igniting fireworks in the stands. During the infamous fireworks derby, Huang had once shielded Dida from the flares thrown by Inter Milan supporters, a tale Dida often recounted in interviews. Thus, it was no surprise that Huang was well regarded within the team. He had proven time and again to be a stalwart in critical moments. As the first Asian captain in the history of European football's prestigious clubs, his achievements did not seem at all unexpected. Indeed, prior to the commencement of the match, Huang Kaiwen was engaged in dialogue with both his adversaries and the supporters of AC Milan, seemingly urging them to exercise restraint and prevent the situation from becoming overly embarrassing. As the captain, Huang Kaiwen performed commendably in this regard. The players from both teams have now returned to the tunnel, and let us examine the starting lineups. AC Milan, employing a 4-4-2 diamond formation, features goalkeeper Abbiati, defenders Antonini, Nesta, Socrates, Lars Bender, midfielders Huang Kaiwen, Van Bommel, Kaka, Gattuso, forwards Torres, Ibrahimovic. Lazio, also in a 4-4-2 diamond formation, comprises goalkeeper Muslera, defenders Stefan Radu, Biava, Andrea Diaz, Lichtsteiner, midfielders Christian Brocchi, Ledesma, Anderson Hernandez, Alvaro Gonzalez, forwards Kozak, Giuseppe Scully. The Bender brothers make their appearance in the starting lineup today, with a surprising partnership on the right flank that has transformed AC Milan's defensive structure. Indeed, Guardiola has executed a significant rotation of AC Milan's lineup, granting new signing Van Bommel his first starting opportunity as he collaborates with Gattuso to fortify the defense, instilling a sense of security. Lazio's formation is notably complex, featuring a plethora of Portuguese-speaking players predominantly from South America, with only Bracchi and Scully representing Italy. It is worth noting that Ledesma acquired Italian citizenship in 2008. At precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, referee Antonio D'Amato signaled the start of the match. Lazio, having lost the coin toss, took the first kick. The style of Eddie Regia's team contrasts sharply with Guardiola's, while Guardiola seeks to impose his tactical vision on well-equipped players. Regia establishes a simple framework, allowing his South American players the freedom to express themselves, with a keen focus on building a robust defensive system, similar to Mourinho's approach, albeit lacking his remarkable prowess. Only a select few coaches in history have mastered the art of defense to such an extent, with Mourinho and Rehagel among those who have driven opponents to frustration through their defensive strategies. After receiving the ball centrally, Hernandez did not rush to advance. The former Brazilian league's best player observed the positioning of his teammates, squinting against the sunlight. Bracchi made a swift forward run. The 4-4-2 diamond formation is most famously associated with Ferguson's Manchester United, demanding significant contributions from the flanks to widen the pitch, while also requiring the ability to return to central positions or thwart opponents on the wings. This not only necessitates physical endurance, but also a certain level of game-reading capability. After Bracchi received the ball and surged forward, he awaited Alvaro Gonzalez to stretch the play on the opposite side. Lacking the breakthrough ability of Giggs, they must master the skill of wide-ranging ball distribution. Huang Kaiwen also recognized this and swiftly moved to defend against Gonzalez's advance. At that moment, Gattuso surged forward as well. The lone defensive midfielder was not Pirlo, allowing him to focus less on the central area. In a moment of desperation, Bracchi had no choice but to pass the ball to the advancing Radu. The Romanian player Radu possessed remarkable speed, even a decade later. His sprinting ability remained among the elite in Serie A. Gattuso clearly underestimated the young Radu, directing his defensive attention primarily to the center. Suddenly, Radu accelerated forward, and by the time Gattuso sensed the shift, it was already too late. What astonishing speed! Indeed, Radu's explosiveness was impressive, in terms of sheer power. He was likely only surpassed by Huang Kaiwen and Torres today. His ball-carrying speed, while slightly slower than Huang Kaiwen, Torres, and Kaká, was commendable for a defensive player. The Milan players were caught completely off guard by Radu's rapidity. Nonetheless, Van Bommel remained composed. As the former Bayern captain, he called out in German, "Press him directly. Don't wait. If you can't get it, I'll cover for you." The initially anxious Lars Bender seemed to find his confidence, charging resolutely towards Radu. At this moment, Radu's weakness became evident. He lacked the ability to change direction at high speed. Noticing Bender's aggressive approach, Radu opted to slow down and protect the ball along the flank, struggling to evade his opponent. He found himself pinned against the sideline. Van Bommel seized the opportunity and deftly nudged the ball out of play. As Huang Kaiwen sprinted back, he gave Van Bommel a thumbs up. Players over 30 who still have the energy to perform decisively are truly invaluable. Van Bommel waved his hand with a smile, pleased with the promising start in Milan. When Lars Bender advanced to defend Lazio's throw-in, Radu struggled to find an opening. He chose to take a few steps back before launching the ball forcefully towards the center. This move was quite unexpected. Van Bommel remained vigilant, keeping an eye on the flank. It could be said that a gap had opened up in Milan's central area. At that moment, Nesta charged forward, outmuscling Kozak to send the ball soaring towards midfield, accompanied by applause from San Siro and jeers from the visiting supporters. Nesta's sacrifice to save Lazio would forever label him a traitor in the eyes of some fans. Thus, reasoning with extreme fans is often futile. They do not contemplate the potential bankruptcy of the team due to lack of revenue, nor do they care about the reasons behind a player's departure. Nesta's expression darkened. Abbiati patted Nesta's shoulder and said, "Don't take it to heart. No one in Europe likes them." "I know," Nesta replied with a forced smile. As the ball neared midfield, Ledesma kicked it out of bounds. Another throw-in ensued. Guardiola observed the growing unease on the pitch. Today at San Siro had been filled with events, and he had forgotten the most crucial pre-match considerations. With no one having faced consequences thus far, he chose to reserve both Cruz and Inzaghi on the bench, contemplating whether this might offset the advantages he had previously reaped. However, should this continue, With Huang Kaiwen maintaining his health, the benefits accrued by Milan would only multiply. Who, then, would bear the cost? Glancing at the fourth official on the sidelines, Guardiola restrained himself from voicing his urge to visit the restroom. His meticulous rituals extended over 10 minutes. As a coach who values personal image, he certainly wished to avoid any peculiar rumors of constipation post-match. In the opening phase, both teams displayed a tense struggle. Indeed, Lazio had intensified their defensive efforts against Huang Kaiwen today. The Argentine player Gonzalez engaged in numerous underhanded tactics, leaving the referee with little recourse. On 2 occasions when I saw him raise his whistle, Gonzalez had already released his hold. Many South American players have honed their craft to a fine point, adeptly navigating the referee's leniency, always skirting the edge of tolerance. Just as a foul seemed imminent, they would release their grip, often before the referee's intentions were even perceived. This mastery of nuance is evident, as the standards of officiating differ between European and South American football, with the latter being somewhat more permissive. Ah, Courtois, goodness. Gonzalez truly yanked Huang Kaiwen's shorts. How is that not a foul? But since AC Milan was on the offensive, how could a foul be called? Today's match has seen a back-and-forth exchange. The referee could hardly halt the game merely to reprimand Gonzalez. Speaking of South American players, I recall one who also played for Lazio. He was notoriously foul. Diego Simeone, right? Indeed, that's him. Most infamous for provoking Beckham, leading to Beckham's red card. He performed quite well at Inter, forming an impressive midfield partnership with Djorkaeff, reminiscent of Lampard's style. Yes, Simeone possessed commendable skills, previously orchestrating defense at Atletico. Yet, one's playing ability doesn't necessarily correlate with their character. Are you mocking me, Kevin? Be careful. I might screenshot this and have him send you a lawyer's letter. You lot are shameless in your pursuit of jerseys, aren't you? This forum, once a pleasant space, is now rife with distasteful antics. Alas, Huang Kaiwen ultimately triumphed. Indeed, Wolfgrants won a certain license. Once again, play resumed on the field. Van Bommel received a back pass from Gattuso and swiftly transitioned the ball to the left flank. Gonzalez lunged at Huang Kaiwen once more, yet Huang Kaiwen did not even pause. He deftly flicked the ball with the outside of his foot to Kaka. Kaka, in perfect synchronicity, advanced with the ball down the left. Torres swiftly made a forward run. Gonzalez followed Huang Kaiwen into the center, leaving the pressure solely on Lichtsteiner. Lichtsteiner found himself confronted by both Kaka and Torres, 2 Ballon d'Or caliber players. One can only imagine his frustration. If he had a bullet to spare, he would undoubtedly aim for that wretched Gonzalez. Lichtsteiner could only monitor the more withdrawn Torres, too wary to press Kaka. Kaka feigned a forward start with his left foot, prompting Lichtsteiner to hastily retreat. At that moment, to everyone's astonishment, Kaka delivered the ball to the center. Huang Kaiwen swiftly initiated a right-footed touch, allowing the ball to settle perfectly at his feet, which startled Lazio's defense. Idrera shouted, "Press him. Don't give him a chance to shoot. Watch Ibrahim in the box. Don't let him receive the ball. Move, damn it." Andre Dias rolled his eyes, exasperated. Are we pressuring Huang Kaiwen or defending against Ibrahim? Can you be clear for once? You don't seriously think that having 2 center backs, each responsible for one player, will suffice against AC Milan's offense, do you? Ibrahim's imposing figure wreaked havoc in the penalty area, disorienting Lazio's defense, while Huang Kaiwen's sudden acceleration further unsettled them. Leddersma and Dias charged towards Huang Kaiwen, and at that moment, he lifted his right leg and cleverly delivered a hidden-through ball. The ball soared directly to a more advanced position on the left flank. Lichtsteiner and Torres were a step too slow. This turned into a race for positioning, with Torres enjoying a natural advantage. The two sprinted toward the corner flag, and Lichtsteiner, resolute, executed a sliding tackle from the side. Fortunately, he managed to make contact with the ball first, causing Torres to stumble and fall after colliding with his leg. With the immediate danger averted, Idrera breathed a sigh of relief and clapped his hands, calling out to the players, "Pay attention. Watch who takes the corner for AC Milan. And when defending, keep an eye on Torres, Ibrahim, Kaiwen, and Kaka." The fourth official stifled a laugh on the sidelines, amused by the coach's humor. So, when directing your team, you merely recite the names of the opposing attackers, right? After officiating numerous Serie A matches. Not to mention successfully marking all of AC Milan's attacking players is quite an achievement. Even Inter and Juventus struggle to maintain such coverage throughout the match. Is the Lazio coach underestimating his team's capabilities? Alessandro, move into the box." Huang Kaiwen beckoned. Nesta nodded and approached the penalty area. Van Bommel understood Huang Kaiwen's intention. He was preparing to pass to Nesta. However, he felt a twinge of concern, realizing that Huang Kaiwen's action might explicitly reveal their attacking strategy. Van Bommel expressed his doubts to Kaka, who stood near the edge of the box. Kaka smiled and replied, "That's just his character. Even if he makes it clear, Lazio won't be able to defend against it. It's like saying, you can't stop this, and scoring will be all the more satisfying." Van Bommel couldn't help but marvel at his audacity. Upon reflection, Huang Kaiwen indeed possessed that caliber. During the World Cup, many teammates had eagerly sought Huang Kaiwen's insights about Robben and Huntelaar. Every Dutch player who made it to the national team had fought tooth and nail against countless talents to emerge victorious. Those arrogant individuals all aspired to play alongside Huang Kaiwen, a testament to his remarkable prowess. Standing at the corner flag, Huang Kaiwen raised his right hand, lifting a solitary finger. This display rendered the Lazio players exceedingly anxious. Although Huang had just instructed them to pass to Nesta, who could predict whether he might execute a tactical corner kick? Huang's tactical corners boasted an impressive success rate. Consequently, Lazio's players hesitated to fully concentrate on the goal, diverting some of their attention to the AC Milan players lurking outside the penalty area. Muslera's hands trembled slightly. He was uncertain whether Huang might strike directly from the corner. Huang possessed 3 distinct methods to score from corners, a significant test for a goalkeeper's judgment. Despite the challenging angle, Huang was unlikely to exert enough force to harm him. Yet, Muslera wished to avoid appearing inept during this corner kick attack. He fixated on Huang at the corner flag, eager to promptly discern whether it would be a direct corner, a shot on goal, or a tactical play. As Huang approached, he deftly flicked the ball with his right foot. The ball, spinning fiercely, soared along the sideline, startling both teams. Diaz, positioned near the front post, hurriedly dashed in to head the ball out of play before Nesta could intervene. "Well done," Muslera exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. He had misjudged the situation entirely, but his teammate's performance was commendable, instilling him with newfound confidence. Huang received the ball again from the ball boy, and, upon seeing Nesta stationed in the penalty area, a smile finally graced his face. The previous corner had met with staunch Lazio defense. Although he had intended to pass to Nesta, the opportunity had not been optimal. Thus, Huang pondered whether he could deliver a direct pass to the front, as a ball played close to the goal can be difficult for the goalkeeper to handle, often leading to a goal following a collision between players. Indeed, the numerous defenders had thwarted his previous attempt. However, following that instance, Lazio's defense appeared notably less resolute, igniting Huang's hope for a goal. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, stepping forward with his left foot to strike the ball from behind with his right foot. The force was so great that a patch of turf was dislodged. At that moment, both teams surged toward the goal as if they had heard a starting gun. Nesta, stationed in the penalty area, perceived the ball spinning rapidly and sensed that its descent was delayed longer than anticipated. At this juncture, he had no time for contemplation and relied solely on instinct. Nesta sprinted toward the right side of the goal, just as the ball began to descend. Noticing the ball's trajectory was directed toward Lazio's vulnerable defensive zone, he felt a surge of elation. In his run, he engaged in a physical contest with Bayawa, lowering his center of gravity before suddenly extending his right foot to powerfully prod the ball from behind. Muslera realized too late. His focus had been on the near post. By the time Nesta shot, he could only take a single step, and the ball swiftly darted past him and into the net. Nesta, filled with exhilaration from scoring, dashed towards the corner flag. Kevin Huang nimbly sidestepped Nesta as he approached, swiftly turning to leap onto his back. With Kevin on his back, Nesta sprinted towards the stands filled with away fans. "Goal! Goal! Goal! Alessandro!" Though it may seem I am merely justifying my sentiments now, prior to the match, witnessing the fervor of the Lazio supporters, an inexplicable premonition whispered to me that Alessandro would find the net today, with Kevin assisting him. We observe that Kevin is less inclined to engage physically on the pitch, preferring to let his feet do the talking, yet he has never permitted his teammates to be bullied. Many years ago, during a match against Juventus, Kevin selflessly allowed Filippo Inzaghi the opportunity for a hat trick, leading to an ecstatic kiss from Inzaghi in gratitude. To this day, my granddaughter still envies Inzaghi for being able to kiss Kevin publicly. At times, I ponder whether, after a lifetime of kissing numerous women, Inzaghi has only kissed Kevin among men. Today, once again, It was Kevin defending Nesta, and while Maldini is commendable and Barisi is exceptional, Kevin is truly unparalleled. In high spirits, Crudeli playfully referenced the famous chant of Manchester United fans, Maradona is great, Pelé even better, but George best. He even included both Maldini father and son in his jest. As captain, Paolo is unable to assist his teammates in such a manner, Franco. However, Kevin always finds ways to support his teammates within the bounds of the rules, which underscores the subtle distinctions between great captains. Barisi chuckled and shook his head in front of the television, unfazed by Crudeli's jests, and he found truth in Crudeli's words. Were it him, he would have provoked the away fans alongside Nesta, yet he could never have managed to assist Nesta directly afterward. This was no mere corner kick goal. Kevin had explicitly communicated to everyone that this was to be Nesta's moment, and he delivered. Such follow-through won Barisi's admiration. If one could respond to opponents with their performance on the pitch, who would resort to physical confrontation? Barisi felt a tinge of regret for being born too early, missing the chance to be Kevin's teammate. Looking at it this way, Paolo is rather fortunate to have won several championships alongside Kevin. Kevin, thank you. Nesta exclaimed excitedly as they made their way back, his emotions still heightened. You've stirred up trouble this time. You've become a traitor, Kevin teased with a smile. I will say this was a rebuttal to some fans after the match. Those who understand will continue to support me. Those who don't are simply not on the same wavelength, Nesta replied. Kevin gave a thumbs up. The old chap is indeed perceptive. One must not become a sycophant. That which does not belong to you will ultimately depart. Upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that most individuals mature psychologically with age. With the exception of a certain Filippo Inzaghi, the Lazio players were expressions of distress, amidst a crowd of over 80,000 spectators. The vitriolic chants from the away fans remain painfully audible. Should defeat befall them today, the supporters would undoubtedly unleash their wrath. One should not assume that these fervent fans direct their ire solely at the opposing team. If they are displeased with a player, their scorn is equally harsh. In such cases, one might find solace in the fact that their grievances do not manifest in more violent ways. Imagine awakening to discover a dead dog in one's yard or a few bullets. Their gaze inevitably drifts towards the Milan side. Nesta, fortunate enough to have someone defend him, finds solace in this moment. What are they to do now? Following the restart, it is clear that Lazio is in a state of urgency. Each player strives to excel, eager to avoid becoming a target for the extreme fans' discontent. Yet, even with their South American framework, the rapid pace of the game leaves ample room for error. Just a few passes into the play, the ball finds its way to Van Bommel's feet. Milan begins to surge forward. Kaka and Huang Kaiwen switch positions once more. Huang, receiving the ball in the center, is quickly pressured by Ledesma. He turns and passes to Van Bommel, then swiftly advances. Van Bommel instantly distributes the ball to the flanks. Kaka, not in haste to advance, observes as Lichtsteiner refrains from pressing forward, mindful of Torres nearby, while Ibrahimovic and Huang Kaiwen linger in the middle. Ibrahimovic's imposing stature commands attention. As he charges into the penalty area, Bayawa has no choice but to follow suit, while Torres moves centrally, drawing Diaz's focus. Suddenly, Huang Kaiwen accelerates towards the left flank. And at that precise moment, Kaka delivers a piercing through ball. The ball glides past Ledesma's right and swiftly bypasses Diaz's left, precisely locating Huang Kaiwen, who enters the penalty area with scarcely a pause. Bayawa rushes towards him, while Muslera adjusts his position. As Bayawa attempts a tackle, Huang Kaiwen deftly shifts and unleashes a shot with his left foot. The ball whizzes past Bayawa's legs, hurtling towards the goal. In such close proximity, Muslera can only manage a desperate lunge, yet he is unable to thwart Huang Kaiwen's strike. The ball finds the net once more. The successive goals ignite a fervent explosion of jubilation in San Siro. St. Kevin, St. Kevin, St. Kevin. The Rossoneri exuberantly chant Huang Kaiwen's name. Their number 10. Even the name of this St. Kevin bears the Vatican's endorsement, unlike the self-styled monikers of St. Cassius. Guardiola's demeanor is perplexing. Amidst his excitement, a sense of restraint surfaces, soon replaced by a bitter expression. Commentators worldwide marvel at the high standards this coach, who has yet to claim significant titles, imposes upon his team. Clement urges, Pep, lighten up. Guardiola glances at him and shakes his head. Oh, the better the team and Huang Kaiwen perform, the more Guardiola's anxiety intensifies. He cannot allow them to pay too steep a price. With a furrowed brow, Guardiola stands on the sidelines, consumed by worry. After the restart, Lazio unleashed a fervent assault, pressing forward with relentless vigor. However, the performance of the brothers Binder was commendable today, under the guidance of seasoned veterans Nesta and Van Bommel. They exhibited a composure that belied their years. Following a disruption of the opponent's offense, Lars Binder delivered a precise long pass to Torres at the forefront. Rapidly advancing down the right flank, Torres caught Guardiola's unwavering gaze. Yet, to Guardiola's astonishment, Torres inexplicably directed the ball towards the left corner flag. Momentarily stunned, Guardiola turned and vehemently gestured in frustration. At that juncture, he suddenly felt his foot slip, causing him to fall backward onto the sidelines. The Milan bench erupted in chaos. But the medical team's efficiency was reassuring. Feeling a sharp pain emanating from behind, Guardiola gazed up at the midday sun over Milan, murmuring, "In the end, I have indeed paid the price. I'm sorry for being 2 minutes late. Blood pressure normal. Heart rate normal. Rolling over for examination," reported Giannini. The Milan medical team swiftly attended to Guardiola, yet he remained unresponsive, fixated only on his whispered lament of having paid the price. "It's inconvenient to remove your trousers, but it appears there is no swelling." After applying pressure, Pep showed no significant reaction. "It seems he merely fell," a team member observed. Giannini nodded and squatted in front of Guardiola, inquiring, "If you wish to ascertain the details, we need to conduct an X-ray. What do you feel?" Only then did Guardiola regain his focus. The pain in his posterior was unmistakable. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a mere bruise from the fall, muscular pain rather than bone pain. This realization brought Guardiola a sense of relief. He feared public humiliation more than physical discomfort. Rising to his feet, he declared, "I'm fine, I'll have it checked after the match." Giannini nodded, sensing that the situation was not critical, and refrained from persuading Guardiola otherwise. Clement, however, expressed concern, saying, "Pep, I think you should get checked out. We're already ahead, and there shouldn't be any issues from here on." "Don't worry, Salar, I have already paid the price," Guardiola replied with a casual smile, even jesting with Clement. "I've heard Chelsea has an assistant coach with the surname Clement as well. Are you certain that Paul Clement isn't your relative?" "Of course not," Salar Clement replied, bemused. He hadn't anticipated Guardiola's penchant for such dry humor. It was akin to asking if Lu Xing and Andy Lau were related in China. Seeing Guardiola still in a joking mood, Clement ceased his insistence. The interruption had inadvertently slowed the pace of the game, with Kaka glancing worriedly at Kevin and asking, "Do you think the coach will lose his temper again?" "I'm not sure," Huang Kaiwen replied, shaking his head. Recently, Guardiola has seemed as inscrutable as one experiencing a peculiar malaise, leaving the entire Milan team in a state of unease. What if his previously amiable demeanor was merely a facade? In a tense moment, Kevin Huang executed a free kick, resulting in a heavy collision between Ibrahimovic and Biawara as they contested for the aerial ball. The impact was significant, and although Ibrahimovic managed to rise, he limped noticeably, suggesting his condition might not be favorable. He seemed determined to persist, yet his body betrayed him, prompting him to signal for a substitution from the sidelines. Today, Ibrahimovic's performance was commendable, yet he could not match the pace of Huang and Torres, often retreating into the penalty area to exert pressure on the opposing defense. Indeed, he served a crucial role in distracting the defenders, and his technical prowess allowed him to seamlessly engage in team plays, often drawing heightened attention from the opposition. Inzaghi, having barely warmed up, rushed onto the field. "Kevin, be sure to pass to me often," he exclaimed with enthusiasm. Huang smiled and nodded, feeling as though he had been transported back in time, reminiscent of Inzaghi's frequent exhortations from years past. Back then, he aspired to compete with Shevchenko in the league and measure himself against Raul in the Champions League. Years have passed, and Inzaghi's hair has grayed considerably, yet his fervent desire to score remains unchanged. Today shall serve as a tribute to our esteemed patrons. From the stands, Simone Inzaghi gazed enviously at his brother on the pitch. Now serving as the coach of Lazio's youth team, he did not wish to retire under such circumstances. However, since 2004, the very year Huang joined AC Milan, he had scarcely found the net, often loaned out by Lazio. Had he been able to share a team with Huang, it would have virtually guaranteed him a Champions League title. He would cling to his career tenaciously, even without a salary. Simone acknowledged that Filippo was slightly superior, yet the disparity was not substantial. When viewed from this perspective, it seemed his brother was indeed fortunate. After Lazio resumed play, they stabilized their position on the field. Indeed, perhaps trailing by 2 goals alleviated some psychological pressure, allowing them to play more freely. This was likely the case, yet Huang seldom scored just once in a match. Lazio needed to exercise caution. Director Zhang could not help but comment. The game continued with thrilling exchanges. After Brocchi received the ball, he failed to discover an opportunity and opted to pass it back to Radu. In this era, Italy boasts few players capable of effective wing breakthroughs, and their attempts seldom rival the prowess of the veteran Del Piero. Radu exhibited commendable speed as he effortlessly crossed midfield, yet Gattuso was acutely aware, denying him the chance to charge forward unopposed. Thus, Radu was left with limited options. "Pass back," shouted Ledesma. Radu promptly complied, and Inzaghi, lurking within the defensive line, silently approached Ledesma. In a sudden motion, Inzaghi extended his foot to nudge the ball away from Ledesma, yet Ledesma swiftly regained possession. Hesitant to linger, he advanced past the halfway line and promptly delivered the ball forward. Hernandez, receiving the pass, executed an immediate lateral distribution towards the right flank. South American players exhibit remarkable instinct in such moments. Huang Kaiwen glanced back but opted not to retreat, remaining near midfield to await a counterattack opportunity. Alvaro Gonzalez, with the ball at his feet, approached Antonini, who, maintaining his balance, awaited Gonzalez's move. In a sudden shift, Gonzalez deftly maneuvered with his right foot, prompting Antonini to follow suit. However, Gonzalez abruptly halted, flicking the ball skillfully through Antonini's legs. Caught off guard, Antonini turned only to find himself outpaced. Yet, as Gonzalez regained control, a figure emerged from the diagonal, successfully deflecting the ball out of play. Nesta, in a critical moment, proved to be utterly reliable. Indeed, Nesta's tackle resembled a work of art, while Huang Kaiwen's intervention was equally pristine. One wonders if he had learned from Nesta. This time, Lazio opted not to throw the ball into the penalty area. Lichtsteiner tossed it to Gonzalez, who, upon receiving, turned and lofted the ball into the box. The previously unremarkable Bender leaped ahead, outjumping Kozak to clear the ball. Upon receiving the pass, Van Bommel promptly distributed it to the flanks, consistently favoring the left side today. This strategic choice stemmed from his knowledge of Huntelaar, Sneijder, and Robben's tactics, which emphasized targeting Kaiwen. It seemed he had brought his own tactical approach. Huang Kaiwen, upon receiving the ball, deftly nudged it left with his right foot, easily evading Hernandez's sliding tackle. Following closely were Lazio's Lichtsteiner and Scully, but their pace clearly failed to match Huang Kaiwen's. Before even reaching the halfway line, Lichtsteiner found himself over a meter behind Huang Kaiwen. Guardiola, standing on the sidelines with arms crossed, nodded in approval, surprised by Van Bommel's outstanding debut performance that exceeded his expectations. Previously, Van Bommel had struggled to adapt at Barcelona, yet he was performing admirably at Milan. The cameras on the sidelines captured Guardiola, his smile radiating satisfaction, though a twinge of discomfort in his rear made his expression appear somewhat complex, reminiscent of Jim Carrey. After crossing the halfway line, Huang Kaiwen maintained his momentum, executing a swift change of direction with the outside of his right foot. With each stride, he advanced closer to the center, instilling a palpable sense of urgency within Lazio's defense. Numerous players surged forward in this attack, leaving only 3 or 4 defenders behind. Inzaghi, Torres, and Kaká pressed ahead, presenting a formidable challenge. Torres and Inzaghi initiated their runs almost simultaneously, with Kaká lingering near the top of the arc to receive a pass. However, Dias and Biava chose to focus their defensive efforts on Huang Kaiwen, who drew closer to the penalty area, prompting Andre Dias to abandon his composure and press forward. At the very moment he made a move, Huang Kaiwen swiftly delivered a pass with his right foot. The ball zipped through the gap between Dias and Biava. The quicker Torres sprinted down the left flank to receive it, and Inzaghi, realizing there was no chance, remained stationary and refrained from advancing further. As Torres received the ball, he deftly nudged it forward, and the advancing Muslera lunged directly at his feet. However, both Torres's pace and the ball's speed surpassed Muslera's expectations, and he failed to intercept either. When Torres received the ball again, he effortlessly sent it into the empty net with his left foot. Goal. Fernando Torres. Kaiwen once again provided the assist. He could have taken a long-range shot himself, which underscores the harmony within the Milan locker room. Last season, Torres and Ibrahimovic had considerable rivalry, but with Kaiwen's return, tranquility swiftly returned to the dressing room. Players of Kevin's caliber do not concern themselves with the number of goals scored. What grounds do the two of them have to complain? The referee finally blew the whistle for halftime, and Lazio ought to contemplate how to concede fewer goals in the second half. Guardiola handed Kevin a towel and water bottle. Demonstrating his innate talent, coaches who previously struggled with such tasks have won the Champions League under Kevin's leadership, and I believe Guardiola will be no exception. Huang Kaiwen, wiping the sweat from his brow, walked directly into the players' tunnel without exchanging a word with Guardiola. It was somewhat embarrassing for Guardiola to have fallen in such moments. It is best to minimize one's presence, lest one become bothersome. You clearly had the chance to pass to me, Inzaghi complained upon returning to the locker room. With that opportunity on the right, you surely had to adjust. Did you not consider what that adjustment would entail after receiving the ball? Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Inzaghi's first touch is undoubtedly at the highest level. In such situations, Torres is arguably more reliable, and that goal validated Huang Kaiwen's perspective. You must pass to me next time, Inzaghi insisted, leaning closer to Huang Kaiwen. I got it, Huang Kaiwen waved dismissively. Guardiola did not return to the locker room, and the atmosphere eased considerably. Gattuso remarked, earlier, I was watching television with my child, and it mentioned that some players struggle to find work after retirement, leading to mental health issues due to a lack of self-worth. Is that true? I feel quite content not playing football, Inzaghi retorted. It is indeed true. You, as a player, cannot perceive it yet. Once you leave the familiarity of the locker room and do not know what to do next, it becomes daunting. That is why I have chosen to pursue a coaching certificate. At least I will have a chance to remain in football, Gattuso explained. That is a commendable choice. You certainly appear to be a strict coach, Kaka chuckled. By that measure, perhaps I should become a coach as well? Inzaghi pondered dreamily. Let's not go there, Filippo. Huang Kaiwen advised. Inzaghi's coaching ability pales in comparison to that of his brother. If he truly desires to become a coach, perhaps he might discuss it with King Huang and Sir Ferguson, allowing him to manage Manchester United. After all, with such substantial funds expended, it is unlikely that the team's performance could be any worse than that of Tohai. Without pursuing coaching, I am at a loss for what I might do in the football world. Aside from indulging in leisure, I possess no discernible talents, lamented Inzaghi. You are highly adaptable, with immense potential for comprehensive development, Huang Kaiwen remarked. But I have no proficiency in computer operations, nor in product promotion, Inzaghi inquired. His computer is primarily used for watching videos or playing Legends, and video chatting is akin to advanced technology for him. There exists considerable room for growth. Huang Kaiwen reiterated. I prefer a life of ease, enjoying leisurely conversations that squander time, Inzaghi confessed. Huang Kaiwen continued. You are an excellent communicator, possessing an amiable disposition and devoid of aggression. Do I truly possess such virtues? Inzaghi asked, pointing to himself with excitement. Absolutely. Have faith in yourself, Filippo. Huang Kaiwen encouraged. As long as he refrains from coaching, everything else is negotiable. Earning more is essential to continue supporting King Huang. Can I become CEO of Kaiwen St after retiring? Inzaghi inquired. Get lost. Milan's players stifled their laughter. It is rare to witness Huang Kaiwen cursing, yet it is understandable. No one would entrust Inzaghi with managing their company. If he were to become CEO of Kaiwen St, the next day, the stars on the teacups would likely be replaced by models, transforming the paper cup's golden ball into a new generation of playboys. Inzaghi, somewhat disheartened, remarked, See, I must remain in the football realm. Whatever, Huang Kaiwen replied in exasperation. When faced with two evils, one must choose the lesser. In any case, as long as he does not agree, Inzaghi cannot wreak havoc on Milan. Perhaps he might inflict chaos upon other Serie A teams. Huang Kaiwen mused that, given this fellow's extraordinary luck, he might indeed achieve something notable and catch the eye of a blinded elite club. The players returned to the field. Clement appeared somewhat dejected. As an assistant coach, he envied Mourinho's former assistant, Villas-Boas, who had spent more time on the touchline during the previous season than Mourinho himself. Although he did not wish for Guardiola to be absent for such an extended period, Clement also yearned for the opportunity to coach a prestigious club like Milan, to gain a taste of the experience. Aside from a few assistant coaches with glaring deficiencies, most harbor aspirations of becoming head coaches. Following Milan's kickoff, Huang Kaiwen received the ball on the left flank. Gonzalez approached once more. Huang Kaiwen resolved to teach him a lesson. As Gonzalez reached out, Huang Kaiwen deftly sidestepped, causing Gonzalez to misjudge his position and inadvertently grasp Huang Kaiwen's arm, with no obstruction to be seen. The referee observed the incident clearly. With a decisive whistle, Antonio D'Amato displayed a yellow card. His decision incited considerable dissatisfaction among the Lazio players, who converged upon the referee in protest. Huang Kaiwen quickly intervened, joining his teammates to shield the Lazio players. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen is quite astute. Indeed, when pressure is exerted on the referee by the opposing team, should you fail to intervene and observe, certain referees of less resolute character may alter their decisions. This propensity is precisely why numerous teams resort to surrounding the officials. In truth, the issuance of a yellow card in this instance seemed somewhat excessive. A mere admonition would have sufficed. However, the referee appeared to have long desired to issue a card, seizing the opportunity presented by Gonzalez's persistent fouling. Indeed, had the card not been issued, Gonzalez would have continued to foul at will, yet he must now contemplate the possibility of receiving a second yellow and thus a red. Eddie Rea was evidently cognizant of this predicament. He muttered a few words to the field and summoned 3 players from the bench to commence their warm-up. Receiving a yellow card imposes significant restrictions on defensive players. Antonini advanced down the left flank to take the kick, and Kaka received the ball, sending it forward decisively. Goodness! Was that pass perhaps too ambitious? Indeed, Huang Kaiwen's delivery landed squarely at the feet of a Lazio player. Yet, Huang Kaiwen's sprinting speed was equally astonishing. If Lazio's exceptionally lively fullback, Laja, could be likened to a sports car, then Huang Kaiwen embodied the essence of a sprinter on the green pitch. In a heartbeat, as Huang Kaiwen surged forward, he deftly hooked the ball with his right foot, seizing it from Ledesma without any notable pause. Lichtsteiner immediately charged toward Huang Kaiwen, his acceleration so vigorous that he collided directly with the ball. Although he momentarily obstructed Huang Kaiwen, the latter skillfully maneuvered away from Lichtsteiner's grasp. Lichtsteiner and Ledesma hurried back in pursuit. At such close quarters, Huang Kaiwen found it challenging to fully distance himself from both defenders. However, as he approached the edge of the penalty area, his right foot deftly connected with the ball, executing a backheel pass without any adjustment in posture. Yet, this pass was of remarkably high quality, rolling past Diaz and perfectly reaching Inzaghi. Biava was slower to react than Inzaghi. While Diaz awkwardly extended his foot in an attempt to intercept, Inzaghi seized the moment, gaining the optimal opportunity to shoot. With a swift push of his right foot, he created space and unleashed a shot. Muslera, once again, chose to advance, yet his judgment of the ball's trajectory was sorely lacking. As Muslera felt a block, he inadvertently allowed the ball to roll past him, effortlessly finding its way into the unguarded net. "Kevin!" Inzaghi exclaimed, his mouth agape in excitement, his hands pointing at Huang Kaiwen. Initially, he had merely jested, but he was pleasantly surprised by Huang Kaiwen's timely assist. This delivery was exceedingly comfortable for him, as he faced no significant defense. Inzaghi mused that if Huang Kaiwen were to provide him with a few more passes, reclaiming his starting position ahead of Torres and Ibrahimovic would not pose a daunting challenge. Muslera, in a state of frustration, turned to retrieve the ball. When he first arrived in Serie A, Huang Kaiwen had already joined Real Madrid, yet upon facing AC Milan for the first time, Muslera had seen his goal breached 5 times. It appeared that today he might very well surpass that disheartening record. The frustration of potentially conceding more goals, coupled with the fear of losing his starting position once again, compelled Muslera to hurl the ball forcefully away. Up front, both Hernandez and Kozak aimed to reach for the ball. Neither of them accurately assessed the situation. Kozak inadvertently struck the ball from behind, while Hernandez's leg intercepted it, causing an unexpected deflection. On the sidelines, Guardiola exchanged a smile with Clement, remarking, "This exemplifies our strength. Our coaching staff's duty is to unleash greater potential within our players." With the weight lifted from his conscience, Guardiola felt a notable lightness. However, as he turned around, he was startled by a ball that appeared to grow larger before him. A sudden thud resounded, and Guardiola felt a sharp buzz in his head, after which he could recall nothing. Team doctor, exclaimed Giannini decisively. Pep has lost a tooth. This situation could indicate a concussion. We must also ensure that no fragments of his tooth remain to avoid injuring his esophagus. He surmised that Guardiola had merely fainted, but no one could definitively ascertain the condition. Even if he were an expert in sports medicine, a neurologist might not guarantee the absence of complications, as the human brain harbors numerous mysteries. Guardiola was carried off the field on a stretcher, and the ambulance that had long been stationed outside San Siro was finally summoned into action. The players from both teams exchanged glances, astonished by the unfolding events. "Kevin, the assistant coach is subbing you out," Kaka indicated from the sidelines. Huang Kaiwen nodded, covering his mouth as he reminded, "Tell them not to call me assistant coach. Just refer to me as coach." "Oh, understood," Kaka replied, somewhat puzzled, but reassured that Huang Kaiwen would not let him down. Huang Kaiwen made his way to the sidelines. In his prior stint at Chelsea, Cole had often taken risks, but at Milan, a more harmonious atmosphere prevailed. Clement eagerly handed over a towel and a water bottle. Imitating Guardiola's earlier inquiry, "How are you feeling, Kevin?" "Not bad. Lazio's strength is not formidable, and they cannot impede us without committing fouls," he replied. "That is good to hear. Take a moment to rest. We'll attend the press conference together shortly." Yet, Lazio's misfortunes had not concluded. Hernandez was shown a red card due to this incident, not for a foul he committed, but merely for obstructing the play, resulting in an unjust punishment. The more frustrating aspect was the inability to explain, as the player in question was a teammate. With one less player, Lazio ultimately succumbed to a 6-0 defeat against Milan. In the post-match press conference, Clement and Huang Kaiwen emerged as the focal points. The journalists scarcely inquired about Regis' stance. "Kevin, what are your thoughts on Guardiola's injury? Both Mourinho and Guardiola have suffered injuries on the sidelines. Do you believe this is a consequence of your influence, or is it simply due to their Barcelona roots?" "Mr. Clement, could you elaborate on Mr. Guardiola's condition? If Pep does not recover swiftly, will you be the one to lead the Champions League matches?" "Kevin, what prompted you to provoke the Lazio fans alongside Nesta today?" Seeing that Clement had no intention of speaking, Huang Kaiwen spoke directly. "It is unfortunate that the coach was injured in this match. It has nothing to do with me or Barcelona, merely a coincidence. Otherwise, would the injuries to Eto'o and Boyan also be connected? Although it is rare for a coach to be injured, it is not unprecedented, right? This is simply a matter of chance." The reporter pressed on, "Where was Mourinho injured before? Can you enlighten us?" Huang Kaiwen replied, "I'm afraid that is a secret. Mourinho is an exceptional coach. You should focus more on his tactics, which are intricate and possess numerous advantages." The journalist instinctively retorted, "What advantages?" Huang Kaiwen elaborated, "Defense wins championships. Mr. Mourinho is a master of champions. Moreover, his offensive strategies offer considerable variation, maintaining a degree of freedom in the attack while ensuring robust intensity and cohesion in defense. This is a blend of discipline and inspiration, akin to a maestro of flamenco, harmoniously integrating two opposing tactical styles." Clement widened his eyes, astonished that Mourinho's tactics could be articulated in such a manner. "Isn't it simply about organizing the defense well and allowing the players more freedom in attack?" The reporter inquired. "From what you say, does that imply Mourinho is superior to Guardiola?" Huang Kaiwen responded, "Firstly, when addressing others by their surname, one should use Mr. or to indicate familiarity. You may call them by their first name. Mr. Guardiola and Mr. Mourinho embody two distinct styles. One cannot declare who is superior, much like Sir Ferguson and Mr. Wenger. They are both among the finest coaches in the world, excelling in different areas." Finally, the reporter asked about Huang Kaiwen's thoughts on provoking fans alongside Nesta. Huang Kaiwen leaned closer to the microphone, seizing the opportunity to reflect before stating, "If you define this as provocation, we already diverge in our understanding. This is a counterattack. They provoked us first. I am aware of Lazio and Alessandro's history. At one point, Lazio was on the brink of bankruptcy. Had it not been for Alessandro's transfer, which left behind substantial funds, they would not have survived. I understand the disappointment of Lazio fans due to the captain's departure, but Alessandro should not bear their wrath. For years, Lazio fans have treated him with jeers and debris, which is unjust. If they truly wish to aid the team, they should have rallied together to provide millions to help Lazio through difficult times, rather than pursuing their benefactor relentlessly." The reporter cautiously asked, "Aren't you afraid of inciting the anger of Lazio fans with your words? They are not to be trifled with." Huang Kaiwen shrugged, "I merely spoke the truth. If they are unwilling to hear it and seek to vent their anger on me, it matters not." Faced with the choice between an inexplicable mob and Nesta, Huang Kaiwen knew exactly where he stood. The reporters were somewhat in awe of Huang Kaiwen's courage. Despite their audacity, they must tread carefully when reporting on the Lazio fans. No one desires to be cornered in a parking lot by a throng wielding sticks on their way home. At this juncture, Clement spoke up, expressing his uncertainty regarding Pep's injury. I hope he returns to the pitch swiftly. I shall visit him shortly, hoping for his prompt recovery. Should his physical condition preclude him from playing, I am more than willing to assume some responsibility. That is my role as the assistant coach. A reporter interjected. Wouldn't it be better for Kevin, as a coaching staff member, to take command? Clement paused, glancing at Huang Kaiwen, who merely chuckled and shook his head. The reporters were quite insidious. Although Huang might eventually coach Milan, it was still too premature. In a situation where the team had an assistant coach, having a player direct the game was far from ideal, as it could lead the coach to overthink. Huang Kaiwen had no desire to engage in such matters. With a sigh of relief, Clement remarked, it seems Kevin has no intention of coaching the team, so it stands that if Pep cannot recover swiftly, I shall occupy the coaching seat. By the way, what is your assessment of Balotelli, a player from Milan? A journalist inquired. Clement appeared taken aback. While Huang Kaiwen refrained from speaking further, they had indeed been rather careless, as the reporters erroneously claimed that Balotelli was a product of Milan. In truth, he was signed, nurtured for 2 years, and then sold. Following his injury after joining Manchester City last summer, Balotelli returned to Italy, and during a drive with his brother, they inadvertently crashed into a women's prison. One could only imagine how envious Cassano must have been of that episode. Clement chuckled awkwardly, stating, I have never met Balotelli, nor do I know what kind of individual or player he is, but I hope he achieves better performances. However, the reporter reminded him, he impersonated Kevin while signing autographs for fans a few days ago. Huang Kaiwen, caught between laughter and frustration, replied, that hardly constitutes a significant issue. After all, he is Mario Balotelli. Well, that's enough for today. It was evident that Clement struggled to handle the reporters. Allowing him to linger would likely result in further missteps, prompting Huang Kaiwen to decide to conclude the press conference prematurely. Thank you, Kevin, Clement said as they walked back. It's nothing, coach, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. After parting ways with the players, Clement proceeded to the Rozzano Humanitarian Hospital. After some inquiries, he finally located Pep's hospital room. The fate of his Champions League coaching prospects rested on today. Taking a deep breath, Clement pushed open the door to the ward. Sulla, come in quickly. Sarah warmly beckoned as she turned around. She had rushed to the hospital upon learning of Guardiola's injury. Christina, Clement nodded, stating, I was quite concerned about Pep, so I came immediately after the match. He is hesitant to speak at the moment. Having lost 2 front teeth, Sarah remarked humorously, fully aware of her husband's burdensome idol status. Is that so? Then it should not pose a significant issue, Clement remarked with a hint of disappointment. A dental repair is merely a matter of fitting a crown. Although dental services can be costly, for a coach like Guardiola, whose annual salary is in the millions of euros, it is hardly a concern. And a slight concussion as well. Sarah deliberately whispered in a tone audible to Guardiola. I suspect Pep's mind may be a bit unhinged. He keeps murmuring about having paid the price. Really? Clement inquired with surprise. If Guardiola were to suffer a mental breakdown, he might have to assume Guardiola's position. Hey, don't say that about me, Guardiola interjected in his peculiar Spanish, his speech slightly impaired due to the injury. Are you all right? Pep. Clement approached him with concern. Rest assured, I shall return shortly, Guardiola replied. After all, I have sacrificed so much, it should be sufficient. Observing Guardiola's relatively stable demeanor, Clement felt reassured that there were no grave issues at hand. Yet, a sense of longing stirred within him. He truly wished to coach a Champions League match personally. Sarah stood up and announced, keep an eye on him. I must fetch the children. She had previously left in haste and had not attended to the matter of the children. In Italy, leaving children at home, even with older siblings for supervision, could be construed as neglect, leading to potential complications if reported. She needed to return swiftly. Very well, you go ahead. I will stay with Pep, Clement replied. Then perhaps you could fetch me a cup of coffee, Guardiola requested. Clement rose to procure hot water and found instant coffee on the nightstand. After preparing it, he handed it to Guardiola, who, in an unfortunate mishap, spilled the coffee all over himself. Damn it, Guardiola exclaimed, as he took off his hospital gown to inspect the damage. A large red patch marred his underarm. Should I fetch a nurse? Clement asked. Forget it, Guardiola sighed. My grandmother once told me that toothpaste can remedy burns. I will look for some in the restroom. Clement stood up, and in this well-appointed hospital room, more equipped than many hotels, he quickly returned with ointment. As he applied it to Guardiola, Guardiola jested. I am not accustomed to a man touching me in such a manner. Just as Clement opened his mouth to respond, his hand inadvertently pressed down on the toothpaste, launching a large glob directly into Guardiola's eye. Guardiola let out a piercing scream. Pep, are you all right? Clement rushed over to check on him. At that moment, fearing Clement would mishandle the situation further, Guardiola shifted backward, only to accidentally tumble off the bed. In pain and with his eyes closed, Guardiola muttered, I have already paid the price. End of chapter. 0485 The strongest tactic returns. I heard the coach is in serious trouble, Huang Kaiwen remarked. Is that true? It was merely 2 lost teeth, wasn't it? Gattuso asked, somewhat astonished. To my surprise, during the post-match respite at Huang Kaiwen's residence, I encountered such intriguing news. The specifics elude me, but it is said that the coach will be absent for at least a month, Huang Kaiwen remarked, adding that the details are rather delicate to disclose. Initially, Guardiola had no pressing concerns. However, the assistant coach nearly brought him to his knees. The circumstances surrounding this matter easily provoke the imagination. Cruz and the Binder brothers busied themselves with a barbecue, and although the Milanese weather remained quite chilly, Huang Kaiwen's home had been equipped with an outdoor heating system this year, rendering the cold virtually imperceptible. Inzaghi gestured toward the television, commenting, The Lazio fans are lambasting their coach, yet they have not uttered a word regarding you and Kaiwen. Nesta chuckled. Perhaps it's due to Kaiwen's remarks post-match. His influence is substantial, allowing those fervent fans to temporarily set aside the issue. Is that even a question? This pertains to faith, Ramos proclaimed with an air of sanctity. Kaka confessed, I always feel somewhat inadequate in Ramos's presence. Is the master truly that formidable? Shouldn't he consider enrolling in a university for further studies? Rakitic curiously inquired. Having earned such wealth, do you engage in investments? Of course. I've invested in stocks, Ramos replied. Indeed, I have as well, recommended by Kaiwen, Kaka added. Hey lad, it's rather impolite to pry into others' finances and investments, Ambrosini interjected. I merely wish to ascertain how to prevent my money from depreciating, Rakitic replied with a wry smile. You should certainly seek counsel from Kaiwen. He is capable of anything, Ramos chuckled, holding Rakitic in high regard. Were it another rookie, he likely would not have suggested consulting Huang Kaiwen. Rakitic shook his head with a smile, feeling that if personal interests were involved, it would be challenging to candidly praise Kaiwen in an interview. It's ready. Come and eat, shouted St. Bender. Only after ensuring his teammates were settled did Huang Kaiwen rise to say, recently, the coach has been injured and we haven't earned any championships. So let's refrain from drinking today. We shall celebrate properly after winning an important match. The captain has spoken, Nesta declared, raising a bottle of mineral water. Damn. I suspect you're merely concerned about your own supply of alcohol, Inzaghi teased. You can take a few bottles home with you when you leave. Take as many as you wish, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Given Guardiola's injury, a lavish celebration by the first team would surely distress him. Huang Kaiwen felt it necessary to consider the coach's feelings. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew considerably warmer. However, aside from Inzaghi, few would return from Huang Kaiwen's home with anything in hand. After a modest meal, Van Bommel took the initiative to perform a Bavarian-style dance. The old fellow still possesses considerable social prowess. Little Bender was even more vivacious than his brother. Observing this, Ramos took to the stage to sing a Chinese song. The most dazzling national style, performing it quite adeptly, truly deserving of his daily practice in the car. I want to give it a try as well, Kaka declared. Then go ahead, Ambrosini encouraged, eager to see Kaka indulge in a bit of merriment. While Kaka excelled in many aspects, his singing left much to be desired. He chose a Chinese song, traveling far and wide. The road is long and water flows deep, confused and lost, one village after another. He sang, watching the slanting sun. It sets and returns. The earth is old, the sky is vast, time is long and endless. Huang Kaiwen clapped with a smile. Kaiwen, is this Chinese rap? Buffon inquired with curiosity. Kaka was merely reciting the lyrics. Rap? Huang Kaiwen paused, then determined to safeguard his friend's pride, quickly nodded and said, yes, yes. This is how the song is meant to be sung. Ambrosini looked at Huang Kaiwen with a hint of skepticism and muttered, can a change of language truly prevent off-key singing? Huang Kaiwen chuckled awkwardly and turned away. He would not betray his friend. Their playful banter indeed invigorated the atmosphere. This gathering served as a splendid opportunity for the new faces of the first team to truly connect with their teammates. As the evening drew to a close and everyone prepared to depart, Huang Kaiwen called over the Binder brothers, instructing them to accompany Inzaghi to select 2 bottles of wine for the return journey. Van Bommel was an old acquaintance. Huang Kaiwen would make a personal visit when time allowed. This is Soviet wine. Your father should be familiar with it. Inzaghi handed a few bottles of vodka to the Binder brothers. They are not from East Germany, Huang Kaiwen remarked with a wry smile. The brothers hailed from Rosenheim, a town in Bavaria known for its timber processing. It's quite similar, Inzaghi casually remarked, grabbing 2 bottles of whiskey for himself. His Majesty has been rather pressed for funds lately, relying on these 2 bottles to entertain his esteemed guests. After seeing the 3 of them off, Huang Kaiwen returned indoors, only to find that the young lady had yet to return. Bored, he turned on the television. To his surprise, the film playing was The Way of the Dragon. Bruce Lee's movies remain classics, and after watching for a while, Huang Kaiwen opened the system to find a new notification. Ding! Successfully altered the fate of player Ivan Rakitic, earning 1,200 fate points. So many? Huang Kaiwen eagerly clicked on Fate Display, and a scene appeared immediately. Rakitic observed that Ramos and Kaká were profiting from their investments, while Inzaghi and Cassano had also carved out their own paths, leaving him feeling somewhat out of place. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Rakitic's mind. After forging partnerships with cosmopolitan cities such as Milan, London, and Tokyo, the innovative venture not only offered sea burials, but also organized a variety of unique services, including a gang that specialized in the scattering of ashes amidst the smog of London and the mixing of nuclear waste with cremains. Additionally, memorial photographs could appear in diverse film sets, featuring roles such as the deceased spouse, in-laws, or beloved pets, significantly enriching the client experience. With a pre-booking discount of 20% for those who scheduled their demise in advance, the service garnered widespread acclaim, attracting an increasing number of teams, thereby allowing clients to select from a plethora of performance options for their funerals. The once rotund Jalen donned a vibrant orange and yellow promotional shirt, striking a cool pose for the camera as he proclaimed, "In the stillness, heed my words. Do not let death become your regret. Burn with the last light and heat," entertaining all guests. Indeed, I am the die person. Ronaldo, clad in a black and white work uniform emblazoned with the company's name, held his phone aloft, grinning foolishly as the screen displayed a message. "Dear, don't forget to leave a 5-star review." The emergence of top-tier players like the first male gunner in the Japanese server transformed numerous politicians into users of the service. Rakitic was left astounded by the series of operations. He had never envisioned such lucrative possibilities. With heartfelt sincerity, he addressed his children, saying, "Worry not about money. As long as you recognize the greatness of Uncle Kevin, you shall never spell the word poverty. If anyone disdains Uncle Kevin, they shall cease to be my child and forfeit any claim to inheritance." By the year 2082, the venture had reached its zenith. Wealth, fame, and status adorned the Holy Roman Empire's vice-emperor, the world-renowned director Antonio Cassano, who announced, at the behest of the late Emperor Filippo Inzaghi, that they would bestow a portion of their wealth posthumously. Lying on his hospital bed, Cassano mischievously quipped to the camera, "Desire our treasures? If so, they are yours to claim. Just seek out Kevin. And if he acknowledges you as the most beautiful woman in the world and agrees to perform a 5-day striptease at my and Filippo's graveside, then everything we possess shall belong to you." Thus began the era of grand elections for beauty. Huang Kaiwen mused that indeed, his teammates were all exceptionally talented, possessing charming eloquence. He discerned a pivotal truth. His influence played a significant role in altering the destinies of his teammates, affirming that it was, after all, the King of Yellow who enabled them to become their better selves. Curiosity piqued. He wondered how Messi's fate would shift. Surely, he could not continue peddling those low-quality t-shirts. For Messi's family lacked any entrepreneurial prowess. Suddenly, a surge of 1,200 points in destiny value propelled his total to 2,100, leaving Huang Kaiwen quite pleased. After waiting for a while, the young lady returned home, and the 2 of them completed their tasks before retiring for the night. The following day, upon arriving at the team facility, he indeed found Clement standing at the sidelines. Clement, holding a clipboard, expressed his regret that Pep would be sidelined for over a month due to a significant back injury, preventing him from directing the team in person. "We would maintain communication through phone calls and emails. For the time being, I shall assume the role of acting head coach for the first team. Huang Kaiwen proactively applauded, and the training ground resonated with the sound of scattered clapping. If Guardiola struggled to command authority in Milan, one could only imagine the challenges Clement, a player of mediocre caliber during his career, might face. What championships could he boast of? While Milan's players had each secured at least 2 Champions League titles during their tenure, Andre Villas-Boas found favor at Chelsea due to his established rapport with the local players and his aristocratic lineage, which commanded respect. Clement, however, lacked such advantages. Noticing the players' lukewarm enthusiasm, he awkwardly suggested they commence training, as he still needed to call Pep. Once training began, Huang Kaiwen remained silent. In the realm of football, one must demonstrate sufficient skill to earn respect. Even the esteemed professor faced skepticism from players upon his arrival at Arsenal, yet he managed the situation adeptly, steering the team back on course, ultimately winning over Keown as a supporter. Back in his office, Clement felt a wave of frustration. He certainly could not reach out to Guardiola. Doing so would imply a lack of competence on his part. He had awaited this day for a long time. Finally, seizing the opportunity to stand before the coaching bench, he was determined not to let anyone undermine his chance to showcase his abilities. Struggling to devise a strategy, Clement resorted to reviewing game footage from Capello's era at Real Madrid. On February 6th, he, like Guardiola, excluded Huang Kaiwen from the away match roster. However, Milan managed only a draw against Genoa in that match. Post-game, the media launched a fierce critique of Clement. Hudelli, unusually vocal, criticized the team during an interview with Milan TV, stating, "This is a team I hardly recognize. Our acting head coach is eager to demonstrate his capabilities. Yet all I observe is poor organization, inadequate passing, and dreadful shooting." The entire team performed as poorly as Juventus, and with Buffon standing in goal. It gave me the impression that this was Juventus. A week later, Milan achieved a resounding 4-0 victory over Parma. However, due to Parma's precarious position near the relegation zone, the win lacked persuasive merit. The majority of the media remained skeptical of Clement's abilities. Although Guardiola faced considerable doubt, he at least possessed the credentials of a legitimate coach, widely regarded as having a promising future. The media's criticism stemmed from his failure to meet the expectations set for him. In contrast, Clement had shown nothing of substance in his matches. On February 14th, Huang Kaiwen, along with Lily and the young lady, was intercepted by reporters while dining out. Huang raised 3 fingers and stated, "I will answer only 3 questions. Please do not waste our time. Will Milan win tomorrow? Can Real Madrid defeat Lyon?" The reporter inquired directly. Huang Kaiwen chuckled and remarked, "This time, I suppose you have a point. However, I must emphasize that until the match concludes, everything remains uncertain." The reporter rolled his eyes, surprised by Huang Kaiwen's penchant for holding a grudge. Attempting to glean more information, the reporter posed another question, to which Huang Kaiwen promptly delivered an answer that was nearly identical to his previous one. "How is Mr. Clement faring?" The reporter inquired. "Mr. Clement is quite popular. He requires some time to acclimatize as a first-team coach, but that is not a concern," Huang Kaiwen replied. "Having drawn Arsenal, do you consider this a favorable draw?" The reporter pressed on. "Certainly not. Arsenal is one of the most formidable teams in the second group. The professor's squad has never been easy to contend with, and I have learned a great deal from my encounters with Arsenal," Huang Kaiwen stated. "Well, that concludes today's interview. Happy Valentine's Day, if you happen to have a girlfriend." Huang Kaiwen jested. Noticing remnants of meat sauce on the reporter's trousers, Huang Kaiwen surmised that he was likely single. After all, time was not on his side. If he had a date, he would need to prepare. A young man dressed as he was would hardly attract any attention from the fairer sex. While appearance is innate, regardless of one's looks, one must present oneself neatly for a date. It is a matter of respect for others. A day later, in the press conference hall at San Siro, Fabregas, Wenger, Clement, and Huang Kaiwen stood in a line. This was the most anticipated match of the round of 16. "Arsene, what are your impressions of being at San Siro?" "Mr. Wenger, do you think you can best Kaiwen this time?" "Cesc, when will you return to Barcelona?" "Kaiwen, Milan has not been performing well lately. Have you made any preparations?" A reporter queried, suggesting that Huang Kaiwen had taken over training at Milan. Wenger looked at Huang Kaiwen with a smile, thinking he did not seem like the type, yet found the rumor amusing. Huang Kaiwen seized the microphone and stated, "Where did you hear that? If you are willing to believe I have become the shadow coach, why not also believe I am Caesar?" Wenger shrugged, taken aback by Huang Kaiwen's response. Do you have any special preparations for today, Kaiwen? The reporter pressed. Of course, Huang Kaiwen nodded. Arsenal is not an easy opponent to face. Mr. Clement has devised specific strategies that will be advantageous for us. Can you elaborate on that? The reporter inquired. Certainly not. We must keep our tactics under wraps before the match. I wouldn't want Mr. Wenger to be forewarned about our plans, Huang Kaiwen replied with a grin. Wenger, with a hint of self-deprecation, responded, Actually, it's quite all right. It is well known that my in-game adjustment capabilities are not particularly strong, and I wouldn't be able to devise a strategy in such a short time. British media often comment on Wenger's in-game adjustments. While the professor may be somewhat lacking in this area compared to some coaches, he remains competent among his peers. When compared, his adjustment skills seem somewhat inferior, primarily because his opponents are top-tier managers. Mr. Wenger, will there be any surprises in today's arrangements? A reporter inquired. If you seek surprises, you might as well write to Santa Claus. I am merely a football coach, the professor replied with a smile. Can you defeat Kevin this time? The reporter pressed on. The professor glanced at Huang Kaiwen and remarked, I too am curious. If you know the outcome, do enlighten me. Perhaps I could consult Ibrahimovic. He might possess the answer. The journalists present chuckled, as the professor jested about Ibrahimovic's previous comment regarding Huang Kaiwen being akin to a deity. Anelka claimed Arsenal lacks the strength to conquer AC Milan. What are your thoughts? Another reporter asked. I do not share that sentiment, Huang Kaiwen interjected. Football matches are not so easily predicted, otherwise. Some businesses would have long since collapsed, wouldn't they? Wenger nodded at Huang Kaiwen, opting not to elaborate further. Huang Kaiwen also pushed aside the microphone. The reporters then turned their focus to Fabregas. Cesc, will you return to Barcelona at the season's end? A journalist queried. You know, I was previously prohibited from discussing Barca. This is not a result of dictatorship, but because the coach knows I am weary of such questions, Fabregas replied, somewhat irked. After being asked the same question countless times, his demeanor had shifted. The atmosphere in the press room turned chilly. Suddenly, the reporters remembered Clement. However, feeling disrespected, Clement did not wish to entertain them any longer. He stood up and announced, All right, that concludes today's press conference. Huang Kaiwen nodded to Wenger and Fabregas before following Clement out. On their way back, Clement complained. Those people do not regard me as an important figure at all. That is inconsequential. As long as we win, they will soon wear a different expression, Huang Kaiwen responded. Clement nodded vigorously, determined to surprise everyone with his tactics today. Upon returning to the locker room, Huang Kaiwen began changing his gear. His teammates were discussing the recently released The Green Hornet. Due to Huang Kaiwen's connections, Jalen had garnered some recognition within the Milan squad. However, the primary topic remains centered on Cameron Diaz. Players' favorite subject will always be beautiful women. I find Julia Roberts more attractive, Inzaghi remarked. She is quite old. Gattuso retorted. Do you then think Monica Bellucci is unattractive? Inzaghi countered. Of course not, Gattuso replied. Then there you have it. Age is irrelevant, Inzaghi declared triumphantly. Ramos, unusually, nodded in agreement. Huang Kaiwen rubbed his temples. His good friend Ramos' preference for older women was indeed unchangeable. Noticing the anticipation gauge had reached 100, he decided to draw a card. Ding, obtained the 2000 UEFA European Championship, Group Stage Round 3, France vs Netherlands. Robert Pires' 24-hour experience card. Huang Kaiwen reacted momentarily, realizing he had drawn Pires. The pronunciation of the name Robert in French differs from that in English, as many French names were historically translated according to English phonetic conventions. He was pleasantly surprised to have drawn one of the members from Arsenal's unbeaten season. Pires possessed exceptional dribbling skills, and Huang Kaiwen felt that today, employing Pires would be most fitting. He could effortlessly draw the Arsenal defense on the left flank, creating opportunities for his teammates. Ding successfully used the Pires experience card. Clement stood in the center of the locker room and stated, The outside world does not hold us in high regard, so I need you to display some fighting spirit and perform well. The players remained largely unresponsive. At that moment, Clement continued, Today's tactic is to pass the ball to Kevin as much as possible after winning possession. Is that understood? Yes. The atmosphere in the locker room suddenly brightened. Ramos, Cruz, and several others were the most enthusiastic in their affirmations. Excellent. Then let's go out and warm up. Clement commanded with a wave of his hand. This was a conclusion he had drawn after studying the tactics of Mourinho and Capello. Observing the situation now, it indeed seemed to be the right approach. The The San Siro Stadium had early on displayed various banners and visual patterns. The UEFA Champions League is always of paramount importance to the elite clubs. Even before the match commenced, the stands were already resonating with supportive anthems. During warm-ups, Huang Kaiwen did not showcase much, merely performing simple ball control, yet it still elicited waves of cheers from the San Siro crowd. Van Persie gazed at Milan's half, his eyes filled with envy. The transfer of Van Bommel to AC Milan was something he found hard to accept, as he viewed Van Bommel merely as a brutish player. Despite suffering a severe ankle injury last summer, which allowed Chamak to shine and diminish his standing, Van Persie quickly proved himself again after the winter break. In the match against Wigan Athletic, he finally scored his first hat-trick in an Arsenal career that continued with a series of goals. Van Persie felt that if any Dutchman deserved to fight alongside Huang Kaiwen, it was undoubtedly him. As the players returned to the tunnel, Van Persie immediately greeted Huang Kaiwen. "How have you been lately, Kevin?" "Quite well. Robin, you seem to be doing well too," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. "Yes, feeling good," Van Persie nodded. He was still waiting for Huang Kaiwen to invite him to play for AC Milan, but Huang Kaiwen was already mingling with other Arsenal players. Van Persie cast an annoyed glance at Nasri, suspecting that it was that scoundrel who had initiated the conversation. He thought to himself that he must teach him a lesson sometime. The players had taken the field, and the Champions League theme song began to play. Yes, I believe the fans have been eagerly anticipating this moment. We have finally arrived at the knockout stages of Europe. Today, we bring you the highlight of the UEFA round of 16, featuring AC Milan at home against Arsenal. Previously, we provided extensive commentary on Arsenal's matches. In the past, Huang Kaiwen often faced Arsenal while playing for Chelsea. Indeed, Arsenal's starting lineup has undergone some changes, and it is evident that Wenger is continually reinforcing the team. Now, let us examine the starting lineups for both sides. AC Milan employs a 4-3-2-1 formation. Goalkeeper, Buffon. Defenders, Zambrotta, Godin, Thiago Silva, Ramos. Midfielders, Huang Kaiwen, Lars Bender, Pirlo, Rakitic. Gattuso, forward, Torres. Arsenal, on the other hand, adopts a 4-3-3 formation with a sole defensive midfielder. Goalkeeper, Szczesny. Defenders, Clichy, Giroud, Koscielny, Sagna. Midfielders, Fabregas, Wilshere, Alex Song. Forwards, Nasri, Van Persie, Walcott. The three players who were previously suspended have all returned, and AC Milan's lineup has seen some modifications. Indeed, today, Kaka and the promising young talent Kroos, who has been performing admirably lately, are absent from the starting 11. AC Milan's assistant coach, Clement, has repositioned Lars Bender to a defensive role to provide protection for Pirlo. However, I have some reservations. Typically, when Kaka and Huang Kaiwen operate as dual attacking midfielders, both frequently shift wide and interchange positions. Can Gattuso emulate this? Will today see Huang Kaiwen and Gattuso both soaring on the flanks? This remains to be witnessed during the match. At 7:45 p.m., the French referee Stéphane Lannoy signaled the commencement of the match. Milan took the initial kickoff. Torres swiftly played the ball sideways. After receiving the ball, Huang Kaiwen immediately returned it. When facing a team like Arsenal, one must exercise caution, as their passing ability is exceptionally strong. Overcommitting can easily lead to conceding a goal. Bender was particularly cautious with the ball, deliberately maintaining distance from Pirlo. When Walcott made a sudden move, it startled him, prompting Bender to quickly pass back to Zambrotta. Zambrotta glanced forward, seeing no opportunities, and opted for a direct pass down the center. The advanced Rakitic received the ball and promptly surged forward. Ramos joined the attack. Gattuso, upon observing, decided to trail behind the two, ready to retreat quickly should a turnover occur. Wenger, on the sidelines, clenched his fists in anxiety, completely shedding the composed demeanor he exhibited during the press conference. He claimed to be watching the game unfold, yet he truly wished to avoid having his team face Huang Kaiwen. Even when not in possession, Huang Kaiwen commands the attention of an opponent, creating a pressure that is unparalleled by other players. Rakitic, with light footwork, advanced into the attacking third, and Ramos surged forward. In this scenario, Clichy had no choice but to follow Ramos. At that moment, Rakitic suddenly pivoted and delivered a swift pass. The ball zipped through the air. However, Huang Kaiwen, positioned on the flank, extended his left foot to deftly redirect the ball to his right foot. He then sent it forward, leaving Sagna to lunge and miss entirely. A side body feint. Koscielny hurriedly rushed over to cover, but Huang Kaiwen had already taken the ball to the byline, and he was unable to match Huang's pace. With a swift motion, Huang sent a long pass. Wenger's heart raced, teetering on the edge of anxiety. When he saw the ball sail over, he finally exhaled in relief. At that moment, the professor realized that within less than a minute of the match starting, his palms and heart were drenched in sweat. Earlier that morning, he had attended a wedding, suddenly struck by inspiration. Indeed, a writer's muse can emerge at the most unexpected times. Robin van Persie stood in midfield, arms outstretched in bewilderment. What does this mean? Encountering such a bewildering moment right off the bat was disheartening. Although he did not expect his teammates to contain Huang Kaiwen, some pressure should have been applied, shouldn't it? Assigning a fullback who not only failed to impede the opponent's advance, but also became a mere backdrop for their display of skill, was utterly futile. Might as well station an aircraft carrier in front of the goal. Come on, everyone, focus. Szczesny shouted, clapping his gloves. Sagna lowered his head, pretending not to notice the goalkeeper glancing in his direction. Only those matched up against Huang understood the challenge at hand. Huang Kaiwen's dribbling prowess was unparalleled in the football world, rendering his playing style unpredictable. Despite being bested by a fried meatball, in that fleeting moment, Sagna envisioned numerous defensive strategies. Whether it was a bicycle kick followed by an explosive burst, a sudden acceleration, or a deft pullback with a powerful ankle twist. Each method varied drastically. How could he possibly defend against that? Did he think he was watching an animated series where merely increasing foot speed could create afterimages and extend defensive coverage? Damn, that wasn't well executed. Huang Kaiwen shouted to Torres. Torres paused momentarily, then gave a thumbs up. Truly, Huang was exceptional, holding himself to the highest standards. After switching the ball to his other hand, Szczesny threw it to Clichy. Even before receiving the ball, Clichy was already observing the field. Playing for Arsenal necessitates the habit of keeping one's head up while playing. Some players may lack the ability to deliver a good pass immediately upon receiving the ball, but as long as they prepare and anticipate, the act of passing becomes considerably easier. Gattuso pressed forward on the right flank, prompting Clichy to deliver an immediate diagonal pass. Wilshere deftly nudged the ball forward with his left foot and charged ahead. Fabregas occupied a more advanced position, while Alex Song remained slightly behind, ready to support his teammates. Upon noticing Sagna's advance, Huang Kaiwen made a move to penetrate forward. From the sidelines, Wenger promptly cautioned, "Get back to defend against Kaiwen. No need for you to push up." Sagna returned to his position with a grimace, but Huang quickly pivoted and dashed back towards his own half. Sagna glanced towards the sideline, where Wenger gestured emphatically without uttering a word. Yet the message was clear. He was to follow Huang Kaiwen. Why must I be the one to tackle such a daunting task? He thought, feeling exasperated. Meanwhile, Arsenal's three midfielders continued to collaborate in their advance. As Rakitic approached them, in this situation, he hesitated to make a daring advance, fearing he might be toyed with through a wall pass. At this moment, Yu Guangzhong and Rakitic noticed Huang Kaiwen's gestures. The meaning expressed by Huang was somewhat intricate. He extended his palm forward and then swiftly turned it. However, Rakitic grasped the intent. With a shift in his weight, Rakitic suddenly surged towards Fabregas. Fabregas, not overestimating himself, swiftly turned and delivered a pass. Yet, he immediately called out, "Be careful." Unfortunately, it was already too late. Rakitic pivoted to charge towards Alexander Song, who instinctively angled his body to make way for the right flank. In that split second, Huang Kaiwen unexpectedly went to ground, executing a precise sliding tackle that sent the ball skimming past Song. The proximity was too close for Rakitic to halt his momentum, so he decisively shifted his ankle, allowing the ball to pass. Pirlo, arriving on the scene, didn't even pause. With a gentle flick of his right foot, the ball obediently soared toward Rakitic. Without lifting his head, Rakitic instinctively pushed it forward. Sonia was already rushing towards Huang Kaiwen. Throughout his run, Huang maintained his posture, and as his right foot came down, he deftly flicked the ball towards the center. Rakitic seized the ball once more, but Wilshere was already advancing toward him. "Over here," Gattuso shouted. Although not entirely accustomed to playing as a winger, he earnestly endeavored to fulfill his role. Rakitic decisively sent the ball to the right flank. Clichy prepared to assist in the center, inadvertently leaving Gattuso unmarked. Nonetheless, upon receiving the ball, Gattuso had no intention of advancing further. He gently nudged the ball to a halt, raised his head to observe, and then turned to strike. The ball arced sharply from the right flank towards the left. At this moment, Huang Kaiwen had positioned himself, waiting at the edge of the penalty area, while Sonia had yet to return. Szczesny in front of the goal was practically beside himself. Fortunately, Sonia was not far behind. As the ball descended, Sonia had already returned to the penalty area, positioning himself in front of Huang Kaiwen. The ball struck the front of Huang's left foot and slightly deflected towards the baseline. Huang Kaiwen suddenly surged forward, with Sonia hurriedly in tow. Just then, Huang extended his right foot to the left side of the descending ball, executing a slight flick that caused Sonia to abruptly halt and readjust his body. In the next moment, Huang's right foot smoothly transitioned to the right side of the ball, nudging it towards the baseline as he accelerated along it. Despite showcasing impressive athleticism, Sonia was still a step behind Huang. Upon reaching the baseline, Huang effortlessly turned and delivered a back pass, with the ball gliding along the grass to find Torres on the left side of the penalty area. Torres, without needing to adjust, turned and unleashed a left-footed shot. Koscielny, stationed near the left post, instinctively shielded himself, but the ball struck his hands with great force. Wow, that should be a penalty. Yet, it ultimately depended on the referee's interpretation, as it seemed the area of defense had not been significantly expanded. This is incorrect. To say that the defensive area does not expand means that hands should be placed at the sides. Your hands should not be in front. This should have been a penalty. The Arsenal players have also realized the gravity of the situation. Captain Fabregas approached to explain, but Huang Kaiwen was quick to intervene as well. Both teams' captains are quite young. Fabregas, feeling anxious, began to speak in Spanish. Referee, that was handball. It wasn't intentional. Before Huang Kaiwen could respond, Torres, unwilling to concede, retorted, what handball? Did you grow hands in that position? That would certainly be convenient. Fabregas replied, can we speak civilly? The referee quickly raised his arms to create distance between the two players. He then blew the whistle and pointed to the penalty spot. A penalty. The San Siro erupted with cheers. Milan, Milan. Though it wasn't a goal, can a penalty be any less significant for Milan? Their number 10 treats free kicks as penalties and penalties as open goals. Kevin, you take it, Torres said, glancing towards the penalty spot. Huang Kaiwen found it amusing. These forwards are quite concerned about their Champions League scoring records. He patted Torres on the shoulder and said, it's fine, you take it. You earned the penalty. So you should take it. Really? Torres asked, surprised. Really? Go ahead, Huang Kaiwen encouraged, giving Torres's arm a reassuring pat. Torres smiled and walked towards the penalty spot. Raul and Inzaghi from the previous generation are nearing retirement, but competition among the forwards of the ADS remains fierce, especially in the Champions League. No forward wishes to be anything less than second on the list after Huang Kaiwen. As for the first position, they haven't even considered it. Before the finals, you play 12 matches, scoring once in each. Meanwhile, someone else plays 3 matches and scores 14 goals. It's hardly a fair comparison. Both teams' players lined up outside the penalty area. As the referee's whistle blew, Torres took a run up and struck the ball. Szczesny dove to the left, making a stunning save. As Huang Kaiwen surged into the penalty area, Sagna blocked his path, and Giroud swiftly cleared the ball out of bounds. The disappointed Torres knelt in the box, his hands covering his face. He could already envision the mocking expression on Ibrahimovic's face post-match, his hooked nose reeking of disdain. He had just argued passionately with his national teammate Fabregas, only to have Huang Kaiwen defer to him, and now he had missed. Fernando Torres felt as if he were in Gotham. The Polish goalkeeper opposite him was, in fact, Bateman. He was reluctant to lift his gaze, fearing the unwanted scrutiny. A pair of distinctly recognizable shoes appeared in Torres's field of vision, Kaiwen's brand. Currently, only Huang Kaiwen wore those shoes. Torres lowered his head even further. Arsenal is not like the weaker teams in League One. Perhaps this single goal could determine who advances. Huang Kaiwen's voice, laced with encouragement, reached Torres's ears. Get up. Don't waste time here, Huang Kaiwen said with a smile. Kevin Torres spoke softly as he raised his head, his voice so faint that it felt somewhat indistinct to him. Huang Kaiwen bent down to lift Torres up, brushing off the grass clippings from his socks, then stood upright to adjust Torres' jersey. He playfully patted his shoulder, jesting, if I make the golden boy cry, I wonder how many female fans will come after me. Torres smiled in response. As he watched Huang Kaiwen walk towards the corner flag, Torres turned to Fabregas, pointing at him and saying, tell Puyol to be cautious. Fabregas replied, though this statement seems rather nonsensical, I cannot help but worry for Puyol. Images danced in his mind. He envisioned a scenario during a national team squabble, where Ramos and Puyol were in a one-on-one confrontation. As Ramos pushed Puyol aside, preparing to swing a fist, suddenly, a figure emerged from behind Puyol, executing a flying roundhouse kick that struck Puyol's ear with a resounding thud, rendering the Barcelona captain hearing impaired. Fabregas found himself questioning whether he should return to Catalonia, feeling that there were far too many adversaries associated with Barcelona. Huang Kaiwen paused upon hearing Torres' words, nearly losing his composure. The Golden King truly had a knack for it. The once fractured Dutch team had now found considerable unity, while the Spanish national team's divisions were growing increasingly severe. If this continued, it seemed the Spanish national team might transform into a faction supporting Barcelona against all the other national players. In truth, he had not anticipated this. Since the last Holy Week, Huang Kaiwen had become the sole idol of local children in the Basque region, one without any Basque lineage. It could only be said that the Golden King was exceptionally kind-hearted. Over the years of playing, he had made few enemies and amassed friends from all corners of the world. Huang Kaiwen stood at the corner flag, observing. The players from both sides congregated near the small penalty area, with a greater number in the central region. Szczesny, while a capable goalkeeper with good reflexes and physical attributes, often made minor errors. Moreover, the young Szczesny lacked maturity. Noticing the sparse defense in close proximity, Huang Kaiwen felt an opportunity to attempt something. With a plan in mind, Huang Kaiwen immediately raised his left hand, displaying two fingers as if to signal a tactical corner kick to his teammates. He then retreated to begin his run-up, stepping forward with his left foot, swinging his arm, and striking the ball with his right foot from beneath. The sound echoed. The players from both sides were evidently deceived. Realizing that the ball was perilously close to the goal line, the Arsenal players panicked. Szczesny's footwork became chaotic. His view of such a near-ground ball was obstructed, and by the time he made a judgment, the ball was already perilously close to the goal. Koscielny and Ramos jumped at the near post, neither of them able to accurately judge the trajectory of the ball. In the midst of his run, Szczesny collided with Koscielny, both of them helplessly watching as the ball soared into the net, striking the intersection of the crossbar and the post. Boom. St. Kaiwen. St. Kaiwen. St. Kaiwen. It is often said that the greatest surprise in life is the return of what was lost. Following Torres' missed penalty, Huang Kaiwen swiftly presented a magnificent gift to Rossoneri. The exhilarated Milan supporters fervently chanted the name of Huang Kaiwen, rising to fervently wave their hands. Huang Kaiwen executed a corner kick that found its way directly into the net. Indeed, this marks the 10th direct corner kick goal in Huang Kaiwen's professional career. In others' careers, achieving 2 such goals over a span of 10 or 20 years is commendable. Yet, Huang Kaiwen has accomplished this feat in merely his 7th year. And notably, he appears to navigate the game with remarkable ease, as if scoring is merely a matter of his desire. As for Courtois, one must admit that Coach Zhang has an impressive knack for embellishment. I concede that Huang Kaiwen is indeed exceptional. However, if scoring from corner kicks were truly that simple, AC Milan would not require any other strategies. They could just rely on Pirlo's long passes, with forwards intentionally aiming for the opponent to earn corners. This tactic is rather amusing to contemplate, as it would necessitate that opposing defenders dodge the ball, terrified of inadvertently conceding a corner. If one were to deliberately seek corners, surely one could amass 10 in a single match, rendering AC Milan invincible, right? It does seem as though they are invincible at present. Yet it may not solely be Coach Zhang's exaggeration. Huang Kaiwen's free kick prowess is undoubtedly world-class. And one could argue that corner kicks serve as a variant of free kicks, exploiting the defensive vulnerabilities. Could one also assert that I could, in 3 seconds, be deemed as somewhat underwhelming in my current state? My friend, excessive duration can indeed be detrimental. Upon reflection, do you not feel somewhat relieved? Truly? Certainly. Moreover, prolonged congestion can lead to complications, as I was advised during a recent medical consultation. Huang Kaiwen found himself embraced by Ramos and Rakitic, leaving Torres to stand at the periphery, grinning foolishly. Wenger observed the scene with an air of resigned disbelief. Regardless of how many times he faced Huang Kaiwen, he could not shake the feeling that the issue did not lie with his team, but rather with the overwhelming strength of the opponent. This time, he was resolute. For the entirety of England had little faith in Arsenal. William Hill even neglected to provide odds on their victory, instead encouraging fans to speculate on how many goals they might lose by. In such an external climate, Arsenal's prodigies united. He sensed a camaraderie worth harnessing and yearned to test it. Yet, barely 10 minutes had elapsed since kickoff, and Wenger found himself haunted by past humiliations. Time and again, his team had faced devastating defeats at the hands of Huang Kaiwen's squad. If one were to identify a kindred spirit in adversity, it would undoubtedly be the Merseyside team clad in red. But what connection did Carragher have with Huang Kaiwen? After a moment of distraction, the professor compelled himself to regain focus, calling out to the field, "It's merely one goal." Gattuso's right flank and their midfielders are not well acquainted. This is an unfamiliar formation for them. If we penetrate through the center, we will surely find opportunities. As he walked back, Huang Kaiwen felt inclined to applaud Wenger. Truly, he is a top-tier coach. During previous training sessions, he had discerned certain issues. Lars Bender and Rakitic both exhibit superior synergy with Van Bommel, the former Bayern captain. The German language facilitates their communication, and Van Bommel possesses an intimate understanding of Bundesliga players' tendencies. However, Clement remains steadfast in his decision to utilize Pirlo, a choice he feels powerless to contest. Should Pirlo be employed, Huang Kaiwen believes Ambrosini ought to take the field. While it is essential to provide players with opportunities to acclimatize and develop synergy, the timing of such endeavors is crucial. It would be entirely feasible to identify several less formidable opponents in the league for this purpose. Clement, with his hands tucked in his pockets, nodded in satisfaction. For today, he had expended considerable resources to expedite the tailoring of his suit. Over this period, he had visited the tailor 5 times merely for fittings. Now, observing the exquisite suit, he felt validated in his decision. Only such attire befits a talent of his caliber. Pep has toiled for half a season, yet remains uncertain about the optimal functioning of his team. Having taken the helm for less than a fortnight, he has already identified the most potent strategy. Clement believes he is seemingly destined to occupy the technical area. As Arsenal resumed play, Sagna advanced high up the pitch, prepared for immediate close marking. Watching Sagna positioned behind Walcott, Huang Kaiwen shook his head in bemusement. He had not anticipated the professor's targeted approach. Van Persie directed the ball to the left flank, where Nasri received it and promptly returned it to Fabregas. At this moment, Torres surged forward. Fabregas merely turned and executed a lateral pass. Cesc has matured significantly. In the past, he might have attempted more dribbling. Yet such maneuvers are fraught with risk and deplete one's stamina. A seasoned player must judiciously distribute their energy. One cannot simply seek opportunities for feints upon receiving the ball. Huang Kaiwen pressed forward as Arsenal maintained possession. Indeed, in Europe, there are 2 teams renowned for their exceptional ball control, Barcelona and Wenger's Arsenal. Although Arsenal's possession rate may not exceed that of their opponents by a significant margin, their stability in possession is remarkable, allowing for sudden bursts of acceleration. Up they go. Wilshere passed to Fabregas, who swiftly delivered a low strike. The ball traveled accurately past Rakitic and found its way to Nasri. Ramos promptly charged towards Nasri, who, rather than holding onto the ball, made a lateral pass to Van Persie while in motion. Van Persie, with his back to the goal, expertly directed the ball into the penalty area. At a critical juncture, Thiago Silva effectively blocked Nasri's path, allowing Ramos to seize possession. Walcott had already penetrated the penalty area but succumbed to a physical challenge, colliding with Ramos and tumbling to the ground. Ramos, safeguarding the ball, swiftly turned, and his eyes lit up. Arsenal's defense was exposed. The backline had surged forward, leaving Sagna and Huang Kaiwen lingering behind. Was there a more opportune scenario? Almost devoid of reaction time, Ramos swung his right foot with remarkable speed, striking the ball decisively. Buffon was startled by the thunderous noise, and as he followed the trajectory of the ball, excitement began to stir within him. It seemed like yet another opportunity for celebration was at hand. The ball had traveled more than 80 meters, its power gradually waning. Nevertheless, its descent remained swift. Huang Kaiwen, having anticipated the ball's path, found that Sagna had also wised up. He charged alongside Huang Kaiwen, both arriving at the ball's landing spot in unison. The expressions of the players revealed the sentiments of their respective fans. The Rossoneri supporters eagerly awaited the unfolding of events, while the traveling gunners in the stands displayed faces etched with anxiety. At the moment the ball began to descend, Huang Kaiwen swiftly lifted his right foot. The ball struck the side of his foot, rising once more and sailing over Sagna's head. Huang Kaiwen then deftly maneuvered around Sagna. Although Sagna attempted to react immediately, his momentum was too great. causing him to stumble forward before regaining his balance and turning to pursue Huang Kaiwen. This fleeting moment of miscalculation left him 2 positions behind Huang Kaiwen. Szczesny, stationed near the 6-yard box, silently cursed Sagna's entire lineage. Koscielny could hardly be expected to help. Had Sagna delayed just a moment longer, he might have provided Koscielny with the time needed to retreat. If he had managed to contain Huang Kaiwen within the penalty area, at least he could have served as an obstacle to block some angles. However, Sagna allowed Huang Kaiwen to advance unchallenged into the box, a decision bordering on folly. Szczesny, already aware of the impending outcome, found himself devoid of options. Yet, a second later, he was compelled to act as Huang Kaiwen caught up with the bouncing ball, extending his foot to make contact just before Koscielny could intervene. The sound was crisp, albeit not forceful. To Szczesny's ears, it resonated like a harbinger of doom. The ball soared high, arching over Szczesny's head. As he turned in desperation, he already knew the result. One can never outrun the ball. It traced an elegant parabola, cleanly nestling into the net beneath the crossbar. The ball found its mark. Goal. Kevin's goal. Although it was Kevin who scored, the goal itself bore little complexity. He merely flicked the ball over a defender, effortlessly executing a delicate lob from the edge of the penalty area, leaving the goalkeeper with no chance. Yet, for Kevin, such a feat was utterly mundane, devoid of any challenge. What I wish to emphasize is Wenger's brilliance. Undoubtedly, he is a world-class coach, understanding that whether deploying 1 defender or 10, they could not contain Kevin. It was more prudent to involve more players in the attack, potentially leveraging numerical superiority to secure a goal. Thus, when the goal was conceded, we noted that Arsenal's defense consisted solely of Sagna, with the remainder of the team engaging in offensive play. While this tactic may appear somewhat extreme, I believe it represents the optimal approach. Should Guardiola be dismissed, I suggest Wenger be given a chance at Milan, Croydley remarked with a smile. He does not harbor any disdain for Guardiola. The man exudes charm and speaks with humility. However, after 6 months, he has grown weary of the unpredictable tactics and starting lineups of the team. Cruyff even harbors doubts. Even if Guardiola were to employ a fixed formation and strategy, the responsibilities of the players would shift from match to match, while tactical versatility is advantageous, making it difficult for opponents to decipher one's approach. What is one to do when even the players cannot grasp the tactics? Cruyff had never anticipated the existence of so many intricate coaches. What the hell? How dare you all go up there? Szczesny exclaimed in frustration. Despite his youth, he joined Arsenal at the tender age of 16. Szczesny, a product of Arsenal's youth academy, shares a close bond with the Prince, Wilshere. His vibrant and competitive nature encourages communication with teammates, thus temporarily granting him an edge in the competition against Fabianski. Calm down, mate. Do you think they weren't talking about you? Szczesny retorted, somewhat irked. When it comes to offense, Giroud is faster than anyone else on the field, leading Szczesny to suspect he is avoiding defending against Huang Kaiwen. Koscielny and Sagna, both Frenchmen, share the back line with him, but camaraderie is lacking. At such moments, he finds delight in watching the unfolding drama. Fabregas intervened, suggesting, let it go, they will heed the warnings next time. That would be preferable, Szczesny replied tersely. He holds a certain disdain for this timid and indecisive captain, yet he still feels compelled to respect his mentor, Wenger. Denilson's criticism of Fabregas led to a spell on the bench, and Szczesny is reluctant to lose his hard-won position as a starter. Wenger nodded approvingly, satisfied with his handling of Fabregas. However, upon glancing at the smug Clement, his spirits dampened. He suspected this young Englishman failed to comprehend that Arsenal's deficit was not due to tactical superiority, but rather the prowess of Milan's number 10. Contemplating this left the professor feeling unjustly aggrieved. Damn, it seems every Tom, Dick, and Harry can trample him simply because they are Huang Kaiwen's coach. Despite Wenger's refined demeanor, it is hard to suppress a pang of bitterness at such moments, as if years of effort were rendered futile by a wealthy rival. Fortunately, Clement is merely an interim coach. Wenger resolved to take the time to counsel Guardiola on the importance of self-care, advising him against the frequent absences that characterize Mourinho's tenure. Kevin, he seems like a foolish dog chasing butterflies in your presence, Rakitic remarked excitedly on their way back. Do not insult dogs, they are man's best friend. Torres interjected suddenly. Huang Kaiwen could no longer suppress his laughter, surprised by Torres' knack for delivering dry humor. Sagna possesses remarkable physical attributes, a characteristic of many black players, but being faster than one's intellect is not necessarily a virtue. Today, Huang Kaiwen employed a variety of subtle movements to test Sania's reaction speed. The result was a resounding defeat for Sania. His sweeping motions and flamboyant actions, while aesthetically pleasing and capable of extending the ball's trajectory, inadvertently afforded his opponents additional reaction time. However, such maneuvers can also mislead adversaries into committing too early. The advantages and disadvantages are distinctly apparent. It is the more nuanced movements that are often more covert and challenging to defend against, easily causing opponents to lose their balance. When faced with the pinnacle of defenders like Maldini and Nesta, Huang Kaiwen would opt for a combination of strategies, ensuring they never grasped his dribbling tendencies. Against a defender of Sania's caliber, a single, well-executed technique suffices to dominate the match. Following the restart, the young gunners appeared visibly anxious. Nevertheless, Arsenal is no ordinary team. Once they accelerated their passing tempo, they remarkably avoided errors. Huang Kaiwen found himself admiring Wenger, pondering the professor's training regimen. Arsenal excelled in their passing and receiving game. After advancing the ball into the attacking zone without finding a clear opportunity, Nasri turned and passed it back. Clichy delivered the ball to Fabregas, who swiftly unleashed a long rolling shot. Van Persie, retreating, cleverly redirected the ball with his heel to Alexander Song. Song executed a rapid through pass to the right, locating Walcott, while Van Persie surged forward. Ramos, still seeking opportunities to press, found Walcott had already opted to pass. In the center, Van Persie attracted considerable attention. Yet at that moment, he cleverly allowed the ball to pass through his legs. Upon receiving the ball, Nasri immediately sent it into the penalty area. Thiago Silva and Godin faltered, momentarily forgetting about Van Persie, their focus disrupted by Arsenal's dazzling passing play. Godin's attempt to track back came too late. Buffon had no choice but to rush out. Van Persie seized the ball just inside the 6-yard box, with Buffon positioned in front of him. However, Van Persie's technical prowess was undeniable. In motion, he deftly lifted the ball over Buffon's body with the inside of his foot, allowing the on-rushing Nasri to calmly slot it into the open net. What a splendid goal. This was a beautiful display of teamwork, as Arsenal finally pulled one back just before the end of the first half stoppage time. Indeed, the Arsenal players were ecstatic, visibly relieved after enduring AC Milan's pressure. Their celebration was filled with fervor. This sequence of intricate passing was truly remarkable, transitioning seamlessly from defense to attack, characterized by a flurry of 8 precise passes, all without a single error. Arsenal embodies this style of play. They possess the ability to maneuver the ball into your net. Defending against such rapid, continuous exchanges is undeniably challenging. Although Van Persie did not score, his heel pass in midfield and the clever leg split that allowed the ball to pass were pivotal, particularly the latter, which deceived AC Milan's 2 defenders and facilitated the ensuing attack. Indeed, Van Persie's football intelligence is remarkably high. Although Chamakh performed admirably, he truly pales in comparison to Van Persie. The Arsenal fans, who had been subdued for the first half, finally erupted in exhilaration. The club anthem of the Gunners is equally catchy. However, compared to Milan, Hot Stuff leans more towards a pop musical style, primarily because it is adapted from the disco queen Donna Summer's championship single. Buffon leaned against the post, skillfully hooking the ball with one foot before passing it to Zambrotta. A glance at the Arsenal players celebrating in the corner revealed his disdain, as he thought to himself, a group of country bumpkins from London celebrating while trailing. One might think that football is a sport where the team that scores last wins. Since joining Milan, Buffon's mental state has significantly improved. With the pressure lifted, he naturally feels rejuvenated. Recently, he moved to a more secluded area to prevent neighbors from complaining about their noise at night. Buffon has also taken up studying the art of tea, intending to impress at gatherings at Huang Kaiwen's home, showcasing his affection for Chinese culture. Watching the Arsenal players retreat, Buffon felt a strong premonition that they would receive a lesson during stoppage time, a lesson born from experience. After resuming the match, Milan did not rush to attack. Their 4-3-2-1 formation gradually became more fluid. Rakitic took on a more advanced position, responsible for ball progression, while Lars Bender focused on protecting Pirlo. Pirlo was tasked with transitioning between offense and defense, deciding whether to pass to Rakitic or deliver a long ball. Following their goal, Arsenal did not press too deeply, much to Wenger's satisfaction. Upon receiving the ball, Rakitic advanced, and the Arsenal players sensed he would deliver it to the left. Yet, they still needed to defend the right side, as even without Gattuso, Ramos was present. Rakitic indeed delivered a precise through ball to the left. Huang Kaiwen received it, taking quick, light steps as if heading towards the baseline, only to suddenly shift his supporting foot. With a deft touch, he nudged the ball to the left and began to retreat. Sagna attempted to follow Huang Kaiwen, but as he shifted his body, his left leg caught in the turf, causing him to fall heavily, crying out in pain, nearly breaking his leg. The abrupt turn of events sent the Arsenal medical team into a flurry. Huang Kaiwen waved urgently at the sidelines, prompting Giannini to rush over without a stretcher, carrying a first aid kit to assist. The referee seemed oblivious to the fact that it was Milan's medical staff in action. Upon observing the jacket worn by Nani, he realized something was amiss. How could Arsenal possibly have 3 stripes? However, seeing Nani attending to a player's injury, he refrained from interrupting. Nearby, the players stood watching as Nani tended to Sagna's wounds. Nani looked up and remarked, "The issue with the cruciate ligament is quite severe. My recommendation is to transport him directly to the hospital." At that moment, the tardy Arsenal team doctor hurriedly approached with a stretcher. "Be mindful. His condition cannot deteriorate any further," Nani admonished. He had little patience for these medical professionals. Every Christmas, Arsenal faced a wave of injuries, and by March, they habitually collapsed. Rather than a mere curse, it seemed more a reflection of the medical team's inadequacies. Despite a revolving door of players, the annual collapse remained consistent, clearly indicating the medical staff's failure to manage the situation effectively. Upon this reflection, Nani genuinely acknowledged the strength of Milan. The outside world focused solely on the players. Yet in reality, Milan's medical team was arguably the finest in the world, with no expense spared on various facilities. Compared to the legendary Milan Lab of yore, the current medical and training facilities at Milan were unparalleled. The integration of diverse software and hardware contributed to the formidable stature of Milan. This did not even account for the soon-to-be-completed St. Kevin's Stadium and the planned expansion of Milanello. It was merely due to Milan being a Serie A club that its valuation was not exorbitantly high. If those organizations were to conduct an on-site inspection, they would swiftly realize that among global sports clubs, none could compare. Nani descended from the field, carrying the medical kit. Wenger approached briskly, expressing gratitude in Italian. "Thank you immensely for your assistance." "It was nothing. Kevin asked me to come up. Just thank him," Nani replied with a smile. Wenger indeed held a significant status in the football world, yet he had resolved to remain at Milan until retirement. Thus he paid little heed to such matters. Even if he were inclined to leave, elite clubs around the globe would welcome such an exceptional medical professional. A skilled doctor could be as crucial as a talented head coach, as they could expedite the return of key players and mitigate the impact of injuries on performance. However, some teams failed to recognize this. In the realm of elite football, the true assassins often turned out to be the team doctors. After the resumption of play, although possession lay with Milan, all Arsenal players retreated defensively, leaving Huang Kaiwen with no choice but to pass the ball away. At that moment, the referee blew the whistle for halftime. Players from both sides began to meander toward the sidelines. Torres occupied Kaká's usual position, flanked by Ramos on either side of Huang Kaiwen. At this juncture, Van Persie intended to strike up a conversation, but Torres immediately tensed up. Countless players worldwide dreamt of playing for Milan, and every talented forward could potentially be his rival. Upon noticing Torres's presence, Van Persie quickly scratched his head in a conspicuous manner before heading toward the sidelines. Torres wore a scowl. Van Persie's actions were too evident to ignore, especially the final clumsy attempt to conceal his intentions solidified Torres's suspicions. Fernando Torres had played at Milan for 3 years and had yet to secure a Champions League title. Kevin has just returned to Milan, and Van Persie is dreaming of reaping the rewards? Not a chance. Torres has decided to seize an opportunity to remind Van Persie to continue resting and recovering. Clement has pushed past Ramos, who, upon seeing the towel and water bottle in his hands, chose not to engage in conflict. "How are you feeling today, Kevin?" Clement inquired with genuine concern. "I'm well, coach," replied Huang Kaiwen. "That's good to hear. You may head back now," Clement said. Huang Kaiwen followed his teammates into the players' tunnel. It isn't that Huang, the king of the yellow ball, looks down upon the assistant coach. Rather, it's that Clement lacks substantial tactics. Huang Kaiwen could not bring himself to assert that Arsenal's strategies are inferior to Milan's, a claim that Clement himself might not even believe. Upon returning to the locker room, teammates continued discussing Huang Kaiwen's dribbling from earlier. The substitute, Cruz, perched on the bench, animatedly recounted, "The spot where he fell was very close to me. I saw it all clearly. Kevin first nudged the ball with his right foot, followed by a shoulder feint. Now, let us get to the crux. Speak quickly." Ambrosini urged from the side. Cruz stuck out his tongue and continued. It appeared as if Kevin used the outside of his right foot to nudge the ball, catching the Arsenal defender off guard. In reality, Kevin executed several movements. The shoulder feint is one of his most frequently used tricks. A slight shoulder movement sends the opponent into a panic. Moreover, Kevin's body language aligns perfectly with his shoulder, engaging his waist and core, allowing for subtle movements that completely deceive his adversary, complemented by Kevin's gaze. "Wait," interrupted a bare-chested Gattuso. "I remember Kevin was facing away from the bench. How could you see his eyes?" Cruz was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, how did I perceive that?" Rakitic smirked. "I thought Cruz had elevated his analysis. But it seems he remains at this level. It appears his only worthy opponents are the commentators Cruyff and Lineker." After a few seconds of silence, Cruz replied, "Because I noticed Sagna's gaze. His eyes were clearly fixed on Kevin's. Thus, I inferred that there was something happening with Kevin's eyes. Kevin often employs no-look techniques in his play, whether passing, dribbling, or shooting. It's quite reasonable to assume there was some eye movement involved." "That makes sense," Gattuso nodded, intrigued by Cruz's explanation, even if he did not fully grasp the specifics. Huang Kaiwen quietly lowered himself a few centimeters, recognizing the meaning of overanalysis. A great director filming a movie could have fans pinning 5,000 word essays on a flower pot placed by a restroom door. Although the notion of a broken leg sounds impressive, today's incident was primarily due to Sagna's own misstep. Otherwise, he would have merely lost his balance and fallen. Perhaps Arsenal players are not accustomed to playing on such new turf. This season, San Siro has changed its pitch 4 times. A matter Huang Kaiwen personally persuaded Moratti to address. The damage inflicted on the pitch during a football match is considerable. Mere maintenance cannot sustain it for an entire season. During Ancelotti's tenure at Real Madrid, the club replaced the turf 5 times in a single season. The San Siro, being shared by 2 teams, necessitates even more frequent maintenance and replacements. Currently, Inter Milan boasts talented players like Eto'o and Sneijder, who have high demands on the pitch due to their technical prowess and sprinting capabilities. This prompted Moratti to agree to increased investment in this area. Moratti is not frugal. Rather, his business has faced challenges in recent years. In this regard, Huang Kaiwen has communicated with Moratti, suggesting that should he wish to sell Inter Milan should reacquire shares of the stadium and assist in finding a suitable buyer. Milan must maintain 2 prestigious clubs to uphold Serie A's stature. As the time approached, noticing that Clement had not entered, Huang Kaiwen rose and made his way to the center of the locker room. This time, he did not bring over the tactical board. Instead, he gestured and stated, "Although we lead, Arsenal still possesses opportunities, especially considering their away goals. Today's tactical adjustments in midfield are significant. After halftime adaptation, we have recognized the strengths and weaknesses of this starting lineup and identified areas lacking synergy. Therefore, adjustments will be made in the second half. Gennaro, you need not push forward, leave that to Sergio." "Understood, coach," Gattuso replied with a smile. Huang Kaiwen then pointed to Rakitic and said, "Ivan, you must contribute more to the build-up, not just on my side, but also in collaboration with Sergio on the right and Fernando up front. With the absence of an attacking midfielder, you will need to shoulder greater responsibility, approach the game as a B2B midfielder. Join the attack while also covering a larger defensive area." "Absolutely, Captain," Rakitic responded earnestly. "That should suffice. Fernando, in the second half, let us interchange positions to stretch Arsenal's defense." After Torres nodded, Huang Kaiwen extended his right hand, saying, "Let us go. It has been a while since we did this." One by one, the Milan players approached, placing their hands atop Huang Kaiwen's. He pressed down on their hands and called out, "Our goal is champions, champions, champions." Huang Kaiwen followed his teammates out of the locker room. Just as they were about to exit the tunnel, a figure suddenly darted in, startling Huang Kaiwen. Had it not been for the sense of security provided by the Golden Prison Award, he might have instinctively turned and kicked. "Robin, is that you?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "Yes, Kevin." Van Persie glanced around, realizing his teammates were absent, and quickly added, "Kevin, I believe I could play for AC Milan. Torres lacks my technique. And Ibrahimovic cannot match my speed. By this logic, none of AC Milan's forwards surpass me. Huang Kaiwen replied. If you only highlight their weaknesses, naturally, you would appear superior. Van Persie is indeed quite impressive. However, a 4-3-3 formation cannot accommodate 3 top forwards. I advise you, Robin, although I would relish the opportunity to play alongside you. Milan's forward lineup is already sufficient. Unless other teammates depart, we may not have the chance to play together. That is true. Van Persie spoke with a hint of disappointment in his voice. He genuinely yearned for a championship, seeking a team brimming with ambition. As he observed Huang Kaiwen exiting the tunnel, a spark ignited in Van Persie's eyes. With Torres and Ibrahimovic at Milan, he found himself unable to join them. However, should either of those 2 players transfer away, an opportunity would present itself. Van Persie resolved to return and consult with his agent, contemplating how to orchestrate such a move. He could hardly believe that neither Real Madrid nor Barcelona would be interested in the forwards of AC Milan. As both teams returned to the pitch, Arsenal found themselves devoid of a right back, opting to deploy Clichy as a makeshift right back while the young Kieran Gibbs took to the left flank. The efficacy of this arrangement remained uncertain. Indeed, it appeared that Arsenal's defensive line had diminished in quality compared to prior performances. Clichy wore a forlorn expression just moments ago. He had been a mere spectator, and now it was his turn to step up. He had occasionally filled in at right back, but his performances could only be described as average. Playing on the opposite flank was no easy task, particularly for a left-footed player on the right side. During halftime, Wenger offered a few words of encouragement, likening him to Huang Kaiwen, who, though left-footed, was adept at defending other left-footed players. Yet, Huang Kaiwen's proficiency with his right foot was equally formidable. As he warmed up, Clichy set himself 2 modest objectives. First, to avoid injury during the match, and second, to face Huang Kaiwen without appearing overly flustered. The second half commenced with Arsenal kicking off. Wilshere quickly passed the ball to Fabregas, who lifted his head, contemplating a long-range pass to exploit vulnerabilities in the Milan defense. To his astonishment, he found Gattuso not advancing as expected. Instead, he was confronted by Ramos. Against Ramos, Fabregas dared not take liberties. The contrasting styles of Ramos and Gattuso were evident. Gattuso was tenacious, engaging in close combat, while his compatriot Ramos was swift and decisive. Whether in tackling or challenging an opponent, Fabregas hastily shifted the ball to the center, anxious to avoid a dangerous turnover in defense. In that moment, Torres surged forward, catching Wilshere off guard. Torres's speed was blistering, almost instantaneous, and in a flash, he was upon him. Under such pressure, Wilshere turned and delivered the ball directly to Huang Kaiwen. Seizing the unexpected opportunity, Huang deftly maneuvered the ball to his feet and, without waiting for Clichy to close in, passed it to Torres in motion. Rakitic, observing the unfolding play, rushed to join the attack. However, Torres's pace was too formidable, and Huang Kaiwen matched him stride for stride, even outpacing Ramos. Rakitic harbored doubts, questioning if this was indeed the Milan trident. With Ramos and Huang Kaiwen advancing from either flank, they significantly alleviated the pressure on Torres in the center. The professor gripped the zipper of his training jacket tightly, instinctively yearning to loosen it for a breath of fresh air. Though the jacket was loose-fitting, it still rendered him somewhat breathless. Just then, Ramos made a sudden dash from the right flank into the center, and Torres, in motion, delivered the ball across to Ramos. Ramos delivered a diagonal pass from the edge of the arc, the ball deftly rolling past both Giroud and Koscielny to find Huang Kaiwen. Without hesitation, Giroud surged towards the left to provide defensive support. In a moment of brilliance, Huang Kaiwen, while in motion, deftly nudged the ball backward with his left foot before pushing it forward with his right. This seemingly simple maneuver momentarily halted Giroud's advance, leaving him even more behind. As he struggled to keep pace with Huang's speed, Szczesny, alert in goal, shouted and lunged toward Huang's feet, only to collide with Giroud. In a tight angle, Huang Kaiwen's shot easily rolled beneath Szczesny's arm and into the net. With arms wide open, Huang embraced the approaching Torres and Ramos. Goal! Kaiwen's goal! Goal, goal, goal! The precision of that acute angle shot was astonishing. However, it was merely a testament to his remarkable skill. Kaiwen's feet operated with the precision of finely tuned instruments, never missing their target. In an age where military technology has advanced so far, even the accuracy of missiles pales in comparison to Kaiwen's prowess. The notion that robots could replace humans, as portrayed in films, strikes me as laughable. If you can be replaced by a machine, perhaps it is time to reflect on your own excellence. Today, Kaiwen didn't display many dribbling feats. Yet his few dazzling moves left a profound impression. One instance was a sidestep dribble along the wing, and another was a brilliant transformation of lateral space into forward momentum. While many players today, including Barcelona's Messi and Iniesta, employ similar techniques, their executions fall short of Kaiwen's mastery. It is rare to find a player who can hone the dribble to even half of Kaiwen's level. Thus, I propose we rename this skill to Kaiwen's dribble instead. Imagine this. Kaiwen executed the Kaiwen spin, followed by a Kaiwen dribble, and after a series of Kaiwen step-overs, he breached the opponent's goal. Doesn't that sound splendid? Perhaps the name Kaiwen itself is the most melodious in the world. At least, that is my belief. Anything associated with Kaiwen evokes an extraordinary feeling within me. Even a basketball player I heard of from a neighbor, Kevin Garnett, whom I am not well acquainted with, impresses me immensely. When I depart from this world, I wish my gravestone to read Tiziano Kevin Crudeli. Why place Kevin first? Because I feel my achievements do not yet merit such a distinguished name. San Siro has transformed into a sea of joy. The Milan fans enthusiastically adapted Manchester United's new anthem. This year's Champions League final will be held at Wembley, prompting Manchester United to breathe new life into an old tune, expressing their yearning to reach Wembley. The stands of San Siro erupted in a chant. A melodic English song. Wembley, Wembley, we are the followers of Kevin, we march towards Wembley. Juventus conceded 5 goals, and Inter Milan too lost 5. The entire world knows who we are, and everyone will chant, Milan, Milan. Just as the second half began, a goal was conceded. Wenger remains uncertain about how to critique his players. The Premier League is not devoid of players possessing remarkable speed. However, those swift athletes often lack technical prowess. Even if Wilshere were to make a direct pass, they might not be able to control the ball at their feet as adeptly as Huang Kaiwen, potentially misplacing their first touch, which leaves them vulnerable as the opposition closes in. Yet, AC Milan possesses an uncanny ability. Torres, Kaká, Huang Kaiwen, and even Ramos exhibit both speed and skill. Their style of play diverges from Arsenal's not due to a deficiency in technical ability, but rather as a consequence of their coach's tactical approach. Milan displays a decisiveness in such unpredictable scenarios that surpasses Arsenal's, resulting in a higher success rate. Observing the number 10, surrounded by his teammates, Wenger feels an overwhelming urge to rush forward and drape an Arsenal jersey over him. Huang Kaiwen is indeed impressive, regrettably. He is beyond Wenger's financial reach. The sole solace for Wenger lies in the fact that AC Milan fans have reimagined the Manchester United anthem. One can surmise that his longtime adversary, Ferguson, would not take the news lightly. Clement, exhilarated, raises his arms in triumph. His tactics have indeed borne fruit. He now envisions how the media will laud him as a tactical genius in the post-match analysis. Achievements that Pep Guardiola failed to accomplish in half a season have been realized by him in just a few matches. Today, facing a formidable opponent like Arsenal, Milan has performed even better than before. Reflecting on Guardiola's actions in similar situations, Clement turns to Kroos, extending his index and middle fingers in a beckoning gesture. Kroos, brimming with excitement, discards his training jacket and jogs over to Clement. Perplexed, Clement remarks, "What are you looking at? Hurry and warm up." "Ah, all right," Kroos replies, his expression darkening as he begins his warm-up. In the past, Guardiola would offer him words of encouragement and guidance on what to do once on the field. This assistant coach, merely acting as the first-team manager, speaks to him in such a manner, leaving Kroos feeling slighted. Damn it, he thinks, if only I knew him better. I would consider calling Higuain for advice on how to teach a disrespectful coach a lesson. Having witnessed Capello's casual treatment of Higuain, Kroos now experiences the discomfort firsthand. That assistant coach might be taking your place, Kevin, Torres points out from the sidelines. I'm not sure, but Fernando, remember, he is not just any assistant coach. You may address him as coach or Mr. Clement, Huang Kaiwen responds earnestly. Oh, fine, Torres replies dismissively. Huang Kaiwen shakes his head. In the realm of football, if one has not achieved success as a player, aspiring to be a coach necessitates demonstrating competence across various aspects. Clement still has much to learn. The players, lacking the subtleties of deeper machinations, openly display their disdain. Even though Huang Kaiwen serves as the captain and is the most popular player on the team, He cannot compel his teammates to show Clement the respect he lacks. As the score transitions to 3-1, the atmospheric pressure on Arsenal's side visibly diminished, as each gunner lowered their youthful heads. Such a performance further fueled Van Persie's desire to depart from Arsenal, feeling that the team fell short of his lofty ambitions. If only he could devise a fitting way, he would gladly contribute his own funds to assist Real Madrid or Barcelona in acquiring a forward from AC Milan. Every encounter with Huang Kaiwen intensified his yearning to play alongside him. This season, donning the number 10 jersey did little to assuage his thoughts. Rather, each change of attire rekindled memories of Huang Kaiwen. He held deep gratitude for Wenger's nurturing, yet after all these years, there had been no significant championship to show for it. Even a player of Huntelaar's caliber had managed to win several Champions League titles alongside Kaiwen, provoking a pang of bitterness in Van Persie. Is this what it means to be cursed by fate? As the game resumed, a myriad of thoughts clouded Van Persie's countenance. The speed of organization among Arsenal players noticeably waned, with some clearly reluctant to take responsibility for the ball. This was a team devoid of a leader. In a sense, Denilson's grievances held merit. Fabregas was indeed not an effective captain. Had it been Keane or Vieira, they would have berated their teammates long ago. Yet Fabregas continued to play his own game. Clearly agitated, Fabregas received the ball in defense and promptly sent a long pass behind Huang Kaiwen. Zambrata, aware that he could not match Walcott's speed, relied on his vast experience. He intentionally drew Walcott away from the ball's trajectory. By the time Walcott sensed the misalignment, Zambrata had already positioned himself to intercept, allowing the ball to fall at his feet. The tricked little tiger, caught behind Zambrata, took 2 quick shots, but Zambrata sidestepped and, seizing the moment Walcott retracted his foot, swiftly turned to pass. A nutmeg. Zambrata's pass found Godin. Van Persie roared and charged forward, seemingly ready to confront Godin. Godin, however, did not attempt to dribble past him, opting instead for a simple back pass. Buffon immediately launched a long kick towards the front line. Rakitic, anticipating the drop point, accelerated towards it. Alexander Song was somewhat taken aback, noticing Rakitic's evident forward lean. He could not fathom Rakitic's intentions, but in the next moment, he realized Rakitic's plan. Utilizing his momentum, Rakitic leapt early, partially leaning on Alexander Song's shoulder, preventing him from jumping. All he could do was watch as Rakitic directed the ball towards the left flank. Remarkably, Rakitic was truly committed. Upon landing, he clutched his chest, knowing that colliding with someone using his ribs would surely come at a cost. Yet, one could also perceive AC Milan's tenacity. Rakitic, appearing as a delicate young man, seemed to transform into a second Gattuso after just half a season with the team. The ball he delivered was not particularly favorable. However, for Huang Kaiwen, it posed no challenge. Perez's technique was already sufficient, especially since it had been enhanced. It was observed that it was a half volley, and Huang Kaiwen deliberately mentioned the speed. By the time the ball arrived, he had already sprinted to the front. At that moment, Huang Kaiwen lifted his calf, and with a deft touch from the lower end of his leg, the ball soared from his right side towards him. Cheers erupted from the nearby stands. The Rossoneri were at a loss to recall when Huang Kaiwen had intentionally stopped the ball. Whenever the distance permitted, his ball control was executed while in motion, a feat far more challenging than doing so while stationary. Defending against such a player, undoubtedly, posed a significant challenge. Clich had already closed in, but as Huang Kaiwen suddenly shifted his body to the right of the ball while in motion, Clich hurriedly adjusted his position, only to find that Huang Kaiwen continued to advance with the ball. This left him inwardly lamenting. A player of Huang Kaiwen's caliber could unleash a series of actions with every burst of speed. Thus, it was not merely his quick reflexes, without prior preparation. One could only be bypassed. Clich felt a twinge of regret upon noticing that Huang Kaiwen had not accelerated. Being outpaced by Huang Kaiwen was hardly a disgrace. Defenders worldwide had faced similar fates. However, with Huang Kaiwen not increasing his speed and maintaining distance, Clich understood that he would inevitably employ some method to outmaneuver him. Sure enough, as they approached the penalty area, Huang Kaiwen suddenly stepped left, decelerating once more. Clich followed suit, and in an instant, Huang Kaiwen deftly nudged the ball forward with his right foot and surged towards it. Koscielny hastily moved to cover the left flank. The entire Arsenal defense shifted towards the left. A sudden stop allowed him to glide past Clich, which, in turn, alleviated Clich's burden, sparing him from excessive embarrassment in post-match evaluations. The fact that Huang Kaiwen had left him over a meter behind was, for Klisch, entirely unremarkable. It was simply the norm. Although he knew a successful tackle was out of the question, Klisch continued to chase with all his might, at least to demonstrate to the fans that his commitment was unwavering. Huang Kaiwen carried the ball to the baseline, swiftly positioning his right foot behind the ball, sending in a low cross with his left foot. The strike was powerful. Torres timed his run perfectly, while Giroud's focus was also on the left flank, leaving only the young Gibbs to attempt a direct tackle. Unfortunately, his speed paled in comparison to Torres, and Gibbs became the ideal backdrop for Torres' shot, which easily found the left side of the net, too close for Szczesny to react. 41. Hail St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! The San Siro reverberated with cheers, still singing "The adapted glory belongs to Manchester United." Both Manchester United and Tottenham had chosen this melody for its catchiness. Singing about the goal of reaching Wembley during the Champions League was indeed most fitting. Huang Kaiwen returned with Ramos and Torres to find Rakitic, who was crouched on the sidelines, rubbing his chest. He embraced Rakitic's neck and gestured towards his head. The stands erupted in applause. Indeed, this goal was made possible by Rakitic's crucial aerial challenge. Huang Kaiwen, Huang Kaiwen. It is no wonder that after his departure, none of his former teammates have spoken ill of him. Even Torres, who scored during this match, sought him out to celebrate, while Huang Kaiwen, in turn, joined Rakitic in accepting the adulation of the fans. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen has always been adept at tending to the emotions of others. Each encounter with him reveals his remarkable maturity and his ability to express himself with grace and propriety. Overcoming cultural differences is truly a rare feat. During his tenures in Italy, Spain, and England, Huang Kaiwen was consistently among the most cherished players. Some fans have even reached out to our station, inquiring whether Huang Kaiwen might venture to the Bundesliga. My inclination is to believe he will not, chuckling at the thought. This is due to the fact that the name Kaiwen translates to foolish child in German. Clement opted for a substitution, seemingly intending to replace Huang Kaiwen. Yet Huang insisted that he substitute Rakitic instead, leading Ambrosini to enter the match without warming up. Huang Kaiwen guided Rakitic towards the sidelines, where Ambrosini greeted him with a smile and a high five. As Huang helped Ambrosini don the armband on his right arm, he advised, "Tell them not to concede. Scoring is secondary, but we must not allow away goals to become our downfall. Rest assured, old man." Ambrosini jested. Huang Kaiwen chuckled and shook his head, noting how these old fellows were becoming increasingly irreverent. After ensuring Rakitic was attended to by the team doctor, Huang returned to the bench, relieved that Rakitic's injury was minor. Unfortunately, Ambrosini and the others were unable to thwart Arsenal, with the match concluding at 4-2. "Kevin, shall we attend the press conference together?" Clement inquired as the referee's whistle sounded. "Coach, my tendency to attract attention might hinder your performance," Huang Kaiwen responded with a smile. "It's just that I haven't quite figured out what to say," Clement admitted. "Very well," Huang nodded in agreement. He intended for Clement to receive some limelight, but given Clement's statement, he felt compelled to acquiesce. The two made their way to the press conference, only to find the professor there alone. In the wake of a loss, Wenger seldom brings players along to face the media. "Arsene, could you share the key factors behind this defeat?" "Kevin, who do you believe has a tactical approach better suited to you, Mr. Clement or Mr. Guardiola?" a journalist cleverly inquired. Preferring not to compare the two in terms of superiority, Huang Kaiwen responded with caution. "Mr. Clement, are you satisfied with today's match?" "Professor, could you explain the circumstances surrounding Sagna's injury and its severity?" The professor showed no inclination to speak first. Casting a glance at Clement, Huang Kaiwen adjusted the microphone and began. "Mr. Guardiola's football philosophy is rooted in the legacy of Cruyff, while Mr. Clement's tactics are more direct, embodying the characteristics of English football. I believe I can adapt to both. If you insist on drawing a comparison, you might consider the styles of English and Dutch football. I find it impossible to determine which is superior." The journalists nearly rolled their eyes in unison, confirming their suspicions once more. Huang Kaiwen has once again shifted the trouble onto them. However, this is not without merit. Upon returning, they can stir up a war of words between the two nations' media. Given the combative nature of the English press, the upcoming period promises to be quite lively. "Your dribbling caused Sagna's injury. Was that your intention?" a reporter inquired. "Certainly not. I have never wished to harm anyone," Huang Kaiwen replied. "Moreover, he was not injured due to my maneuver. It appears to be an issue with the turf. I am truly regretful about what happened to Sagna. Both he and Koscielny are exceptional defenders. And what do you think of Ivan Rakitic's performance today? The reporter pressed. Evaluating players is not my role, yet I can certainly share my thoughts, Huang Kaiwen responded. Ivan has always been an outstanding player, as you have witnessed his fighting spirit. However, whether it is him or any of his teammates, I sincerely hope they prioritize their safety and avoid injuries. We will create numerous opportunities without risking injury for a single possession. Upon hearing this, Wenger silently sighed. He too wished to convey such sentiments to his players, but lacked the confidence to do so. By the way, a reporter with a distinct Merseyside accent interjected. Carroll transferred to Liverpool in the winter, yet his performance has been underwhelming. Do you have any comments on him? Had the journalist not mentioned it, Huang Kaiwen might have forgotten the player entirely. The two sides were not on the same level, and lacking any significant conflict, Huang Kaiwen had no intention of speaking ill. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, I have actually watched some of Andy's matches. In terms of heading, we share similarities. However, he does have certain weaknesses in his gameplay. Andy appears quite robust, yet his lower body stability is lacking. If he aspires to improve, I would recommend he strengthen his lower body. Wenger clenched his fists in the audience. Huang Kaiwen's assessment of Carroll mirrored his own. A talented player with insight, capable of uniting teammates and displaying leadership, Wenger found himself beginning to understand Puyol's approach. If circumstances allowed, he would have loved to bring Huang Kaiwen back to London directly. Has Tung Hai lost again? The car has won, yet he has not. Please support with monthly votes and recommendations. This chapter concludes. Upon hearing Huang Kaiwen's remarks, Wenger smiled and said, I am aware that some fans criticize me. When you are down to your last pair of trousers, it is easy to remove them. However, once you are entirely undressed, you must find a t-shirt to wear again to be considered properly dressed. I do not wish to boast about my capabilities. Yet fans should understand that we are competing against some of the best teams in the world, both in the Champions League and in the league. Huang Kaiwen immediately added, Indeed, I have always believed that Mr. Wenger is one of the best coaches in the world. Arsenal is remarkable, but it is only under Arsene Wenger that Arsenal truly shines. Before Mr. Wenger, Arsenal fans eagerly anticipated which defender would injure whom, hoping for a victory by 10 goals. At that time, Arsenal resembled Italian teams more than Italian teams themselves. If Mr. Wenger were to depart, he would undoubtedly remain Arsenal's greatest coach, with the Emirates Stadium standing as a testament to his legacy. Despite the absence of transfer funds during the construction of the new stadium, he maintained considerable competitiveness in some of the most fiercely contested events worldwide. Wenger smiled and nodded at Huang Kaiwen. A reporter pressed on, inquiring about the continuous turnover of personnel at Arsenal, questioning whether selling the captain annually has hindered the club's ability to secure significant trophies. The professor sighed with a wry smile, acknowledging, Indeed, we have let some key players depart. However, the arrival of substantial investors has altered the landscape. As we build our new stadium and improve our facilities, we simply cannot compete with them in terms of wages, which complicates our pursuit of championships. You should be aware of our noisy neighbors. Their progress is evident. At this moment, Wenger couldn't resist a jest aimed at Ferguson. Over the years, the professor has come to accept that, unfortunately, winning the title with Arsenal is a formidable challenge. Yet, Manchester City's rise poses a considerable threat to Manchester United. How is Sagna? Was his injury caused by Kevin? A reporter asked. Injuries are part and parcel of a professional athlete's career. There is little more to say, Wenger replied, extending his right hand and gesturing with his left. When you are defending, you must find a way to keep pace with the attacking players. Facing some astute attackers makes defending exceedingly challenging. Every defender must possess this awareness. After Wenger had finished speaking, Clement, who had been contemplating for quite some time, eagerly seized the microphone, stating, I am very pleased with the team's victory today. Most importantly, we have established a greater lead, which will be beneficial for the second leg of the match. During Pep's absence due to injury, the entire squad will maintain a vigorous fighting spirit. Of course, today's tactics were also crucial. The reporters, lacking interest, allowed the press conference to conclude. An assistant coach, no matter how talented, rarely garners attention unless they are an assistant to Ferguson or have coached Real Madrid. On the way back to the locker room, Clement excitedly remarked, Kevin, was my response appropriate today? Of course, coach. Huang Kaiwen nodded in affirmation, although his final words came out a bit hastily. The reporters, astute as they are, could easily discern his eagerness to impress. Nevertheless, Huang Kaiwen felt confident that the journalists would not trouble Clement. They preferred to direct their inquiries toward Guardiola. Sometimes, if one does not possess the requisite stature, one may find that others lack the interest to engage. On the bus, Huang Kaiwen noticed Inzaghi engrossed in a book. Sensing Huang Kaiwen's gaze, Inzaghi felt a sense of pride, striving to maintain an air of nonchalance. Curiously, Huang Kaiwen asked, "Filippo, what inspired you to read?" "Learning is beneficial for me. You, as a Chinese, should understand that being an emperor is a perilous endeavor," Inzaghi replied, proudly displaying the book in his hand. Sitting beside him, Pirlo chimed in, "As long as you don't clash with Cassano, no one should wish you harm. I can't fathom what conflict those two rascals could have. Perhaps they both fancy the same girl at a nightclub?" "Shut up," Inzaghi retorted. Inzaghi, irate, exclaimed, "The presence of two individuals now does not guarantee that there will only be two in the future. Initially, Jesus had only a handful of disciples. Just look at the multitude of believers today. So how many were those disciples of Jesus exactly?" Pirlo directly inquired. Well, 13, Inzaghi concluded after a moment's reflection. And thus, 13 is indeed an inauspicious number. He reasoned cautiously, mindful of the empire's image. As a head of state, he wished to avoid projecting an impression of ignorance. Jesus had 12 disciples. "You must be referring to the Last Supper, where Jesus and his 12 disciples collectively made 13, Kaka interjected, unable to tolerate Inzaghi's assertions any longer. "Well, what I mean is that Jesus himself belongs to his disciples. There is nothing erroneous about that. If one does not believe in oneself, how can one expect others to believe in them?" Inzaghi retorted cleverly. Pirlo paused, momentarily taken aback, and then gave a thumbs up. Kaka, however, was quite exasperated and at a loss for how to counter this argument. Huang Kaiwen elaborated. The notion of 13 being unlucky likely originates from Greek mythology. It is said that during the banquet of the gods, 12 deities were present when an uninvited guest, Loki, the god of mischief and chaos, crashed the festivities. The arrival of this 13th guest led to the demise of the beloved god Balder. Balder dies? Then if I buy 13 billion next time, does that mean I can defeat him? Inzaghi exclaimed with excitement. Huang Kaiwen remarked, though everyone is conversing face to face, it seems as if we are not on the same wavelength. He could only shake his head and return to his seat. This Holy Roman Emperor, alas, might require a royal entourage to engage in meaningful discourse. Moreover, Inzaghi hardly possessed 13 billion. Even selling his desert empire would not yield such wealth. The bus first dropped Huang Kaiwen off at home. With the young lady away on business, Ramos also disembarked. Kaka, seated in the back, could only sigh, as his wife was 5 months pregnant. Today someone delivered some seafood. "Is it all right to have that for dinner, my lord?" Albert inquired. "Of course," Huang Kaiwen replied, glancing at Ramos, who nodded in agreement. Being quite accustomed to seafood as a Spaniard, after a brief tidying up, they powered on the computer. A pair of small hands covered Huang Kaiwen's eyes, and a voice chimed, "Guess who I am?" Huang Kaiwen swiftly turned and pulled Lily into his embrace. Ramos, unfazed, asked, "Are we playing ranked matches today?" "Forget it. Let's just go and slay in legend," Huang Kaiwen replied. "It has been a while since I've logged in personally. Let's see how it goes." "That sounds good," Ramos agreed. "What fun is there in the game? We might as well leave Sergio behind," Lily playfully suggested, her fingers caressing Huang Kaiwen's cheek. He nodded and glanced at her, quickly shaking his head. "Ah, you rascal." Lily playfully punched Huang Kaiwen's chest, exclaiming, "I've grown quite a bit, you know." Ramos shook his head in resignation. He simply does not fancy younger girls. He prefers the company of older sisters. Huang Kaiwen restrained Lily's hands and inquired, "Why have you returned? Did you forget that tomorrow is Chris's match?" "Barbara asked me to check on it for her," Lily replied. Only then did Huang Kaiwen smack his forehead in realization. Indeed, tomorrow marks the grand debut of the eldest son in esports. To alleviate the familial discord within the Laoma household, Huang Kaiwen had meticulously arranged a match for the eldest son to showcase his prowess, while simultaneously demonstrating that one could earn a living through gaming. In order to ensure a victory for the eldest son, Uncle Kaiwen exerted considerable effort. He deliberately scheduled the competition on a Thursday to dissuade some from participating. Furthermore, he meticulously selected opponents to guarantee that none would be overly formidable. Thus, in this solo tournament, the eldest son should have no difficulty claiming the championship. It is not that he doubts his abilities. However, it would be beneficial for him to build some confidence during his inaugural competition. After dinner, Huang Kaiwen engaged in a gaming session with Ramos, while Lily persistently urged him to cease playing. With no other recourse, Huang Kaiwen tossed her an account and taught her the ropes. Over an hour later, Lily exclaimed excitedly, "Come quick, attack him, attack him." The following morning, Huang Kaiwen awoke to find Ramos already seated downstairs, enjoying breakfast. Since Lily had returned, Ramos resolutely refused to stay over. However, Huang Kaiwen could not fathom how Ramos managed to rise so early after they had all stayed up late together. "Good morning, Kaiwen," Ramos cheerfully said as he set out the newspaper and breakfast for Huang Kaiwen. During his presence, a portion of Albert's responsibilities had been usurped. "It's not too early." Huang Kaiwen glanced at the clock, noticing it was already past 10. "It's beneficial to sleep in during the holidays." "I've heard that good sleep is advantageous for health," Ramos chuckled. He indeed had little affinity for studying, yet he had recently retained useful information from the television. During discussions with the team, he could occasionally showcase his knowledge. While dining, Huang Kaiwen perused the newspaper. Indeed, there had been renewed tensions in the Middle East. It is impossible for that nation to establish itself without friction. The headline of the Milan Sports Daily proclaimed criminal-style dribbling, stating, "In truth, Kevin has been quite restrained on the pitch. Throughout his relatively brief career, he has encountered a plethora of defensive players. Whether it be Maldini, Evra, Carragher, or Terry, few have managed to effectively contain Kevin. However, a careful examination of Maldini's defense against Kevin reveals an important insight. He does not persistently follow Kevin's movements." To delve deeper, we interviewed Milan's upper management, Paolo Maldini. He remarked, "To defend against Kevin, simply following him is futile. One must seize the opportunity to anticipate Kevin's next move and prepare in advance. If one guesses correctly, a successful interception is possible. But trailing Kevin without strategy will only lead to one's own injury without yielding any other benefits." In his column for the second edition, Buffon expressed, "I am not a defender. Yet I have observed my teammates' performances in the presence of Kevin. We have discussed this matter. The greatest challenge in defending against Kevin lies in one's vision. Your eyes can deceive you. Kevin's body can feign movements in every direction. If you perceive a shift in his shoulder and assume you know his next move, congratulations. You have been misled. When you gaze into Kevin's eyes, you will find they bear no relation to the game. He can effortlessly pass without even looking at his target. I have reiterated numerous times that football poses no challenge for Kevin. However, records hold significance. As one of the greatest players in football history, Kevin ought to play for many more years, securing additional championships and establishing further records, so that all may recognize his greatness through mere statistics. We all hope Kevin can extend his playing career. Based on his current form, I believe he can continue until the age of 37. I also wish to remain his teammate by then, even if it means serving as a substitute." "Buffon, oh Buffon." Huang Kaiwen chuckled and shook his head. Buffon is indeed quite forthright. In the past, he would have wished for the King of Huang to depart the pitch sooner. Now, as a teammate of the King of Huang, he encourages him to play for a lifetime. The remarkable aspect is that Buffon himself is a testament to longevity. One cannot dispute that. He has persevered from the peak of the players of the 70s through to the ascendance of the players of the aughts, witnessing the transition of many generations. To be a substitute for Buffon in Italy is a far more agonizing experience than waiting for the captain's armband of Roma. According to the Roma Sports Daily, Balotelli, upon his return to Manchester, remains the same Balotelli, a genius forward who ignited a fire in his own bathroom. When questioned by firefighters, he claimed he intended to set off fireworks at home. Huang Kaiwen looked at this news with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Initially, Milan snatched Balotelli from Inter, and it did not take long for Inter to sell him to Barcelona, which, to some extent, was beneficial for Moratti. Apart from his early, more compliant days before rising to prominence, Balotelli has increasingly become enigmatic. Huang Kaiwen harbors doubts about whether Balotelli's behavior is merely a ploy for publicity. A simple observation reveals that during his youth team days, such incidents were non-existent. The focus was solely on his immense potential. It is also possible that his true nature was suppressed until he found his footing, at which point it was revealed. Deciphering his thoughts is indeed a challenging endeavor. After perusing several newspapers, Huang Kaiwen discovered that the Italian media held Clement's performance in high regard. The Turin Sports Daily even described Clement as a genius. Huang Kaiwen could not shake the feeling that their intentions were less than sincere. Among the three major sports publications, the Milan Sports Daily and the Roma Sports Daily enjoy considerable coverage. The The former essentially encompasses all of Italy, while the latter radiates from the Rome region, with a circulation second only to the Milanese counterpart. As for the Turin Sports Daily, its clientele primarily resides in Turin. Although often referred to as the Juventus publication, it actually offers greater support to the Red Team of Turin, as the paper's founder perished alongside the legendary team. However, when Turin encounters Juventus, they tend to favor the latter, as the Turin region has always been somewhat insular. Huang Kaiwen believes they are inciting Clement to take advantage of Guardiola's injury and directly challenge him. It is not that Huang Kaiwen looks down upon Clement. Aspiring to be the Milan coach is merely a dream for him. Had it been Giggs serving as Van Gaal's assistant, Giggs' demeanor might have stirred some trouble. Yet, Clement, lacking even a single supporter in the locker room, faces considerable challenges in his ambition to ascend. After Lily awoke at noon, the three of them enjoyed lunch together before heading to the match venue. This time, Huang Kaiwen specifically rented Zanetti's barbecue restaurant, Geijo, and made modest arrangements to serve as the match venue. After all, an event organized by the illustrious Huang is bound to attract attention. And with related links on the League of Legends client, it also serves as excellent promotion for Zanetti's restaurant. Kevin, it's been a while. At Geijo restaurant, Zanetti warmly embraced Huang Kaiwen, who jested, "I can tell you were eager to see me." Zanetti, with a wry smile, replied, "As long as it's not on the pitch, I am grateful for your help with this affair." "It's nothing, just a small effort," Huang Kaiwen chuckled. Upon entering the restaurant, Cambiasso was bustling about, clearly overwhelmed. This being his first venture, Cambiasso valued the promotional opportunity immensely. It is known that players often incur losses in their entrepreneurial pursuits. Although Zanetti had previously found success in the restaurant business, it did not guarantee profitability this time. Approaching the twilight of his career, Cambiasso sought to ensure his finances continued to grow, lest he face the same fate as some Brazilians who find themselves bankrupt post-retirement. Seeing Huang Kaiwen, Rakitic approached with surprise, exclaiming, "Kevin, you've arrived." "Yes, has everyone come?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "Not everyone. Some are uninterested in such matches and have called the manager," Rakitic replied. The manager he referred to was Paolo Maldini. "Has Paolo already arrived?" Huang Kaiwen asked. "Yes. He is chatting with Chris in the locker room," Rakitic responded. Huang Kaiwen located the makeshift storage room, and even before pushing the door open, he could smell various spices wafting through. "You must be cautious. Do not underestimate and lose the match," Paolo Maldini admonished, standing before the young heir. The young man, eyes closed, sat silently in his chair. It seems many father-son relationships are characterized by this dynamic. A father, genuinely concerned for his son, yet choosing to express it in a more serious manner. This is often difficult for the younger generation to comprehend. "All right, old man, how has Kevin been lately?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. Maldini paused, taken aback. This was the first time Huang Kaiwen had proactively asked about his younger son, leaving Maldini somewhat flustered. "He is doing well. Just that he also wants to play as a winger, which gives me a headache," Maldini replied. Huang Kaiwen's presence has led children around the world to believe that being a winger is the most prestigious position, a notion Maldini finds impossible to alter. "It's not entirely a bad thing. Perhaps he will become the next Sergio," Huang Kaiwen remarked with a smile. "How wonderful that would be," Paul Maldini exclaimed. Although Ramos may not possess his strength, Maldini's expectations for his child are not excessively high. Having experienced disappointment with his first two sons, he only hopes that the third can inherit the number 3 jersey and play for Milan. As for becoming a top-tier star, he has never entertained such thoughts, given that he has 2 less than successful examples before him. "That's good. Look, Kevin also won't listen to you. Why should you expect Chris, who is already an adult, to heed your words?" Huang Kaiwen advised. "Indeed, Uncle Kevin is right." The eldest son nodded in agreement. "Aren't you supposed to be resting?" Paul Maldini retorted, somewhat irked. The eldest son stuck out his tongue. Huang Kaiwen patted the eldest son on the shoulder and said, "Don't feel any pressure today. I know you can do it." "Rest assured, Uncle Kevin." The eldest son affirmed with a vigorous nod. "I will definitely become a champion, and one day, I aspire to be a world champion." Huang Kaiwen gave a thumbs up, acknowledging that having ambition is not a bad thing at all. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the match commenced. With only around 20 competitors in a solo format, the competition progressed swiftly. Huang Kaiwen glanced over briefly and felt reassured. Although these players were competent, they lacked the fine details that the eldest son possessed. Huang Kaiwen had even taught him how to exploit the moments between attacking defensive towers and how to manipulate minion waves, skills that would prove invaluable in solo matches. Even in encounters of equal caliber, these techniques would provide him with a significant advantage. Moreover, the eldest son, endowed with exceptional talent, faced only amateur enthusiasts. Even the less gaming-inclined Maldini was aware of the considerable advantage held by the eldest son, known by the abbreviation KMK. "Why is the opponent not retaliating?" Maldini inquired, observing the large screen. "Their health bar is insufficient. Had they attacked, they would have faced Chris," Huang Kaiwen explained. The marksman in solo is truly infuriating. This was the first organized competition, and the rules were virtually non-existent. Many European and American players were also participating in such solo matches for the first time, mostly selecting their favorite heroes. The eldest son's marksman dispatched a child in 3 shots, facing no opposition at all. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the eldest son triumphed over his final opponent, Bjergsen, securing the championship. Dressed in a jacket adorned with the logos of Kaiwen, the Takahashi restaurant, Pirelli tires, Canale 5 television, and the Holy Roman Empire, he took the stage to receive his award. These were the sponsors of the event. The eldest son received the trophy from the impeccably dressed Zanetti and raised it high, proclaiming, "Long ago, I was not the son my father wished for. As I did not enjoy some of the things he arranged for me, I was uncertain about what I might do in the future, thinking I might become a little delinquent or a person living off my father's wealth. However, Uncle Kaiwen provided me with advice, much advice, that helped me realize that life offers a multitude of choices. In the realm of electronic sports, I have discovered joy and a sense of purpose. Thus, I owe my gratitude to Uncle Kaiwen. My ID is KMK, where the letter signifies the surname Maldini, as family holds great importance. However, the first does not stand for my name, Christian, but for Kaiwen. Without Uncle Kaiwen, I would not be the person I am today. Thank you, Uncle Kaiwen." Huang Kaiwen clapped and smiled, genuinely fond of this young man who has always recognized those who treat him well. "He didn't even mention me," Paul Maldini remarked with a hint of acidity. "Old man, wipe your tears," Huang Kaiwen teased. "Aren't you thrilled to see your son win the match?" "I don't believe playing games leads to any significant future," Maldini huffed. Yet the curve of his lips betrayed his true feelings. The event was far more formal than he anticipated, and upon learning the number of users in League of Legends, he felt considerably reassured. If his eldest son could truly stand out among such a crowd, then becoming a professional player would be a natural progression. At the very least, he need not worry about Christian starving in the future. Later, a group of them decided to stay at Zanetti's restaurant for dinner. The captain of Inter Milan himself took to the kitchen and charged no fee. The Argentine barbecue was indeed delightful. It used minimal spices, yet effectively eliminated the inherent gaminess of the beef. The prolonged grilling did not render the meat tough, but rather preserved its tenderness and juiciness. It was no wonder that Argentine players relished such cuisine. Everyone left thoroughly satisfied. As they were departing, Zanetti called Huang Kaiwen over and slipped a card into his hand, saying, "I've learned a thing or two from you about business. This is for you." "Free?" Huang Kaiwen asked with a smile. Zanetti replied with a serious face, "Discounted." Huang Kaiwen waved his hand dismissively and departed with Lily. Ramos expressed interest in the restaurant business and intended to stay behind to inquire about details from Zanetti and the others. Stocks could indeed be profitable, but the sense of accomplishment derived from building an enterprise from the ground up was unparalleled. Huang Kaiwen felt no inclination to manage such matters. As long as Ramos did not sell his stocks prematurely, any losses in business could easily be recuperated. On February 20th, during the away match against Chievo, Clement brought Huang Kaiwen along. This match proved to be more challenging than anticipated. The Milan players, having played in the Champions League midweek, were not particularly invigorated. The score of 1-1 lingered for quite some time. As the match reached the 75th minute, an increasingly impatient Clement opted to substitute Huang Kaiwen into the game. After drawing Theo Walcott, Huang Kaiwen delivered a stunning performance at the Benegodi Stadium. Milan soon scored a goal. But what troubled Clement immensely was that Huang Kaiwen sustained an injury in the dying moments of the match. Following this game, the media expressed considerable criticism regarding Clement's decisions, especially since Huang Kaiwen rarely accompanied the team for away games, particularly against opponents like Chievo. Furthermore, it was crucial to note that Guardiola had returned to the team at this time. 2 days later, at the training ground, Guardiola stood at the sidelines with a clipboard in hand, expressing his delight at being back, remarking that whether or not they missed him was inconsequential. During his injury period, He had taken time for introspection and believed their interactions in the forthcoming days would be more harmonious. This was all he intended to convey. "Coach, how is Kevin's situation?" Inzaghi inquired. Huang Kaiwen had returned directly to Milan to address his injury. During their phone conversation, he merely stated he was fine, which only served to heighten concerns. "Kevin's condition is rather precarious. It appears he will be sidelined for an extended period," Guardiola replied grimly. Though a smirk threatened to surface within him, the atmosphere at the training ground shifted immediately. While Huang Kaiwen may not frequently take the field, his significance to the team was undeniable. Even when seated on the bench, his presence instilled an unwavering confidence among the Milan players. It would be peculiar if they felt otherwise upon receiving such news. Satisfied, Guardiola nodded and made his way back, albeit with a somewhat awkward gait. Clement caught up with him, asking, "Pep, is Kevin's injury truly severe?" "Indeed," Guardiola affirmed, leaving Clement stunned, as his last shred of hope dissipated. The media would not spare him for allowing Huang Kaiwen to sustain an injury against Chievo. Questioning why other coaches did not take him to face teams of that caliber while he felt compelled to include him, little did he know, his illustrious coaching career was seemingly over before it had even begun. On February 28th, at San Siro, Milan achieved a decisive 3-0 victory over Napoli. The three goal scorers received yellow cards for donning t-shirts, wishing Huang Kaiwen a swift recovery. Meanwhile, the already healed Huang Kaiwen anticipated yet another refresh at the store. This injury incident was, in fact, a clever ruse orchestrated by Guardiola. After confirming that Huang Kaiwen was not severely harmed, he immediately suppressed the news and ensured that Galliani and other executives maintained silence on the matter. Such actions led the media to believe Huang Kaiwen had sustained a serious injury. All of this maneuvering was strategically aimed at their upcoming opponent, Juventus. Huang Kaiwen gazed at the store refresh. Special template, Galway 1-0-0-0-0-0-0 fate points. Template, Zidane, 10-0-0-0 points. Platini, 10-0-0-0 points. Trezeguet, 10-0-0-0 points. Skills, offensive training mastery, 5-0-0-0 points. Celebration mastery, 2-0-0-0 points. Sailing mastery, 100 points. Items, 24-hour immunity card, 20 points. Special item, McTominay's black cleats, 500 points. This template featured a character from Inuyasha. Huang Kaiwen could not quite recall Galway's combat prowess, though it likely wasn't he formidable. As for the upcoming Juventus trio of legends, despite all being retired and rated at 10-0-0-0 points, disparities among them remained. Trezeguet, although an exceptional forward, could not be compared to the first two. Fortunately, he had not continued to focus on skills related to aircraft. In matters concerning special items, Huang Kaiwen recalled vividly that Sir Ferguson insisted on youth players donning black boots, intending to direct their focus towards the pitch rather than on attire to attract attention. It remains unclear what purpose McTominay's black boots serve. Huang speculated that it might relate to offensive surges, as despite McTominay's stature, he is ill-suited for the defensive midfield role. Ultimately, Huang invested 120 points to acquire the skills of boat mastery and immunity card. The skill of boat mastery elevates one's seafaring abilities above the average standard and significantly diminishes the likelihood of discomfort while using a mode of transportation. Quite beneficial, as it could serve as a remedy for seasickness. Although Huang seldom experiences such ailments, fatigue during lengthy flights can occasionally lead to physical unease. This skill could alleviate such discomfort. As for sailing, he had never contemplated it, for even when venturing out on a yacht, it entails a multitude of staff. He would only have the opportunity to steer the vessel if the crew encountered issues. On March 1st, Piero approached Delneri. "Alessandro, is there something amiss?" Delneri inquired. "Coach, shouldn't we devise a tactic specifically for Kaiwen?" Piero asked, perplexed. "What tactics?" "Kaiwen is injured." Delneri chuckled. Piero nodded, acknowledging the plethora of media reports. Yet, a sense of unease gnawed at him. Based on his prior experiences, every time it was announced that Huang Kaiwen would miss a match, he ultimately netted 5 goals against Juventus. Piero could only hope that this time, the media was not mistaken. The Carthage monster had triumphed. Indeed, something significant had occurred. After Piero departed, Delneri exhaled in relief. He had contemplated the possibility of Huang's sudden return. However, what difference would it make if Huang recovered unexpectedly? Would the defenders be less susceptible to being outmaneuvered simply because they had prepared? Lacking any viable strategies, Delnary resigned himself to the whims of fortune. At that moment, an idea struck him. What Inter could accomplish, he could also achieve. Although he had resolved to leave everything to chance, an additional layer of precaution could prove advantageous. Once an idea takes root, it becomes impossible to quell. Much like those afflicted with terminal illnesses seeking divine intervention, they may recognize the futility of their plight, yet still cling to a sliver of hope. Delnary donned his trench coat and dashed out of the office, leaving behind bewildered players and an equally perplexed assistant coach. Upon reaching the parking lot, he swiftly ignited the engine of his vehicle, which sped out of the Condon NASA training facility. As he neared the city of Turin, Delnary suddenly realized he had overlooked a crucial detail. He had no inkling of where to find someone who could assist him. At this moment, he recalled that a friend had mentioned a renowned sorcerer residing in the Artis region, whose mystical activities were often sought by vineyard owners to ensure their wine could fetch a higher price. Delnary, disregarding the norms of traffic safety, seized his phone and dialed with fervent urgency. After enduring several frustrating busy signals, he angrily cast the device aside, cursing, "Damn it, why won't they answer now?" Artis lay a mere 45 kilometers from Turin, and he had already traversed half the distance. All that remained was to take a chance. Damn it. Others are off to photograph Cheryl, while we're stuck here capturing some damned magical grapes, lamented Louis Windler. His name, Louis, derived from the Hebrew word for priest. Yet at the World News, he was merely a third-rate reporter running errands. "Quit your complaining, rookie," chided Vinto Thomas, indulging in a donut. If given a choice, he too would prefer not to be embarking on this quest for magical grapes alongside a novice. Yet, who was he to complain, lacking any real talent himself? In the competitive atmosphere of the World News, his longevity was solely due to a distant familial connection to Murdoch. His colleagues were adept at crafting elaborate traps that left England's national team coach, Ericsson, and his entourage utterly ensnared. They could infiltrate the rooms of celebrities and politicians, installing listening devices under layers of security. Thomas even suspected that MI6 might not rival the prowess of the World News' ace paparazzi. "Should we return to Milan and head straight back to London?" inquired Louis Windler. "Straight back to London?" Vinto Thomas licked his fingers and, brushing them on his clothing, exclaimed, "Damn it, we're not going straight back to London. Do you know why I chose today? Because it's raining. We'll stay here for the night, expense the lodging a bit more, and tomorrow we'll buy some local specialties before returning." "That sounds splendid," Louis Windler responded, pleasantly surprised at the prospect of bringing back something from Italy, making the trip worthwhile. "Of course, you should learn a thing or two," Thomas remarked, patting Windler on the shoulder. "Life isn't solely about work. We must learn to savor life amidst our endeavors." Windler endured the scent emanating from Thomas, rolling his eyes in silence. After 12 years at the World News, he found himself still out in the field, earning a meager salary, truly a unique circumstance. If he were to emulate Thomas, he might as well resign himself to a life devoid of romance. He couldn't fathom what had drawn Thomas's wife to him. Thomas produced another donut and offered it to Louis Windler, who forced a smile and declined. "No, thank you. Italian sweets are overly saccharine." "You Jews always have your peculiar preferences," Thomas quipped, despite sharing Jewish ancestry himself. Yet, his surname hinted at a secular background, having seamlessly integrated into the local culture. Two individuals were in search of a place to stay when Thomas suddenly exhibited an unexpected agility, pulling Louis Windler into a shadowy alley. Startled, Louis inquired, "What's the matter?" "Delnary, the coach of Juventus," Thomas replied, half his face peeking out from behind the wall as he explained to Louis. "So what? Turin is very close. Perhaps he has business here," Windler murmured. "You fool. Juventus is about to face AC Milan. And it's only 2 p.m. He shouldn't be here at this hour," Thomas retorted angrily. Although his skills were lacking, his instincts as a seasoned veteran remained sharp. Energized by this revelation, Louis eagerly asked, "What should we do? Should we follow him?" Thomas stroked his ample chin thoughtfully before responding, "I'll distract him. You take the equipment back to our rental car, and then return to find me. We'll assess the situation then." "All right." Louis nodded enthusiastically, sensing that today might bring a promotion and a raise. After they parted ways, Thomas found a vantage point to observe discreetly. He noticed Delnary seemingly searching for something, prompting him to approach cautiously. Purchasing a vintage workman-esque cap from a thrift shop, Thomas donned it and approached, barking in Italian. "Hey, are you trying to steal something? Lurking around here?" No. Delnary quickly waved his hands. knowing that if reporters caught wind of such a scandal, his reputation would be tarnished. "What are you doing here? I've never seen you around," Thomas demanded menacingly. This was his ploy, being not entirely Italian. He knew that a gradual introduction would likely reveal his identity. Thus, he decided to intimidate Delneri first, hoping to unsettle him enough to extract his true intentions. "Who are you here to see? If you can't tell me, I'll call the police." "No wonder there have been so many thefts around here lately," Thomas threatened, locking his gaze onto Delneri. Feeling the weight of Thomas's scrutiny, Delneri found it difficult to maintain his composure, yet he couldn't risk a trip to the police station. Realizing he hadn't been recognized, Delneri finally replied, "I heard there's a very effective wizard nearby, and I wanted to consult him on how to improve my company's prospects." Thomas's heart surged with excitement. The mention of a wizard was far more intriguing than the notion of a business consultation. He could easily deduce whom Delneri sought to confront. Never did he anticipate encountering such significant news today. Striving to suppress his elation, Thomas contorted his face into a triangular shape, making his already rotund visage appear even more intimidating. "Frodo the wizard?" he probed. "I think so, though I'm not entirely sure. I've heard some vineyard owners mention him." Delneri responded uncertainly. His friend had merely alluded to it in jest, and Delneri had taken it lightly. "That's undoubtedly him. He's the most renowned in our area, and many vineyard owners seek his assistance," Thomas remarked, casually draping an arm around Delneri's shoulders. Delneri remained utterly perplexed, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the name Frodo. After meandering through the streets for over 20 minutes under Thomas's guidance, Delneri finally inquired, "It seems we haven't strayed too far from where we first encountered each other, have we?" Thomas almost jumped out of his skin. He hastily reached into his pocket to continue sending blind messages to Levis Wendler, forcing a nervous smile as he replied, "That's merely due to your unfamiliarity. After all, the buildings in this vicinity are quite similar." Perhaps that was the case. Delneri nodded in agreement. This matter required discretion, and since it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, he was more concerned about whether their secrecy would be compromised or if they would be unable to locate the wizard, so he refrained from probing further into the situation. Minutes later, he finally received a call from Levis Wendler. Upon hearing him converse in Italian, Wendler switched to the same language. Listening to Wendler discuss temporarily renting a shop selling handcrafted items for €800 elevated Thomas's esteem for him significantly. He hadn't anticipated the lad to be so astute. Having a storefront certainly added to their credibility. With some news in hand, the expenses would be reimbursable, not to mention the lucrative bonuses. However, one dilemma remained: his unfamiliarity with the streets. Thus, he continued to wander aimlessly with Delneri, but fortune smiled upon Thomas as they eventually discovered the shop rented by Wendler. Wendler had already grasped the situation and made some preparations in advance. By the time the two entered, he was draped in a black cloth, wearing a traditional Jewish kippah atop his head. The kippah symbolizes reverence towards God. Upon seeing Wendler, Delneri furrowed his brow. He hadn't heard that he was a Jewish wizard. Thomas, who had been observing his expression, also noticed the discrepancy, his round eyes widening as they darted towards Levis Wendler. Wendler shrugged slightly, indicating that he had no other options. In his haste, he could only arrange things according to the familiar customs of Judaism. "Is this the wizard Frodo?" Delneri inquired, puzzled. "Indeed, he is Frodo the wizard." Thomas continually signaled to Wendler. Wendler nodded, stating, "I am Levis Frodo Wendler. If you seek a wizard, that would be me." Thomas rolled his eyes. This rookie had even used his real name. However, it mattered little, as Delneri would soon learn the truth. "Is he not rather young?" Delneri turned to inquire. Before Thomas could respond, Wendler swiftly retorted, "Young man, one must maintain respect for their elders." Indeed, Thomas nodded. "Wizard Frodo merely appears youthful. In reality, he is over 90. He discreetly gave a thumbs up, impressed by how well this novice was performing. Delneri remained skeptical. After all, it seemed far-fetched for someone who looked around 30 to be 90 years old. Swindler also noticed the expression on Delneri's face and immediately remarked, "You have come to seek my assistance in dealing with someone today." Delneri's eyes widened in surprise, taken aback by the accuracy of the guess. Swindler continued, "The individual you wish to confront is a Chinese man." With his greatest secret unveiled, Delneri was utterly flustered. It would be far more practical to engage in mischief at the Vatican than to confront Huang Kaiwen in Italy. After all, while there are individuals in Italy who harbor disdain for the Vatican, very few share such sentiments towards Huang Kaiwen. Master, May we refrain from uttering that name? Delnary stammered, trembling with anxiety. If anyone were to discover this, it would spell disaster for him. Rest assured, I comprehend your intentions, and I can assist you in fulfilling your desires. We shall speak without naming him directly, and we shall engage in actions unspoken, Swindler cryptically replied. Delnary felt a significant sense of reassurance wash over him. Thomas could hardly contain the grin on his face, astonished that this novice was performing even better than expected. Do you require him to be eliminated? Swindler inquired. Eliminated? Delnary exclaimed, hastily gesturing. Of course not. I merely need him to be injured. Very well, Swindler replied, somewhat disappointed. As he turned to retrieve a basin, addressing Delnary, next, we shall conduct a fire ritual. Delnary suddenly asked, will this be very expensive? He had rushed over and had little cash in his wallet. Swindler was momentarily taken aback. He was unsure how to respond to this question. If he claimed it was costly, what if Delnary chose to withdraw? Conversely, if he insisted it was inexpensive, what would Delnary think? Cold sweat began to form on Swindler's brow, for this answer could determine his future. Do you possess a credit card? Thomas interjected. Of course. But can it be used here? Delnary asked, glancing around with uncertainty. It cannot, but if you toss the card into the fire, it signifies your willingness to offer a sacrifice, and you can replace it afterward, Thomas explained. Hearing this, Delnary felt more reassured. As no one had directly asked him for money, Swindler finally exhaled in relief. He grabbed several figurines from the counter and tossed them into the fire, then picked up a newspaper, locating the cover featuring Huang Kaiwen's photograph, and asked, This is Kevin, correct? Yes, Delnary replied, forcing himself to respond. The mention of Huang Kaiwen's name sent a shiver down his spine. Swindler cast the items into the basin and, reciting in Hebrew, intoned, Bless me with success this time. Grant me a promotion and a raise, and allow me to find a beautiful girlfriend, preferably someone resembling a more robust Portman. Delnary was captivated by Swindler's demeanor, as if he were truly engaged in a mysterious rite. At that moment, an elderly man burst through the door, shouting in Italian. We agreed to rent the space to you, not to let you play with fire. If you set my shop ablaze, that little money won't suffice. Delnary was taken aback. Thomas and Swindler exchanged glances and immediately sprang into action. Swindler kicked over the fire basin and dashed out in front of Delnary. Thomas, faster than his own speed, had already burst through the shop's entrance. The two opted to flee in different directions, but mere minutes later, they found a rendezvous point. Did you record it? Thomas inquired. Of course, but we lack a miniature video device, Swindler lamented. That's of little consequence. We are destined for fortune, Thomas exclaimed, embracing Swindler with fervor. Shall we stay in a luxury hotel tonight? Swindler asked. Thomas spat disdainfully onto the street, retorting, to hell with luxury hotels. We are heading to Milan now. And then straight back to London. Inside the shop, Delnary had gleaned the entire story from the shopkeeper, although he was unaware of the true identities of the two men. Upon reflection, he realized they had been probing him for information. Delnary's mind was plagued with the worst of suspicions. If his conjecture regarding their identities as journalists was correct, his coaching career would be in jeopardy. He felt utterly lost, unsure of how to proceed. However, Delnary understood he could not bear such a burden alone. He needed to communicate with Juventus at the earliest opportunity. Regardless of their dissatisfaction, he was still the head coach of Juventus. Seeking a sorcerer was intended to secure victories for the team, and Juventus would surely protect him. In a state of despair, Delnary exited the shop, spotting a bar across the street. He contemplated having a drink before returning to Turin, but as he reached for his pocket, he remembered that his wallet and all identification had been deceitfully cast into the fire by the two scoundrels. Overcome with anger and sorrow, Delnary let out a mournful cry, cursing, "Damn those Jewish bastards." The following day, the world news broke a sensational story. While there had long been rumors of coaches consulting sorcerers in the football realm, this marked the first instance of concrete evidence. More critically, Delnary had explicitly stated his intention to injure Kevin Huang. The headline of the World News read, Our investigation has uncovered unequivocal evidence of Juventus coach Delnary consulting a sorcerer against Kevin, including an 18-minute recording in our possession. Although the specifics had yet to be disclosed, the revelation was nothing short of explosive. The day's edition of the World News sold out. Throughout London and the entirety of the United Kingdom, discussions regarding the news proliferated. Most global media outlets shared the story online, leaving Juventus in disarray. At 3 p.m., Juventus convened a press conference. Juventus general manager Marotta took to the stage, asserting, "We strongly condemn the false news published by the World Sports News and reserve the right to pursue legal action." Mr. Marotta, the World Sports News website has released a recording that clearly sounds like Mr. Delneri. Giuseppe, will you be dismissing Delneri immediately? Will this incident affect Juventus ahead of the crucial match against AC Milan? How will this impact the relationship between Juventus and AC Milan? Marotta's expression was devoid of any mirth. It was precisely due to Delneri's foolishness in revealing the truth that they found themselves in this predicament. After all, Delneri remained the head coach of Juventus. If cornered, Delneri would undoubtedly implicate Juventus or act under their direction, making it unbearable for anyone involved. Therefore, whether they like it or not, they must safeguard Delneri's position. Marotta persistently shook his head, insisting, "It's all fabricated, a mere ruse. They employed someone whose voice closely resembles Luigi's to act. Everything is false." No matter the inquiries posed by the journalists, Marotta maintained that it was all untrue. The reporters found themselves at a loss. Half an hour later, Marotta returned to his office, drenched in sweat. He had never anticipated encountering such a predicament after leaving Sampdoria in the summer. Marotta was perplexed. Delneri was not lacking in intelligence. So how could he allow the journalists to manipulate him? Now, Juventus was embroiled in a public relations crisis. Should Milan persist, the upper echelons of Juventus would have to endure a significant upheaval. It was even conceivable that the Turin prosecutor might seek to complicate matters further. Many of the city's authorities were staunch supporters of Torino. With this in mind, Marotta hastily dialed Galliani. The stance of Milan and Huang Kaiwen was pivotal in this matter. Later that evening, Galliani personally arrived at Huang Kaiwen's residence, waiting until after 8 when the young lady returned home. With palpable anxiety, Galliani finally spoke. "Miss Berlusconi, Juventus has reached out to us, hoping to quell this matter." "Impossible," the young lady firmly rejected. Anyone daring to target Huang Kaiwen would certainly face her wrath. Galliani, with a wry smile, glanced at Huang Kaiwen. She approached, draping her arm over the young lady's shoulders, stating, "Italian football cannot endure another scandal, and Juventus's presence benefits us. The more strong teams in the league, the better our development. The Italian language lacks a propagation advantage. Serie A cannot withstand further turmoil. So, are we to let this matter slide?" The young lady retorted, pouting. "Let it slide? Certainly not." Huang Kaiwen suddenly produced a coin, twirling it between his fingers, then continued, "Let us send 2 milk tea cards to Agnelli and Delneri. How much they recharge will reflect their sincerity. Additionally, Delneri must draft a guarantee, explicitly including Juventus's name. Should they provoke us in the future, we will expose this incident. Furthermore, let us scrutinize Juventus's youth academy for any prodigies and negotiate for the transfer of some player rights. By the end of the season, Delneri must part ways with Juventus, regardless of his achievements." Galliani felt beads of cold sweat forming, uncertain whether Juventus would acquiesce to such terms. If they indeed cast Delneri aside, it would cause a spectacle but not result in significant repercussions, given the Agnelli family's backing. Upon hearing Huang Kaiwen's extensive demands, the young lady finally smiled. Huang Kaiwen, gently lifting her chin, remarked, "The fool merely fell for a trick. I have nothing to lose. At such a time, it's prudent to extract some advantages from Juventus. Whatever you say is right. Let us proceed as you suggest." The young lady, feeling somewhat embarrassed, huffed softly. "Albert." "Sir." Albert bowed in inquiry. To unify the media's narrative, it is suggested that the scheme originates from the World Sports Daily, and that we should refrain from involving the British, as they would relish the spectacle of the World Sports Daily, given their own disdain for Murdoch. Huang Kaiwen remarked, "I understand, my lord." Alberti nodded in agreement. Huang Kaiwen's approach indeed seems effective in absolving Juventus of suspicion, considering the numerous transgressions of the World Sports Daily, which is still entangled in legal battles. "What does this mean?" the young lady inquired. Her curiosity piqued, for she was not as well versed in British affairs as Huang Kaiwen. This strategy avoids implicating other British media while preserving the integrity of Italian football, Huang Kaiwen elucidated. "If we draw the British media into this, the deception might be exposed. However, if we keep England and its football out of the equation, they would be more than happy to witness the embarrassment of their peers, especially since the owner of the World Sports Daily is a foreigner. What if Juventus disagrees? Wouldn't that benefit them?" The young lady tilted her head, puzzled. Huang Kaiwen gave her a gentle rap on the head, slightly exasperated. Don't let your mind idle at home. If Juventus protests, we can claim that those media outlets were bribed by them, making matters even more troublesome for Juventus. Galliani felt a chill of sweat trickle down his back, relieved that he had been ingratiating himself with Huang Kaiwen. The strategy laid out in just a few words by Huang Kaiwen struck him as remarkably astute. The young lady, playfully draping her arms around Huang Kaiwen's neck, pouted, "I'm already quite tired. Of course, I don't want to think at home." Huang Kaiwen smiled and nodded at Galliani, who promptly took his leave. At least Huang Kaiwen's favorable attitude toward him indicated that he was now considered one of their own. The following day, just before Juventus's match against Milan, the Italian media had aligned their narratives. The Milan Sports Daily proclaimed, "This is the shameless conspiracy of the world's sports daily. Following the Emirates incident, they seek to fabricate another Ericsson scandal. They desire sensational news, but have targeted the wrong individual. Luigi Del Neri is not that kind of person. We have every reason to believe this is a concocted lie. We call upon the world to unite against such unscrupulous media." The Turin Sports Daily stated, "The Murdoch Group has consistently operated without any ethical boundaries in pursuit of news. They have acquired several venerable newspapers, transforming them into mere storytelling platforms, continually fabricating the lies they wish to disseminate, attempting to deceive the world. The British government must take this matter seriously and not allow them to run rampant." Meanwhile, the Rome Sports Daily published a speech from the Pope, who stated, "The hallmark of intolerance and excessive sensitivity only leads to the proliferation of arrogance and hatred. The tragic history of humanity's original sin can be traced back to the first piece of fake news in Genesis, when the cunning serpent lied to the woman. The spread of false news can serve specific agendas, influence political decisions, and cater to economic interests. I am committed to working together to curb the dissemination of fake news and to rediscover the dignity of journalism and the individual responsibility of reporters to convey the truth. Certainly, should any heretics dare to act against Kevin, it is something we cannot tolerate. We hope that everyone can aspire towards goodness and resist the temptations of the outside world." Huang Kaiwen never anticipated that the Pope would deliver a speech. The crux of the matter is that the Pope's words aligned perfectly with Huang's aspirations. He speculated that perhaps the young lady had influenced this situation, possibly with connections to Kaki's wife, considering Beatrice's family had produced a pope and her sister was married into the Agnelli family. As events unfolded, they indeed mirrored Huang Kaiwen's expectations. The British media were reveling in the spectacle. Their relationship was inherently competitive, with loyalties easily cast aside for financial gain. The sight of a foreign-owned media outlet breaking significant news was undoubtedly irksome to them. Naturally, they were eager to witness the unfolding drama. Yet, as the principal party, Huang Kaiwen remained silent, awaiting a response from Juventus. Should Juventus refuse, he would not hesitate to act decisively, risking the club's stability and inviting considerable turmoil over the coming years. That evening, upon returning home, Huang Kaiwen received a call from Andrea Agnelli. "Andrea, long time no see." Huang Kaiwen greeted with a smile. "Indeed, it has been a while, Kevin," came the response from the other end. "I am truly sorry for everything that has transpired." "It is neither your fault nor mine," Huang Kaiwen replied. "Yes, your understanding is greatly appreciated. In principle, we agree to your proposed terms, but regarding the guarantee, we request the option to redeem it after some time," Andrea Agnelli stated. He was indifferent to Del Neri's fate. However, Juventus remained a flagship of the Fiat Group. After the Calciopoli scandal, Juventus could not afford any further controversies. "Not a problem," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile, aware that he merely needed to assert himself without any drastic actions. Years later, with the completion of the new stadium, Juventus and Milan would no longer be in the same league. Serie A would become Milan's domain, while the rest of the teams would be left behind. This guarantee was crucial to ensure Milan's development during this pivotal period, preventing Juventus from undermining them with any underhanded tactics. Despite their frequent collaboration against Inter, both teams had also engaged in mutual sabotage. The Agnelli family still wielded considerable influence in Italy. "That is splendid," Andrea's voice chimed in. "There are several establishments in Turin that serve Kevin's tea. I have been a loyal fan. I have decided to invest €5 million, and our coach will contribute €1.5 million as well. After all, the advertisement claims it can be passed down to future generations, does it not? It is truly my honor. I am delighted you enjoy Kevin's tea. We should play golf together sometime," Huang Kaiwen responded. "Certainly. Anna has always wanted to meet you." Before Andrea could finish, Huang Kaiwen hung up. Anna referred to his sister, Anna Agnelli, a fervent supporter of Huang Kaiwen, known for her spirited nature and marital status. Although such matters are commonplace in high society, Beatrice is the offspring of her father's infidelity. However, Huang Wang, being a pure-hearted warrior, remains indifferent to such occurrences. After reaching an agreement with them, Huang Kaiwen felt quite pleased. He had never truly believed in these matters, and to secure such benefits from Juventus seemed no different from receiving them for free. After all, Huang Wang's identity is exceptionally unique. Otherwise, merely due to Barbara's connections, it would be challenging for young Agnelli to make so many concessions. On March 5th, the day of the match, Huang Kaiwen, accompanied by the entire team, visited the Alpine Stadium. The press conference hall at the stadium almost turned into a personal briefing for Huang Kaiwen. Both the legendary Del Neri, rumored to have sought assistance from sorcerers, and the recently recovered Guardiola became mere supporting characters. Kevin, what are your thoughts on the recent sorcerer allegations? Kevin, do you believe Mr. Del Neri is innocent? Do you think the news from the World News is fabricated? Will recent events affect today's match? Huang Kaiwen smiled and waved his hand, waiting for the reporters to quiet down before speaking. I am not familiar with Mr. Del Neri, but I have heard stories about him from Totti and some Portuguese players. A coach who advocates for 9 attackers and 11 defenders is a rarity in Italy. We should respect and protect Mr. Del Neri rather than slander him. So you believe in him? A reporter pressed. I do not trust the world news, Huang Kaiwen replied. He would not admit to believing in Del Neri. And what about today's match, Kevin? Another reporter inquired. The match will be fiercely contested, as it always is when we face Juventus. Mr. Guardiola's return is a significant boost for us. If you are interested in the match's content, you should ask Mr. Guardiola, Huang Kaiwen stated. Guardiola nodded with a smile. A reporter asked, previously, Mr. Clement served as interim head coach and achieved commendable results. Do you think he is more suited for the AC Milan position than you? Guardiola smiled and replied, I have always known he is exceptionally talented, and he has provided me with considerable assistance during our work together. However, I am back now, and we will continue to collaborate. One day, he should become an outstanding head coach. That is Guardiola's style. As long as one does not provoke him, he rarely utters any unkind words. What are your views on the sorcerer allegations? A reporter pressed further. Guardiola, still smiling, stated, I have never believed in such things, nor do I believe my peers would engage in such activities. Mr. Del Neri is highly capable, and I think there is a misunderstanding in this matter. Seeing that Milan's management was unyielding, the reporters turned their focus back to Del Neri. Del Neri had consistently avoided answering any questions directly, having been burned once. He was thoroughly weary of reporters. As Huang Kaiwen and Guardiola walked back, upon entering the locker room, they overheard Inzaghi saying, I heard the Agnelli family is treating all the fans to Kevin's tea today. The tea shop at the stadium is absolutely swamped. Huang Kaiwen, you really do spin when prompted to recharge your card. Today, I wish to pen a passage that I find rather satisfactory. Next, I must contemplate the match. An abundance of insights is essential for an engaging narrative. Ultimately, I still seek monthly votes and recommendations. 0490 The King covers the Tiger today. Juventus must receive a lesson. Gattuso exclaimed with palpable frustration. Indeed, they have gone too far this time. Buffon nodded emphatically. Although Juventus is his former club, he has yet to secure a Champions League title. Thus, any attempt to undermine Huang Kaiwen equates to undermining himself. The haunting memory of losing the Champions League final in 2003 at Old Trafford lingers in his mind. Trezeguet, Salayita, and Paulo Montero squandered penalties, while Shevchenko sealed the victory. The inaugural clash between two Serie A teams in Champions League history concluded with Milan triumphing. Witnessing the Rossoneri lift the trophy in Manchester left an indelible mark on Buffon. Subsequently, Huang Kaiwen's emergence further intensified this memory. That glimpse of red and black has become an inescapable nightmare in his recollections. In Buffon's estimation, the most formidable team is Milan, and the most exceptional player is Huang Kaiwen. When Huang Kaiwen unites with Milan, it heralds the commencement of the Earth's defense in the football realm. Should anyone dare to confront Huang Kaiwen, regardless of their identity, Buffon would not let them escape unscathed. Guardiola smiled and nodded in approval. The team's fighting spirit brings him immense joy. After a moment's reflection, Guardiola remarked, Kevin, how about playing in the central midfield in a 4-4-2 formation today? No problem, coach. Huang Kaiwen responded affirmatively. A squad comprised entirely of national team starters is often susceptible to the FIFA virus. Ibrahimovic has just returned, while Torres is on a stretcher. Inzaghi kept casting glances at Huang Kaiwen, who could only shrug in response. Do you think Guardiola would let Kaká play as a forward without you? Even at his peak, Inzaghi doesn't fit Guardiola's preferred forward type. Guardiola has never favored pure finishers. Even Haaland possesses commendable passing abilities. If the ball cannot be distributed once it reaches the striker, the tactical variations diminish significantly. Ibrahimovic, however, was quite exhilarated, telling Huang Kaiwen, "Kevin, let us coordinate well today." To him, the partnership of himself and Huang Kaiwen constitutes the most technically proficient forward line in the world. Huang Kaiwen smiled and nodded, observing the excitement meter reach its zenith. Ready to draw a prize. Ding. You have received a 24-hour experience card for the match between Arsenal and Liverpool in the 21st round of the 2015 to 2016 Premier League season. Featuring Olivier Giroud. Great Giroud. This experience card is quite fitting. The enhanced version of King Huang and Giroud, alongside Ibrahimovic, could exert considerable pressure on Juventus. However, why not Trezeguet or Del Piero? Huang Kaiwen pondered that something must have gone amiss. It then dawned on him that he had yet to scratch the lottery. It appears that a procedural error resulted in today's experience card not featuring a Juventus player. Nevertheless, Giroud is certainly a Milan legend. Moreover, he is a genuine center forward. Today, the king of yellow balls shall demonstrate to the world what it means to be a world-class striker, capable of serving as a pivotal point while also finding the back of the net. Huang Kaiwen has directly employed both the trial card and the immunity card. Ding. The usage of the Giroud trial card is successful. The immunity card is also successfully activated. Although Juventus may exercise caution, and the players are reluctant to injure the king of yellow balls, Huang Kaiwen has resolved to engage in physical confrontation with Juventus today, making the use of the immunity card most prudent. It would indeed be rather disrespectful to the most formidable family in Italy if Huang were to provoke Juventus players right after Agnelli's recent agreement. Observing the buoyant spirits of his teammates, Huang Kaiwen felt no need for further explanation. The players from both teams have already begun their warm-ups on the field. Juventus currently ranks 7th, yet their clash with AC Milan remains a heavyweight encounter. Indeed, there had been a slight incident previously. Juventus is beset by both internal and external troubles. Nonetheless, the domestic media in Italy generally believes in Del Neri's innocence, which bodes well for him. However, in the last 5 encounters between the two teams, AC Milan has emerged victorious in 4 instances, with the only exception being a draw during the regular time of the TIM Cup in the summer of 2009, which constitutes a significant advantage. The two clubs have had quite frequent exchanges, with several players having represented both sides. Such is the nature of Italian football, intertwined as it is. A large banner was displayed at the Alp Stadium, with some supporting Huang Kaiwen, while others more vocally demanded Del Neri's dismissal. Due to Juventus's performance, there is considerable dissatisfaction with Del Neri. Following the outburst from the supporters, the Juventus fans felt unable to tolerate a coach they deemed incompetent and troublesome. Before Del Neri even stepped onto the pitch, the stadium erupted in deafening boos, foreshadowing the events to come. Back in the players' tunnel, many Juventus players took the initiative to greet Huang Kaiwen. "Hey, Kevin," said Tony, who had been going through a rough patch, his expression a complex blend of emotions. Initially, he believed that moving to Bayern would be beneficial, and although he secured the Bundesliga and the DFB Pokal, life in Germany did not unfold as splendidly as he had envisioned. Now back in Italy, he found it difficult to locate his scoring boots. "Good afternoon, Luca. Let us do our best today," Huang Kaiwen smiled. "Are you all right, Kevin?" Tony inquired, recalling the time he had his girlfriend train him in sprinting to celebrate as soon as possible. If given the chance to relive those moments, he would have preferred to remain in Milan. "I'm doing well," Huang Kaiwen replied with a nod and a smile. He had heard about Tony's situation. In winter, Juventus had borrowed Tony from Genoa due to Quagliarella's injury, with Genoa eager to shed the burden of his salary. They thought they had acquired a weapon of mass destruction on a free transfer, but Tony's return to Serie A had not been as effective. As the players took to the field, the Alp Stadium was indeed filled with a chorus of resounding boos. Some Juventus fans brandished images of Del Neri, accompanied by banners demanding his departure. Guardiola, witnessing this, couldn't help but feel a pang of empathy. Although he dismissed such superstitions, The camaraderie among coaches made him ponder the possibility of facing a similar fate one day. This thought instinctively led him to touch the treasure he had acquired during his recovery, a prized artifact from the Vikings, purportedly crafted from the branches of Yggdrasil, the world tree. Remarkably, this treasure did not require the complexities of an alchemical box. Merely uttering a mantra and articulating his desires and sacrifices sufficed. There was, however, a more effective method involving a posture held at his chest, which he found somewhat embarrassing, prompting him to keep it tucked away. As he surveyed the field, unease crept into Guardiola's thoughts. He had already paid a substantial price, which diminished any lingering sense of luck. Today, he resolved to exchange the recent fortunes of Clement, Toni Kroos, Inzaghi, and Mourinho for the well-being of Huang Kaiwen. Given the injuries afflicting both teams, the starting lineups bore few surprises. Indeed, players like Quagliarella, Sissoko, and Aquilani were sidelined, while AC Milan also faced the absence of Antonini, Pirlo, and Ambrosini. Let us first examine the starting lineups. Juventus fielded a 3-4-3 formation with two defensive midfielders, goalkeeper, Courtois, defenders, Barzagli, Chiellini, Bonucci, midfielders, Marchisio, Melo, Marco Motta, Jorge Martinez, forwards, Matri, Toni, Krasic. AC Milan. In a 4-4-2 diamond formation, goalkeeper, Buffon, defenders, Jankulovski, Nesta, Thiago Silva, Ramos, midfielders, Rakitic, Van Bommel, Lars Bender, Kaká, forwards, Ibrahimovic, Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen's presence on the front line was somewhat unexpected, especially with Zambrotta, who was not injured, relegated to the bench, which surprised many. Yes, Jankulovski had seen limited opportunities following his injury, while Antonini seized the chance during Zambrotta's rotation, becoming the primary substitute on the left flank. Both teams' defensive lines appeared somewhat precarious. It remained uncertain how they would perform. The afternoon sun shone brightly, with temperatures around 16 degrees Celsius, a notable increase from the morning chill. This temperature was quite pleasant. Had it not been for the glaring sunlight, it would have been the ideal time for a spring kickoff. Huang Kaiwen directly passed the ball to Ibrahimovic, who opted for a backward play. He was not the type to drive forward with the ball from the outset, and Ibrahimovic lacked the necessary speed to penetrate the opposing formation. Van Bommel, upon receiving the ball, did not rush to distribute it. Today, he assumed the role of the midfield metronome, tasked not only with distributing the ball to his teammates, but also with timing his actions meticulously. Krasic appeared particularly enthusiastic, charging towards Van Bommel to apply pressure. Van Bommel remained composed, and despite his technical prowess not being extraordinary, he was undeniably a Dutch player. For attacking players, it was no easy feat to dispossess him. Observing that no one else was approaching, Van Bommel sidestepped and leaned against Krasic. Krasic, positioned behind Van Bommel, made repeated attempts to reach for the ball, but found it impossible to execute a successful steal. Matri, unable to watch idly, rushed forward to assist. It was at this moment that Van Bommel delivered a precise pass to the right flank. Matri sprinted towards Kaká, who, standing firm, nudged the ball forward to the advancing Ramos. Matri continued his pursuit, and as Ramos turned mid-stride, he passed the ball to Kaká, who was making his way toward the center. What a splendid formation AC Milan exhibited, reminiscent of the former setup featuring four playmakers. Indeed, both Kaká and Rakitic were not traditional wingers, yet they performed remarkably well on the flanks. Kaká, now central, orchestrated the play with Rakitic, pushing the attack into the final third. The Juventus players were retreating rapidly, fully aware of the threats posed by AC Milan's front line. On the left, Rakitic struggled to shake off the grip of Jorge Martinez and had no choice but to turn and pass the ball back toward the center. Ibrahimovic, retreating, spread his legs wide, allowing the ball to pass through. He promptly turned and sprinted forward. Kaká received the ball and immediately executed a through pass, which rolled past Motta to reach Ibrahimovic once more. Chiellini and Barzagli were on high alert. Huang Kaiwen stood between them, even without possession. They both knew Ibrahimovic was capable of a pass. As anticipated, Ibrahimovic, in motion, delivered a precise ball, his powerful foot connecting with the ball. Huang Kaiwen, with his back against Chiellini, suddenly shifted his right foot between his left, adopting an inward position, causing the ball to glide towards his rear. At that moment, Chiellini swiftly turned, but to his surprise, Huang Kaiwen executed a scorpion kick, sending the ball into the left side of the penalty area. Ibrahimovic extended his arms to shield Bonucci, and without waiting for the ball to land, he unleashed a powerful left-footed shot. Courtois, leaping, realized he couldn't catch it, and hurriedly pushed it upwards, barely managing to deflect it over the crossbar. What an exhilarating start for AC Milan, showcasing a highly threatening attack. Indeed, today, Huang Kaiwen exerted immense pressure near the penalty area, and Juventus' three-man defense might struggle to withstand it. Rakitic, noticing Huang Kaiwen's stillness, approached to inquire. But Huang Kaiwen waved him off, calling out, "You go ahead, Ivan." Rakitic made his way to the corner flag. Huang Kaiwen opted not to take the corner, much to the relief of several Juventus players, especially Courtois, standing in goal. Huang Kaiwen's direct corners had proven formidable, and he lacked confidence that they could defend against such shots. Although scoring directly from a corner is challenging, with players crowded in front of the goal, visibility becomes an issue. Defending against a high-quality corner shot is equally daunting. Chiellini and Mata positioned themselves closely beside Huang Kaiwen, while Ramos found himself alongside Barzagli. Beside Ibrahimovic stood the towering Bonucci, whose height of nearly 2 meters made him a fitting match for the towering striker, despite Ibrahimovic's aversion to aerial duels. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, Huang Kaiwen felt a tug on his jersey. It was Mata. However, Chiellini remained oblivious. Huang feigned a jump, prompting Chiellini, who had been intently watching him, to leap as well. Just as he ascended, an awkward realization struck Chiellini. He had miscalculated. Meanwhile, at the front post, Ramos and Barzagli leapt almost in unison. The seasoned Barzagli, aware that he could not outjump Ramos, opted to spread his arms in a defensive maneuver. Ramos, focused solely on the goal, was momentarily hindered, merely grazing the ball as it was subsequently cleared from the penalty area by Barzagli. What a splendid play that was. The World Cup-winning defender Barzagli exhibited remarkable composure, unlike the occasionally error-prone youngsters Bonucci and Chiellini, who often faltered under pressure. Barzagli, whether playing high up or retreating, remained the most dependable pillar of Juventus defense. Indeed, Juventus launched a swift counterattack, with Van Bommel bringing down Krasic. Just 4 minutes into the match, the referee refrained from issuing a card, merely cautioning the former Bayern captain, such is the wisdom of experience, effectively stifling Juventus' counter-opportunity. Guardiola, on the sidelines, clapped and called out, "Be mindful of your surroundings. Do not neglect defense while attacking, and if the offense falters, retreat promptly." His tactics leaned heavily toward offense. Yet an overly aggressive approach inevitably left gaps at the back. Thus, Guardiola urged his players to maintain a vigorous work rate to compensate for this vulnerability. Huang clapped and shouted, "Exactly, do not afford them too many opportunities." Van Bommel returned to his position, speaking with a hand over his mouth to Bender. "One of us must remain back. When I signal for you to press, then do so. Otherwise, I will advance." Today, he discerned a significant lack of creativity in Juventus midfield. In such circumstances, Juventus was unlikely to deliver many incisive passes. Hence, Van Bommel believed it prudent to disrupt their attack by preventing them from approaching the penalty area. Lars Bender nodded in agreement, holding great respect for this seasoned figure. For German players, the captain of Bayern held a status akin to that of a national team captain. Juventus resumed play from the back, just as Van Bommel had anticipated. Their midfield combination lacked creativity. Melo advanced the ball only to be immediately confronted by Rakitic's pressing. As a Brazilian, Melo was more adept at defending than attacking. He attempted to evade Rakitic with a feint, but the latter had matured rapidly during his time in Milan, exhibiting a touch of Gattuso's tenacity in his tight marking. Additionally, with the foresight of an attacking player, Melo's clumsy deception was wholly insufficient to shake off Rakitic. Mata was compelled to assist, yet Huang Kaiwen charged directly toward Mata. At that moment, Barzagli surged forward to offer support, and Melo executed a back pass to Barzagli. Balzarelli delivered a long pass to the front line. Huang Kaiwen cast a glance at Balzarelli. At that moment, he was undoubtedly Juventus' finest performer. There should have been a Buffon on the field. Yet he had donned the Milan jersey instead. Jorge Martinez received the ball in the attacking zone, and Yankolovsky surged forward immediately. Nesta sensed the impending danger and discreetly shifted to the left. The long-absent Yankolovsky could not intercept the opponent, and Martinez forcefully maneuvered past him along the flank. Observing the situation, Nesta rushed toward the sideline and executed a sliding tackle. As the ball went out of play, he grasped his calf in discomfort. The Milan medical staff entered the pitch with great urgency, leaving uncertainty about Nesta's condition. AC Milan had been plagued by numerous injuries. If a substitution were necessary now, it would likely be the younger Bender, who could confuse the opposition alongside his brother, as their physical resemblance was striking. "I have an idea," said someone. "Let the elder Bender and the younger Bender share the same jersey and enter together, allowing for an extra player." "Are you trying to make me laugh?" came the response. How would they position themselves? If the camera catches both of them, the ruse would be exposed instantly. To be fair, the idea was not entirely without merit, though it could not be executed at the start of the match. Imagine, in the midst of play, one suddenly charges onto the field. Precisely. Then, after scoring, slip away quietly and return once play resumes, came the retort, accompanied by laughter. With that kind of energy, why not become a spy instead of playing football? In front of the referee, the fans, and the television cameras, to pull off such a stunt would be beyond impressive. However, roster changes could be made. For instance, if the elder Bender is sidelined, the younger Bender could take his place, allowing the elder to continue playing. Do you really think others are oblivious? Twins may share a likeness, but there are subtle differences, and they occupy different positions on the field. Today, Courtois is set to play. Shouldn't we cheer for him? Oh, that is unlikely. While Vasquez certainly has potential and, alongside De Gea from Atletico, ranks among the finest young goalkeepers against Huang Kaiwen, merely conceding fewer goals would be a victory for him. Indeed, Nesta could not withstand the strain. He was assisted off the field by the medical staff. Over the years, Nesta's greatest adversary had been injury. As Martinez threw the ball in, it was cleared by Van Bommel to the opponent's half. Yet, despite the apparent danger being averted, there was no sign of relief on Guardiola's face. Nesta's injury instilled a sense of foreboding within him. Guardiola had delved deeply into the study of the weight of the soul and harbored strong suspicions that Huang Kaiwen's formidable spirit required a heavier toll for protection. It was truly a hardship for these players. Guardiola resolved to maintain a 25-player first-team roster for the next season and to draw a few young talents from the youth squad. Allowing them to bear the brunt of injury was secondary. The primary aim was to accumulate valuable experience. If only more players could be registered, he would not have to worry about a shortage of personnel when needed. It remains unclear which league permits the registration of additional players. The match on the field is gradually becoming more intense. Juventus' attacking players, upon crossing the ball, promptly retreat, contributing little to secondary attacks. Huang Kaiwen has begun to perceive the underlying issues. It appears that Juventus has no intention of pursuing victory. They have retreated into a defensive shell at home, seemingly content to settle for a draw. Curiously, the Juventus fans remain oblivious to the situation, continuously applauding the players for their commendable defense. This situation evokes memories of Wenger's Arsenal. During George Graham's tenure, Arsenal exhibited a similar style. Not to dismiss, while Krasic may not possess the extraordinary talent of Nedved, his stamina bears a resemblance to that of the Czech Ironman. Today, Krasic has been playing as a wing-back, tirelessly traversing the vicinity of both penalty areas. Van Bommel once again distributes the ball to the right flank. Kaka, having just crossed the halfway line, is promptly met by Marquisio. Observing the watchful Melo, Kaka cleverly executes a lofted pass into the center. Huang Kaiwen, with his back against Mata, deftly collects the ball at his feet. Mata, persistently reaching out, fails to intercept the ball. Noticing this, Chiellini attempts to assist, but Barzagli swiftly admonishes him. Stay back. Watch out for Ibrahimovic. Ibrahimovic rolls his eyes, subtly relaxing his tense muscles. He is poised to surge into the penalty area, but his intentions are soon discerned. Melo turns and charges towards Huang Kaiwen, who instantaneously redistributes the ball to Kaka. Kaka, alongside Ramos, surges into the offensive zone, sending shivers down Bonucci's spine. Faced with such formidable attacking players, even a peak Maldini would find it challenging to cope. Bonucci resolves to remain within the penalty area, awaiting the return of his teammates. Yet, Ramos has already advanced into the box, and Kaka, having reached the byline, swiftly delivers a pass. Just returning to the penalty area, Melo hastens towards Ramos, while Bonucci prepares to intervene. However, Ramos's pass is remarkably decisive. He receives the ball with minimal adjustment and immediately sends a direct through ball. Ibrahimovic seizes the opportunity to dart forward, leaving Barzagli with no choice but to follow suit, transferring Huang Kaiwen to Chiellini. Fortunately, there are ample teammates within the penalty area, leading him to believe that no significant threat will arise. Yet, merely half a second later, Barzagli regrets this decision. The ball is not a direct pass to Ibrahimovic, but rather intended for Huang Kaiwen in the center. Positioned sideways, Huang Kaiwen seizes the moment, extending his left foot to intercept the ball, allowing it to roll past his right foot. Galliani, rushing in, is caught off balance and tumbles onto the grass. Using both hands and feet, Galliani struggles to regain his footing and lunges towards Huang Kaiwen, intent on blocking the impending shot. However, Huang Kaiwen's movements are swifter than anticipated. Even though Galliani is bracing for a handball, Huang Kaiwen pivots, shifting his weight to the right, and swings his left foot. The sound echoes as Courtois, sensing trouble, has already anticipated the move and adjusted his position. Yet, when Huang Kaiwen finally unleashes his shot, he realizes he is utterly powerless to respond. At the moment Huang Kaiwen took his shot, Courtois resolved to exert his strength and launched himself into a lateral dive. Yet, as he tightened his muscles, the ball had already penetrated the left side of the net. Damn it! After all the preparation, he could only watch as Huang Kaiwen scored. Courtois swung his right arm in frustration, releasing the pent-up irritation within him. Goal! 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 Kevin scores. A quintessential goal from Kevin. Within the penalty area, a simple feint was followed by a swift turn and shot, executed with seamless fluidity, resembling the most exquisite piece of art. If Rosicky is the Mozart of the green pitch, then Kevin is the Apollo of the field, bestowing light and warmth upon the world, alleviating our calamities. Today, Juventus seem to have fortified their half like a military stronghold, yet they must remember that in the Battle of Turin, Emperor Constantine triumphed over the armies of Maxentius. Evil shall inevitably falter before justice. Across the Apennine Peninsula, or within the vast expanse of the Roman Empire, no one can impede Kevin and his teammates. Perhaps Juventus should consider relocating their team to the Holy Roman Empire. At least in Inzaghi's homeland, they would not encounter such formidable adversaries. Ibrahimovic once again attempted to celebrate with Huang Kaiwen, yet he still could not outpace Kaká and Ramos. Even Rakitic, positioned on the left side of the penalty area, was quicker than him. Now, Ibrahimovic is plagued by numerous questions about the world. Though he is not the model student, in such a vast penalty area, it seems implausible that others could outrun him by such a margin. He was several meters ahead of Rakitic. How on earth did that fellow manage to reach Huang Kaiwen before him? With such speed, why didn't he pursue sprinting instead? If anyone could defeat Huang Kaiwen, it would be Bolt, who could then claim superiority over him. Ibrahimovic felt that if he possessed such speed, he would undoubtedly transition to sprinting training. Experiencing this embarrassment once more made Ibrahimovic grit his teeth in frustration. Later, he must consult an expert about how to engage without competing against his teammates' inconsistent bursts of speed. Damn it! Zlatan Ibrahimovic absolutely refuses to be a supporting character at crucial moments. Pep, are you feeling unwell? Clement asked with anticipation. Guardiola's furrowed brow revealed his opportunity. No, it's an emotional discomfort, Guardiola replied. One side is Nesta's injury, while the other is Huang Kaiwen's performance, comparable to the universe's top striker. This truly unsettles him. He even wished for Huang Kaiwen to show a slight decline, as long as they could secure a victory. Heart discomfort? That's serious. Should you visit a hospital? Clement inquired with surprise. Guardiola found himself uncertain whether the assistant coach was genuinely concerned for him or hoping for his misfortune. He shook his head, feeling as though his mind had been affected. Sigh. Although he had always used his good friend Jose as a bargaining chip, he too could not escape his fate. Guardiola was utterly exhausted. It was ostensibly for Jose's benefit, yet why must he also bear the cost? Milan had taken the lead away from home. This goal was hard-earned, and the entire Milan squad erupted in jubilant celebration. However, the home players and the Juventus supporters in the stands displayed little disappointment. They had witnessed such scenes time and again. This was merely the 10th occurrence. Seated on the bench, Del Piero felt a deep sense of reluctance. In every aspect, the team lacked the desire to win. The players seemed indifferent. More critically, had it not been said that Huang Kaiwen would not be able to play in this match? Yet, after the sorcerer's commotion, he was suddenly fit to take the field. Del Piero, now relegated to the bench, was at a loss regarding his own feelings. All he could do was let out a long sigh. At least he was spared the torment of the pitch. As Juventus resumed play, they were quickly intercepted. They lacked the ability to effectively contest possession. Ramos charged forward, rendering Marquisio unable to make a pass. Kaká seized the opportunity to execute a steal. The atmosphere at the Alpine Stadium grew tense. The broadcast camera captured several Juventus fans anxiously clutching their cups of milk tea, their eyes fixed on the field. Kaká's dribbling speed was remarkable. Barzagli rushed in to confront him. Kaká suddenly executed a backheel pass. Ramos, arriving in time, deftly flicked the ball with the underside of his foot. Across from the left, the ball was directed towards the center. Ibrahimovic stood there, drawing considerable defensive attention. Left flank. Come back. Bonucci shouted in frustration. At that moment, Bonucci finally noticed Huang Kaiwen. But it was too late. In the center, Ibrahimovic nudged the ball, sending it swiftly towards the left side. Bonucci was slightly slower than the ball. Before he could rush in, Huang Kaiwen had already deflected it with his calf, immediately pivoting for another strike. Bang! The ball, imbued with a fierce spin, caught Courtois off guard. Though he had a clear view, he never anticipated it would be a curling shot. By the time he reacted, the ball had arced sharply into the right side of the net. Boom! Countless fans adorned in red and black stripes leaped from their seats in the away stands, erupting in cheers, chanting Huang Kaiwen's name. St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! The silence of the Alpine Stadium contrasted starkly with the jubilant celebration of the away fans. Tony, hands on hips, stood lost in deep reflection. Initially, he believed that moving to Germany would allow him to take charge, only to later realize that in Germany, it was the Germans who held the reins. Although his performance was commendable, he mused that remaining in Milan would have garnered him more championships. More importantly, he would have awaited Huang Kaiwen's return. Watching Ibrahimovic, who had struggled to find space to celebrate, Tony suddenly recalled his own past from several years ago. He thought to himself that Giroud was quite impressive. End of chapter. 0491 Guardiola. Ah, I am undone. Guardiola, exhilarated, raised his arms in triumph, only to immediately temper his emotions. A hint of bitterness etched across his face. Clement observed discreetly, sensing the aura of a master tactician. Although Guardiola had yet to secure a Champions League title, clinching 2 league titles and a Copa del Rey was commendable for a novice coach. He yearned to glean further knowledge from Guardiola, vowing that should another opportunity arise, he would not let it slip through his fingers. On the bench, Zambrotta could palpably feel the emotions of the players on the field. The red and black emanated positivity, while the black backdrop intensified the fervor of the red. In stark contrast, Juventus exuded a sense of desolation. Their black and white striped jerseys bore a resemblance to prison garb, devoid of hope. As a player who had transitioned from Juventus to Barcelona and then to Milan, consistently facing off against Huang Kaiwen, he deeply understood the sentiments of his former teammates. Upon deciding to transfer to Spain, he learned that Huang Kaiwen had transferred as well. A feeling of despair that was nearly ineffable. After enduring 2 arduous years, he finally resolved to join Milan. At that time, several prestigious clubs expressed interest, and Inter Milan was notably earnest. Zambrotta felt fortunate to have avoided a move to Inter. Otherwise, he feared his circumstances would remain unchanged. Don't be disheartened. Even if we cannot clinch the title, we must secure qualification for this season's Champions League, Barzagli exclaimed, clapping his hands. He had been experiencing a personal low during these past 2 years. While he helped Wolfsburg secure the Bundesliga championship, he faced a humiliating defeat with the national team. Having replaced the injured Cannavaro and subsequently bearing the blame for the thrashing they received, leading to his sidelining. His club position had also diminished. In the winter, Juventus successfully brought him back to Italy for a mere 300,000, a stark contrast to the 14 million transfer fee when he joined Wolfsburg. Initially, he was meant to serve as a backup to Chiellini, but unexpectedly, he became the stalwart of the defense. In Juventus' backline, Barzagli was the only player who instilled confidence. Chiellini gestured, and Barzagli followed his indication, spotting Huang Kaiwen surrounded by teammates, causing his heart to skip a beat. Sometimes, when faced with insurmountable challenges, one can only avoid dwelling on them. Yet, avoidance does not spare one from difficulties. They inevitably seek you out. Barzagli steeled himself, stating, "As long as we don't lose by too much, it will be acceptable." Perhaps sensing his own feebleness, he added, "The first half is not yet over. The outcome remains uncertain." As the first half approached its conclusion, Del Neri summoned Del Piero for warm-up. His intention was to fortify the defense, but if breaches occurred, they would still need to strategize offensively. Upon resuming play, Juventus maintained their defensive posture. Their passing lacked unpredictability and creativity, making it exceedingly easy for the Milan players to anticipate their passing routes. Standing beside Mata, Ibrahimovic suddenly extended his foot, successfully intercepting Jorge Martinez's pass. Mata, feeling the urgency, collided with Ibrahimovic, tugging and stretching to reclaim the ball. Caught off guard, Ibrahimovic barely regained his balance, but lost possession. The referee, however, did not blow the whistle. It seems that Juventus is being afforded some advantage, particularly as today is their home ground, while they have been thoroughly suppressed throughout the match, leading to considerable dissatisfaction among their supporters. Indeed, Ibrahimovic is not one to shy away from confrontation. He has firmly detained his opponent. Players from both sides surged forward, but Huang Kaiwen intervened to restrain his teammates, reminding them to maintain composure, especially given that AC Milan has several players suspended. The atmosphere at the Alpine Stadium finally shifted focus, redirecting the jeers from Del Neri to Ibrahimovic. Since Ibrahimovic previously played for Juventus, the fans believe he should avoid conflict with their players, despite Mata's egregious foul. Ignore them, Zlatan, Huang Kaiwen advised. Ibrahimovic remained silent, revealing his rather vindictive nature. He is the type to retaliate when provoked. The referee approached and issued him a yellow card, yet Ibrahimovic still did not respond, prompting Huang Kaiwen to press his temples in concern. Such silence may not bode well. It could indicate he is suppressing something significant. Conversely, those who make threats often do not follow through excessively. Ivan, Huang Kaiwen called out. Captain, did you summon me? Rakitic inquired. Just call me Kaiwen, Huang Kaiwen replied. It's better to address you as captain on the field, Rakitic chuckled. Suit yourself. Keep an eye on Zlatan. If he causes trouble, we'll restrain him together. Huang Kaiwen instructed. Understood, Captain. Rakitic nodded seriously, as he valued his first start against Juventus. After Juventus kicked off the second half, Ibrahimovic immediately surged forward, prompting Huang Kaiwen to follow suit, which compressed their overall formation. At that moment, Chiellini executed a long clearance from the back, the ball soaring far beyond expectations. Milan players were caught off guard by its distance. The ball fell behind Milan's defense, allowing Krasic to swiftly maneuver between Silva and Stendardo, heading straight for Milan's penalty area. Buffon charged out, and it appeared that his knee collided with Krasic's chest. The referee issued a red card, and astonishingly, two former Juventus players had now become adversaries at the Alpine Stadium. At this juncture, it seemed likely that Huang Kaiwen would temporarily assume the role of goalkeeper. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen approached the sidelines to don the goalkeeper's jersey, allowing Abbiati time to warm up. As a goalkeeper who has not warmed up is prone to injury when making a save, AC Milan had specifically prepared a number 10 goalkeeper's jersey. One wonders if Huang Kaiwen's gloves will bear an additional name after today's penalty. Huang Kaiwen stretched his body as he approached the goal. Among the Juventus players, he was most familiar with Toni. Due to Toni's imposing size, his movements lacked subtlety. If Toni were to take the penalty, Huang Kaiwen felt his chances of making a save would be significantly higher. The Juventus players were also deliberating on the situation. Marchisio directly addressed Luca, suggesting, "Why not take the penalty yourself? You have played alongside Kevin." Toni interjected, "No way. He certainly doesn't believe his penalty prowess surpasses that of Xabi Alonso." Quickly shaking his head, Toni insisted, "It is precisely because we are teammates that Kevin knows me better. I cannot take the shot." Krasic also shook his head in agreement. The young blonde, often referred to as the second Nedved, had felt invincible during his tenure in Russia, until one fateful day when CSKA Moscow faced Chelsea, and the entire team found themselves thoroughly dismantled by Huang Kaiwen. Marchisio turned to Barzagli, a former forward and currently the team's standout player. "My technical skills were lacking, which is why I was converted to a defender," Barzagli remarked. Trailing by 2 goals, this penalty was crucial, and he hesitated to step up. Chiellini, however, was eager to try. Having played in midfield and on the wing before, he felt capable. Yet Bonucci quickly interjected, "You might as well not bother. I could save your penalty even as a goalkeeper." "Then what do we do?" Chiellini, adorned with the captain's armband, replied in frustration. To his surprise, no one stepped forward at that moment. Matri raised his right hand and declared, "I will take it." "All right, you're up." Chiellini nodded in agreement. The referee, initially poised to urge a decision, stepped aside, seeing that Juventus had finally reached a conclusion. Stepping up was Alessandro Matri, a 26-year-old product of AC Milan's youth academy. Joining the Milan ranks at the tender age of 12, he remained until his transfer at 23 in 2007, thus embodying the red and black lineage. Today, after both Ibrahimovic and Buffon had irked their former supporters, Matri, Another talent from AC Milan's academy stood at the penalty spot. The tapestry of love and rivalry in Serie A is indeed endless. Surprisingly, the away supporters in the Rossoneri stands applauded him. Perhaps they were expressing gratitude for his long tenure at AC Milan. Despite not securing a stable position in the first team, he nonetheless contributed to the club. Indeed, it takes considerable courage to step up at this moment, they acknowledged. Huang Kaiwen meticulously recalled Matri's characteristics. While Matri lacked the brute force of Vieri and the agility of Agüero, he possessed a well-rounded skill set, leading to mixed opinions on his positioning abilities. Some claimed he lacked movement, while others found him nimble. Generally, penalty takers aim to strike in the opposite direction of their dominant foot. Thus, the left side tends to see a higher ratio of successful penalties in major tournaments, given that right-footed players outnumber their left-footed counterparts. Furthermore, striking down the middle appears perilous, yet boasts a success rate approximately 7 percentage points higher than shots directed to the sides. Huang Kaiwen had reviewed such statistics from Chelsea's tactical analysts. Considering Matri's dominant right foot, he would likely feel more comfortable shooting to the left. As for the center, Huang Kaiwen dismissed that option entirely. It seemed too risky for Matri to bear. A failed attempt down the middle would invite more criticism. Thus, Huang Kaiwen surmised that Matri would only consider the left or right sides. Were he in Matri's position, he would undoubtedly strike fiercely toward the left. It remains uncertain whether Matri possesses the requisite confidence. Guardiola, standing at the sidelines, has once again regained his smile. The increased sacrifices made by more players have undoubtedly relieved him. As for the expulsion of a prominent player, it poses no significant concern. Over the course of more than half a season, he has discerned that AC Milan can secure the championship in Serie A with just 10 starters. While Italian teams may be somewhat lacking, the return of Huang Kaiwen has gradually revitalized the league, leading to substantial investments in new signings. However, Milan's prowess remains undeniably formidable. As long as Huang Kaiwen does not perform exceptionally well today, he should encounter no issues. Guardiola even contemplates not fielding Abbiati, suggesting instead that Huang Kaiwen take on the role of goalkeeper. Surely, if Huang Kaiwen were to assume this position, he could not possibly display extraordinary skills. As the whistle blew, Matri made his move. His strides were modest, and his acceleration was not brisk. Huang Kaiwen sensed an intense premonition. It was not directed towards the left side of the goal. With Matri's second step, his left foot pressed against the ball's side, lacking any arm movements or body twists. At that moment, Huang Kaiwen quickly shifted his weight and dove towards the right side of the goal. As he extended his arms, the ball struck his wrist perfectly. The shot lacked power, thus posing no significant challenge for Huang Kaiwen. Krasic rushed in, intent on a follow-up shot, but at that critical moment, Thiago Silva executed a clean and decisive tackle from the side, directing the ball towards the baseline. Rising to his feet, Huang Kaiwen made a second save, firmly securing the ball beneath him. He stood up, embracing the ball, and roared in triumph. Indeed, he had made the save. At this juncture, the whistle for halftime sounded. The Milan players exuberantly surged towards the backfield. "Kevin, you were magnificent," exclaimed a teammate. "Perhaps we should let Gigi be your substitute. He always seems a bit lackadaisical in goal. Among all the goalkeepers in the world, only Kevin's net has never been breached by a penalty kick." Huang Kaiwen grinned as he strolled alongside his teammates towards the sidelines. In the stands of the Alp Stadium, one can witness the myriad expressions of life. Among the jubilant Rossoneri fans were a few remarkably composed individuals, perceiving this as merely a typical performance from Huang Kaiwen. Some home supporters, covering their faces in disappointment, others, resigned to the outcome, joined in applauding Huang Kaiwen for the thrilling match. Even the calls for Del Neri's departure had notably diminished. In recent years, Juventini have endured considerable turmoil, and the absence of yet another coach is hardly a relief. "Kevin, you'll be substituted soon," Guardiola approached him, stating firmly. "It is imperative." Huang Kaiwen's presence in goal appears even more astonishing than his role in the attack. At least as a dedicated offensive player, his goals and dribbles could hardly be deemed extraordinary. Yet, standing on the goal line, he exhibited an unwavering steadiness reminiscent of Van der Sar. Moreover, Guardiola recalled that his good friend Mourinho, during his tenure at Chelsea, had once witnessed Huang Kaiwen's remarkable long-distance sprint from the goalkeeper position. Should Huang Kaiwen score from the goal line again, one might jest that tomorrow, as he descends to retrieve his car, a plane landing gear could fall from the sky. "All is well, coach," Huang Kaiwen responded with a smile. He is not particularly concerned about where to play. As long as a sufficient salary is offered, the king of yellow balls will obediently comply, earning over $1 billion in a season. Such wealth would be hard to accumulate even if one played in the Middle East a decade later. What could possibly dissatisfy the king of yellow balls? Both players have now entered the tunnel. Pirlo and Abbiati, old teammates, exchange glances from opposite ends of the corridor, both remaining to warm up for the second half. Yet their moods are entirely different. Abbiati cherishes Milan, while Pirlo holds a fondness for Turin. One has become a substitute at the pinnacle of his career, while the other approaches the twilight of his professional journey, warming up at the same time, former teammates now rivals. Pirlo's face is etched with seriousness, while Abbiati exhibits no signs of anxiety. Sometimes, personal prowess is not the most crucial factor. With the right teammates, championships can be effortlessly secured. When Abbiati retires, he could jestingly grasp Kane and Lehmann by their collars, questioning what titles they hold, as their combined accolades would not equal his singular triumph. I feel that players with surnames starting with I are the strongest. In the locker room, Inzaghi boastfully proclaimed, after all, his surname begins with I, huh? Those starting with K are the mightiest, Gattuso retorted, glancing at Huang Kaiwen. Ha ha ha, you fool. Inzaghi laughed, pointing at Gattuso. Kevin's surname is Huang. It starts with H. Do you understand? You muscle-brained buffoon? You bastard, I'll kill you. Gattuso attempted to throw a shoe, but found Inzaghi had taken refuge behind Kaka, compelling him to abandon the footwear in pursuit. Kaiwen, can you recall a lineup comprised entirely of players with the same initial? Kaka inquired curiously. That's quite simple. The challenge lies in the quality of the lineup. For instance, there are many with surnames starting with A, like your national teammate Alves, along with Ayala, Alder, and Abidal, forming a solid defense. The midfield could feature Albertini, Xabi Alonso, and Arshavin, which I believe would be quite formidable, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Impressive, Guardiola exclaimed. Huang Kaiwen effortlessly listed 7 players without hesitation. He was confident that the remaining goalkeeper and forward would pose no challenge for him either. Surnames beginning with R are relatively rare compared to those starting with RORM. Guardiola clapped his hands and said, I'm delighted to see you all engaging in these intellectual games in the locker room. I would like to join as well. Upon returning to training the day after tomorrow, present your most satisfactory lineup of players with surnames starting with B, and we shall rate them. The winner can designate someone, including myself, to assist with a reasonable request. The atmosphere in the locker room immediately became vibrant. The players, unfazed by finances, relished games that could embarrass their teammates. Huang Kaiwen nodded with a smile, silently giving Guardiola a thumbs up. This individual, despite his occasional capriciousness, truly knows how to connect with the players. With half the match still to play, many Milan players are already contemplating how to assemble a lineup of players whose surnames begin with B. Once the teammates had exited, Kaka quietly approached Huang Kaiwen and remarked, Kaiwen, Alder's actual surname is Dos Santos. Indeed, Mr. Red, Huang Kaiwen replied with a playful grin. He was intentional in his jest. Consistently portraying oneself as infallible might foster a sense of detachment among teammates. When they finally grasped the humor, they would realize, it turns out Kaiwen too had erred. However, devising a lineup with surnames commencing with the letter proved to be quite a challenge. Following the commencement of the second half, both sides made substitutions. Abbiati replaced Rakitic, allowing Huang Kaiwen to revert to his position as a winger, while Del Piero took the place of Matri, who had missed a penalty. Both teams opted for changes on the left flank, yet it seemed that Ibrahimovic had once again clashed with Mata, as they stood in their respective halves exchanging words. Guardiola summoned Inzaghi, indicating a likely substitution for Ibrahimovic. Ibrahimovic, with his fiery temperament, must have felt quite aggrieved today, having suffered and been jeered by the Juventus fans. Indeed, the match was rather exhilarating, with Huang Kaiwen undoubtedly standing out as the most impressive player in the first half, even successfully saving a penalty while temporarily acting as goalkeeper. Isn't there a problem with Huang Kaiwen continuously switching positions? Someone inquired. Not at all. The rules do not stipulate that a player must occupy a single position, came the reply. What I mean is, Huang Kaiwen donned and then removed the goalkeeper's attire. It seems almost whimsical. In truth, there is nothing amiss. One should not view the goalkeeper as a uniquely designated position. It is akin to Giggs moving to the center, only for Ferguson to later substitute Anderson and return Giggs to the left flank. Could one truly argue there is an issue with that? It appears that is indeed the case. The situation is simply that, Due to switching to the goalkeeper's jersey and gloves, it seems more extraordinary. In reality, it was merely two positional adjustments made during stoppages in play, thus not constituting any deliberate time wasting. So, if Abbiati were to be sent off, could Huang Kaiwen indeed take the role of goalkeeper? Certainly, although it would be preferable for Abbiati to remain on the field. Upon Del Piero's entrance, Juventus's midfield visibly gained a great deal of fluidity. After Melo's pass, Del Piero swiftly initiated an attack down the left flank. Although Del Piero's pace had noticeably diminished, his technical prowess remained unmatched within the Juventus squad. After Ramos pressed forward, Del Piero instinctively executed a backheel pass. Fearing a through ball from Marchisio, Ramos quickly retreated, collaborating with Del Piero in a wall pass. At that moment, however, Marchisio opted for a direct pass, once again finding Del Piero. With the ball at his feet, Del Piero advanced, and before Ramos could close the distance, he had already executed a wide-ranging switch of play. What a splendid delivery from Del Piero! Finding a vulnerable defensive area, Huang Kaiwen truly dared to make a challenge, executing a daring tackle from behind to reclaim possession, allowing Jankulovski to send the ball forward. Ibrahimovic, in this aerial duel, was unable to prevail. This illustrates the circumstances following Huang Kaiwen's positional change. While Ibrahimovic possesses height, he does not serve as a pivotal support. Huang Kaiwen surged forward once more, his speed remarkable, leaving Martinez with no choice but to kick the ball against him for a throw-in. Ibrahimovic, upon noticing the substitution board at the sidelines, pinched one nostril and exhaled forcefully, leaving behind some metabolic waste near Juventus's penalty area before trudging towards the sidelines in frustration. This time, Ibrahimovic completely disregarded Guardiola's outstretched hand, which darkened Guardiola's expression. Juventus once again threw the ball in near the midfield, but Huang Kaiwen's aggressive approach made Barzagli hesitant to pass to Marchisio. Instead, he could only throw the ball forcefully to a teammate in the center. The cunning Inzaghi stealthily positioned himself behind Melo, knowing that any attempt to advance would surely be detected. Thus, as Melo received the ball, Inzaghi took advantage of the moment to nudge Melo with his body. The force was significant, albeit the movement appeared subtle. Melo immediately lost control of the ball, which found its way to Van Bommel's feet. Van Bommel quickly distributed the ball to Kaka, who, having been relatively subdued in the first half, suddenly displayed a burst of pace reminiscent of his prime, startling the Juventus players. However, Bonucci was keenly aware of Huang Kaiwen's presence. He feigned ignorance and moved right alongside his teammates. Kaka, too, noticed the gap left by Huang Kaiwen, but just as he prepared to pass, Barzagli rushed forward, positioning himself to block the pass with his foot. Del Neri, standing at the sidelines, continuously shouted instructions. The team's play appeared disjointed, and he was left wondering why Juventus's performance diverged so significantly from that of Inter Milan. The disparity between the two teams was clearly reflected in the league standings. Ramos was preparing to throw a throw-in from the sidelines, while Barzagli and his teammates kept a vigilant eye on the vicinity. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and hurried back. Indeed, Ramos threw the ball into the penalty area, where Huang Kaiwen had already rushed in. Barzagli sprinted back desperately, managing to contest the aerial duel. Although he failed to make contact with the ball, he managed to disrupt Huang Kaiwen, causing him to misjudge the angle, allowing Courtois to successfully deflect it over the crossbar. So close. Indeed, Ramos demonstrated remarkable cunning this time. After spending ample time with Huang Kaiwen, he executed the throw without a glance, simply pivoting and tossing it into the penalty area. Ramos's no-look throw-in had clearly absorbed the essence of Huang Kaiwen's style, indicating that he had learned a great deal from him. In a previous interview, Ramos had also mentioned that he learned his free-kick techniques from Huang Kaiwen. With Rakitic absent from the pitch, it was likely that Ramos would take the corner kick. Truly a hallmark of Ramos. This did mean losing a height advantage. Unfortunately, while Van Bommel could also take the corner, his delivery lacked the same curvature, and he certainly did not possess the same level of synergy as Ramos. Once more, the alarm bells rang in Juventus's penalty area. Although Milan was down a player and lacked the aerial threats of Ibrahimovic and Ramos, the Juventus players showed no signs of complacency. Both teams engaged in fierce competition in front of the goal, with Thiago Silva and Barzagli refusing to yield an inch at the near post. Meanwhile, Lars Bender in the center was also being closely guarded by Bonucci. Chiellini followed closely behind Huang Kaiwen. Upon noticing this, Huang Kaiwen stepped out of the small penalty area, positioning himself centrally within the larger penalty area. This maneuver left Chiellini at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. "Just stick with him and be cautious of his sudden bursts of speed," Balzaretti shouted. A hint of resignation appeared on Huang Kaiwen's face. What has happened to trust between players? If everyone is so wary of the king of goals, it will be challenging for him to score 5 in a single match again. At most, he might achieve a hat trick. Since Balzaretti wanted to engage in this game, Huang Kaiwen resolved to oblige him. He ceased to adopt a casual stance, instead bracing himself in the center of the large penalty area, confronting Chiellini. This inadvertently eased the pressure on Chiellini, as it was no longer difficult to track Huang Kaiwen's position. Ramos had formulated a plan. After the whistle blew, he aimed for the space behind Huang Kaiwen, sending a powerful cross with his right foot. Huang Kaiwen did not disappoint. He immediately abandoned the confrontation and sprinted toward the right side of the small penalty area. Suddenly devoid of resistance, Chiellini nearly stumbled, unable to keep pace with Huang Kaiwen. Nearby, Melo and Mata had no choice but to abandon their original targets and rush toward Huang Kaiwen. Mata positioned himself behind Huang Kaiwen, applying pressure on his lower back to prevent him from turning. This should ensure safety. Mata finally exhaled in relief. However, the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. Huang Kaiwen merely twisted his body slightly to adjust his direction, then shifted his weight backward, leaning onto Mata, who instinctively yielded his position. This concession proved disastrous. Huang Kaiwen leaped awkwardly, his upper body not leaning excessively backward or downward, while his left leg shot up high, resembling a stapler. At that moment, Huang Kaiwen's left foot struck the ball fiercely. Bang! Mata barely had time to turn his head before feeling a gust of wind rush past him, followed by a sharp pain ringing in his ears. He had no time to ponder further. The reaction from the Alpine Stadium confirmed his worst fears. The ball had found the net once more. "We have never won. We have never won. Kevin's team can score whenever they please. We have never won." The Juventus supporters found humor in their plight, singing a simple tune from the stands. However, such melodies were deafening to the ears of the Juventus players. Their last victory against AC Milan, even counting friendly matches, dated back nearly a decade. A decade. Some had transitioned from young men to fathers of school-aged children. 10 years ago, Del Piero aspired to be the greatest scorer in history. Yet now, he merely bore witness to Juventus's decline. Even as their captain remained steadfast, he could not envision the day they would reach the shores of success. Goal. Goal, goal, goal. Kevin scores. Upon returning to the flanks, Kevin indeed netted another goal, completing his hat trick. Today, Juventus drove their bus into the stadium, yet they remained powerless to halt Kevin's relentless pursuit of goals. From Chiellini to Mata and Melo, Juventus defenders had exerted their utmost efforts. But like mice unable to thwart a lion, they found themselves helpless against Kevin. The Juventus fans showered him with their admiration, such as Kevin's allure. Even the opposing fans derived joy from his performance. Juventus may have lost 3 points, but their supporters witnessed a magnificent match. This marked the first occasion in many years that Kevin switched positions consecutively. It was also the first time he transitioned from goalkeeper back to the forward line. I, along with the fans at the Alpine Stadium and viewers worldwide, bore witness to this event. While positional changes may seem trivial for others, every little act by Kevin is a momentous occasion for us. Kevin Huang smiled and applauded the stands, surprised by the Juventus fans' unexpected support. Regardless, he felt compelled to acknowledge their backing. In the VIP box, Andrea Agnelli chuckled wryly, expressing his uncertainty about attending the matches, as each time, he witnessed Juventus defeats. "Why not sell Kevin to Juventus?" he jested, to which a young lady retorted, "Even if you offered me the Fiat Group in exchange, I would never agree." For her, Kevin Huang was an invaluable treasure. Young Agnelli remained silent. It was unwise to argue with a woman on such matters. He merely pondered why the team had not arranged a friendly match in China. Had Kevin Huang been with Juventus, Fiat might have emerged as the most popular automobile brand worldwide. As Juventus fortified their defense, Guardiola breathed a sigh of relief. Milan had exhausted all their substitutions, leaving him unable to remove Kevin from the pitch even if he desired. At this juncture, Juventus had ceased their offensive, and no issues seemed likely to arise. Given the number of injuries today, he believed they would not have to pay any further price. Scoring just 3 goals felt like Kevin hadn't even showcased his full potential. At that moment, however, Abbiati suddenly collapsed after a save. Guardiola nearly rushed onto the field with the medical team. anxiously awaiting on the sidelines as Giannini shook his head in disappointment. What if Inzaghi took over as goalkeeper? Guardiola inquired. If you don't fear defeat, Clement replied. Aside from Kevin Huang, none of the Milan players possessed the capability to fill in as a goalkeeper. Guardiola could only watch as the equipment manager retrieved the number 10 goalkeeper jersey. Once again, Kevin donned the goalkeeper's attire, with 7 minutes left in stoppage time. Uncertain if AC Milan could hold their ground. Indeed, with 2 players down, it felt as though Juventus still had a chance to push for a win in the dying moments. Kevin found it amusing to wear the goalkeeper's jersey for the second time today. Such occurrences are indeed rare in the realm of football. We strive not to trouble you, Thiago Silva remarked as he turned around. It was inconsequential that Buffon stood behind him. The critical factor was the presence of Huang Kaiwen. Should he falter, the Brazilian media would undoubtedly have nothing but scathing remarks. Thiago Silva pondered the current state of Brazilian youth. In their formative years, they shunned defensive positions, eager instead to immerse themselves in the offensive play. Yet, throughout the years, not a single new Ronaldinho or Ronaldo has emerged. Otherwise, Huang Kaiwen would not have ascended to become the most favored ambassador of Samba football. Juventus seized the opportunity, with Huang Kaiwen retreating to the backline. The threat they posed diminished significantly. At this moment, Juventus began to press forward aggressively. Having been confined to their own half, their physical stamina was now considerably restored. Juventus's offensive play became remarkably incisive. Krasic surged down the right flank, but upon finding the cross impossible, he pivoted and delivered a back pass. Pirlo received a pass in the center and attempted a lob towards the goal. Huang Kaiwen, fully alert in the penalty area, leaped to extend his arm. Although his jump was slightly delayed, he managed to block the shot perilously. However, immediately after, Marchisio charged into the box and executed a powerful header. The ball traveled at a considerable speed, yet Huang Kaiwen's reflexes were even swifter. Having just fallen in his previous save, he sprang back up to thwart this shot as well. Stendardo followed up with a decisive clearance. It's out, Marchisio shouted. The referee glanced towards the assistant referee, who gestured for him to come over for a discussion. Presumably, he believed a goal had been scored. The director then provided a side view, revealing that the ball had indeed not crossed the line. Huang Kaiwen had managed to deflect it with his hand just before the goal line, let alone allowing it to completely cross. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen's reaction time was exceptional. His second save was no less impressive than that of the renowned Iker Casillas. His athletic prowess placed him among the elite in various sports. It is indeed no exaggeration. Huang Kaiwen has achieved remarkable results across several sports disciplines. Juventus pressed forward once more, launching a long pass into the Milan penalty area. They were no longer merely seeking to equalize, at the very least. They aimed to score a goal to restore some dignity. This long pass was executed superbly. Stendardo lagged slightly, allowing Marchisio to surge past him and head the ball into the box. A clear one-on-one opportunity seemed imminent. However, Huang Kaiwen made a decisive advance, charging forward. Before Marchisio could touch the ball again, Huang Kaiwen struck it with a powerful fist, sending it behind him. The error-prone Stendardo hastily cleared the ball towards Juventus's half. And at last, the referee blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. Huang Kaiwen was enveloped by his teammates in celebration. Yet Guardiola wore no smile upon his face as he strode directly towards the players' tunnel. He needed to text his wife, requesting her assistance in acquiring a substantial life insurance policy. Finally, the day's work concluded at 11 p.m. You may encourage them to retire for the night. Ultimately, it remains a plea for monthly votes. The chapter concludes with a sigh of relief from Barcelona. This is the Evening Football Report, hosted by Martinez, who sits cross-legged. Beside him is the 19-year-old Giulia Deletta Liotta. This was a suggestion from Huang Kaiwen to Canale 5. Previously, when he watched football, he felt that the new female hosts often lacked the necessary expertise, although the attractive ladies were indeed pleasing to the eye. Canale 5's previous programs frequently featured a single female host. Many of these hosts were not particularly knowledgeable about football, leading to mediocre viewership. The flagship programs, much like those in the UK, relied heavily on seasoned professionals such as Lineker. Huang Kaiwen pondered for a moment before recalling who this young woman was. She was none other than Karius's wife. Liotta and Martinez conversed about the day's matches. Today, Kevin, as the goalkeeper, managed to keep a clean sheet against Juventus and was named the best goalkeeper of the round. What do you think? Martinez inquired. Liotta expressed her surprise, stating, I think that's wonderful, as Kevin has always been the best. Standing at 175 centimeters, Liata also sat cross-legged, her skirt somewhat short, which certainly contributed to the viewership. Mertenesi silently rolled his eyes, contemplating whether Liata's comments might spark controversy, considering Huang Kaiwen had spent less than 10 minutes on the goal line during his 2 appearances, prompting fans to discuss his performance. Mertenesi felt compelled to interject. Kevin spent a total of 9 minutes and 22 seconds in goal. Yet he was awarded the best goalkeeper of the round. Could this be related to his status? Is it fair to the other players? Leaning towards Huang Kaiwen, Lily turned to the young lady and exclaimed, "This guy is truly annoying. He should be dismissed." Huang Kaiwen playfully tapped Lily and replied, "I think it's great. A host must seek out news, and this hardly constitutes a scandal." "Indeed, the director had asked me beforehand, and I consented," the young lady replied. Lily crossed her arms and huffed, "You two are conspiring against me." Huang Kaiwen and the young lady exchanged glances, wondering if this truly constituted bullying. "What about the antics upstairs?" On television, Liata remarked, "The duration is not what matters most. The key is the significance of Kevin's saves." Goodness. I had no idea he could react so quickly. My heart was racing. Mertenesi nodded in agreement. I felt the same way. However, today we have invited a professional to evaluate Kevin's performance. Please welcome our legendary goalkeeper, Dino Zoff. Mertenesi quickly rose to greet Zoff as he emerged from backstage, embracing him and saying, "Good evening, Dino. I apologize for summoning you to participate in the live program at such a late hour. Please do call me next time if such an opportunity arises." Zoff smiled, having received a handsome appearance fee for this impromptu participation. Along with helicopter transport from the television station, a splendid opportunity for extra earnings for a veteran of his stature. The two took their seats together. The camera continued to focus predominantly on Liata. At this moment, the big screen displayed footage of Kevin Huang's remarkable saves. The highlights, lasting merely a few seconds, were quickly concluded. Montanasi inquired, "How do you feel, Dino? Please share the issues you've observed." Zoff responded with a smile, "Kevin's positioning is exceptional. He understands his speed and physique. Therefore, although he may appear to be in peril at times, he is invariably within his control range." Zoff maintained a favorable relationship with Huang, never criticizing him even in less stellar performances, and in this match, Huang's display was nothing short of superb. "Is there then no problem?" Montanasi asked. "Of course, there are," Zoff indicated towards the screen. "Rewind a bit. Yes, right here, Kevin's save action is evidently distorted. This is due to his lack of muscle memory regarding the goalkeeper's movements, causing him to forget the standard maneuvers in critical moments. Thus, Kevin has issues in goalkeeping. Doesn't he?" Montanasi inquired with a hint of amusement, as if eager to pinpoint flaws in Huang's performance. Zoff shook his head, "You see. Some goalkeepers may have poor positioning but quick reflexes, which can mask their deficiencies, resulting in spectacular saves. Kevin, with his superior physical attributes, possesses unparalleled speed and explosiveness, rendering your concerns entirely unfounded. The shots that Kevin cannot stop would also elude Buffon or a younger version of myself." "Thank you, Dino. Your professional insights have proven invaluable." Montanasi continued, "After this round's defeat to AC Milan, Juventus has fallen to 9th place. As a former head coach of the Italian national team, could you help us analyze Juventus's predicament?" Zoff hesitated before responding. Juventus was the team he had served the longest, and he felt compelled to tread carefully. Unlike some former Manchester United players, he didn't want to make it obvious that he had an opinion. After a brief pause, Zoff spoke, "Since the Calciopoli scandal, Juventus is no longer many players' first choice. Milan is exceedingly dominant, and Inter Milan is also quite formidable, though I am reluctant to admit it. Juventus has fallen from the caliber of those two teams." "Are Inter Milan and AC Milan on the same level then?" Montanasi queried. "Not quite, if Kevin is absent. Inter Milan is slightly inferior to AC Milan, perhaps around a 35 to 65 ratio. However, with Kevin in play, AC Milan reaches cosmic levels. Inter Milan remains the only continental-level team in Serie A, while Juventus and other clubs merely operate at a domestic league standard, lacking competitiveness in European contests," Zoff elucidated. "What must Juventus do to regain their rightful path?" Montanasi asked. Zoff replied, "Patience is essential, rebuilding takes time, and Juventus must minimize mistakes. Morata has performed admirably at Sampdoria, and he should be allowed to continue in his role, given more time. Moreover, It is crucial for Juventus to establish a foundation in youth training, as this is vital for every club. Kevin and Kaka were not products of AC Milan's youth training system. However, they are indistinguishable from the youth players in terms of their abilities. Others perceive them as being nurtured by AC Milan, and the fans wholeheartedly acknowledge their contributions. The presence of such pivotal players brings a sense of reassurance to everyone. I hope that Marchisio can shoulder more responsibilities. I have known him since he was a child, and I understand his character. I believe he is destined to become the captain of the team. Well said. It sounds promising, remarked Montana. Although he harbors a dislike for Juventus, one must recognize that public figures are driven by the pursuit of profit and cannot always indulge their biases. Montana chuckled and asked, "One last question. What do you think of Courtois? He is exceptional. Thibaut's aerial prowess is evident, and his fundamentals are solid. His balance is remarkable. One rarely sees him in a distressed posture during saves. These qualities are essential for a top-tier goalkeeper." However, Zoff abruptly shifted the tone, stating solemnly, "Thibaut must understand that he has yet to earn any accolades. Regardless of where he plays, he must show respect to those illustrious players. No one will deliberately put him in a difficult position, but if he wishes to develop properly, he needs to grasp one crucial truth. He is not the center of the universe." Thus, the program concluded. Huang Kaiwen felt that Courtois would not take this lightly. Zoff holds considerable stature in Italy and at Juventus, and this was akin to rebuking him directly, advising him to focus on playing rather than speaking. Given Courtois' disposition, it is likely he harbors a grudge, anticipating an opportunity to retaliate against Zoff following a transfer. Hence, Huang Kaiwen harbored a dislike for Courtois, perceiving him as someone who bears grudges rather than gratitude. His continued presence at Real Madrid is not due to an emotional attachment to the club, but rather because it offers the best platform for his career. The contrast in personalities between him and Hazard is evident, especially when considering how Chelsea had to redeem their coach due to Courtois' unexpected transfer. Interestingly, following Courtois' injury, Chelsea hastily loaned the coach to Real Madrid as an emergency measure, an incident that tarnished the club's reputation. Such matters, even if not resulting in relegation to the reserves, should be handled with firmness. Consider how Levy managed the situation. He set a price, and if one disagreed, there was no room for negotiation. If one wishes to leave, the transfer fee must meet his demands. After perusing the news, Huang Kaiwen ascended the stairs with the young lady, Lily, feeling quite satisfied, eager to show her what it meant to bully someone together. The following day, upon rising around 10 o'clock, Huang Kaiwen encountered Ramos, clad in a goalkeeper's jersey, sitting downstairs. "Sergio, what is going on?" Huang Kaiwen inquired, astonished. "You're not aware, Kevin? Milan has released the goalkeeper version of the number 10 jersey and announced it will not be sold again this season. I queued from 3 in the morning yesterday and finally managed to purchase one." Ramos exclaimed excitedly. "Couldn't you just ask the club for one?" Huang Kaiwen suggested. "Oh, I forgot," Ramos exclaimed, slapping his forehead. "But queuing was quite enjoyable. Some even said I resemble Ramos, and I chatted with them for several hours." Huang Kaiwen gave a thumbs up, appreciating Ramos's enthusiasm for life. Finding joy in small matters can be delightful. At least it is preferable to feeling utterly devoid of spirit. Huang Kaiwen and Ramos enjoyed breakfast together, discussing recent news. Previously, France had witnessed protests against Iraqi refugees, and recently, tensions had resurfaced. Even the staunch Parisians recognized that the greater the population, the lesser their welfare. With so many drawing from the same resources, which nation could withstand such pressure? Thus, a new wave of demonstrations erupted. It seemed as if the French were engaged in protests daily, Ramos remarked. Such occurrences were less frequent in Spain. "Yes, I often feel they seize the opportunity to find excuses to skip work." Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. As they conversed, Huang Kaiwen received a call from Kaka. Ramos, glancing at the ceiling, inquired, "Isn't Ricardo at home with his wife?" "Indeed. However, Beatrice has stepped out, and he has invited us over for a visit." Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Ramos had no choice but to accompany Huang Kaiwen. The two households were not far apart, but the journey felt lengthy due to the expansive yard. Exiting through the side gate, they caught sight of Kaka's residence. Before reaching the doorstep, Huang Kaiwen spotted Kaka and Inzaghi. "Kaiwen." Kaka enthusiastically waved and called out. Huang Kaiwen chuckled. "Didn't we just see each other at the team yesterday? A day apart feels like 3 autumns." Kaka jested, his command of the Chinese language remarkably proficient. Ramos pointed at Inzaghi, questioning, "What brings him here?" I'm not quite sure. This morning, as I was heading out for exercise, I saw him being chased by a pack of dogs. So I brought him along for refuge, Kaka replied, somewhat exasperated. Life certainly presents the most unexpected scenarios, Inzaghi chuckled awkwardly. Those dogs must be bred by anti-Roman Empire elements. Ricardo Ezexon dos Santos read, I thank you for saving me. I now dub you Baron of the Empire. Let us not go there. I have no intention of bowing to you or Cassano, Kaka retorted, visibly resistant. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen waved his hand dismissively. Filippo, no one is interested in your imperial title. How can that be? Inzaghi, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, pointed to his own face. Someone has already applied for citizenship of the Holy Roman Empire. But our administrative department has yet to be established, so we must put that matter on hold. You'd best be cautious. I have a feeling those wishing to be your subjects may not be of good character, Kaka quipped. Inzaghi erupted in a fit of exasperation. Yet no one paid him any mind. Huang Kaiwen inquired, You mentioned something valuable. What is it? Let us go inside and discuss, Kaka replied, glancing around. The group followed Kaka to his study, where he retrieved a yellow diary from a safe beneath the desk. What treasure is deemed so significant? Is it a manuscript of sorts? Inzaghi asked, intrigued. I believe this diary may be related to the treasures of Naz, Kaka said with utmost seriousness. He had always harbored a keen interest in history. Huang Kaiwen remained silent, directly picking up the diary to examine it. After casually flipping through several pages, he began to form a preliminary understanding of the identity of the diary's owner. A high-ranking official, entrenched in the North African campaign, exhibited a palpable disdain for the continent through his written words. Presumably, the author of the diary was none other than the desert fox, Erwin Rommel. The Axis powers had amassed a considerable treasure trove across the globe, a significant portion of which remains missing. Notably, the Amber Room from Catherine Palace and Raphael's portrait of a young man are among the lost artifacts. It is said that, on the eve of his defeat, Rommel attempted to transport treasures back to the homeland via a submarine, which was ultimately sunk by British forces in the waters off Corsica. There are also tales of treasures concealed within the desert. A multitude of treasure hunters across Europe are fervently seeking the spoils of the Axis. Kevin Huang discreetly closed the diary, remarking, It is merely an ordinary journal, nothing of great significance. Oh, I even went so far as to purchase a German dictionary. Kaka replied, somewhat disheartened. Inzaghi, reveling in the situation, quipped, Ricardo, it's not too late to aspire to be a baron of the Holy Roman Empire. Kaka rolled his eyes in annoyance, choosing silence. His desire for wealth was minimal. He simply yearned to join Kevin Huang in the treasure hunt. Ramos inquired, Where can I find a drink? I am parched. Downstairs in the living room. The refrigerator is built into the wall, though you might not have noticed, Kaka responded. His mood less than buoyant. I'll join you, curious to see what treasures lie in Ricardo's home, Inzaghi chimed in. Having heard of Kaka's noble wife and wishing to glean insights on decor styles. As an emperor, he could not afford to have a lowly aesthetic. Upon witnessing the two emerge from the study, Kevin Huang seized Kaka's arm and whispered, Ricardo, the diary likely pertains to the treasure. Its owner is most probably Rommel. Really? Kaka exclaimed, excitement in his voice. Shoo, that fellow Filippo cannot keep a secret. Let us not let him find out, Kevin cautioned. Placing a finger to his lips, Kaka quickly covered his mouth, his wide eyes suggesting a comical expression as he exhaled, puffing out his cheeks. What shall we do? Kaka inquired. It is your diary. Perhaps you should consult Beatrice about unearthing it, Kevin suggested. Absolutely not. We shall go and dig. Kaka exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Yumi? And Sergio? Well, we might as well bring Filippo along, but let us not inform him in advance. Though he was reluctant to include Ramos. The thought of potential danger and Ramos's capacity to protect Kevin swayed him. That could amount to hundreds of millions. You must consider it carefully, Kevin reiterated. There's nothing to ponder. Wealth is limitless, and the thrill of treasure hunting is what truly matters. Kaka replied with a radiant smile. Kevin nodded, saying, very well. Keep the diary safe, and do not divulge its existence to anyone. When Beatrice is away, I shall come over to examine it. If we indeed uncover a location for the treasure, we shall prepare by the season's end and set forth in the summer. Yes, yes. Kaka fervently nodded, already contemplating whether to commission a costume reminiscent of Indiana Jones. In his mind, treasure hunting was an endeavor steeped in romanticism, filled with beautiful women and adversaries along the way. culminating in the joyous unearthing of treasures. Kevin did not discourage Kaka's exuberance. If it truly is a treasure of the NAS, even locating it would be quite a formidable challenge. At that time, extensive preparations would be necessary. Huang Kaiwen reiterated once more, ensure that the diary is kept safe and do not disclose it to anyone. Understood, I certainly won't tell her or Deegan, Kaka replied. He proceeded to place the diary into a vacuum-sealed bag, solemnly storing it in the safe. His current mood resembled that of a child who had just learned about a trip to an amusement park, unable to sleep the night before. He longed to fast forward to the end of the season, setting sail to search for the lost treasure. Huang Kaiwen looked at Kaka with a mix of amusement and concern. His dear friend seemed a bit unhinged, and it appeared he would endure a period of anxious anticipation. Huang Kaiwen resolved that if the diary did not contain information about the treasure's location, he would finance the creation of some buried treasures himself, especially since the last time a wealthy benefactor had gifted him a Van Gogh piece. This way, Kaka would not be left too disappointed. In the afternoon, the group enjoyed a meal by the canals of Milan before heading to the Galleria Vittorio Emanuele II for an event. This gallery is often referred to as the living room of Milan, connecting the cathedral square at one end to the world-renowned La Scala Opera House at the other. Kevin's Tea Experience shop is situated at the heart of the Galleria, sprawling over 600 square meters across 2 levels, offering a variety of beverages alongside popular Italian and international snacks. The entire Milan team and the Inter team gathered outside the store, holding teacups and grinning broadly, with Huang Kaiwen no exception. After all, it was a venture that benefited him. There was no shame in that. Photographers and videographers were diligently performing their roles, while several television reporters interviewed the waiting fans and curious tourists. Once the event concluded, Zanetti, dripping with sweat, remarked enviously, "If only my shop could attract such crowds. It's different. Once the drinks are prepared, they can simply be taken away. With so many people at your store, how many grill workers would you need?" Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. "There's really no basis for comparison. Thank you for last time. I've had quite a few tourists seeking me out recently," Zanetti said, having previously expressed skepticism about the promotional effects of the game. However, with the turnover rate proving favorable, he found himself at a loss for words. It seemed he was somewhat out of touch with the current era. "It's all trivial. Off the pitch, we are not adversaries," Huang Kaiwen responded nonchalantly. "If the opportunity arises, the King of Huang will lend a hand to others." Huang Kaiwen believed that after retiring, he could run for the UEFA presidency, and no one would rival him. Unfortunately, to prevent Aji from gaining a foothold in Milan, he had to relinquish such an enticing prospect and remain as a coach in Milan. Otherwise, with Inzaghi at the helm, even with Huang as a benefactor, Milan's performance would likely falter. Aside from Sir Alex Ferguson's generation, there seem to be very few forwards who have succeeded as coaches after retiring. The likes of Henry, Inzaghi, and Rooney had not achieved significant success. On March 9th, Milan played away against Arsenal, ending in a 0-0 draw, successfully advancing to the quarterfinals with an aggregate score of 4-2. At the same time, Valencia eliminated Schalke 04. On the preceding day, Barcelona eliminated Roma, and Tottenham triumphed over Shakhtar Donetsk. Thus, 4 spots in the quarterfinals have been secured. The Marca newspaper exuberantly advocated for a matchup between Barcelona and AC Milan, creating palpable tension within the Barcelona squad. Messi even reached out to Huang Kaiwen, discussing the recent atmosphere in the Barcelona locker room. A week later, the remaining 4 teams emerged: Chelsea, Manchester United, Inter Milan, and Real Madrid. Under Mourinho's leadership, Real Madrid finally vanquished their nemesis, Lyon. This victory was attributed not only to Mourinho's effective counterattacks, but also to Lyon's lack of core players. With the departure of Juninho and the arrival of Benzema at Real Madrid, the 7-time League One champions have begun to decline. On March 19th, following their victory over Palermo, several players gathered at Huang Kaiwen's residence to watch the upcoming draw. Among the quarter-finalists, apart from Tottenham, all were seasoned Champions League competitors, and any pairing would provoke considerable intrigue. The first draw pitted Barcelona against Tottenham, eliciting a chorus of boos. Due to Guardiola's influence, the Milan players were eager to face Barcelona, curious to witness their coach's performance at Camp Nou. Subsequently, Manchester United was drawn against Inter Milan. "We are certainly facing Chelsea," Inzaghi remarked just as Milan was drawn against Chelsea. Real Madrid was left to contend with Valencia, igniting a La Liga showdown. "They certainly enjoy orchestrating such matchups," Ramos quipped. Both Spanish giants evidently drew favorable lots. Manchester United, Inter Milan, Milan, and Chelsea are all formidable teams capable of reaching the final. And the early encounters would inevitably eliminate two of them. It's inevitable. Such outcomes are also acceptable, Huang Kaiwen mused. The Champions League thrives on attention. Even if Milan did not face Chelsea, their opponent would not be a trivial challenge. As the team with the strongest championship aspirations, UEFA would certainly not overlook the interest surrounding Milan. Thus, drawing Chelsea was not entirely unacceptable. Huang Kaiwen's sole concern was Guardiola's mental state. In the final match of March, Milan achieved a resounding 6-0 victory over Bari. However, Guardiola, unusually irate, expressed his frustration at the press conference, and afterward, he retreated home without uttering a word. Even Inzaghi, typically oblivious to such matters, noticed Guardiola's distress, as the dark circles under his eyes were conspicuous. Huang Kaiwen meticulously reviewed several documents and consulted numerous experts, confirming that the diary contained a treasure location. However, Rommel had opted for exceedingly cryptic descriptions, leaving Huang Kaiwen without any clear leads. Compared to universally understood codes, such personally styled riddles are far more challenging to decipher. A prominent circular shape, interpreted by some as a peach and by others as a posterior, illustrates the difficulty in synchronizing thoughts with the code writer. The resulting conclusions can be vastly removed from the truth. Currently, Huang Kaiwen is attempting to unravel the mysteries of Germany's past economy and culture, along with Rommel's upbringing. It is undeniable that everything written by anyone is inherently connected to their experiences. This marks his most earnest study since graduating. Thus, Huang Kaiwen welcomed the store refresh in April. Special template, Sakuraji Hanamichi, 1,000,000 points. Template, Ridge card, 10,000 points. Gullit, 10,000 points. Van Basten, 10,000 points. Skills, Mastery of pressuring referees, 5,000 points. Mastery of diving header, 700 points. Submarine operation mastery, 100 points. Items, 24-hour immunity card, 20 points. Special item, Lucas diving suit, 200 points. To his surprise, the special template turned out to be Sakuraji. Although Sakuraji is part of Huang Kaiwen's childhood, his combat prowess pales in comparison to that of Kakarot, existing on an entirely different plane. Even with the fate points, it would be impossible for Huang Kaiwen to make an exchange. Among the Dutch Three Musketeers, Gullit is arguably the most versatile. Though Ridgecard is capable of playing multiple positions as well, Huang Kaiwen found himself intrigued by Lucas diving suit. Noticing it was only 200 points, he decided to purchase it for experimentation. Ultimately, Huang Kaiwen spent 320 points to acquire the immunity card, submarine operation mastery, and Lucas diving suit. The skill of submarine operation mastery enables effortless maneuvering of various submarines, ranging from wooden vessels to nuclear submarines. Huang Kaiwen could only comfort himself with the notion that having diverse skills is never a burden. Surely, he wouldn't impulsively purchase a submarine. Even if he were not deceived, acquiring a decommissioned submarine would be an extravagant folly. Only the great emperor of Shinra might engage in such extravagance. Moving on. The item, Lucas diving suit, not only includes the diving suit, but also comes with several miniature oxygen tanks. Wearing this diving gear ignites an indomitable fighting spirit, compelling one to stand resolute against any adversary. Huang Kaiwen mused, truly deserving of the name Lucas the Indomitable. However, he, Huang, is not of that ilk. If danger truly arises, preserving one's strength is paramount. With this thought, Huang Kaiwen drifted into a deep sleep, filled with sarcasm. On April 2nd, after a 3-0 victory against Fiorentina at home, the entire Milan team boarded a flight to London. All of Europe was abuzz with discussions regarding the upcoming UEFA Champions League quarterfinals. Real Madrid and Barcelona both drew favorable lots, prompting their respective supporters to incessantly criticize each other's good fortune. Sir Alex Ferguson, manager of Manchester United, was not in the best of spirits either. In an interview with the Manchester Evening News, he candidly stated, "The Premier League is currently the top-ranked league. Hence we have been targeted. Every Premier League team has drawn a formidable opponent. Anything is possible from here on out. And if there are no Premier League teams left in the semi-finals, do not be surprised. Damn it, this is precisely the outcome some individuals desire." You ask about Chelsea? Chelsea is destined to lose. We have a chance against Inter Milan, but Chelsea has no possibility of advancing. During an interview, Ancelotti raised an eyebrow and remarked, "I have heard Ferguson's words, and I hold him in high regard. However, in football, there are no certainties of defeat or victory. Otherwise, Manchester United would have succumbed to Bayern in '99, despite missing key players. Yet, United managed to overturn the situation, did they not? As a coach who has managed Kevin and Milan, I am well aware of their strength, but Chelsea will not yield easily. We shall fight until the final moment." Mourinho, in a separate interview, also shared his thoughts on the match. "In a good mood," he stated, "Chelsea, Kevin, I wish them both success. But there can only be one victor. I can only assert that if Chelsea wishes to triumph, they must put considerable effort into countering Kevin. I have never overly relied on any single player, but I cannot speak for Pep's team at this moment." It was evident that Mourinho still recalled Guardiola's earlier mimicry of him during a press conference. Many illustrious figures from European football also expressed their opinions regarding the match. When it came to legendary players, Chelsea seemed to falter somewhat, given their previous lackluster performance. At this juncture, only the esteemed figures from English football could lend their support. Lineker, during his hosted program, offered some advice, saying, "I believe Ancelotti would be better off continuing to assemble his Lego from the sidelines, as Chelsea cannot seem to contain Kevin. However, should their Lego prove effective, there may still be a glimmer of hope." Thus, on April 5th, Stamford Bridge welcomed a formidable opponent. On the bus en route to Stamford Bridge, players such as Kroos once again felt the immense popularity of Huang Kaiwen. "I feel Kevin is more popular here than the Queen," Kroos marveled. "The Queen could not save a busload of children," Van Bommel chuckled. When he first saw that news, he was astounded. He later thought about it several times and even inquired with other teammates. None assured him they would dare make the same choice in that situation. Therefore, Van Bommel felt no envy towards Huang Kaiwen, whose honors were earned through sheer grit. Rather, he envied the fortunate ones, like Huntelaar, who had amassed numerous championships alongside Huang Kaiwen. Huntelaar is the first 7-time champion in Dutch history. Chelsea fans on the streets waved Huang Kaiwen's posters frantically, resembling fans at a superstar concert. Several German players were taken aback, never having considered that a departing player could receive such adulation. However, upon arriving at Stamford Bridge, they realized that what they had witnessed previously was merely an appetizer. Thanks to the ever-quiet supporters, including 843, sometimes absent-minded, book friend 202008 291138 38567, KJHJHNK, and Foodie Lem, for their generous contributions. With summer approaching and little on the agenda, Old Ye devised a treasure-hunting special to liven up the summer transfer period and to experiment with writing in this genre. This could be seen as a preparatory measure. Lastly, I still seek monthly votes and recommendations. The side entrance leading to the locker room has transformed into a personal exhibition. The corridor, a mere few meters in length, is adorned with walls of photographs crafted from hundreds of images. Each captured moment chronicles the journey of Kevin Huang at Chelsea. From the initial embrace of the band Queen during his signing to the fervent celebration alongside Terry as they hoisted the trophy, fans gather quietly on either side, awaiting the arrival of Milan's team bus. Guardiola, with a smile, encourages, "Go ahead, Kevin." As Huang steps off the bus, the previously tranquil crowd erupts into a frenzy. "Kevin! Kevin! Kevin!" Their synchronized chants resonate, accompanied by rhythmic applause, far more impactful than any chaotic noise. The images of Huang embracing Mourinho, alongside captions like 10-time champions and kings of Europe, convey everything. Sometimes, it's not about eternity. A fleeting moment of brilliance can be everlasting. Huang silently waves to the fans, who respond with thunderous applause. Only after he enters the side door does the Milan team begin to disembark. Thanks to Huang's esteemed status at Stamford Bridge, the Milan players are met with little hostility. However, several German players, particularly Toni Kroos, find it hard to quell their emotions. The memory of the gift Huang had given him fills Kroos with a rush, igniting a sense of infinite possibilities within him. When Lee and Henry express their belief in his potential, it instills a distinct hope. Thus, the motivation Huang provides Kroos, far surpassing that of Henry, becomes boundless. Even the trains chugging along the tracks behind Stamford Bridge bear Huang's image, silently narrating untold stories. Though he may no longer reside in London, he remains the sovereign of the city. Kroos contemplates that life should embody such freedom, speaking one's mind and pursuing one's desires, as long as one excels at football. All transgressions may be forgiven. In this moment, Cruz comprehends Guardiola's intentions. The coach does not wish for silence, but rather for him to earn the opportunity to speak through his performance. At this juncture, Cruz feels his spirit elevated, aspiring to attain unparalleled prowess on the field, to become the finest midfielder. He realizes he cannot emulate Huang's extraordinary talent. Yet, he understands that even in the shadows of legends like Maradona, there existed figures like Canigia, and before Beckenbauer, there was Gerd Müller. Thus, he resolves to set a modest goal, to surpass Pirlo. "Let us go, Kevin," Guardiola cheerfully exclaims. Should Huang choose not to attend the press conference upon returning to Stamford Bridge, he would undoubtedly face considerable scrutiny. Nodding in agreement, Huang follows Guardiola towards the press hall. Terry and Ancelotti are already seated. Upon spotting Huang, Terry excitedly rises to wave at him, a joyous expression gracing Ancelotti's face as well. Journalists eagerly welcome such a scene, for the essence of football revolves around farewells and reunions. As the superstar faced his former club, a myriad of narratives regarding past grievances could effortlessly be penned. With Kevin De Bruyne and Pep Guardiola taking their seats, the journalists could hardly contain their eagerness to pose questions. "Kevin, what are your feelings upon returning to Stamford Bridge?" "John, could you elaborate on the relationship between you and Kevin? Was he pivotal to your championship victories?" "Mr. Ancelotti, what tactical approach do you have in store for Kevin today?" "Mr. Guardiola, after your long injury absence, and given that Mr. Mourinho often had Kevin sidelined during his tenure, some claim that Kevin's curse has affected you. What are your thoughts?" "Kevin, could you share your rapport with Abramovich, as he mentioned that you two maintain a solid friendship?" Guardiola, ever the epitome of grace, nodded towards Ancelotti, indicating that the elder should speak first. His decorum was commendable, even if his mental state seemed less than optimal. Ancelotti took the microphone, arching an eyebrow, and proclaimed, "I know you aren't keen on hearing from me, so I shall be concise." Laughter erupted, as Ancelotti left a favorable impression on the reporters. They were not so naive as to expect every coach to engage in familial banter as Ferguson or Mourinho might. Ancelotti continued, "I have made extensive preparations regarding Kevin. You need not inquire further, as I shall remain tight-lipped. Our team is highly motivated. While we cannot guarantee victory, we shall strive for it." A reporter pressed, "Some say that after your player acquisitions, the starting lineup remains largely unchanged. Does this imply your judgment is inferior to that of Mr. Mourinho?" Most of the players Ancelotti utilized were indeed purchased by Mourinho. Without directly addressing the question, Ancelotti responded, "He has coached here for many years. Why not wait until many years from now to assess the players I employ?" With that, he pushed the microphone aside. For any coach, the topic of predecessors is exceptionally sensitive. The rift between Mourinho and Ranieri stemmed from Mourinho's comments about Ranieri. Ancelotti, clearly reluctant to delve further into this matter, was interrupted by Guardiola, who stated, "I have high hopes for today's match. Chelsea is not an easy opponent, and we are well prepared." Regarding Kevin, "Does his injury have any bearing on yours?" a reporter inquired. In recent years, mysticism has permeated European football, with some experts even offering assistance to coaches in this regard. "Nonsense," Guardiola retorted, somewhat irate. "I have never believed in such superstitions. My injuries and those of Jose were purely coincidental, unrelated to Kevin. I have no faith in such absurdities. I prefer the principle of equivalent exchange. What you wish to gain requires a corresponding sacrifice. That is my philosophy." "Is it true that your family holds Kevin in high esteem?" a journalist asked. Guardiola chuckled. "If you're inquiring whether my daughter wishes to marry him, I can affirm that she does, though she must wait a decade or so." "How coincidental. My daughter has expressed the same sentiment," Terry interjected, prompting laughter from the audience. Guardiola shrugged and remarked, "Kevin is quite popular among the children, and I do not see this as a negative aspect. He embodies the ideal role model, steering your children away from tattoos and substance abuse. And he does not propagate the notion of unearned success. His repeated returns to the pitch have inspired countless individuals, and the club has even received letters from fans in Iraq expressing their gratitude towards Kevin. In the annals of human history, Kevin stands as the epitome of a sportsman, both on and off the field. "Tell us about your relationship with Kevin, John," a reporter inquired. Terry chuckled and replied, "Our relationship is rather complex, but in jest. I can say that Kevin has been the most reassuring teammate over the years, offering invaluable advice in life. Those who know him well understand just how astute he is. He has an uncanny ability to perceive the essence of many situations. So, You chose Kevin over Lampard? The reporter asked. Frank? Terry snorted. Frank grew up playing for his uncle's team and later encountered Mr. Mourinho. He is merely a spoiled, selfish individual. It is not that I chose Kevin over him. Rather, he chose to abandon Chelsea himself. You could inquire at Chelsea about whom Lampard and Kevin would support, and if anyone were to back Frank Lampard, I would wager 100,000 on it. Will there be numerous challenges in facing Kevin? Jason Parker from the Daily Mirror queried. Terry nodded. There are more challenges than one might anticipate. Firstly, my family is more supportive of Kevin. The children adore Uncle Kevin, and Tony shares a strong bond with Kevin and his girlfriends. We often gather privately. And even my father chose not to sit in the home supporters section today, so you can understand my predicament. After sufficient inquiries, the reporter turned to Huang Kaiwen. Huang smiled and stated, I maintain good friendships with everyone at Chelsea, including Mr. Roman Abramovich. Therefore, this match holds special significance for me. Throughout one's life, one must confront such situations, and I hope to partake in a splendid match against Chelsea. What are your feelings about returning to Stamford Bridge, Kevin? The reporter pressed further. It feels fantastic, Huang replied. Some claim that Chelsea fans lack passion, yet I have never experienced such a sentiment. Everything here is enchanting. The only two aspects of London I despise are the weather and Tottenham. Terry laughed in agreement. Due to Fulham's lack of strength, Chelsea and Tottenham have maintained a competitive rivalry for an extended period. Stamford Bridge often resonates with chants of "We hate Tottenham." In today's match, facing old teammates, will you show them mercy? The reporter asked once more. Huang Kaiwen rolled his eyes and said, It seems that every time I encounter my former club, I am asked such questions, and I find myself responding repeatedly. I can only assure you that if Chelsea were to lose, I would console them afterward. Terry interjected. Your questions are rather unfriendly, so we shall conclude the press conference here. Huang Kaiwen gave Terry a thumbs up and stood up. If they did not leave soon, the press conference could extend until dawn. As Guardiola walked back, he remarked to Huang Kaiwen, It seems you have a wonderful rapport with them. Indeed. We have secured numerous championships, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Guardiola shook his head, stating, This is not merely a matter of championships. Some teams, despite winning titles, often experience internal discord. As Guardiola glanced up at the Welcome to Stamford Bridge sign above the away dressing room, a longing stirred within him. Perhaps one day, under his guidance, Milan would possess such confidence as well. Upon entering the dressing room, Huang Kaiwen noted that his teammates had already donned their gear and hastily changed himself. After returning to England, he had deliberately purchased a scratch card. Discovering a 2 prize symbol, he handed it to Ben D, saying, You should exchange this when you have the time. Settling into the team requires quite a bit of money, and this could be used to buy gifts for your family. Ben D stared wide-eyed at the scratch card in his hand, realizing it represented a substantial amount. Inzaghi scoffed, That rascal Kaiwen has the luck of the gods. He wins often, so there's no need to be polite. Lars Ben D managed a faint smile, striving to calm his emotions. For him, this sum was by no means insignificant. Returning to Stamford Bridge was merely a secondary prize, and Huang Kaiwen felt little interest. Nonetheless, he opted to partake in the lottery. Ding! You have received a 24-hour experience card for the match between Napoli and Juventus in the 11th round of the 1992-1993 Serie A season, featuring Gianfranco Zola. Huang Kaiwen chuckled. Initially yearning for a Samba spectacle, he was pleasantly surprised by a more suitable choice. Zola's career pinnacle occurred during his time at Chelsea, where he was brought in by Ruud Gullit, who served as both player and coach. Many presumed he was merely winding down his career in the Premier League. Yet Zola led Chelsea to their first championship in 26 years, employing techniques he learned from Maradona that sent Stamford Bridge into a frenzy. He was previously hailed as the greatest player in Chelsea's century-long history. Today, utilizing his experience card was perfectly fitting. Huang Kaiwen delighted in the thought of Chelsea fans, who would not only witness the return of their beloved king, but also see a revitalized Zola in action. It was truly a 2-for-1 joy. With that, he decided to use the card. Ding! Zola experience card successfully used. After some contemplation, Huang Kaiwen refrained from using the immunity card. After all, the immunity card could not only be useful for playing football, but also for saving one's life. Zola's speed was not excessively swift. As long as he managed it well, there should be no issues. The Chelsea players were unlikely to commit any malicious fouls against him. Thus the risk of injury today was minimal. As Huang Kaiwen exited the dressing room alongside his teammates, he noticed Chelsea players waiting at the tunnel entrance. Why aren't you warming up? Huang Kaiwen inquired. Warming up isn't the same as a match. We still have to follow the referees out, came the response. Czech jestingly pointed towards the center of the pitch, saying, our owner has spent quite a fortune to welcome you. Huang Kaiwen followed Czech's gesture and noticed several figures standing at the center of the field, Paul Rogers and Queen, accompanied by the melodies of Stamford Bridge. They began to sing We Are the Champions, a song that has nearly become emblematic of Chelsea. This very moment mirrored Huang's own debut at Stamford Bridge. The song's conclusion did not mark the end. Familiar melodies resonated throughout Stamford Bridge. Even more astonishing, Huang Kaiwen spotted Shakira. She joined Queen in singing Take Me Home. Country Roads. Although an American classic, the song enjoys considerable popularity in the UK. Country Roads, Take Me Home, to the Place I Belong, West Virginia, Mountain Mama. Take Me Home, Country Roads. The entire Stamford Bridge sang along, with even the Milan fans joining in. Such is the power of music, capable of uniting voices in a language not entirely familiar. Terry chuckled. See, they are welcoming you home. Indeed, Kevin, Bale exclaimed excitedly. Though he had recently been playing as a winger, football was far less joyous without Huang Kaiwen. It was not merely about wins and losses. The locker room lacked the camaraderie of yesteryears. Ramos, with a serious demeanor, remarked, Kevin's home is in Milan. You still dislike jokes, Mrs. Kevin, Ashley Cole teased. Ramos huffed and turned away. As the guest performers exited, the players from both sides took to the field for warm-ups. The DJ boomed Huang Kaiwen's name, a cheer that spread throughout the stadium. Chelsea fans rose in applause for him. Today, Huang Kaiwen was undoubtedly treated as the core player of the home team. Indeed, though he had only spent 2 years at Chelsea, he had secured 10 championships, elevating Chelsea from obscurity to prominence. In a recent poll on Chelsea's official website, Huang Kaiwen was overwhelmingly voted the club's greatest player in history, receiving an astonishing 97.84% of the votes, a truly remarkable outcome. This clearly illustrates Huang Kaiwen's immense popularity among Chelsea fans. Interestingly, whether it be Rooney, Ramos, or even the earlier Nesta, players who transferred were often regarded as traitors by their former supporters, leading to unpleasant encounters. Rooney had even thrown back a phone that a fan had tossed onto the field. However, after Huang Kaiwen's departure, his former fans bore him no grievances. This may be attributed to Huang's exceptional performances. Today, England's head coach Capello was also present in the stands at Stamford Bridge, still clad in his distinctive grey robe, making him quite conspicuous. Neither head coach observed their players' warm-up routines from the tunnel. In the home dressing room, Ancelotti and the coaching staff, led by Tassadi, were engaged in a flurry of activity. Recently, they had developed an advanced will collection device, employing new reception technology that allowed for a more concentrated gathering of willpower. Most importantly, this Model 20 was equipped with lightning protection and interference mechanisms. Not only could it avert lightning strikes, but it also effectively disrupted the opponent's will collection efforts. Tassadi, crouched while assembling, looked up and inquired, Carlo, almost no one in this world understands the principle of willpower. Why should we interfere with them? Ancelotti raised an eyebrow and replied, their lack of understanding does not preclude their ability to exploit it. During matches, many people pray for Kevin, which is a primitive manifestation of willpower. Although this form of transmission incurs significant losses, an excess of willpower can still wield considerable influence. Thus, when we face larger clubs, we often struggle because their fan bases are overwhelmingly vast. I see now. Tassadi nodded, having never considered this aspect before. He marveled at Ancelotti's preparedness, truly deserving of being the first to propose the theory of willpower. In the away dressing room, Guardiola held an exquisite silver knife, surrounded by images of Satan and several photographs. Lately, he had been quite unsettled, as Huang Kaiwen had been performing remarkably as a goalkeeper without sustaining any injuries. He had made numerous calls to Mourinho, who also showed no signs of physical issues. Each day, Guardiola ventured outside with trepidation, fearing that an advertising billboard might suddenly fall and claim his life. Today's match against Chelsea was yet another pivotal clash. Guardiola contemplated that rather than waiting for retribution to strike, it would be wiser to preemptively offer a sacrifice from his own possessions. Yet, after deliberating with the knife near his fingers, he hesitated. The bond between his fingers and heart was too profound. He set the knife down with a heavy sigh, remarking, "It seems I must endure more hardship for Jose." The camera panned to Chelsea's owner, Abramovich, who chose to sit in the stands to watch the game, applauding Huang Kaiwen. The players from both sides had returned to the tunnel, and this highly anticipated quarterfinal match was about to commence. Let us review the starting lineups. Chelsea's formation was a 4-4-2 diamond midfield. Goalkeeper, Czech. Defenders, Ashley Cole, Terry, Alex, Paulo Ferreira. Midfielders, Bale, Modric, Essien, Ramirez. Forwards, Huntelaar, Drogba. AC Milan. Employing a 4-3-3 with dual holding midfielders, goalkeeper, Buffon. Defenders, Zambrotta, Nesta, Thiago Silva, Ramos. Midfielders, Pirlo, Rakitic, Van Bommel. Forwards, Huang Kaiwen, Torres, Kaká. Both lineups boasted an abundance of attacking talent, with substitutes like Ibrahimovic and Higuain poised on the bench. Indeed, in this highly anticipated clash, both sides have fielded their finest lineups. At crucial moments, it becomes evident that Guardiola places greater trust in seasoned veterans. Notably, the previously favored Bender brothers did not secure a starting position. Conversely, Rakitic has firmly established his role, primarily due to his versatility. Partnering with Kevin Huang, one need not excel offensively. Merely distributing the ball suffices before retreating to defense. Yet, that seems somewhat erroneous, for Capello's Real Madrid once utilized Guti to complement Huang, with Raul drawing defenders' attention up front. Observing this, it is clear that the styles of Huang's teammates over the years have varied significantly, yet his play remains seamlessly integrated. Indeed, Kevin Huang exhibits remarkable adaptability, proving instantly effective with each transfer, requiring no period of adjustment. In stark contrast to Milan's composed demeanor, Chelsea players wear expressions of gravity. Although it has been more than half a year since Huang departed, that period feels vividly present. Winning used to be effortless, yet now, facing Huang's Milan poses a considerable challenge. As both teams lined up to listen to the Champions League anthem, Huang and Terry exchanged team flags at the center circle before tossing them to their teammates, returning to the circle to flip a coin. "You go first," Terry jested. "Today you are the guest." "Veterans first," Huang retorted. "After all, who knows how many more times we'll flip coins." Terry shook his head in resignation, muttering a word of defeat, realizing that attempting to best Huang in banter was futile. The Spanish referee, Uentiano Marienko, chuckled as he tossed the coin into the air. His primary profession as a sociologist made the interactions between Huang and Terry particularly intriguing. After catching the coin, Marienko opened his palm to signal the outcome. "Kevin wins. Milan chooses first. We select the pitch," Huang declared. The venue for an evening match may not hold paramount importance. Yet seizing the preferred kickoff area from Chelsea serves as a psychological blow. In football, every nuance is a strategic contest, and now that they are on the field, Huang cannot afford to hold back. Terry shook his head, pointing at Huang. "This guy truly shows no mercy." Both teams returned to their halves, positioning themselves for the final preparations. The referee frequently glanced at his watch. At 7:45 p.m., Marienko blew the whistle to commence the match. Huntelaar initiated play, passing to Drogba, who surged forward. Drogba, bemused, advanced the ball cautiously, awaiting Milan's challenge. Torres exhibited remarkable speed, but Drogba's reactions were equally swift. As he noticed Torres closing in, he promptly turned and passed back to Ramirez. Ramirez swiftly delivered a diagonal ball to Modric. Modric, fully aware of his responsibilities, took on the role of the attacking orchestrator, with Essien stationed behind him as the dedicated defensive player. Thus, as he received the ball, he was already scouting for offensive avenues. However, with the match just beginning, AC Milan's formation appeared impeccably organized, leaving no gaps to exploit. "Directly defend Bale," Huang called out. Compared to Ramirez, Bale's breakthrough poses a greater threat. Van Bommel hastily moved to provide support on the right flank. Modric had no choice but to abandon his intention of passing to Bale and return the ball to Ferreira. Ferreira received the pass and immediately relayed it back to Essien. At that moment, Torres suddenly surged towards Essien, who instinctively aimed to pass back to the right. However, as he kicked, regret washed over him. Suddenly, Huang Kaiwen darted out from in front of Ramirez and seized the ball. A collective gasp echoed through Stamford Bridge. Such a scene carried profound implications, well understood by the Chelsea supporters. Kaká had already made his way to the center to receive the ball. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Kaiwen deftly flicked it with the outside of his right foot, sending the ball spinning towards the center. Magnificent. The elegance of Huang Kaiwen's outside foot pass belied its complexity. It appeared as though he was merely caressing a half-high ball. Yet the control required for such a maneuver with the outside of the foot is markedly more challenging than with the inside. This level of skill demands years of practice. Kaka received it beautifully, the ball spinning significantly, yet he effortlessly brought it under control, truly a testament to his Brazilian finesse. After gaining possession, Kaka surged forward. But Chelsea players remained relentless in their pursuit of Huang Kaiwen. Noticing the defense concentrating on the left, Torres deliberately shifted slightly to the right, charging into the penalty area. Terry had no choice but to shadow Torres. As he advanced, Kaka swiftly sent the ball to the left. The power behind this pass was considerable. Huang Kaiwen raced to the sideline, extending his right foot to halt the ball with an inside touch. Ferreira, caught off guard, stumbled and fell, unable to maintain his balance. Such a clumsy display prompted nearby Chelsea fans to shut their eyes in despair. Huang Kaiwen utilized the outside of his right foot to nudge the ball towards the center, while a frustrated Ferreira hastily attempted to regain his footing, reaching out to intercept Huang Kaiwen, but ultimately missing. Huang Kaiwen shielded the ball along the sideline, as Ferreira pursued, attempting to reach around him, but Huang Kaiwen adeptly blocked him with his calf, preventing Ferreira from making contact and nearly causing him to lose his balance again. In a moment of exasperation, Ferreira extended his left foot, only for Huang Kaiwen to nudge the ball forward again, resulting in Ferreira striking Huang Kaiwen's calf once more. The spectators nearby, arms crossed, could not suppress their jeers. Fortunately, at this moment, a recovering Ramirez had arrived nearby. With his weight shifted back, Ramirez extended his right leg, hoping to capitalize on Huang Kaiwen's unsteady control to intercept. Yet, just then, Huang Kaiwen swiftly shifted his weight, adjusting and pivoting, using the inside of his foot to deftly direct the ball towards the center, evading Ramirez's outstretched foot. Ferreira, seizing the opportunity, placed his hand on Huang Kaiwen's left arm and swiftly dove for a sliding tackle. In that fleeting moment, Huang Kaiwen flicked the ball with his right foot, leaving Ferreira to miss entirely and tumble awkwardly onto the grass. Alex and Eshin also approached, and Huang Kaiwen swiftly brushed past the ball with his right foot, then, without changing feet, applied force to nudge it between the two defenders. Rakitic, arriving late, failed to adjust his steps accordingly, as the running foot inadvertently struck the ball. It was deftly passed to Terry. In response, Terry swiftly launched the ball with a powerful kick towards the Milan half, effectively neutralizing the attack. "What on earth are you doing?" Czech bellowed, turning around with ire. "You're performing as if you're mentally challenged. Even my paraplegic uncle defends better than you do. Did you have no ingredients at home yesterday and resort to boiling your tendons for dinner? Is that why you play as if one leg is longer than the other?" Amused by Czech's tirade, Alex couldn't help but chuckle. Czech shot him a glare and retorted, "And what about you? When we went to that German restaurant, I couldn't tell whether you or the pig on the table was the real swine." Terry feigned ignorance, surveying the situation in Milan's half. Ever since Huang Kaiwen's departure, Czech's temper had grown increasingly volatile. Terry speculated that perhaps a head injury had affected Czech's emotional regulation. Previously, victories had masked this issue, but since Huang Kaiwen left, Chelsea often found themselves on the losing end, with Czech conceding goals, leading to his current demeanor. Terry thought it might be beneficial to take Czech out sometime to relieve the pent-up frustration. Although the ball had reached Milan's half, Ancelotti remained tense, watching the field intently. He had no choice. Just moments ago, Huang Kaiwen had toyed with Ferreira and Ramirez, akin to a top-tier player in an under-17 youth team. It wasn't a matter of merely blocking once and calling it a day. The forthcoming developments filled him with considerable concern. Mauro increased the power. Ancelotti gritted his teeth and commanded, "Really, Carlo, it's only just begun." Tassati replied, somewhat apprehensive. While he was only partially versed in the concept of willpower, he understood that greater power increased the likelihood of player mishaps. "No choice. We must fight for victory," Ancelotti asserted. Tassati ceased his objections and walked back to the coaching bench. Squatting down, he firmly gripped the joystick. After several deep breaths, he cautiously moved the joystick and solemnly declared, "Willpower collection device, deluxe version 20, level 3, activate." Guardiola, standing at the sidelines, observed the scene with a smirk of disdain. "No matter how formidable your contraption, can it rival the worth of José's egg? This is a testament to my friendship with José. Today, I have made a significant commitment, betting on Mourinho's team." The game atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Chelsea maintained their aggressive pressing style. Pirlo, noticeably off his game today, failed to deliver the ball on 2 consecutive attempts. At that moment, Ramos suddenly surged forward, and Pirlo decisively sent the ball to the right flank. The ball whizzed through the air, its trajectory captured by thousands of eyes in the stadium. Though not lofted high, it was swift and powerful, piercing through Chelsea's formation and landing just outside the penalty area. Huang Kaiwen. Only Terry remained on Chelsea's defense. Yet before him stood Huang Kaiwen. Many Chelsea fans could no longer suppress their gasps. Terry angled his body to retreat, while Huang Kaiwen charged forward. The ball fell perfectly behind Terry, beside his right foot as he was in motion. In this situation, Terry instinctively chose to halt abruptly. Although his weight surpassed that of Ferreira, he managed to maintain his balance remarkably well. Huang Kaiwen charged in fiercely, and despite his desire to stop, he found it impossible. However, the moment he collided with Terry, he seized the opportunity to adjust, deftly turning and dribbling towards the center. Although Terry immediately turned to follow, he was still half a step slower than Huang Kaiwen. As a former teammate, Cech could already foresee the ensuing events and dashed out of the goal. Yet at that moment, Huang Kaiwen suddenly flicked the ball with his left foot, and it mischievously slipped between Terry's legs, rolling into the penalty area. Cech quickly turned and rushed forward, but as he anticipated, Huang Kaiwen's execution was exceptionally swift. After regaining possession, he swung his right foot. With a resounding thud, Cech, who was already in midair, hastily dove to the ground, but he misjudged the direction, and the ball soared past his legs into the net. Oh my goodness! Goal! 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 Kevin scores. Returning to Stamford Bridge, Kevin remains an unstoppable force, showcasing his extraordinary dribbling against former adversaries. The strength of the previous Chelsea team was attributed to him, and even after departing, he continues to shine, while Chelsea itself is no longer the same. Such narratives unfold repeatedly. To question Kevin's prowess is to presume madness. True to form, Kevin opted not to celebrate, embodying his loyalty and camaraderie. Cech had long foreseen the possibility of conceding a goal, but that did not equate to acceptance of the manner in which it occurred. Rising, he gritted his teeth and shouted a name. John Terry. Yesterday, I mistakenly mentioned Huntelaar had joined Chelsea. I stand corrected and apologize. Seeking recommendations for votes and monthly subscriptions. End of chapter 0494, Bale's Dilemma. As Milan players rushed towards Huang Kaiwen, Cech felt increasingly agitated. Terry merely smiled awkwardly, opting for silence. Cech had grown accustomed to this demeanor. After all, which defender is infallible? Today, he faced Huang Kaiwen, a player not easily thwarted. In an effort to keep pace with Huang Kaiwen, Terry shifted directions multiple times, now feeling discomfort in his knees and ankles. Given Huang Kaiwen's agility, any other defender might have sustained an injury during that last defensive maneuver. Ashley Cole whispered, "It seems our Iron Man is more irritable today. I suspect he might have had a rough time at home." Terry quietly replied, "Some things you understand." I understand. Ashley Cole chuckled mischievously, "The day after tomorrow. I'll place something nice in his locker to help him regain his spirit." Terry smirked, sensing that Ashley Cole's proposition might indeed hold merit. The two engaged in lively conversation. In the Sky Sports studio, Martin Tyler remarked, "It appears Terry is not disheartened by this goal conceded. Perhaps he is discussing post-match plans with Cole for a night out." In fact, Chelsea rarely concedes goals against Kevin, a rarity among Europe's elite clubs, Andy Gray proudly remarked. Taylor refrained from disclosing that this was due to Huang Kaiwen's role as a defender. Within the entirety of European football, there are few prestigious teams that have been scored upon by a goalkeeper's solo effort. Abramovich, seated in the stands, clapped with a smile that bore a hint of reluctance. Marina, who had been closely observing Abramovich's mood, remarked, "Kevin has scored so swiftly. It's quite a burden for you to pay him every year." "Enough," Abramovich replied with a touch of impatience. Although Marina meant well, her perspective simply lacked depth. Huang Kaiwen's transfer to Chelsea had proven immensely beneficial for him. In comparison, that lifetime endorsement contract seemed trivial. The mere fact that he had transitioned from peril to safety, no longer fearing assassination by the KGB in his London mansion, was invaluable beyond measure. If it came to purchasing a life, Abramovich would willingly invest 5 or even 8 billion. After all, once a life is lost, no amount of wealth holds value. Yet, how much had he truly invested in Huang Kaiwen? When considering the surge in Chelsea's commercial value, both Chelsea and he emerged as the true beneficiaries. Thus, Abramovich felt a twinge of guilt. When Huang Kaiwen departed, he did not leave without compensating. In essence, he owed Huang Kaiwen, rather than the other way around. The players returned to the midfield, and the Chelsea squad maintained a commendable spirit. The team left behind by Mourinho was one that dared to fight valiantly, coupled with the 10 championships secured over the past 2 seasons. The entire squad radiated a champion's aura. This so-called champion's aura does not merely suggest one resembles a champion. It embodies the confidence bestowed by the experience of victory. Drogba initiated the play, passing to Huntelaar. At the first opportunity, Huntelaar seized the ball and moved left, widening the play. The diamond-shaped midfield not only imposes demands on the forwards and fullbacks, but also on the central striker, necessitating someone to spread wide to effectively exploit the width of the pitch. Under Mourinho's guidance, Huntelaar's tactical execution has seen the most rapid improvement, a quality favored by both Ancelotti and the Dutch national team. Ramos quickly advanced, prompting Kaka to willingly concede his position and shift towards the center, poised to intercept the opponent's passing route. Drogba did not follow but rather opted to make a forward run, while Bale moved in behind Huntelaar, ready to support. The attacking players from both sides immediately entered a state of tactical contest. Huntelaar appeared reluctant to pass back. He turned, and Kaka swiftly followed suit. Realizing there were no opportunities, Huntelaar had no choice but to return the ball to Bale. This prompted Kaka to revert to the right wing. With Bale's speed being formidable, he feared that Ramos might struggle to contain him. Faced with no chance to advance, Bale similarly chose to make a lateral pass. Modric received the ball and executed a rapid lateral pass. While Ramirez's primary duty was defensive, as a Brazilian player, he also possessed commendable offensive prowess. Upon receiving the ball, Ramirez showcased remarkable speed, driving forward with the ball from the right flank. Huang Kaiwen immediately began to track back. At the very moment of contact between the two bodies, Huang Kaiwen realized that his opponent's resistance was considerably stronger than he had anticipated. Ramirez performed admirably this time, astonishingly managing to run while bearing the weight of Huang Kaiwen. Before officially commencing his football training at the age of 18, he had spent entire days hauling bricks at his uncle's construction site, thereby developing formidable physical strength and endurance. However, it appeared that he still could not withstand Huang Kaiwen's exceptional prowess in physical confrontations. The pass was made. Unable to find an angle for a diagonal pass towards the center, Ramirez was compelled to forcefully kick the ball behind Zambrotta. Drogba, noticing the situation, quickly dashed forward to seize the ball. Zambrotta's recovery speed was equally impressive. The two became entangled near the corner flag. With explosive physical attributes, Drogba utilized his arms for support, making it exceedingly challenging for Zambrotta to approach closely, let alone attempt to intercept the ball. Nesta promptly rushed over to assist. Realizing this, Drogba began to panic. Huang Kaiwen stood close behind Ramirez, evidently obstructing his passing route. At this juncture, Nesta need not fear a backward pass to the center, allowing him to boldly vacate his defensive zone. Once Nesta arrived to join Zambrotta, the pressure on Drogba would significantly intensify. Drogba quickly performed a feint to halt his momentum. But to his surprise, Zambrotta remained undeterred. Finding himself unable to shake off his opponent, Drogba decisively directed a kick towards Zambrotta. The latter could not evade the ball, which struck his foot and ricocheted out of play. A corner kick. To be honest, I am quite eager for today's set piece, as both teams possess commendable proficiency in this aspect. Indeed, Chelsea has long excelled in set pieces, with Terry's success rate in aerial duels being among the best in Europe. Coupled with Huang Kaiwen's previous tenure at Chelsea, their set-piece tactics should still reflect the innovations from his time. This presents a splendid opportunity, with many Chelsea players advancing. In terms of height alone, Chelsea seems to hold the advantage. As for Courtois, it appears challenging. Buffon's aerial dominance remains quite pronounced. Yet, that may not be entirely accurate. I feel he has not shone as brightly since transferring to AC Milan as he did during his time at Juventus. Weak teams understand the significance of a goalkeeper, and AC Milan is indeed formidable, leaving Buffon with limited opportunities to showcase his talents. In fact, I perceive Chelsea's midfield combination as slightly more formidable. AC Milan effectively employs a 4-5-1 formation, with Huang Kaiwen and Kaka occupying midfield roles. You can observe Kaka frequently operating in the central attacking midfielder position. The formation diagram serves merely as a reference. There is no basis for comparison. Having Huang Kaiwen on the team renders any argument moot. In truth, Chelsea stands the best chance of defeating AC Milan. I believe Real Madrid could also contend, as they have performed exceptionally well this season, exhibiting remarkable speed in counterattacks. However, Can any counterattack surpass the likes of Huang Kaiwen, Torres, and Kaka? To truly challenge AC Milan, one requires a robust lineup akin to Chelsea's, extending from forwards to defenders, excluding the goalkeeper. Look at Huntelaar. In his 2 years at Chelsea, he has significantly bulked up. Modric has already positioned himself at the corner flag, keenly observing the dynamics within the penalty area. Chelsea's height advantage is not as pronounced as many perceive. Rather, it is their tenacious playing style that creates this impression. In various positions, Modric found himself unable to strike the ball effectively. It is precisely because he is an exceptional player that he evaluates the combative capabilities of both sides in his mind. After several observations, he discerned that his teammates had scant chances of success. With a sigh, Modric realized he had no choice but to seek Terry's assistance. Upon hearing the whistle, Modric executed a delicate chip, albeit a tad too high, aimed towards the far post. Beside Terry stood Ramos, both seasoned teammates with remarkable aerial prowess. Well acquainted with each other's capabilities, Terry prepared to leap at once, but Ramos, sensing the impending challenge, quickly spread his arms and leaped ahead. In terms of explosiveness, Ramos had the edge. Terry took off a moment too late, and as he jumped, Ramos's right arm hindered him from reaching the desired height. The ball was deftly nudged by Ramos towards the edge of the penalty area. Both teams surged towards the arc. Kaka, already positioned there, skillfully controlled the ball and swiftly advanced with a powerful strike. Rakitic, noticing the situation ahead, decisively sent a long pass with his right foot. This pass was both lofty and swift, igniting concern among Chelsea fans as Torres surged through the center. Even more alarming was Huang Kaiwen, who, at a speed exceeding 10 meters per second, effortlessly outpaced Ramirez and surged toward Chelsea's defensive line. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen's sprinting speed seemed almost surreal upon repeated viewing. After all, he is the second fastest man in the world, and one might argue, as Bolt suggested, that with dedicated training, Huang Kaiwen could potentially surpass him. His achievements in athletics already attest to his innate talent in this regard, a fact that is undeniable. At that moment, the ball began its descent, prompting Ferreira to realize the impending danger. The ball fell directly between him and Huang Kaiwen, perfectly positioned. Both players were nearly equidistant from the ball. Yet Ferreira understood that Huang Kaiwen was holding back his speed. A sudden burst could easily see him surpass Ferreira. Suddenly, Ferreira conceived a strategy. He quickly extended his hand forward, shifting his weight to the left, obstructing Huang Kaiwen to prevent a sudden sprint. Since he could not match the speed, he aimed to force his opponent to decelerate. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen was unable to shake him off, allowing Ferreira to breathe a sigh of relief. As the ball bounced, both players raced towards it. However, at that moment, Huang Kaiwen unexpectedly lifted his right foot. The disparity in their explosive power and stride frequency became starkly evident. Although Ferreira exerted every effort to keep pace with Huang Kaiwen, he found himself powerless as Huang Kaiwen shot, his own right foot still propelling him forward, leaving no time to raise it to block the impending strike. Although Ferreira harbored a sense of foreboding, he still gazed with a flicker of hope at the trajectory of the ball. The moment he turned his head, his heart sank. Alas, Cech had positioned himself far from the left post, neglecting the presence of Torres in the center, wholly fixated on thwarting Huang Kaiwen. In such circumstances, Huang Kaiwen's delicate lob effortlessly soared over Cech's head, descending into the right center of the goal. Torres, brimming with excitement, turned to sprint towards Huang Kaiwen. While he relished the thrill of scoring, the feeling of victory without needing to score was equally delightful. He had played a pivotal role in drawing the defender's attention. Huang Kaiwen's touch was truly remarkable. After a long pass that bounced, he immediately executed a deft backheel flick, sending the ball arching over Cech's head. I previously remarked on Huang Kaiwen's finesse with his back foot, and indeed, this was yet another goal scored in such a manner, not a straightforward strike. Something that most players could scarcely achieve. At times, sheer talent is the only explanation. Huang Kaiwen's shooting efficiency rivals that of top forwards, and his technical prowess ranks among the finest midfielders. Even his tackles are executed with precision. Thus, when Pelé declared that Huang Kaiwen was born to play football, he spoke the truth. Today, Chelsea faced formidable challenges. Huang Kaiwen had played for over 6 seasons, and his team had never been overturned after leading by 2 goals. Only Liverpool nearly accomplished this on that fateful night in Istanbul. Yet Huang Kaiwen was there to neutralize the threat, a moment many believe marked the rise of Huang Kaiwen as a premier player. Indeed, after that extraordinary night. Every time one watched Huang Kaiwen, he seemed distinct from his peers. The away supporters section had transformed into a sea of jubilation. Stamford Bridge, with a capacity of over 40,000, is considered a modest stadium. Additionally, to mitigate the noise from trains, the stadium's soundproofing and acoustics are commendable. However, this design felt particularly disheartening at this moment. The once proud Chelsea fans appeared to see a reflection of themselves from a year prior. In every match, they had no concern about defeat. The only question was by how many they would win. Even when Huang Kaiwen was absent and the team lost, they took it in stride, often jesting, for they knew that regardless of a few losses, the ultimate championship belonged to them. Now, the number 10 remained the same. Yet the jersey he wore felt so foreign. After 2 glorious years, only endless memories lingered. Tassadi approached Ancelotti and inquired, "Carlo, how did it come to this?" Ancelotti, rubbing his rounded chin, took a few seconds before responding. "Kaiwen is simply too popular. Thus, even when we shield some of his influence, he still receives considerable support. We have yet to devise a solid strategy against him. We are not those who rely on sorcery. We can only trust in science." "Trust in science?" Tassadi asked, perplexed. "Indeed, trust in science," Ancelotti affirmed. "Increase the power further." Tassadi silently moved forward and pushed the control lever to its maximum. Although he did not utter a single word this time, his arms trembled slightly. Even during the test, they had never attempted such a terrifying level of power. Watching the small propeller spin rapidly, Tassadi was uncertain about what would unfold next. Hey, Czech shouted, straining his neck. Hey, yo, I don't fancy your boyfriend." Ashley Cole instinctively interjected. Recently, he had often been listening to Avril's songs, as he sought to prove that his ex-wife Cheryl was hardly exceptional. Czech's eyes widened in disbelief at Ashley Cole, his carefully prepared words suddenly choked back. Damn it, he truly could not fathom how Mourinho tolerated this fool. Were he the head coach, he would certainly enlist a few Irishmen to dispose of this imbecile. Terry, resolutely silent, had ventured forward to participate in the attack, deeming it none of his concern. Yet, who knew whether Czech would turn his ire toward him? Gazing at his teammates ahead, Terry chose to vacate the perilous zone, clapping his hands and calling out, "Let us stay spirited. It's merely 2 goals. Remember Arsenal and Liverpool? They were once trounced by us with over 8 goals. Yet they persevered. We must not allow other teams to mock us as cowards." Modric silently rolled his eyes, harboring concerns about an 8-goal defeat today. Terry's words did little to assist him. However, he was not one to stir trouble, so he refrained from voicing any objections. Huntelaar, ever respectful, responded, "The captain speaks the truth. We still have a chance." Drogba cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent. Huntelaar often shied away from taking the ball. Drogba could distinctly sense the other's subtle intentions. He wished to avoid responsibility for being dispossessed at a critical moment, merely aspiring to act as a finisher within the penalty area. These Dutch players were rather cunning. In contrast, Higuain, who never quarreled over positions, remained quite docile. Drogba preferred such honest and straightforward teammates. Huang Kaiwen also clapped and shouted, "Let us stay alert. We must not allow the opponents to seize an opportunity. At this moment, we should focus on defense. Let us prioritize defending for now." Although there was no clean sheet bonus, Buffon remained vigorously responsive. Rakitic, Ramos, and Van Bommel all appeared spirited. Nesta smiled at his dual-nationality teammate Zambrata and remarked, "Kevin is truly remarkable, isn't he?" Zambrata nodded. "Was that even necessary to mention? I was chased by Huang Kaiwen during my transfer, nearly leading to my premature retirement. At times like this, I feel my transfer to Milan was exceedingly wise." Huntelaar initiated the kickoff by passing it directly back. Modric, upon receiving the ball, did not immediately pass it forward. Instead, he drew it back slightly. His vision was outstanding, yet being too far forward would hinder his ability to leverage that advantage. Thus, he was more suited to a position behind the attacking midfielder, rather than the number 10 role. The Milan players refrained from pressing, partly to recuperate their stamina. On the other hand, leading the game and subsequently adopting a defensive posture has left the Chelsea squad feeling quite perplexed. They are unperturbed by an all-out attacking style, where the capabilities of elite players shine through, allowing for the possibility of a comeback even when trailing. However, transitioning to defense after taking the lead renders them utterly helpless. At this moment, they finally grasp the sentiments experienced by other teams when facing Mourinho's Chelsea. AC Milan has played with remarkable stability today, embodying a mature performance. While many fans cherish the thrill of an end-to-end contest, such scenarios are seldom seen in knockout stages of major tournaments. Conceding a single goal can lead to elimination. Thus, teams often hesitate to push too far forward after gaining an advantage. Guardiola's tactical approach has become decidedly more pragmatic. Stamford Bridge has reverted to its former style, and the fans exhibit little emotional fluctuation regarding the proceedings on the pitch. Guardiola, arms crossed, observes the match, believing this marks a promising beginning. In the previous encounter, unforeseen events plagued the team, yet today has unfolded without incident. Could this imply that Jose's egg has indeed worked its magic? Guardiola is uncertain if the egg's efficacy remains. Should it still be viable, he would share in Jose's delight. Concern for the opposing player's well-being further underscores Guardiola's loyalty to Jose, whom he considers a good friend. Turning to Clement, Guardiola inquires, "Have the customized towels we ordered arrived?" "Yes, they are here today," Clement responds with a nod. In fact, they had been prepared in advance. During Guardiola's injury, those very towels were used for Kevin Huang. Regardless, since it is Guardiola's expenditure, there is no loss incurred. He nods in agreement. With more than 10 minutes left in the first half, the situation indicates that no significant changes will occur. He has already begun contemplating the tactics for the second half. If such mundane strategies persist, will he still be recognized as the progressive coach the world knows? Milan has brilliantly showcased Italy's traditional style today, while Chelsea has struggled to find worthwhile opportunities. Just as the first half approaches its conclusion, a sudden loud bang erupts from the sidelines. A plume of black smoke rises near Chelsea's bench. Guardiola realizes it is due to Ancelotti's Lego malfunction, and he cannot suppress a sense of schadenfreude. To avoid drawing attention, he deliberately focuses on the match, even as the players on the field are fixated on the commotion at the sidelines. At that moment, however, he hears a hurried shout, "Danger!" By the time Guardiola turns around, he notices something hurtling towards him. Before he can react, a blade-like object spirals in and embeds itself in the fleshiest part of his back. Accompanied by Guardiola's anguished scream, the Milan medical team rushes onto the field, swiftly placing him on a stretcher and sprinting him into the tunnel. Ancelotti and Tossati instinctively recoil, attempting to diminish their presence. Yet, Tossati ponders a question. Has successfully incapacitating the opposing head coach demonstrated the effectiveness of the Special Edition 20? There appears to be an unexpected situation unfolding on the sidelines. Indeed, Guardiola has left the field due to injury, and I surmise that Clement will take over the management of this match. It remains uncertain whether today's events will have any repercussions on Ancelotti's coaching career. His machinery has always been a subject of intrigue. It is conceivable that he may be prohibited from bringing his apparatus onto the field, as other coaches are likely to harbor concerns regarding safety. The game is ongoing, and the sudden arrival of a dart poses a considerable risk. Nevertheless, I believe Guardiola's condition is not grave. The replay indicated that the blade did not penetrate deeply. With some treatment and suturing, he should recover in due time. At this moment, Clement would eagerly embrace Ancelotti, perhaps showering him with gratitude. He had thought that he might not receive any coaching opportunities soon, but unexpectedly, Ancelotti has placed Guardiola on a stretcher. At this juncture, the referee has blown the whistle, allowing players distracted by the unfolding drama to exit the field. Huang Kaiwen, sprinting alongside his teammates to the sidelines, inquired of Buffon, "How is the coach?" "Pep's situation is rather concerning," Clement instinctively responded. While he was unaware of the specifics regarding Guardiola's predicament, he hoped for the best. The circumstances remain unclear to us, as we observe personnel attending to a fire on the sidelines. Nesta queried, "What is going on?" Clement replied, "The machinery brought by Ancelotti malfunctioned. A component ejected and struck Pep in the back." Upon hearing this, the players instinctively tightened their legs. Having previously been coached by Ancelotti, they realized how fortunate they were not to have encountered such an incident before. The entire Milan team entered the locker room, their spirits notably less exuberant than usual. Kaka, seated beside Huang Kaiwen, remarked, "Kaiwen, I've recently been studying classical Chinese." "That's truly impressive," Huang Kaiwen exclaimed, acknowledging the challenge even Chinese students face with classical Chinese. "I find ancient texts to be remarkably beautiful," Kaka replied with a smile. Recently, while playing Three Kingdoms KOL with Huang Kaiwen, he had developed an interest in the dialogues. After consulting a dictionary and annotations, he was left in awe after reading the Ode to the Goddess of Luo. The intricacy of the Chinese language's descriptive detail far surpasses that of the other languages he speaks. With the grace of a swift falcon, as ethereal as a deity, gliding lightly upon the waves, her delicate stockings stirring the dust. In just 16 characters, it vividly captures the elegance of a woman's figure after a spring rain. Huang Kaiwen found himself quite impressed by Kaka. Although Kaka's interests lie primarily in romantically charged topics, he indeed dedicates himself to learning. His good friend Ramos also possesses commendable Chinese skills, yet he is more adept at utilizing certain expletives. However, it remains a challenge. I simply cannot translate modern Chinese into classical Chinese, Kaka remarked while scratching his head. Most Chinese individuals struggle with this as well, akin to asking them to speak Latin. Huang Kaiwen noted, gesturing towards several Italian teammates. Italian is part of the Latin language family. Do you possess such knowledge? Kaka inquired, his anticipation palpable, as he regarded Huang Kaiwen as capable of anything. I am a science major, Ricardo, came the humble reply. Huang Kaiwen remarked with a smile. My acquaintance with literature and classical literature is rather superficial. How do you express I am full in classical Chinese? Kaka inquired excitedly. Is it Wu Shanba? Huang Kaiwen replied, albeit uncertainly. He had long since returned the bits of classical Chinese he learned from his middle and high school teachers. What about when you dine together? Kaka continued to ask. We share the same table, Huang Kaiwen responded. Kaka pressed on, and what of racial discrimination? After all, he was speaking in Chinese and had no fear of his teammates' understanding. After a moment's contemplation, Huang Kaiwen lowered his voice, wearing a subtle expression, and said, Israelis. Kaka's eyes widened in astonishment at Huang Kaiwen. After Clement entered the locker room, he excitedly shared numerous thoughts, yet the other players, save for Huang Kaiwen, displayed little reaction. Even Kaka, the ever-amiable child, seemed indifferent to Clement. The assistant coach lacked any notable charisma. Following the halftime break, Huang Kaiwen departed the luxurious away team locker room alongside his teammates. As he moved forward, he noticed Ancelotti signaling to him. Deliberately, Huang Kaiwen slowed his pace to allow his teammates to exit first. Once they had vacated the corridor, Huang Kaiwen inquired, What is it, Carlo? Ancelotti, somewhat embarrassed, replied. Today's incident with Mr. Guardiola was entirely unforeseen. I am aware, Huang Kaiwen responded with a smile. Of course, the portly man would not intentionally cause harm. Noticing Huang Kaiwen's silence, Ancelotti, somewhat disheartened, continued, What I mean is, could you perhaps speak to him and request that he offers some kind words on my behalf? My energy collector is making remarkable progress, and if its use is prohibited, it would be a loss for all of humanity. Huang Kaiwen replied, Are you suggesting that the energy you are utilizing is derived from controllable nuclear fusion, leading to a loss for all mankind? Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement. Observing Ancelotti, Huang Kaiwen advised, Carlo, I believe it would be wiser and safer for you to focus more on tactics and locker room management. He reminisced about his own fears of sharing the field with Emperor Jiajing, where corpses could be preserved for centuries without the need for embalming. Rest assured. Upon hearing Huang Kaiwen's agreement, Ancelotti sighed in relief and smiled. I already have a good idea. I will install a safety cage around the machinery, ensuring that, even in the event of a mishap, debris will not scatter. Huang Kaiwen could only shake his head in bemusement. He found it impossible to dissuade Ancelotti. After the teams switched sides for the second half, Milan initiated the kickoff. Torres promptly passed the ball to Huang Kaiwen. Drogba, concerned for Ramirez, moved in to support him. Though there was no need for excessive caution at this early stage, Huang Kaiwen had once displayed an extraordinary solo effort at this very moment. Drogba certainly wished to avoid a humiliating defeat. Huang Kaiwen turned and passed the ball back to Zambrotta, who then relayed it to Pirlo. Following the halftime adjustments, Pirlo's form had improved somewhat, and together with Van Bommel, they deftly manipulated the ball to stretch Chelsea's formation. The orchestration from the back line possesses the advantage of drawing the opposing players deeper into pressing. However, the drawback lies in its proximity to the defensive line, rendering it more perilous than the playmaking of an advanced midfielder. Should the ball be intercepted, the opposition can swiftly threaten the defensive structure. As Chelsea's players advanced to apply pressure, Pirlo deftly flicked a precise through ball with his right foot. Upon receiving the ball, Huang Kaiwen was immediately confronted by the dual defenses of Ramirez and Eschen, prompting Zambrotta to hasten forward to offer support. When Zambrotta positioned himself ahead of Huang Kaiwen, Ramirez and Eschen showed no inclination to shift their focus, remaining steadfast beside Huang Kaiwen. Ramirez, growing impatient, attempted to reach out with his foot. In response, Huang Kaiwen swiftly lifted his right foot, causing Ramirez to retract and adjust his stance. Huang Kaiwen's raised foot momentarily hovered over the ball without releasing it. He then lifted his left foot, tracing a circle over the ball before deftly using the outside of his foot to pass it to the advancing Zambrotta. Zambrotta surged towards Chelsea's penalty area. Ferreira, having mentally prepared himself, felt confident as long as he did not face Huang Kaiwen directly. Zambrotta suddenly attempted to dribble past his marker, yet he mismanaged his footing, tumbling to the left and relinquishing possession to Ferreira. With several Milan players nearby, Ferreira hesitated to dwell on the ball. Spotting Eschen returning, he quickly passed it to him. Eschen, without pausing, returned the ball to Alex, who swiftly distributed it to Terry, who then sent it forward to Modric. Huang Kaiwen, noticing Bale's absence on the left flank, called out urgently, "Beware of the right side." However, at that moment, Modric had already unleashed a long pass. With Zambrotta absent, Nesta diligently shadowed Bale. Bale, devoid of the ball, found himself in a challenging position, unable to make a tackle. The ball descended towards the right side of the penalty area, and by the time both players arrived, Bale had already gained half a meter on Nesta, a disparity in speed that experience could not rectify. Just before the baseline, Bale executed a deft touch, sending the ball past Nesta into the penalty area. Seizing the moment, Bale surged into the box to collect the ball. Although Thiago Silva attempted to close the gap, he could not thwart Bale's shot. Bale unleashed a powerful left-footed strike from the right side, leaving Buffon powerless as the ball nestled into the left side of the net. A goal was scored. Huang Kaiwen, in pursuit, slowed down but remained a step behind, his positioning too advanced. At that moment, the goalscorer Bale approached and extended his left hand. Instinctively, Huang Kaiwen reciprocated with a high five, leaving Bale momentarily stunned. End of chapter.